Chapter 621 Wei Qing and Huitsubing. Strategic Saboteur. Boom! 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 Huge boulders fell from the sky, bombarding the city walls. And the walls of Alimari wailed. The Mongolian army, which had always used Xiangyang artillery to attack other civilized cities, also experienced the pain of trebuchets at this time. Although the trebuchet, called the Thunderbolt Chariot by the Han army, was not as powerful as the Xiangyang cannon of later generations. With Liu Ye's addition, it was still powerful. Alimari city was stormed by the Han army. Trebuchets, crossbows, siege towers, ladder trucks, all siege equipment that Han army craftsmen could make were manufactured and then used to attack this strong royal city. Chu Tian and others did not have the patience to surround Alimari until the defenders had finished eating their food. The armies of Ajadai and Mingda, who are besieging the Seljuk Empire, will come to support sooner or later. It is best to capture Alimari before the combined forces of Ajadai and Mingda arrive. Or try to destroy Alimari as much as possible. Destroy the morale of the defenders. After the Wusun kingdom fully surrendered to the Han Empire's expeditionary force that appeared in the Ili Valley, various Wusun nobles led tribesmen to join the Han army with grain, grass and weapons to strengthen the Han army's siege forces. The Han army even began to dig trenches and build an earthen fort outside the city of Alimari to surround Alimari. As a result, the tens of thousands of cavalry in Alimari city were unable to attack. The Han army only left its own passage to attack the city, and trebuchets bombarded the city day and night. Chagatai, who was trapped in Alimari by the Han army, experienced the pain of being bombarded by trebuchets day and night as a defender. Although Alimari was strong, it could not withstand the continuous bombardment of the Han army's trebuchets. A group of Wusun soldiers were digging tunnels, trying to shake the foundation of the city wall and make it easier for the city wall to collapse. Father Khan, if we don't send troops to relieve the siege, once the city is breached. Chagatai did not think that the princes of the Han Empire would let him go. In the past, Chagatai and others attacked the western region and destroyed everything. But now, he has become a turtle in the urn. This feeling is not pleasant. Outside the city, in addition to attacking the city, Chu Tian and others were also building camps and fortifications to prepare for the allied forces of Temujin, Ogodai, and Menggu. At present, the Han army has not yet broken the situation, and the Central Asian coalition forces of Oquitai and Menggu are in huge trouble. If Ajadai, Mingda and Temujin join forces with great force, the expeditionary force will still be in danger. Only by capturing Alimari, activating the teleportation array, and receiving the support of the second batch of expeditionary forces can the situation be truly broken. By then, it will be possible to occupy the Ili Valley and eliminate the Chagatai Khanate. Ogdi and Mingda were the second and fourth Khans of the Mongol Empire respectively. They should have certain characteristics of monarchs. Chu Tian did know the order of succession of the great Khans of the Mongol Empire. After Temujin, it was Ogodai who took over the position of Great Khan of the Mongol Empire. Later, the Tule faction, which held military power, replaced the descendants of Ajadai and became the Great Khan of the Mongol Empire. The fifth Great Khan of the Mongol Empire, Kublai Khan, the son of Tolai and the younger brother of Mingda, officially established the Yuan dynasty. This is the journey from Temujin to the Yuan dynasty. Both Wakuitai and Menggu have certain abilities. Theoretically, the threat posed by Wakuitai and Menggu was huge. But the princes of the Han Empire's expeditionary force were not too worried about Wei Qing, Huitsubing, and Lu Bu's northern expeditionary force repelling Subutai. According to Chu Tian and Huai'an's order to advance rapidly along the Tian Shan North Road and assemble towards Alimari city, the two expeditionary armies of the Han Empire left Luntai, passed through Chiosi and Wusun roads, crossed the Tian Shan Mountains, and invaded Ili. They left the Cheshire Kingdom all the way, passed through the North Road of Tian Shan Mountains, bypassed the Tian Shan Mountains, and made a detour. Wei Qing and Huitsubing's original goal was to attack Subutai and push all the way to the Altai Mountains. After Chu Tian, Lao Qin, Huan and others occupied a city in the Ili Valley. They used the player system to order players from Wei Qing and Huitsubing's expeditionary force, who were resting in a city north of the Tian Shan Mountains, to tell Wei Qing and Huitsubing to change the goal of the expedition. Breaking Alimari and relieving the Han army from crossing the Tian Shan Mountains was the most important, followed by mopping up the remnants of Subutai. Subutai fought with Wei Qing and Huitsubing, and suffered an avalanche. The legion suffered heavy losses. Temujin sent Mawali to try to join Subutai. Soldiers and horses from all walks of life marched quickly with Ali Mari as the center. The Great Khan, Oghoti Khan, and Mengü have captured the Seljuk Empire, and Tugrul Sultan of the Seljuk Empire died of poisoning. However, before his death, Tugrul Sultan appointed a new sultan. The sultan took advantage of the city's destruction to escape from the city, and Oghoti Khan and Mengü were chasing him. Temujin got the news from Oghoti and Mengü. Let him not pay too much attention to the fish that slipped through the net. He is most anxious to rescue Chagatai. Temujin urged Oghoti and Mengü's Central Asian coalition forces to arrive. His second son, Chagatai, was besieged in the city. The Han army's trebuchet attack was fierce, apparently in mad revenge for the Battle of Human Pass and the Battle of Luntai. The Han Empire's cities and passes were violently bombarded by Xianyang artillery. If the city is broken, Chagatai is likely to be defeated and die. The same fate as Sultan Tugrul of the Seljuk Empire. Temujin did not want to see Chagatai defeated, so he could only seek the strength of Oghoti and Mengü. Temujin urgently mobilized a group of cavalry in Mobei, but the Han army accumulated a large number of cavalry in Monan. Temujin did not dare to completely transfer the main force of Mobei here. Otherwise, the Han army in Monan would have the possibility of raiding Mobei. If the capital of Mobei is captured, Temujin's power will basically collapse, and he can only deal with Central Asia. Central Asia is a land of 4 wars, and is not exactly a fertile land. To the east is the western region protectorate of the Han Empire. To the south is the low-key and terrifying Kushan Empire, which silently annexed the Dewan Kingdom, and the behemoth Indian Mughal Empire. To the west is the ancient Persian Empire, the crazy Arab Empire, and the Ottoman Empire has many elite legions. To the north, the Eagle Grand Duchy of Moscow on the Eastern European steppes may move south at any time. In the Middle Ages, although East Asia was a house of monsters, Central Asia was also in chaos, and many conquerors were born. As long as Oghoti and Mengji's cavalry arrive, the siege of Ali Mari will definitely be lifted. Temujin placed all his hopes on Oghoti and Mengü's cavalry. Urgent report. Subutai's cavalry severely wounded Wei Qing and Witzubing at the northern foot of Tian Shan Mountain. However, they were also severely wounded by Wei Qing and Witzubing, and suffered an avalanche. Our troops suffered more losses. Mu Huali has reunited with the remnants of Subutai and has discovered that Wei Qing and Witzubing's cavalry are rapidly marching towards Ali Mari. Please be on guard. Please! After Temujin received the intelligence from the Seljuk Empire, he also received the news reported by Subutai. The 110,000 expeditionary force of Wei Qing, Witzubing, Lu Bu, and Zhao Yun followed the North Tian Shan road from the Cheshire Kingdom, conquered the small countries in the western regions along the way, penetrated the North Tian Shan road, and was about to enter the Ili Valley. Moreover, Wei Qing and Witzubing made a large detour, entering from the west of the Ili River Valley, and formed a pincer attack on Temujin with the Han Empire's expeditionary force east of the Ili River Valley. The Ili River Valley runs east-west, and Temujin's position is extremely dangerous. If this continues, our army will be defeated. Temujin found that Wei Qing and Witzubing were advancing too fast, and their positions were too dangerous. If Temujin and Chagatai could defeat Shutian and the Han Empire's expeditionary force, and annihilate them all in the Ili Valley, then if they turned to deal with Wei Qing and Witzubing, Wei Qing and Witzubing probably wouldn't be able to escape either. But the problem is that Temujin and Chagatai's offensive failed, but instead put themselves in danger. The progress of Wei Qing and Witzubing was a little faster than that of Oghoti and Mengü. Soldiers are valuable and quick, and just such a small time difference is enough to determine victory or defeat. Are we going to withdraw from the Ili Valley? In that case, Chagatai will face a certain death situation. Temujin could not imagine what would be the fate of the abandoned Chagatai if he withdrew from the Ili Valley in advance in order to avoid Wei Qing and Witzubing's troops, with no external reinforcements, but with siege heroes, trebuchets, and the Han Empire's expeditionary force supported by the Wusun Kingdom. Ali Mari could be captured in less than 2 months. Temujin's withdrawal from the river valley was equivalent to giving up 2 other large cities, with teleportation formations to the Han army. The Han army can dispatch reinforcements. If he had not withdrawn from the river valley, and Wei Qing and Witzubing, together with the expeditionary forces of Chu Tian, Jiuji Lao Qin, Huan, Myuk, and Su Fengyan, had carried out a pincer attack in the valley, perhaps he, Temujin, would have been very likely to fall into the trap of the Han dynasty, prisoners of the army. This situation was simply forcing him to make a choice. A move by Wei Qing and Huitzubing put Temujin in a dilemma. Unable to make a decision, Temujin walked out of the king's tent and saw Timur patrolling outside the tent. Timur was limping, and his temperament was not even as good as that of an ordinary Mongolian cavalry. However, Timur was valued by Temujin because Temujin believed that this person was very valuable to cultivate. Timur, Bin Khan has something to ask you. Temujin briefly explained that Wei Qing and Huitzubing were about to invade the Ili Valley from the other side, and wanted to see the reaction of this young man. After thinking deeply, Timur replied to Temujin, "Why didn't the great Khan let Master Chagatai leave Alimari? Before, Alimari was a living move, and it could still revitalize the dragon. Now, because Wei Qing and Huitzubing are coming, Alimari became a place of death. Why did the great Khan still defend the place of death? A place of death." Temujin was inspired by Timur's words. "Tonight, go to attack the Han army, rescue Chagatai and the defenders overnight, and withdraw from the Ili Valley. As for the lost land, recapture it from other places." Temujin made up his mind. Temujin immediately summoned all his troops. Crassus, the hero of Rome, has been monitored by Temujin's people, but he cannot change sides in battle like King Wusun. Crassus defected and was captured by the princes of the Han Empire. The princes of the Han Empire would certainly not let him return to Rome. The great Khan is going to fight again. However, the great Khan has been defeated recently. When can I return to Rome with the eagle flag? Or will I die in the east? Crassus summoned the Roman legions and felt a little headache. The Roman legion cannot become Temujin's servant army. Temujin mobilized troops frequently. He must be afraid that the two generals Wei Qing and Huitzubing would attack from the mouth of the valley and attack the lord from east to west. So he planned to rescue Chagatai from Alimari city and then leave the Ili Valley. Sun Bin judged Temujin's intention based on the clues that Temujin summoned troops and horses. Temujin should be very regretful now about leaving Chagatai to defend the city. This time, if he wants to rescue Chagatai, he must get some benefits from him. Chutian led his troops to surround Alimari. Feeling confident, Temujin made a mistake in judgment and did not expect that Wei Qing and Huitzubing would change their attack targets and quickly march towards the Ili Valley. Moreover, Subutai could not stop them and instead encountered an avalanche. The second batch of reinforcements from the Han Empire have appeared in the Cheshire Kingdom area, showing a tendency to attack the Subutai tribe. Subutai has his own tribe to protect and is in a delicate situation. Therefore, Temujin left Chagatai and Alimari, waiting for the arrival of Ajadai and Minga, and jointly defeated the Han Empire's expeditionary force. It was originally a good move to retreat in order to advance. However, the emergence of Wei Qing and Huitzubing made it difficult. It becomes a dead game. Temujin should be passive. In Alimari, a war eagle fell, and Chagatai, who was defending the city, received Temujin's order. Chagatai's face did not look good. Wei Qing and Huitzubing changed the direction of their advance, causing everyone's judgment to go wrong. It was completely meaningless for him to defend Alimari. We have been fooled. The great Khan has led his troops to meet us tonight. We must try to break out. Otherwise we will only die if we stay in the city. Chagatai summoned all the generals of the Chagatai Khanate in the city. Tonight, they would risk breaking out of the encirclement and give up Alimari. Otherwise, they would follow the city and be destroyed together. Outside the city, the Han army was also actively preparing for war. They all knew that Chagatai was going to escape tonight and escaped before Wei Qing and Huitzubing blocked the Ili Valley. Chapter 622 Qin Lianyu and Hua Mulan. Rest here tonight and speed up the march tomorrow to see if there is a chance to intercept Temujin on the west side of the Ili Valley. At the northern foot of Tian Shan Mountain, Huitzubing urged the cavalry to speed up their march, according to Chu Tian and Huan's orders to them. It would be ideal if Temujin could be intercepted west of the Ili Valley. No matter what happens, strategic deployment can be used to force Temujin to voluntarily abandon the Ili Valley to avoid being annihilated by the Han army. Wei Qing took advantage of this time to check the parchment map and roughly estimate the time it would take to reach the Ili Valley from here. If Temujin retreats in time, we may not be able to intercept him, but we can definitely join up with the Lord and others to occupy the Ili Valley, and then set up a fortress in the valley, which can be attacked when advancing and defended when retreating. Wei Qing roughly guessed the time, and then shook his head. Temujin is also driven by players and war eagles. Therefore, it is not easy to intercept Temujin, who is determined to retreat. Huitzubing came over and bit into a piece of dried mutton. It depends on fate. That's right. Do your best to rely on fate and see if the master can severely injure Temujin. Wei Qing put away the parchment map and looked at the majestic Tian Shan Mountains. At night, Temujin led his cavalry and a large number of servants to attack the Han camp, hoping to rescue Chagatai, who was besieged in Alimari. The Han army anticipated Temujin's actions and followed Sun Bin's deployment to set up defenses outside Alimari city and fight Temujin's cavalry. Temujin divided his army into 3 armies: himself, Timur, and Crassus. They each led an army to attack the Han army's camp, which was both virtual and real, making the Han army's ambush effect less effective. Even if Temujin knew that the Han army was ambushing him, he would still try to rescue Chagatai, because Chagatai was his son. There was a battle outside the city, and Chagatai, located in Alimari city, saw a fire dragon forming outside the city, with more than 100,000 soldiers holding torches fighting, and knew that Temujin had come to rescue him. This is the only chance to escape. My fellow soldiers, Alimali has become a dead city. We can only survive if we break through the siege. Otherwise, we will be destroyed together with Alimali. The Great Khan has come to meet us. You should fight hard to fight the enemy and fight out with me. As for Almari, we will come back, even if it takes 10 years to establish the Khanate again. The Khanate will still be established among the ruins. It will be even bigger. Chagatai drew his sword and expressed his ambition. Dozens of thousands and thousands of households in the Chagatai Khanate drew their sabers at the same time and mounted their horses. Behind Chagatai and the generals of the Chagatai Khanate, tens of thousands of soldiers of the Chagatai Khanate are ready. Life or death. Tonight! The north gate of the Chagatai Khanate suddenly opened, and the cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate, led by tens of thousands of households, galloped out. The Seljuk Empire was defeated by Ajadai, Manga, and Yeludashi, and the second sultan of the Seljuk Empire was forced to flee. In the Chagatai Khanate, Chagatai faced the fate of Alp of the Seljuk Empire. The servants of the Wusun kingdom outside the city seemed to be unprepared and were attacked by the cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate, which was more elite than them. Hundreds of cavalry were killed, and they rushed forward in a rush. More fragile than imagined. 10,000 households of the Chagatai Khanate, who served as the vanguard, broke into the Wusun kingdom servant army and found that this group of Wusun kingdom cavalry was vulnerable to a single blow. Don't waste time. Join the Great Khan. After Chagatai realized that breaking through the encirclement was easier than imagined, he led the cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate and quickly moved closer to Temujin. Suddenly, there was a flash of fire in the darkness, and a pungent smell came. Bang! 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 Intense matchlock shots sounded, and the lead bullets could not be seen in the darkness. A row of cavalry from the Chagatai Khanate fell to the ground. All the Chagatai Khanate cavalry fell into panic. This almost unpreventable attack scares everyone. The cavalry of the Wusun kingdom, who originally escaped, immediately counterattacked and used their horned bows to shoot at the cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate. In the darkness, stray arrows are equally deadly. From time to time, cavalrymen of the Chagatai Khanate were hit by arrows and fell from their horses. Follow me to fight my way out and clear the way for Khan. A member of the Khanate held a spear and led his cavalry to attack in the direction where Temujin and the Han army were fighting, intending to save Chagatai and achieve military exploits. In this way, once he joins Temujin, he can climb to a higher status. Kill! Chagatai was also anxious. It was obvious that the Han army had an ambush. The terrifying Shinji battalion used firelight to aim at the cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate and harvest the lives of the Chagatai Khanate's cavalry. The Wusun cavalry is also trying its best to prevent the Chagatai Khanate from escaping. The initial defeat of the Wusun cavalry was just to lead the Chagatai Khanate's cavalry into an ambush. Wusun kingdom is acting again. Wanhu, who was in the vanguard, moved forward. Suddenly, his war horse was tripped by a horse rope. Wanhu's body from the Chagatai Khanate was thrown off his horse and fell heavily to the ground. In the darkness, crossbows and arrows were fired. Tianji led a small team to perform martial arts, and the Wusun cavalry led by Ma Yuan used crossbows to kill the Chagatai cavalry who wanted to escape. Tianji and Ma Yuan were temporarily appointed as reserve generals in the establishment of the Guards Corps. There are ambushes outside every city gate of Alimari city. Once Chagatai breaks through, a broken army will be used to attract Chagatai, and then ambush will spread everywhere. Tens of thousands of households in the Chagatai Khanate who were left behind by the tripped horse ropes were killed by Han army and Wusun archers with random arrows before they had time to get up from the ground. His cavalrymen were killed and wounded everywhere under the heavy rain of arrows. Chagatai held the knife and looked around, shouting and killing. But he didn't know where there was no ambush. Follow the established direction and force a breakout. Chagatai had no other option but to break out at all costs. Alimari is a huge city after all, and the number of Han troops is limited. If they fight Temujin at the same time and block all the city gates, then there will definitely not be many people ambush at each gate. Chagatai's judgment was quite correct. The Han army outside the city was trying its best to block the assault of the Chagatai Khanate's cavalry. Chagatai's cavalry rushed all the way, and were fired upon by the Shinji battalion in a narrow ditch outside the city, killing and injuring thousands of people. Later, they encountered crossbow fire from Wusun archers and the Chi martial arts team. However, Chagatai is still breaking out of the encirclement, using the cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate in front as cannon fodder to clear the way for himself. As long as you escape, even if you sacrifice a group of Chagatai Khanate's cavalry, it won't matter. Chagatai breaks out from the North City Gate. Go and intercept immediately. When Chu Tian learned of Chagatai's escape direction, he immediately mobilized the cavalry ambushing in other directions, went to the North Gate to intercept, and tried to keep Chagatai. Once Chagatai escapes, the future will be very difficult. After all, Chagatai was also a Khan of a Khanate. The other lords are also dispatching troops. In order to rescue Chagatai, Temujin launched an extremely fierce offensive against the Han army. The Han army relied on the fortifications and arrow towers built by Li Jie and other craftsmen to block Temujin with a smaller force. Temujin personally commanded the cavalry to attack the Han army's defense line, taking advantage of the dark melee to try to rescue Chagatai. Timur cooperated with Temujin, and he attacked the Guanzhong army of Jiuzhou Laoqin. Timur's cavalry was equally terrifying, causing the Guanzhong army of Jiuzhou Laoqin to bear tremendous pressure. The aura on the other side doesn't look like Temujin's. But why are my subordinates so seriously injured? Laoqin tightened his defense line and still blocked Timur's attack. In order to achieve military exploits in front of Temujin, Timur personally stepped forward to supervise the battle and boost morale. Timur's cavalry offensive became more and more fierce. Chagatai Khan, I have restrained enough troops for you. Whether you can break out depends on your luck. Timur even personally held a spear and charged into the Guanzhong army's defense line. After assassinating a Qinrui warrior, he retreated and gave space to the cavalry attacking from behind. The fighting on both sides was quite fierce. In order to free up more troops to intercept Chagatai, the Han army had fewer troops to resist Temujin. The cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate had already stepped through the trench dug by the Han army. Many cavalry fell into the trench. The cavalry behind them almost trampled on the corpse of the former and rushed out of the encirclement. Tianji and Ma Yuan only had a small group of Qi martial arts and 10,000 Wusun cavalry under their command, facing tens of thousands of Chagatai Khanate cavalry who fought to the death. They could not blockade them. The Shinji battalion was deployed in the trench area and had already killed about 2,000 to 3,000 Chagatai Khanate cavalry, but was unable to compete with the cavalry in speed. At this time, King Wusun and Ban Chao led a group of cavalry to attack from the side. Without saying a word, they broke into the cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate and cut off the cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate. Don't fire arrows, otherwise friendly troops may be accidentally injured. Let's go forward and fight hand to hand. Ma Yuan stopped Tianji, mounted his horse with Tianji, and cooperated with King Wusun and Ban Chao to attack the cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate. West. Chagatai realized that if he did not retreat as soon as possible, the Han army would have more and more cavalry, and his cavalry would be annihilated sooner or later. In the melee at night, Chagatai could no longer control so many troops. In the worst case, thousands or 10,000 households fought independently. Chagatai had no choice but to leave thousands of elite cavalry around him to break through to the west. To the west, Qin Liangyu led the White Pole soldiers to support the North Gate on foot. In the darkness, the sound of horse hooves sounded, and Qin Liangyu ordered the White Pole soldiers to stop advancing and form a temporary formation based on the terrain. This is the enemy! When the vanguard cavalry passed by in the darkness, holding torches, Qin Liangyu discovered that this cavalry was the cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate. All officers and men listen to the order and follow me to kill the enemy. After Qin Liangyu realized that it was the cavalry of Chagatai Khanate, he did not care how many people Chagatai had around him. Now the morale of the Chagatai Khanate has declined, and they are eager to escape, no matter how large the troops on both sides are. When they encounter the Han army, their first reaction is to flee forward. Therefore, At this time, the comparison of forces is not important. Qin Liangyu and the white soldiers armed with long spears rushed down from the heights on foot and attacked the flanks of the Chagatai cavalry. Chagatai's cavalry did not expect that there was a group of infantry hidden in the darkness. They were suddenly attacked by white-armed soldiers, and hundreds of cavalry were taken away by a wave of white-armed soldiers. Spears stabbed the horses and cavalry on horseback to death. Quickly leave! Don't let us fight! Chagatai didn't know how many infantrymen there were in the darkness. He didn't dare to fight Qin Liangyu, who was far smaller than himself. Instead, he wanted to leave this place and escape. Qin Liangyu rode a war horse and killed more than 10 Chagatai Khanate cavalry, and then cut Chagatai's cavalry into 2 pieces. Chagatai is located in the rear. Tens of thousands of people have been divided and intercepted several times. Only a few thousand cavalry are left around them. After being attacked by the white pole soldiers, there are only hundreds of cavalry left to protect them. Trying to break through the white pole soldiers' siege, Qin Liangyu caught a glimpse of Chagatai, who was trying to break out of the encirclement. So he leaped forward with his gun drawn, aiming straight for Chagatai. If you kill Chagatai, you will achieve great success. The battlefield was full of cavalry from the Chagatai Khanate fighting with the white pole soldiers. Qin Liangyu killed more than 10 cavalrymen in a row and quickly approached Chagatai. Stop her! While Chagatai was struggling to break out of the encirclement, he noticed Qin Liangyu approaching on horseback and ordered a group of cavalry guards to intercept and kill Qin Liangyu. Those who are qualified to serve as soldiers around Chagatai are either high-level soldiers or ordinary heroes. Their strength may be above 60. And there are even generals in the 70s and 80s. Chu Tian also has a group of reckless men with high military force, but extremely low command value as personal soldiers. This group of guards cavalry surrounded Qin Liangyu, and weapons such as spears, sabers, and hammers were thrown at him. Qin Liangyu broke into the guards cavalry alone, holding guns in both hands, and shot away the oncoming weapons, killing several people in a row. Qin Liangyu broke through among the guards cavalry, but a sword fell on him, leaving marks on his armor. Despite this, Qin Liangyu is still killing Chagatai's cavalry and approaching Chagatai. You too! Go and kill him! Chagatai knew that he could not be overtaken by Qin Liangyu. Otherwise he might be killed. So he sent 2 reckless generals with a strength of more than 90, one of whom was Wanhu, and led a team of cavalry to kill Qin Liangyu. Qin Liangyu faced an increasing number of enemy cavalry and fell into a bitter battle. The Chagatai Khanate also had strong generals with more than 90 military strength. 2 king-level generals led 200 to 300 Chagatai Khanate cavalry, specifically to deal with Qin Liangyu. They wanted to kill a general of the Han army during the breakout to make up for the losses. The number of white-armed soldiers was too small. In order to kill Chagatai, Qin Liangyu rode alone into the cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate. There were enemies everywhere, and wounds on his body. Die! Qin Liangyu fought with 2 fierce generals of the Chagatai Khanate at the same time, and finally stabbed a king-level general on the other side to death, and penetrated him with a white spear from behind. This is a Chagatai Khanate of 10,000 households. Qin Liangyu didn't care whether the person he killed was a historical general, but immediately drew out his spear and blocked the attack of another fierce general. An arrow hit Qin Liangyu's armor on the back. The cavalry of the Chagatai Khanate used crossbows to sneak attack. Qin Liangyu snorted coldly and continued to fight with the 200 Chagatai Khanate cavalry with his gun. However, the situation is not good for Qin Liangyu, and she is likely to be killed by the opponent. At this time, a war horse galloped over, and the tang sword glowed with cold light, cutting down the cavalry surrounding Qin Liangyu until he joined forces with Qin Liangyu. Mulan! Qin Liangyu was a little surprised. The person arriving was Hua Mulan, whom she had known for a short time. Hua Mulan said, "Let's join forces to kill Chagatai." Chapter 623 The Fall of the Chagatai Khanate. Temujin frowned. The battle between the Mongolian army and the Han army was in a stalemate. Due to the night, neither side dared to open or close their offensives for fear of making mistakes and leading to a defeat. But Temujin was passive. He could only delay part of the Han army. As for whether Chagatai can take the opportunity to escape, it depends on whether Chagatai is desperate and how lucky he is. Sometimes, luck is more important. Among the Han army's defense lines, a group of cavalry from the Chagatai Khanate broke through the Han army's defense line and broke out. The Great Khan is the cavalry in Alimari city. In order to prevent the Han army's military advisors from setting a trap, Temujin sent a small group of cavalry to respond. Has Chagatai come out yet? Temujin was moved. As long as Chagatai escaped, he could immediately retreat under the cover of night and leave the already unsafe Ili Valley. No one knew when Wei Qing and Huitzubing's cavalry would appear. They are 10,000 households under Chagatai Khan's tent were separated from Chagatai Khan in the scuffle. To Temujin's disappointment, because the Han army set up an ambush outside the city. The tens of thousands of Chagatai cavalry who broke through were scattered and fought independently. Some of the Chagatai Khanate cavalry, who had better luck, walked in the opposite direction of the breakout and were able to fight with them. Temujin meets. As for Chagatai, there is no news yet. Then, another Chagatai 10,000 households broke out, leaving only 3,000 cavalry with them. Most of the remaining cavalry were separated or captured. Great Khan, Chagatai Khan, die in battle. After the third team of Chagatai Khanate cavalry broke through, they saw Temujin and knelt down to him. Chagatai was killed by the Han army during the breakout battle at Alimari. Temujin's face turned pale. Chagatai was a son he valued, but he never expected that he would be lost in his own Khanate and die in battle right under Temujin's eyes. Even though the Ajadai Khanate was the first Khanate to perish, Ajadai as the Khan did not die in battle, and was still in Khwarezm and resumed his role as king. However, Chagatai was actually killed by the Han Empire's expeditionary force. Kill! Who killed him? Temujin's tone was unkind, and he drew his sword. 2 female generals from the Han army, who were extremely skilled in martial arts, and a small group of light cavalry whose speed was comparable to Tan Maki provided them with cover. They killed the guards around Chagatai Khan, and then beheaded Chagatai Khan. The protection is not good, so you should be killed. Temujin slashed his sword and killed Chagatai's guards, who fled back. Blood splattered, but no one around Temujin sympathized with the guards around Chagatai. Temujin was a little hysterical, breathing heavily, and reluctantly ordered, "Withdraw troops!" Chagatai was killed in the battle. For Temujin, there was no need to spend troops here. In order to rescue Chagatai, Temujin sent troops to attack the Han army's camp and give Chagatai a chance to escape. The Great Khan has ordered us to retreat. Timur and Crassus, who were rushing to attack the Han camp, received Temujin's order to retreat and knew that Chagatai had either escaped, died in battle, or been captured by the Han army. No matter what, we must retreat. This is a formidable opponent. Before Timur retreated, he looked at the Han army's defense line in the darkness and knew that this was an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. So when Timur attacked the defense line defended by the Guanzhong army, he lost a lot of his cavalry. Victory or defeat? The Roman legions commanded by Crassus and a group of servant infantry retreated into the darkness like a tide. The next day, the Han army swept the battlefield, captured at least 30,000 Chagatai Khanate cavalry, and beheaded tens of thousands. What surprised Chu Tian and others the most was that Chagatai was killed in this battle. It was Hua Mulan and Qin Liangyu who joined forces to kill Chagatai. The 2 female generals cherished each other and worked together to defeat the cavalry around Chagatai. Hua Mulan also brought a team of Iron Eagle scouts to cover and killed Chagatai in the melee. One of Temujin's 4 sons was killed in battle. The entire city of Alimari was already in the possession of the Han army. Alimari, who lost Chagatai, quickly surrendered to the Han Empire's expeditionary force, and the Han army was able to have the first teleportation array in the Ili Valley. Ding! Alimari City, the royal city of the Chagatai Khanate, was captured by the Han Empire lords. I just want to farm well. Jiujiu Laoqin, Huan, Sufengnian, and Muyuk. The Chagatai Khanate was removed from the list, and the people of its territory 50%, public security minus 50%, and Chagatai's reputation minus 50%. The territory of the Chagatai Khanate is owned by the Han Empire, and the cultural influence of the Han Empire civilization within its territory is plus 50%. Ding! The nomadic tribes and populations controlled by the Chagatai Khanate have an increased chance of defecting to the Han Empire. Ding! Only 2 of the 4 great Khanates of the Mongol Empire are left. A series of system prompts sounded. Not only the princes of the Han Empire can learn about the demise of the Chagatai Khanate, but even the lords of other civilizations can also know that the second of the 4 major Khanates under the control of the Mongol Empire, Chagatai the Khanate, was destroyed after the Han army crossed the Tian Shan Mountains and captured the capital. In the upper reaches of the Sir Darya River, Arp, the second sultan of the Seljuk Empire, was chased by 30,000 cavalrymen from Yeludashi. During the counterattack, he was repeatedly defeated by Yeludashi and was in a state of embarrassment. because Temujin urged Ajudai and Minga to go to the Chagatai Khanate to support as soon as possible. Dashi was recalled by Ajudai, and Arp escaped. He heard the system prompts that the Chagatai Khanate had been destroyed. God help me, Alp Arslan. Alp regained his strength, and the Chagatai Khanate, which had repeatedly defeated the Seljuk Empire, was destroyed. The Chagatai Khanate had hope of restoration. The expressions of Wakuatai, Mengu and others who were preparing to teleport the legion to the Ili Valley changed. It's too late. After Alimari fell, it would not make much sense to send troops to the Ili Valley at this time, because the Han army would also use the teleportation array in Alimari to mobilize troops. If this continues, the two sides will become a war in which troops are constantly dispatched, and the Ili Valley will become a meat grinder. I wonder if Chagatai is still alive. Ajudai's Khanate perished earlier than Chagatai's Khanate, but Ajudai believed that as long as he was still alive, there was hope of establishing the Khanate again. Is the Han army really so invincible? One day, we must compete with it. Mengu looked east. The Toliai family of the Ilkhanate has not fought even a single battle with the Han Empire. The Toliai family is full of talents. Even the Persian Empire has some difficulty facing the Toliai family. The Great Khan is about to use the teleportation array to come to the city. Please two adults to prepare to respond. When Ajudai and Mengu were surprised, Temujin sent people to the royal city of the Seljuk Empire in advance to remind Ajudai and Mengu. It seems that the Great Khan is giving up the Chagatai Khanate. The people of the Chagatai Khanate have lost their support. A decisive battle with the Han army and the Chagatai Khanate is not good for us. Maybe the Great Khan has considered this. Wakuatai and Mengu were not surprised. Whether it was the demise of the Chagatai Khanate or the expeditionary force commanded by Wei Qing and Witsubing that was about to arrive in the Ili Valley, it was very fatal to Temujin's camp. Choosing to fight the Third Ili Valley battle with the Han army in the Ili Valley was not a rational choice. The teleportation array in the royal city of the Seljuk Empire flashed with white light, and Temujin led a group of generals full of evil spirits to this huge city that had been captured by the Mongolian army. Wakuatai and Mengu followed the order and came to respond. Wei Qing and Witsubing destroyed my deployment. The Han army's Iron Eagle scouts killed Chagatai. We must avenge Chagatai. Temujin's tone left no room for doubt, and at the same time, his tone was full of irritability. The death of Chagatai was a great blow to Temujin. Brother Yezaming, you command the remnants of your father's army, and Timur will help you. Chagatai's son, Yezaming, escaped and was appointed by Temujin to command the remnants of the Chagatai Khanate. As a descendant of Chagatai, Brother Yezaming's ability and status are much lower than Chagatai. For those who supported Yezaming as the commander-in-chief of the remnants of the Chagatai Khanate, although there was still such a legion, after the demise of the Chagatai Khanate, the combat power of this remnant legion was far inferior to that of the Chagatai Khan. At the peak of the country, the same is true for the remnants of the Ajudai Khanate, which can only rely on the servant army of Khwarezm to fight. Wakuatai and Mengu were silent, but they did not expect that the besieged Chagatai would still die unexpectedly. This time, the Mongol Empire suffered huge losses. Wakuatai asked proactively, Great Khan, what should we do next? Dashi chased the remnants of the Seljuk Empire and turned back, returning to the royal city. He heard that Temujin had withdrawn to the Seljuk Empire, and knew that the Chagatai Khanate was probably over. The emergence of Wei Qing and Witsubing forced Temujin to give up the fight for the Ili Valley. At present, Temujin's forces have completely retreated to Central Asia. The Western Region Protectorate has taken back the area south of the Tian Shan Mountains and the Ili River Valley. Some small Western Region countries north of the Tian Shan Mountains have returned to the rule of the Western Region Protectorate, south of the Altai Mountains. Sooner or later, they will return to the Western Region Protectorate. Then the next target. Dashi took the initiative to request an audience with Temujin. Temujin was very satisfied with Dashi and believed that Dashi, like Monk Wan Yinchen and Timur, were the top generals he recruited or discovered. Unfortunately, Monk Wan Yinchen was killed by the Han army. Prisoners. Otherwise Temujin can still make the Han army suffer when he fights with the Han army. Catherine, who was at war with the Golden Horde, was a little surprised when she heard that the Han army had destroyed the Chagatai Khanate, but ordered to speed up the offensive against the Golden Horde. If the Chagatai Khanate dies, then the Golden Horde may become the third Khanate to perish. The Chagatai Khanate was destroyed by the expeditionary force sent by the Han Empire. Our Parthian Empire has never made much progress. During this period, the Persian army of 200,000 captured only one large city and 6 small and medium-sized cities in the Ilkhanate. Comparing the gap made the lords of the Persian Empire feel the pressure. 2 khanates in the east have perished, and the progress on our side is not obvious yet. Perhaps it is time to cooperate more closely with Rome to eliminate Attila. Alexander of the Kingdom of Macedonia was sitting on a carriage, followed by groups of Macedonian spearmen and Greek heavy infantry, attacking the Hunnic leader Attila. Attila has a 50% system bonus, and the capabilities of his legion are greatly enhanced. The Han army, who had experienced the Battle of Jinkong, knew that the system's increase could make the original 3rd-level cavalry have a combat power comparable to that of 5th-level cavalry. Back in Alimari, Chu Tian and other princes destroyed the Chagatai Khanate and divided up the points for the destruction of the Chagatai Khanate. Among them, Chu Tian received a recruitment order, and there was a 3-month cooldown period. Chapter 624 Temujin's World Recruitment Order. Finally, a Khanate was destroyed. Chu Tian found that he had gained 100,000 points in this battle to capture Alimari. The number of points was not many, because the points for annihilating the Chagatai Khanate were divided among several lords. The system's judgment seems to be to allocate points and rewards based on the lord's contribution in the capture of Alimari. Hua Mulan and Qin Liangyu killed Chagatai, and instead achieved the first victory in the Battle of Alimari. Lao Qin held the emperor hostage and could confer official positions. Therefore, he could confer formal official positions on everyone in the expeditionary force based on his personal military exploits. Wei Qing and Hu Zubing are about to arrive, and Chu Tian is thinking about their next stay. This expedition captured a group of elite servant troops, but he also suffered losses. More than 100,000 soldiers from the Central Plains were killed, and more than a dozen important cities were recaptured for the Duhufu. The most important thing is to expel Temujin's forces from the western regions and shrink them to Central Asia. Temujin's side is estimated to have suffered more losses, and it will be difficult to attack the western region again for a while. It seems we are still a step too late. After the second battle of the Ili Valley, the cavalry of Wei Qing and Hu Zubing avoided the pursuit of Subutai and Mawali, entered the Ili Valley, and successfully joined the expeditionary force that crossed the Tian Shan Mountains. Although the two expeditionary armies took different paths, their destinations were the same. Lu Bu's armor was damaged, and he was so murderous that no less than 1,000 cavalrymen fell under his halberd on the way through the north road of Tian Shan Mountain. Zilong fulfilled his mission and protected General Wei Qing. When Lu Bu returned to Lao Qin, Zhao Yun, who was sent by Chu Tian to protect Wei Qing's safety, also came back to return to Chu Tian. The number of enemy cavalry who fell under Zhao Yun's Jinshin silver spear was probably no less than several hundred. The battle at the northern foot of Tian Shan Mountain triggered an avalanche. At that time, the Subdai army was approaching the foot of the mountain. They wanted to use the terrain to enhance the impact of the cavalry and destroy our flanks. However, the avalanche caused the Subutai army to suffer greater casualties. The cavalry also suffered some losses. Wei Qing talked about the outcome of the battle with Subutai. Chu Tian, Lao Qin and others couldn't help but be a little surprised when they heard that the result of the war was like this. Floods, earthquakes, avalanches, and sandstorms may all determine victory or defeat. A more absurd situation is that the general's flag was broken by the strong wind, and then the whole army was defeated. Historical records record that Qinqingji's white-robed army collapsed due to floods and mudslides, and Qinqingji fled back to Nanliang. Next, should we march into Central Asia or return to the Central Plains? Chu Tian waited until Wei Qing came back, and the rest of the matter could basically be handled by the Western Region Protectorate. Huan regained the territory in the north and south of the Tian Shan Mountains and the Ili Valley, and gained a large population. He could rely on this population and the gap period of Temujin's retreat to restore his military strength. I want to borrow Li Jie for a period of time to build fortresses and arrow towers in the narrow part of the Ili Valley to strengthen the defense of the Ili Valley. At that time, I can station troops here, attack Central Asia when I advance, and defend Ili when I retreat. This place is suitable. The farm can definitely be used as a stronghold. Huan borrowed from Chu Tian Li Jie, a civil engineer from the northern Song dynasty, who could speed up the construction of the fortress. The buildings built by Li Jie had higher durability than those built by ordinary craftsmen, which meant they were stronger, facing the Mongolian army with Xiangyang artillery. Stronger fortresses and arrow towers were exactly the defenses Huan needed. As a price, Chu Tian also wanted to borrow a general from Huan. The best general in Huan is Hu Zubing, but Huan cannot do without Hu Zubing. Otherwise he will definitely not be able to defend the Ili Valley. In addition to himself, Temujin also had several emperor-level cavalry commanders, all of whom were founders of the empire. Yeludashi, the founder of Western Liao, the overlord of Central Asia. Timur, the founder of the Timur Empire. There are also several descendants of Subutai, Muhuali, and the Tolai family who are better at fighting. Huan faces a lot of defensive pressure. I'll trade my sister with you for Li Jie. Huan secretly made dirty deals with Chu Tian. How's her panel? Chu Tian really thought that Huan recommended his sister to him because Wu Qing had special abilities. Some players' panels have expertise, and a good panel may not be inferior to ordinary generals. For example, Xiao Liang's panel is suitable for commanding firearms units, and Lao Qin's panel has stronger defense capabilities than Zhou Yafu. If Wu Qing has expertise, there is nothing wrong with temporarily exchanging it with Li Jie. Li Jie only lent it to Huan for a period of time. When the defense system of the Yili Valley is established, he will return to Chu Tian to serve. Chu Tian's forces in the past are in the offensive stage, and Li Jie's role may not be that great. The expedition to Maobei still relied on large cavalry, and siege warfare was secondary. I asked her to send you the panel. Huan called Wu Qing over. Look at my panel? Wu Qing was a little surprised, but still sent the panel to Chu Tian. Name, Wu Qing. Title, none. Official position, Deputy Colonel of the Western Regions. Level 50. Commander, 50, Force, 57, Intelligence, 67, Politics, 60. Characteristic 1, 13 generals return to human, S-level trait. When defending the city, the defense power of the defenders in the city is plus 12%. The morale decline rate is minus 13%. And the probability of the defenders rebelling dash 25% originates from the protectorate of the Western Han Dynasty Gong Gong. Characteristic 2, Yellow Sand wears golden armor in all battles, S-level trait. When marching in unfavorable terrain, the impact of adverse terrain is minus 25%. And the morale decline rate is dash 10%, derived from the Western Han Dynasty General Zhao Pono. Special arms, none. Special equipment, DD sword, diamond level weapon. Dot! Chu Tian frowned after reading it. This panel seemed very mediocre. However, these two characteristics have their own effects. Then it's settled. Qingqing, you will follow Brother Chu during this period, and the time is tentatively set for 6 months. After 6 months, I will let Li Jie go back. As for Qingqing, if you are not used to staying in the pass, then come back to the Western region. If you get used to it. Huan winked at Wu Qing. Oh, I understand. Wu Qing nodded repeatedly, as if he was not angry because he was betrayed, but wanted to go to the pass. Dot! Chu Tian found that if this situation continued, the Western Region Protectorate would become a family with him. In the royal city of the Seljuk Empire, when the Han army was resting, Temujin was also resting. Temujin's army suffered more heavy losses than Chu Tian and others. As Chu Tian and others judged, Temujin probably did not dare to attack the Western region again. At present, the main large cities in the Western region are in the hands of the Western Region Protectorate. As long as there is a teleportation array, the princes in the past can come to support at any time. Huan placed Wu Qing as half a hostage in Chu Tian's place, probably to gain Chu Tian's support at any time. Although it is not very honorable to sell a girl for help. But, so delicious. The Western Region Protectorate was initially favored by Temujin, Ajudai, Shagatai, and Subutai because Temujin was more fully prepared for war. After the end of the Third National War, Temujin was preparing for the war, regardless of the Western Region Protectorate or the princes in the past. It was only when the Fourth National War was about to begin that they discovered that in addition to Temujin and Maobei, there were also other people in the Eastern continent. For great Khanates came. But now, both the Western Region Protectorate and the princes within the pass are on guard against Temujin and the 4 major Khanates. So it will be extremely difficult for Temujin to attack Luntai City again. Huan has accumulated heavy troops in the Yili Valley and the Cheshire Kingdom. As long as Temujin dares to move, the princes in the pass will dispatch the expeditionary force again. This time with enough teleportation arrays. The cost of the expedition for the princes of the Han Empire would not be so high. The remnant of the Seljuk Empire, Alp Arslan, is operating in the grasslands of the upper reaches of the Sir Darya River, leading tens of thousands of cavalry to plunder various places, trying to restore the identity of the Sultan of the Seljuk Empire. Temujin was temporarily licking his wounds in the royal city of the Seljuk Empire. But the Seljuk Empire was not very peaceful. The old Sudan was defeated and committed suicide. But the new Sudan was not an ordinary hero, but actively prepared to restore the country. Send Yeludashi to attack them. Dashi has the ability to deal with the Seljuks. Temujin sent Dashi out. At first, Temujin mainly relied on his old troops to fight. But now, he relies heavily on Dashi and others. Great Khan. General Gibi escapes back. What? Zibi is still alive? This time, Temujin was moved. After Chagatai was killed, Temujin finally got good news. Temujin personally went out of the city to greet Zibi, who had fled to the Seljuk Empire. The first arching general in the Mongolian Empire. Jeeb's armor was covered in scars, and there were arrow wounds on his body. However, there were only 500 cavalry left with Jeeb. You know, when Temujin said Gibi, he gave Gibi 8,000 cavalry. Out of 8,000 people, only 500 are alive. Fortunately, Zibi, you are not dead. Temujin moved forward quickly and gave Zibi, a reliable subordinate, a thick bear hug. The general was incompetent and was defeated by the Han army's sharpshooters and surrounded by a group of blonde and blue-eyed knights. 95 out of 10 of his men were killed or injured. Zibi was miserable when he thought about the scene of being chased. In order to escape, Jeeb fled into the mountains at the cost of serious injuries and looted the Wusun tribe for supplies before escaping to the Seljuk Empire. The Han army sharpshooter, who can't even match your archery skills, should be Schwer and Gui among the Han army. Temujin roughly judged that Zibi had encountered a strong enemy who was good at archery. Zibi's archery skills were good, but unfortunately he met Schwer and Gui, who was even more skilled in archery. Go back to Mabe with me to rest. Wait for your injuries to recover, and then compete in the world. Temujin saw that Zibi was injured and his force value was estimated to have dropped seriously, so he planned to take him back to Mabe. Are we going back to Mabe? Zibi was greatly surprised. He thought Temujin still wanted to compete in Central Asia. Return to Mabe. Select warriors, and train soldiers and horses. The Han Empire is always thinking about an expedition to Mabe. If they dare to come, then their millions of troops will be wiped out by us in the Gobi. There will be no accident. Mabe is our hunting ground. Yes. Zibi had no right to change Temujin's decision. Since Temujin planned to return to Mabe to accumulate strength, Zibi could only follow. He immediately noticed a strange general beside Temujin. Timur, because of his loyalty and reliability, he has become the general of the Shui army who succeeded Boru. Temujin saw Jabei's doubts and informed him of Timur's new identity. Timur may be the biggest winner in this battle between two powerful civilizations. He transformed from a new member of the Chagatai Khanate into one of the 4 generals of the Shui army. The 4 great Kiksus were originally Mawali, Boru, Borshu, and Chilawin. But now they have become Mawali, Timur, Borshu, and Chilawin. Loyalty. Jeeb wanted to remind Temujin to test Timur for a longer period of time to test whether he was really loyal. But Jeeb thought that now was the time for the Mongol Empire to employ people. So he gave up. Temujin was defeated by the Han army many times, and he was obviously a little anxious, thinking that he must recruit more talents before he could compete with the Han Empire. I am sending an order to recruit military generals, civil servants, and craftsmen from the Ilkhanate, the Golden Horde, Khwarezm, and the Seljuks. Anyone who has the ability can be loyal to me. Starting from 100 households, the highest will be 10,000 households. And even the deputy king. Heroes from the west surrender to this Khan. And those who serve me can also be reused. Any general can use his loyalty in exchange to prevent the city where he lives from being massacred and plundered. Temujin used the authority of the boss of the world's barbarian camp to issue recruitment orders to all civilized areas. The Han Empire has forced him to recruit heroes from all civilizations. Temujin accepted the heroes of all civilizations, regardless of their background, and whether they were enemies of the Mongolian army in the past. If a city is about to be massacred by the Mongolian army, and there are heroes in the city that satisfy Temujin, then the city can completely avoid being massacred. The reason why Temujin fell into madness was because the Han Empire's expeditionary army defeated him repeatedly, and his son Chagatai was killed in the battle. After issuing an order to recruit talented people from all over the world, Temujin calmed down a little. All the Mongol generals and servant generals found it incredible that the Mongol Empire, which had always been strictly hierarchical, was willing to open up to the status of deputy king to generals from other civilizations. We must have enough generals to defeat the Han Empire. Although our cavalry in Mabe has not moved yet, the Han Empire only used part of the troops of the northern princes and the power of the western region protectorate to defeat us. Temujin realized the problem. The Han Empire's expeditionary force was less than half the strength of Chu Tian and Lao Qin. Among the northern princes of the Han Empire, there was also Mingguan, which was restrained by the kingdom of Jin and the kingdom of Liao. And there was no movement. If Mingguan also participated in the expeditionary force, Temujin would end up even worse in this decisive battle in the western regions. Mingguan's military strength is not weak at all. With the help of the Liaodong army, it destroyed the Koryo kingdom and carried the Jin and Liao kingdoms alone. It has no tendency to lose yet. Therefore, Temujin realized the importance of recruiting more civilized heroes and soldiers. What is special about the Mongol Empire is not only the recruitment of heroes of its own civilization, Yeldashi, Monk Wanyanshan, and Timur, Turkic Mongol. These generals, who are not Temujin's original team, are more powerful than the 4 Tibetan Shui and Siqi Shui. Mastiff. No less. Chapter 625, Leaving the Western Region. The Mongol Khan Temujin's recruitment order is really interesting. On the battlefield of Liaodong, Xiao Chua, the military advisor of the Liao kingdom, couldn't help but chuckle when he received Temujin's order to recruit talents from all over the world. As a new force, the Liao kingdom was no exception and became the target of Temujin's wooing. Although Xiao Chua was the strategist of 2 Liao generals, Yalu Xioga and Yalu Xiezhen, he was the actual commander. Under her leadership, the Liao army attacked the city, while Yao Guangxiu led the Han army's 8 banners and various vassal states. Servant army. Deal with it carefully. Yao Guangxiu's disadvantage was that his main force in the decisive battle was the servant army of the vassal state, and his combat power was unstable. There were also frequent problems with the cooperation between the Goguryeo army, the Goryeo army, the Wuhuan army, and the Xianbei army. Yao Guangxiu also needs to carry out checks and balances to prevent them from rebelling. Yao Guangxiu's operation difficulty is much greater than Xiao Chua's. The main force of Xiao Chua's army was mainly the Pishi army of the Liao kingdom, and they cooperated with Yel Xiugu and Yalu Xiezhen tacitly. Brother Yalu Xiu and Yalu Xiezhen chose to unconditionally believe in the almighty Xiao Chua. If I could choose to unconditionally believe in Murongba, Taduan, Yulji Mundiak, and Li Chunggui, I would have won this battle long ago. Yao Guangxiu found himself in a difficult situation. The generals under him and the various armies may betray the Liaodong army. Even Kong Yud, the commander of the 8 banners of the Han army, may not be loyal. Some scouts have already learned that Xiao Chua is wooing the servant armies of various tributary countries of the Liaodong army. If the conditions offered by Xiao Chua are generous enough, then the servant armies of these vassal countries are likely to rebel on the battlefield. Facing Xiao Chua's diplomatic offensive, Yao Guangxiu is still controlling the servant armies of various subject countries, which is not easy. Just as the 4 heroines were already the pinnacle of the female legendary heroes in the Han Empire, Xiao Chua may be one of the pinnacles of the intellectual and political pinnacles of the female legendary heroes. Yao Guangxiu faced such a strong opponent and a group of young men under his command. The burden placed on him by Mingguan was too great. Even Temujin was tricked by her woozy. Temujin? Our spheres of influence are similar. You should be more powerful. After all, your territory is larger than my great Jin kingdom. In the kingdom of Jin, Wanyan Aguda was able to take a breather from Mingguan's offensive because of the cold winter. Mingguan launched a fierce offensive, gathering military generals from the Jin, Ming and Qin dynasties to attack Wanyan Aguda, hoping to destroy Wanyan Aguda first, and then send their troops south to attack Daliao with Yao Guangxiu. Wanyan Aguda was in a more dangerous situation. Mingguan's attack on Wanyan Aguda was also quite difficult, and Yao Guangxiu had frequently asked him for help. We must ask for reinforcements from other princes. This time, we may have to pay a lot of price. Chu Zimu will be my enemy in the future and cannot ask for reinforcements from him. So he can only choose to ask for help from Lao Qin and repay his kindness in the future. Mingguan decided to rely on external reinforcements to solve Liaodong's dilemma. The Emperor Yelua Baoji of the Liao kingdom was already a difficult opponent, and there was Xiao Chua, who was no less than the Emperor. Yao Guangxiu, who lacked a reliable commander, would be spoiled. After all, Yao Guangxiu was a military advisor, not a sole commander. Murong Ba was a qualified commander. But unfortunately, Murong Ba's hidden ambition was too high, and Mingguan did not dare to let him become the commander of an army of 200,000 vassal servants. Otherwise, Murong Ba would rebel and Liaodong city would change hands. This is exactly the reason for the crisis in Liaodong. But Lao Qin, it seems that part of his troops are still besieging Li Yuanhao in Xixia. What on earth is he doing? In Yinzhou City, Beatty County, Lianzhou, Xixia King Li Yuanhao is being besieged by the Guanlong army. Generals such as Wanyan Zhongwang, Li Xian, and Ming were besieging the city layer by layer, intending to trap Li Yuanhao to death in Yinzhou city. Li Yuanhao's iron kite suffered heavy losses in the battle with Meng Tian's golden fire cavalry, and were unable to break through. He also received Temujin's order to recruit talents from all over the world. But he shook his head helplessly. Even if he found that he could no longer survive in Liangzhou, he would not be able to break out and go to Maobei to seek refuge with Temujin. The Guanzhong Army Corps has dug 3 trenches outside the city and set up earthen ramparts, wooden fences, and arrow towers to surround Yinzhou city airtight. A supervisor guarding the city said to Li Yuanhao, "Your Majesty, Sun Yu, the minister of the Han Empire, requested to come to the city to negotiate. Recruitment. When Li Yuanhao heard Sun Yu's intention, he couldn't help but became furious. "I am the king of Xia. How can I accept the recruitment? But your Majesty, the food and grass in the city is no longer enough for the army for a month. By then we will run out of food and troops, and we will not be able to defend Yinzhou." Li Yuanhao fell into deathly silence. In Yinzhou city, even though the Xisha kingdom still had soldiers and horses, there was no food available. Zhejiang Laoqin was not the emperor of the northern Song dynasty, and the Guanzhong army was not the western army of the northern Song dynasty. The Guanzhong army was surprisingly capable of fighting. Before the expedition to the western regions, they made a sudden attack and crippled Li Yuanhao's iron kite. The western Xia king Li Yuanhao was suppressed to death. Only one city remained. The Guanzhong army surrounded and refused to attack, which severely consumed the food and grass of the Xisha kingdom. However, the Guanzhong army could continuously transport food from the wealthy Qinchuan area. At the foot of Yinzhou city, military generals Li Xian, Meng Wu, and Wanyan Zhongwang sent Sun Yu to Yinzhou city. Li Xian was a little worried. "Sir, Lord Shangshuling, Li Yuanhao has been hit hard by us many times and retreated to Yinzhou city. He is resentful of us. Maybe, once Lord Shangshuling enters Yinzhou city, he will be harmed by Li Yuanhao." Sun Yu shook his head. "He who knows the current affairs is a hero. In our opinion, Li Yuanhao is just a grass bandit at most. A strong grass bandit." The defenders on Yinzhou city shouted to the Guanzhong army below, "Our Majesty has an order. Please ask the minister to enter the city and do no harm. Generals, please strictly guard your posts." Sun is leaving. Sun Yu entered the city without hesitation. In Chang'an city, Li Si is in charge, and the troops at the city gate and palace are Lao Qin's confidants. So everything is fine for the time being. However, the incident occurred in Liangzhou, west of Chang'an city. Li Si received the news from Liangzhou, tapped his fingers on the desk, and finally decided, assign Cai, the governor of Wui County, to serve as the governor of Jincheng County, and go to the area to check. Ali Mari, Chu Tian and others received news from the Seljuk Empire scouts. Temujin may lead the injured Zibi and others back to Maobei to raise troops and wait for the next attack. As for the excess population of Subutai and other tribes, Temujin moved them to the Seljuk Empire and the kingdom of Khwarazm to replenish the local population lost due to war. Temujin wanted to Mongolianize the area and turn it into a source of troops for himself. If Temujin really wants to return to Maobei, then we can temporarily return to Guanzhong and the Central Plains. Huan and Su Fengyan, you too, should be able to defend the western region? Before returning to the army, Chu Tian repeatedly confirmed whether Huan and Su Fengyan could defend the western region after the Han Empire's expeditionary force left. Even Muk still has southern barbarian areas that need to be guarded. The Namman region is not only some barbarian tribes that disobey Muk's orders, but also the Namman region borders the Tonga Kingdom. There were also frictions between the Tonga Kingdom and the Han Empire. Su Fengyan chose to stay in the western regions temporarily. On the one hand, the protectorate of the western regions borders Wakwatai's forces, and Su Fengyan wants to sneak attack Wakwatai at a critical moment to avenge Wang Taijian. On the other hand, it was actually quite difficult for the western region protectorate to rely solely on Huan's troops. Once the Mongol Empire concentrates its main force to raid the Ili Valley again, Huan probably won't be able to resist it. This is the difference in population and military strength between the two sides. The family members of Su Fengyan, Ma Tang and others are still in Xia City. They can use the teleportation array to go to Xia City at any time to meet their family members. Occasionally, they can also bring their family members to Alima. Chu Tian didn't care much. After the western region was calm, he could concentrate on rectifying the pass and the expedition to Mabe. Recently, the Hatao area in Bingzhou has been unstable. Shuiyu, Yu Fei, Su Yu and others reported to Chutian that a Tuoba Xianbei tribe entered Xia County and was active between Lao Qin and his own sphere of influence, trying to survive in the cracks. Bingzhou has always been relatively chaotic in the late Han Dynasty. The princes of Hebei often controlled the two important counties of Taiyuan County and Shandong County. As for other counties, it was really a situation of chaos in China. Therefore, Tuoba Xianbei chose to graze locally because Bingzhou was relatively chaotic. Yu Fei, Yang Yi, and Zhang Liao requested to invade Xia County and Shan County to completely eliminate this branch of Tuoba Xianbei. But Tuoba Xianbei requested surrender from Chang'an. Chu Tian mentioned to Lao Qin that Yu Fei's Bingzhou army should enter Heshi to eliminate Tuoba Xianbei. But Lao Qin turned a deaf ear and was not interested. The existence of Tuoba Xianbei may be a good thing for Lao Qin. The important Hatao area was under Chu Tian's control, and Tuoba Xianbei was interested in the Hatao area. Lao Qin intended to protect the Xianbei tribe, but Chu Tian did not mention it again. Instead, he strengthened the defense of the Hatao area and at the same time carried out irrigation and grazing in the area. In the future, the Hatao area will be one of the bridgeheads for Chu Tian to attack Guangzhou, Xiliang, and Mobei. Moreover, even if Lao Qin did not agree to Chu Tian's army entering the Xia area to sweep, Chu Tian would not necessarily give up on destroying Tuoba Xianbei. At least Chu Tian had greeted Lao Qin in advance. If he really wanted to fight, as long as he had enough troops, Lao Qin would not dare to risk Temujin's threat in Mobei and break out a war with Chu Tian. During this period, the Western Region Protectorate deployed scouts outside the Ili Valley to monitor the movements of the Mongolian army at all times. And then the expeditionary force returned to the pass one by one. The hundreds of thousands of expeditionary troops put great pressure on the Western Region Protectorate. The cost of transporting grain and grass from the pass to the Western region is even greater. So it is time to withdraw to the pass. Qingqing, if anything goes wrong when you go to Xia City this time, you must tell your brother. If you are bullied, the Western Region Protectorate will be your backing. Huan was also hinting something to Chu Tian. At least Chu Tian could not treat his sister badly. Otherwise the position of the Western Region Protectorate might be shaken. Elder brother. Hu Qing's eyes were red, and he seemed extremely uncomfortable. Okay, you can leave. Kiki, why don't you stay a few more days and bring our son over? Huan turned around and showed his kindness to Muk, and stopped talking to Hu Qing. Hu Qing was so angry that he gritted his teeth. What a good brother and sister. Chu Tian was actually a little moved. Hua Mulan said goodbye to Qin Liangyu. The two of them had a certain affinity. After all, they worked together to kill Shagatai and made great achievements, which can be regarded as a friendship. If we have the opportunity in the future, we will fight together again. Qin Liangyu cherishes Hua Mulan, who is also a female general. And in the Chu Tian camp, there are also female generals such as Liang Hongyu, Mu Guiying, Li Xiaoning, Joan of Arc, and King Arthur. So they have many companions who can fight side by side. Hua Mulan said, if you have a chance, you can come to Xia City. Hua Mulan knew that Qin Liangyu was the master of martial arts, and wanted to win Qin Liangyu to the Lord's camp. I will go see Xianer. Qin Liangyu heard Hua Mulan mention her daughter Chu Xian. Hua Mulan was also very happy. It's a deal. Chu Tian rarely saw Hua Mulan taking the initiative to develop her own circle of friends, and was surprised by Xiao Liang, who was responsible for training Hua Mulan. I didn't expect that Mulan, who was cold before, would also take the initiative to make friends with others. That's not because your harem is growing, and Sister Mulan has to meet more people. Xiao Liang pinched Chu Tian secretly. She had already noticed Hua An's idea of pushing his sister to Chu Tian, but Hu Qing didn't object. Chu Tian suddenly held Xiao Liang's hand, surprising Xiao Liang, who was slightly angry. Let go. There are others here. I won't take you with me on future expeditions. We almost suffered heavy losses in this expedition. Just in case something happens to you. I know. Let go. It's an old married couple. After Xiao Liang had a child, she couldn't let go in front of everyone. Only then did Chu Tian let go. Xiao Liang's cheeks turned slightly red. Was it infected by a Katarina? Xiao Liang murmured in his heart. His little hand was suddenly held by Chu Tian just now. Even though he was an old couple, his heartbeat was still a little accelerated. In such a situation, it seems that it is not difficult to have a second child. Chu Tian and Lao Qin decided to withdraw to the pass, and Su Fengnian temporarily stayed in the Western Region Protectorate to help defend the Ili Valley. Nuke stayed in the Ili Valley for a few more days, spent some time with Huan, and then returned to Nanzhong. He understood everything. The Western Region will be left to you for now. Next time. I don't want to see the Western Region Protectorate requesting reinforcements from the pass. Lao Qin also has a headache. White light flashed, and Lao Qin took Lu Bu, Yang Dian, Meng Tian and others back to Xianying City in Guangzhou. Chang'an City is where the emperor lives, and Xianying City is the safest place for Lao Qin. Li Si has already led hundreds of officials to wait. How are those two things handled? One thing goes well and one thing goes bad. Chu Tian, Xiao Liang, Hua Mulan, Wei Qing, Lu Yi and others returned to Xiaqing first, allowing the soldiers participating in the expedition to rest for a while. Sang Hong'an, Zhang Hong, Zhang Zhao, Xin Gui and other civil servants responded. Also arriving were Joan of Arc, Princess Rufu and several children temporarily under her care. Before Chu Tian had time to react, Emperor Rufu had already rushed towards her. With tears in her eyes, she rubbed her delicate body against Chu Tian's body. For her, being forcibly brought from the Jingkong battle dungeon to the main world, she could only rely on Chu Tian. At this time, Xiao Liang, Hua Mulan, Joan of Arc, and even Hu Qing, who had just arrived, all reacted. Emperor Rufu actually stepped forward in front of everyone. I didn't expect you to have so many more. Hu Qing hummed. Chapter 626, Wang Zongyai follows Hu. Now you understand. Xiao Liang found out that Emperor Rufu wanted to upgrade from maid to concubine. So she turned her head and said to Hu Qing, I thought again that it was time to train Emperor Rufu properly. Otherwise, the completely unruly Emperor Rufu might disrupt the order of the harem. Barely acceptable. Unexpectedly, Hu Qing muttered. Anyway, she already knew that Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan were related to Chu Tian, so she could still accept the addition of the Rufu Emperor. You are not a normal person either. Xiao Liang discovered that Hu Qing was also a weirdo. It's been hard for you to look after the house during this period. Chu Tian slightly comforted the tearful Princess Rufu. If you think about it carefully, Emperor Rufu is a special hero with partial memory, which is equivalent to coming to the main world alone and helpless. Mother! Chu Wu hugged his mother first, while Xian'er waved to Hua Mulan in Joan of Arc's arms. Chu Tian was a little depressed. Why his son and daughter were closer to Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan. Chu Tian suddenly discovered the role of the hidden attribute of charm in the game system. Charm is the attribute that may have the smallest effect among the five-dimensional attributes. However, under certain circumstances, charisma can determine little things. For example, the characters of Su Yu and Lu Bu may not be liked by some generals. Summer Liang and Mulan are generally very attractive, especially for children. Uncle General. Ma Yulu waved to Chu Tian. She was accompanied by the slightly older Ma Tai, Ma Xiu, and Ma Dai. They saw their sister calling Chu Tian uncle, and their faces changed slightly. Chu Tian felt depressed again. It seemed that in Ma Yulu's eyes, he was really an uncle. Your father. It will take some time for him to come back to see you. During this time, you are still living in Xia City and playing with your brothers and sisters. Chu Tian deliberately wanted Ma Yunlu to stay with Chu Wu and Chu Xian. The fiery Ma Yunlu and the brave and militant character of Xiliang people might be able to influence the two little guys Chu Wu and Chu Xian. Chu Tian was worried that his descendants would lose their martial spirit. It is not uncommon for a tiger father to have a dog son. For example, Liu Bei's son and Zhou Yu's son. The martial spirit cannot be abandoned at any time, especially at the upper levels. Otherwise, like the Song dynasty, too much emphasis on literati will be a disaster for civilization. The Liao, Jin, Yuan, and Qing states corrupted faster than imagined. After becoming strong, they gradually lost their martial spirit. Moreover, wooing Ma Yunlu is equivalent to getting closer to the Xiliang group. But it is not bad. Well, I will protect my brother and sister. Ma Yunlu waved his little fist very seriously. Ma Tai and Ma Xiu were more sensible, and only Ma Yunlu dared to say this because he was younger. As for Ma Tai and Ma Xiu, they really don't dare to be as outspoken as Ma Yunlu. They represent the families of Xiliang soldiers. Chu Tian went back home, and everything in the house was as usual. I heard that Mingguan and Liaodong was very passive because heroes and legions from the Liao and Jin kingdoms were coming there, and they needed to divide their troops to resist the enemy before Chu Tian had time to take a good rest. Things had already happened to Chu Tian. As a lord, there are almost endless matters to deal with. Liao Dong, do we have a chance to intervene? Chu Tian looked at Zhang Zhao, who provided this information. As a conservative person, Zhang Zhao generally did not advocate getting involved in such chaotic situations. Sure enough, Zhang Zhao said, "My lord has been on an expedition to the western regions for a long time. He has lost hundreds of thousands of troops and captured tens of thousands of cavalry. The losses are still greater than the captures. My subordinates think that we should rest and recuperate. It's okay to consume Mingwan's strength, but we can't let Mingwan's power perish. Otherwise, Liaodong will become more complicated." Chu Tian is not a bad person either. He goes to put out fires wherever he goes. Just as Lao Qin wanted to use Tuoba Xianbei to contain Chu Tian also wanted to use the Jin and Liao countries to consume Mingwan. This kind of consumption must be within a controllable range. In other words, Chu Tian must ensure that the pass will not be really destroyed, and he has the strength to deal with the severely damaged Jin and Liao kingdoms. Chu Tian's decision coincided with Zhang Zhao's thoughts. This is exactly what my subordinates think. Okay, you can go down, count the list of casualties, and then recruit soldiers and horses according to the original organization. The captured cavalry will be organized into the Mongolian Legion, and I will be the commander. Chu Tian captured a group of Mongolian cavalry who were good at fighting, so he established a new legion after King Arthur's Knight Legion and Joan of Arc Saint Legion. This legion is mainly composed of cavalry, and under Chu Tian's command, it can explode into powerful combat effectiveness. Zhang Zhao went down, thinking that Chu Tian was going to recuperate. However, Chu Tian still had the idea of expedition to Mabei and suppress Tuoba Xianbei, and did not discuss it with the conservative Zhang Zhao. Chu Tian's forces are also divided into the main fighting faction and the farming faction. The main fighting faction is naturally a group of military generals, while the farming faction is mainly composed of civil servants. Miss Qingqing, how about you live in the house next to the Lord's mansion? Considering that Wei Qing's identity was unusual, Chu Tian arranged for him to be placed next to the Lord's mansion, in the house that originally belonged to Hua Mulan. Wei Qing seemed a little dissatisfied, but still nodded. Chu Tian thought he could have some leisurely time, but things were not over yet. On the other side of the Liao Kingdom, the military generals of the Liao Kingdom who have been informed include Yelua Boji, Xiao Chua, Yelu Xioga, and Yelu Xiezhen. Chu Tian got more information about Liao from Shuiyu. Xiao Chua. Chu Tian vaguely realized that this person was not easy to deal with. When the Northern Song dynasty invaded the Liao dynasty, the orphans and widowers of the Liao kingdom defeated the Song army's offensive and killed Yang Yi. Then, they launched a large-scale attack on the Song dynasty and forced the Song emperor to sign the Chan-Yuan alliance. Xiao Chua must have a share of the most powerful female heroes in the history of the Eastern Han dynasty. Yelu Aboji and brother Yelu Xiao are not people to be trifled with either. No wonder Mingwan was in so much pain. Mingwan also had a group of generals under his command who could not guarantee absolute loyalty. The power of Mingwan is all due to Mingwan's own strength and the use of the antagonistic relationship between the servant armies to create checks and balances. The servant army at Mingwan included Goryeo, Goguryeo, Xianbei, Wuhuan, and Jurchen, which was quite chaotic. Chu Tian's power is not bad. At present, the three major servant legions, the Knight Legion, the Saint Legion, and the Mongolian Legion, all have their own leaders. Of course, King Arthur has nothing to do with Chu Tian, but he and a group of female generals are in the same circle. A group of female generals are also building their own circle, and Hua Mulan wants to bring Qin Liangyu into the circle. From Chu Tian's point of view, this is a rather wonderful thing. Old Qin's attack on Yinzhou City. How is the progress? He had already surrounded Yinzhou City before his expedition to the western regions. Doesn't he still plan to capture Yinzhou City? Chu Tian was a little surprised by Lao Qin's dilly-dallying performance. With the strength of Lao Qin's Guanzhong army, the strength of generals such as Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Lu Bu, Yang Dian, Gao Shun, Wanyan Zonghan, and Qin Chuan as a supply base, Xixia's Li Yuanhao should not be able to withstand the fierce attack of the Guanzhong army. Xixia's performance was not particularly fierce, and they only used the terrain to fight back and forth with some of the troops of the Northern Song dynasty. They were not comparable to those of the Jin and Liao kingdoms at their peak. Shuiyu said in the player system. According to the players who transport food and grass for the Guanzhong army, Yinzhou City may be running out of food, and Chang'an has sent envoys to negotiate with Li Yuanhao. Is Lao Qin planning to recruit Li Yuanhao to surrender? Chu Tian thought of this possibility. Lao Qin and Ming Guan are both playing with fire. On Chu Tian's side, unless they were close to him, they rarely appointed people of the emperor level of foreign races as chief generals. Even when Cao Cao surrendered to him, Chu Tian was very guarded against him at first and often took him with him. Until now, Cao Cao behaved very honestly and gradually began to take charge of his own affairs. Gongzi Wen and Zhao Gongzi have now given up military power and become civil servants. Gongzi Wen currently serves as the governor of Yuzhou, but does not hold military power. Mr. Zhao surrendered late and served as the prefect of Bohai County in Jizhou to eliminate the remnants of Liu Bei's power. If Li Yuanhao surrenders to him, Chu Tian will definitely deprive Li Yuanhao of all his power, and the best outcome will be house arrest. What makes Lao Qin willing to take risks? Chu Tian thought for a while, and Lao Qin took such a risk. Most probably because of him. Lao Qin obviously planned to take a gamble. The order goes down and tells Yu Fei and others to prepare for war in Bingzhou, and prepare to break into the Xia area and sweep away the Tuoba Xianbei tribe. Even though Lao Qin disagreed, Chu Tian wanted to forcefully enter Xia. During the expedition to Mabei, Tuoba Xianbei cannot be allowed to stay in Bingzhou. When the time comes, he will be stabbed in the back. Bingzhou will be lost, and the Central Plains and Yuzhou will also be shaken. My subordinate understands. Shui Yu, who was far away in Bingzhou, looked at the Xia area on the other side of the Yellow River. With a wave of her right hand, hundreds of scouts and cavalry crossed the Yellow River and infiltrated the Xia area occupied by Jiujiu Lao Qin. In Jincheng County, the prefect here was replaced by CAI, a scholar in white. Behind CAI was a young Shiliang military general with a strong back and a strong back, serving as a bodyguard. With his steadiness and resourcefulness, he gradually gained the respect of Lao Qin. Li Si, one of the two major civil servants of the old Qin force, ordered him to monitor the Chang tribe here, who was about to make a move. Perhaps Li Si sensed something was going on, so he replaced him with the strategic CAI. CAI's physical strength was not high, but his mind was extremely useful. Li Si preferred this type of wise general. After Ma Tong and Han Sui left the Chang tribe and Bai Gongboy was killed, no one could win them over. These Chang people may be plotting a rebellion. We must suppress them before they rebel. Mobilize soldiers and horses from surrounding counties. Wait. Send scouts to secretly monitor the Chang tribe, and ask the Lord to mobilize the Guanzhong army to form an encirclement against the Chang tribe. When carrying out suppression, no news of it should be allowed to leak out. I want to go in person to recruit Huangzhong Yi Songhu. CAI summoned the officials of Jincheng County to explain his intention. There are many powerful Chang tribes in Jincheng County and nearby areas. The Yi Songhu and Huangzhong were not ordinary Chang tribes, but one of the servant armies of the Han Empire. They were originally composed of Yuezhi people, and were later supplemented by a group of Chang people. Bai Gongboy and Han Sui rebelled in the late Han dynasty, and the main force was Yi Songhu and Huangzhong. After Han Sui left, some of the Huangzhong Yi followed Han Sui from Hu, and some stayed in Jincheng County. Officials in Jincheng County couldn't help but change their minds when they heard that CFI planned to lobby a group of rebels with uncertain loyalties and use them to deal with the Chang people. If Huangzhong Yi Songhu plans to rebel again, then CFI is likely to be held hostage by Huangzhong Yi Songhu. Han Sui was kidnapped by the rebels and rebelled. Don't worry. Han Sui has been expelled. Huangzhong Yi is in panic all day long. Pangda, and I can just go and persuade him to surrender. CII didn't seem to take it seriously, and took young Pangda on horseback to the camp of Yi Songhu entrenched in Huangzhong. At Yi Songhu's station in Huangzhong, a group of Hu soldiers were stationed here as usual. As early as when Su Fengnian ruled Jincheng County, Huangzhong Yi Songhu had been prohibited from plundering everywhere. However, after Su Fengnian was driven away by the Guanzhong army, Huangzhong Yi looted everywhere from Hu Yu. Finally, under the pressure of the Guanzhong army, he settled down again, asked Chang'an for peace talks, and then farmed obediently. This group of Hu servants still maintained a fierce and aggressive character, and they were a group of qualified soldiers. They rebelled not long after the Yellow Turban Rebellion. They fought for several years, and their per capita level was not low. When a white-clothed scholar and a young general came to the fields of Yi Songhu in Huangzhong, almost all the soldiers of Yi Songhu in Huangzhong put down their hoes and sickles, picked up their spears and ring-headed knives, and stared at the arriving Xia fiercely. AI and Pound. This group of soldiers was different from ordinary bandits. They were originally part of the Han Empire's army and the servant army of the Han Empire. And they were a group of servants who were relatively good at conquering and fighting. The people of Xiliang are fierce, and the soldiers are brave and good at fighting. The Yi Tsunghu and Huangzhong gave the Han court a headache. However, Xiai and Pangda were not intimidated by the momentum of Huangzhong Yi Tsunghu. They are not ordinary generals. I am Xiai, the new governor of Jincheng County. Where is your current leader? Xiai glanced at the group of Hu soldiers who were forced to farm. A burly Yi Tsunghu commander walked out from a group of Yi Tsunghu. His face still had knife marks from the battle. What nonsense, Xiai! I have never heard of it. Yi Tsunghu General Li Wenhou betrayed the court and rebelled with Bai Gongboi in Xiliang. He was later defeated by Su Fengyan and surrendered to Su Fengyan. After Su Fengyan was defeated in Jiuquan County, he did not follow him, but chose to return to his original place. Xiai told this person's background. Li Wenhou heard this impatiently. Stop yelling. Say what you have to say. And let go of your farts quickly. To serve the imperial court and suppress the rebellious Chang tribe, the imperial court can reuse Huangzhong Yi and follow the Hu. And let bygones be bygones. It turns out that they are the henchmen who came to recruit people from the imperial court. We, Huangzhong Yi Tsunghu, are working here and are not going anywhere. In the past few years, tens of thousands of brothers have died. If we continue to fight, I am afraid that Huangzhong Yi Tsunghu will disappear without a trace. Missing. Li Wenhou just snorted coldly and was not interested in Xiai's proposal. Huang Zhongyi followed Hu. At first, he rebelled for the purpose of burning, killing and looting. However, with the rise of the princes, Li Wenhou realized that the Huang Zhongyi who followed Hu under his command was just a pawn in the feudal princes competition. Huang Zhongyi followed Hu, and once he was involved in a war between the princes, he might really be removed from history. The fierce battle between the princes resulted in tens of thousands of casualties. Huangzhong Yi Tsunghu could not bear such losses. Don't the brothers who are Yi Tsunghu and Huangzhong want to be freed from the charge of rebels and be promoted to nobles and generals? Don't they want to loot the tribes that rebelled against the Chang and obtain property? Population? Cattle and sheep? Don't they want to get money from the imperial court every year? Receive a salary, plus the harvest from farming, to support your family? Xiai did not argue with Marquis Li Wan, but openly announced the court's conditions to Huangzhong Yi Tsunghu. Huangzhong and whose middle and low-level officers and soldiers all looked at Xiai. The changes in their eyes let Xiai know that the conditions provided by the court were enough to impress this group of soldiers who had no belonging. Chapter 627 The War in West Asia. Most of the generals who followed Hu and Huangzhong were Han army officers, and most of the soldiers were Hu people. This was a commonly used method in the Han Empire to defend the border fortress, which could greatly reduce the cost of guarding the border fortress. It is an extremely luxurious thing to dispatch troops and horses from the Central Plains to the frontier fortress. Both the Western Region Protectorate and Liangzhou and Yuzhou had a large number of servants, and most of the generals were airborne personnel from the Han court. For the Han army officers who followed Hu and Huangzhong, the imperial court promised to ignore the rebellion and grant them titles of marquis and generals based on their military exploits. This was a big temptation. If the situation has no choice, no one is willing to betray the imperial court and live in constant panic. For the Yi Tsunghu soldiers below, they could get three sources of income: farming, salary from the court, and looting Chang tribes who rebelled against the court. So cruel. Li Wenhou saw the movements of his subordinates and knew that he could not control the situation. Huang Zhongyi followed the will of Hu's bottom, and as a general, he could not reverse it. I can surrender to the imperial court. In the end, Li Wenhou chose to compromise with the Chang court in order to avoid rebellion by his subordinates. Xiai worked hard and conquered Yi Tsunghu and Huangzhong in the name of the court. Although the loyalty of Yi Tsunghu and Huangzhong remains to be seen, the rebellion of the Chang tribe was imminent, and Xiai had to use all his strength to suppress the Chang tribe. Lao Qin turned a blind eye to the barbarian tribes that caused trouble to other princes, but tried his best to suppress the barbarian tribes that appeared in his own hinterland. The folk customs of the Chang tribe are probably more fierce and good at fighting than the civilized people of Liangzhou. It may not be that easy to completely defeat them. Xiai temporarily subdued Huangzhong Yi Tsunghu, but he was still worried. In the majestic Xianying city, Jiujiang Lao Qin learned that Xiai had surrendered to Huangzhong Yikongu, who had repeatedly surrendered, and was quite satisfied with Xiai's performance. However, It is not easy for Huangzhong Yitsonghu to be loyal. He must find a way to replace the Han army officers currently commanding Huangzhong Yitsonghu and reorganize Yitsonghu. Only then can Huangzhong Yitsonghu guarantee his loyalty. At present, in order to stabilize Yitsonghu in Huangzhong, it is necessary to save the life of Li Wenho. The Chong people may indeed have a few decent heroes, but they are just a few decent heroes. The reason why the Chong people have difficulty in surrendering is probably because of the harsh local terrain. If they were on the plains, they would have been defeated by my cavalry, and the infantry was destroyed. This time with Huang Zhongyi leading the way from Hu. The terrain where the local Chong tribe is located may no longer be a difficulty. Lao Qin slightly evaluated the risk of Chong rebellion and believed that the rebellion of the Chong tribe was far less than the trouble Mingguan and others encountered. My lord, the Hussar General Mingguan sent an envoy to ask for help from our army. Li Si bowed to Lao Qin respectfully. Is Mingguan unable to withstand attacks from the Jin and Liao kingdoms? However, the situation at Mingguan is indeed more complicated than that in Liangzhou. Lao Qin ordered Li Si to bring the envoys from Mingguan. A military general strode in. General Zhu Wenzheng, General Hussar, pays homage to Lord Sikong. Can General Mingguan of the Hussars defend Liaodong? Our general swept across the black water. But unfortunately, the mountains were blocked by heavy snow, and Wan Yenaguda's cavalry appeared and disappeared. It was difficult to annihilate them all for a while. The Liao army's offensive was fierce, and the servants of various vassals lacked loyalty and failed to cooperate well. Therefore, I would like to ask Lord Sikong to borrow elite troops, 50,000, and one commander to take charge of the entire army. Zhu Wenzheng promptly explained his intention. Mingguan also has many commanders under his command. Just send one to deal with the Liao kingdom. There is no need to specially borrow a commander from me. Our general needs enough commanders to deal with Wan Yenaguda. Moreover, even if we have commanders but no soldiers, it will be difficult to check and balance the armies of each subject country and ensure their loyalty. That's why our generals sent their junior generals to borrow troops and generals from Lord Sikong. Mingguan made a good calculation. My army suffered a lot during the expedition to the western regions. If I borrow 50,000 troops and a commander from the Liaodong army, what benefits can Mingguan give me? General Hussar said that if Lord Sikong helps Liaodong survive this disaster, then the Liaodong army will be sent by Lord Sikong in the future. Mingguan's promise is like a castle in the air. But I will still send soldiers and horses to help. As a price, Liaodong needs to provide military pay, food and grass, teleportation array fees, and pensions for these soldiers and horses. This is natural. Zhu Wenzheng came to persuade Lao Qin on the order of Mingguan. He originally thought that Lao Qin would raise the price and was unwilling to lend troops easily. Unexpectedly, Lao Qin readily lent a commander and 50,000 Guanzhong troops to Mingguan. Zhu Wenzheng was a little unconfident after completing the task so smoothly. In 3 days, 50,000 troops will head towards Liaodong City one after another, without any delay. Lao Qin seemed to care more about Mingguan, because Lao Qin knew that if the Mingguan forces were destroyed, he would be unable to survive alone, and both sides would be in despair. Moreover, Mingguan's losses cannot be too heavy. Several princes are secretly plotting against each other. When Temujin's threat was not so huge, conflicts among several princes gradually emerged, and they had to plan for the end of the national war. The situation in Liaodong is urgent. I will go back and report to my lord right now. Thank you, Lord Sikong. Zhu Wenzheng did not stay, but immediately returned to Liaodong, which showed that the war situation in Liaodong was critical. Lao Qin also learned that Mingguan's general Lu Xiangxing and Tianxiong's army were plotted and killed by Xiao Chua of Liao Kingdom. Liaodong was indeed in chaos. He summoned Li Si. The populations of Dunhuang County and Jiuquan County in Liangzhou are not large, so ignore them for the time being. He ordered officials from various counties in Liangzhou to recruit soldiers and horses in Liangzhou and establish the Liangzhou army. They also established the Shiha army, Bingzhou, in the Shiha area, with the same status as the Guanzhong army. Conquer the Chong tribe. Establish a Chong servant army. And serve me. Li Si knew that Lao Qin had begun to expand his army, perhaps not just to help Mingguan. The Tuoba Xianbei tribe in the Shiha area has asked for support. How will my lord deal with it? Let them move to Shuafang County, Yunzhong County, Dingxiang County, Yinmen County, and other places controlled by Chu Zimu and Hetao to create some trouble for Chu Zimu. If they have the tendency to become bigger, we can unite. Chu Zimu will destroy them. Lao Qin was prepared. When the Han Empire's expeditionary force had to retreat to the pass due to supply problems, Central Asia and West Asia became a battlefield between the Ilkhanate, Khwarezm, Seljuk, the Persian Empire, the Arab Empire, and the Kushan Empire. The Kushan Empire annexed the Dayuan Kingdom and bordered Khwarezm, so it had to intervene in the Central Asian battlefield. There is a price to pay for annexing the one. Wokuatai, Yeludashi and others noticed the fat piece of Kushan Empire. To the south of the Kushan Empire, the Indian Mughal Empire, the Imperial Army and the Maratha Alliance, Maratha people, after raising troops, finally officially fought on the Deccan Plateau. And the battle was fierce. The lords of the Mughal Empire in India appear on the rankings. This civilized area with a population comparable to that of the Eastern Han dynasty has huge war potential and is climbing the rankings very quickly. The Ilkhanate and the Persian Arab coalition advanced. The Arab coalition only sent 30,000 people, and the main force was still the Persian army, the Holy Meteor Cavalry, the Undead Army, the Parthian Heavy Cavalry, and other units lined up on the plain to confront the torpedo cavalry coming out of the city. The Mongols finally dared to go out of the city to fight. They had been huddled behind the solid city before. It was really not in line with their character. There's a team of Holy Fallen Cavalry under Ardashir's account, which is his trump card unit. He had been waiting for Tu Lei to come out of the city to fight with him. However, when Tu Lei's cavalry actually left the city, Ardashir hesitated again, suspecting that Tu Lei had ulterior motives. The war flags were hunting, and the two sides fought decisively on the banks of the West Hari River. A group of cavalry assembled in Kandahar a few days ago and then disappeared without a trace. The scouts worked hard to bring back this news from the closed city, while the cavalry of both sides were confronting each other. Ardashir, the commander of the Persian Arab coalition, learned a piece of news that was unfavorable to the coalition. A cavalry regiment assembled in the large city of Kandahar a few days ago. Kandahar, as one of the large cities of the Ilkhanate, has a teleportation array. This Mongolian cavalry may come from any city. After this cavalry disappears, the target is likely to be directed at the Persian Arab coalition. Map. Ardashir took out a parchment map. With the mobility of the cavalry, the disappeared Mongolian cavalry was enough to reach the Hari River from Kandahar. Not good! Ardashir found that his 200,000 allied troops might be flanked by towed mines and unknown Mongolian cavalry. After the Mongol Empire destroyed the Seljuk Empire, it directed its troops towards the Persian Empire. The Han Empire is not yet ready for the expedition to Mabe. This time the Mongol Empire can concentrate its main force and severely damage the Persian Empire. The cavalrymen on the opposite side were looking at them with eager eyes. Even if they wanted to withdraw their troops, Tu Lei would not let them go easily. At this time, the West Asian coalition forces were unable to dismount. Mengge and Kublai Khan on the opposite side were like hunters seeing their prey. Tu Lei narrowed his eyes. 20,000 Persian and Arab Empire armies will be trampled under our iron hoofs. Kublai Khan said, every empire has heard that the Great Khan has returned to Mabe. Who knew that the Great Khan came to this battlefield in person and still followed the plan to destroy the Persian Empire? Outside the battlefield where the two sides were confronting each other, a luxurious cavalry lineup composed of Temujin, the four great warriors, the four mastiffs, Timur, Mengge, and Hulagu came galloping towards them, with thousands of horses galloping forward. In this cavalry, the number of heroes with army-wide halos has exceeded the upper limit of 3 army-wide halos that can only be applied to the battlefield. Temujin did not return to Mabe. This time, he aimed his troops at the Persian Arab Empire coalition. The 200,000 Persian Arab Empire coalition troops panicked. Even the Persian Empire has a group of famous generals with 9th-level Holy Meteor Cavalry. But they are still trembling when faced with Temujin's epic lineup. If you retreat, you will only die more miserably. Ardashir knew that Temujin was terrifying, but he also had the characteristics of a monarch and could barely withstand the negative effects of Temujin's, Genghis Khan, characteristics. Kill! Ardashir could only lead the Persian Arab coalition forces to fight Tolai and Temujin head-on. The Persian army and the Ilkhanate were at odds with each other. The battle between the two sides was dark, and the Hali River was dyed red with blood. Temujin's Chishua army fought with Ardashir's Holy Fallen Cavalry, and the generals of the Persian Empire fought with the generals of the Mongol Empire. The battle between this East Asian armored cavalry and the West Asian armored cavalry. The armors collided with each other, making a harsh sound. The Holy Meteor Cavalry has the will to fight to the death, charging at the Chishua army row after row, their horseshoes clanking, and they will not stop until they die in battle. Even the cowardly Shua army was suffering losses when facing this group of crazy cavalry. As the top special unit of the Persian Empire, the Holy Meteor Cavalry is enough to compete with the Chishua army. The heavy infantry of the undead army formed an iron wall to block the wave-like charge of the Mongolian cavalry. Defeat and conquer Persia. Tolui and Kublai Khan drew their sabers, led the Ilkhanate's army, and Temujin launched a pincer attack on the Persian Arab coalition forces. What is lost in the east is gained in the mulberry tree. The anger of Temujin, Subutai and others broke out at this time. Since they could not get benefits from the Han Empire, they could only choose to occupy the territory of the Persian Empire to make up for the losses of the Ajadai Khanate and Shagatai Khanate. The Persian army was attacked by the 4 cowards and the 4 mastiffs, and it was extremely difficult to deal with them. Among the 4 timid Shui, those who are good at fighting are Timur and Muwali. Muwali found that Timur's cavalry was not inferior to him. Among the 4 mastiffs, Subutai was the king of the field, and Jabei was the divine arrow. Injured, he led the cavalry to attack in a roundabout way, causing the Persian army to be defeated. Meng-Gu, you lead 20,000 cavalry to contain the Arab legion. Temujin sent Meng-Gu to deal with the 30,000 Arab Empire legion. With Meng-Ji's cavalry, 20,000 men could contain 30,000 men, which was not a problem. The Persian army of 200,000 soldiers and horses is the main force. As long as Persia is defeated, the Arab Empire army of 30,000 people will soon be defeated. At this moment, the 30,000 Arab army, which had always been inconspicuous, suddenly turned on its fanaticism and took the initiative to attack Meng-Ji's 20,000 Persian servant cavalry. Meng-Gu was caught off guard, and this group of Arab Empire soldiers fought extremely bravely. And the characteristic bonus of their leader combined with the civilizational characteristics of the Arab Empire, bursting out with powerful combat power. 30,000 Arab Empire soldiers defeated Meng-Ji's 20,000 cavalry. The small number of Arab Empire soldiers suddenly broke out, which was beyond everyone's expectation. The lord of the Arab Empire was riding on a camel. Don't underestimate our empire. This time the commander of the 30,000 strong army is the sword of Allah Khalid. Chapter 628 The king of Shishia surrenders. The armies of Temujin and Tolui fought in the Hari River in West Asia. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. In the end, the Persian Arab Empire coalition forces were defeated and withdrew to the Iranian plateau. According to the Persian lords, the armies of Temujin and Tolui were also severely damaged. Although they won, it was difficult to advance for a while. While Chu Tian was resting his troops, he learned that Temujin secretly went to West Asia to start a war with the Persian Empire, and that the Persian Arab Empire coalition forces were fierce enough to withstand the offensive of Temujin-Tolui coalition forces. The Persian Empire and the Arab Empire at their peak were far from comparable to the Khwarezm and Seljuk empires, and their real combat power was quite astonishing. It is estimated that Temujin and Tolui rarely encountered such a tenacious enemy, and once again suffered a heavy loss. After the wars in the western region and West Asia, the Mongol Empire is probably severely weakened. The Arab Empire is not simple. If you underestimate them, your military will be frustrated. Chu Tian was pleased to hear that Temujin's attack on the Persian Arab Empire coalition forces was frustrated. Each civilization has its own characteristics and emperor-level heroes, and some civilizations may even have saint-level heroes. Once he encounters some top generals, Temujin will also suffer a loss if he is not prepared. Although the Arab Empire allied forces only sent 30,000 soldiers, its leader was Khalid, the Sword of Allah, one of the top 3 famous generals in the Arab Empire, and the sharp blade used for offense in the Arab world. During the great conquest of the Arab Empire, Khalid led 25,000 Arab cavalry to defeat the 50,000 strong army of the Byzantine, Eastern Roman, Emperor Heraclius and occupied Syria. So much so that the Byzantine emperor lamented when he withdrew from Syria, "Farewell to beautiful Syria." This was a famous general that Temujin had not expected. A famous general from the Arabian Empire who dared to face off against an emperor-level figure. During the era of the Arab conquest, many famous generals were born. The Anshi protectorate of the Tang dynasty suffered small losses in the hands of the Arab Empire. The famous general Gao Xianji was defeated by the Arab Empire. Since Temujin suffered a setback in West Asia, maybe this is the time to expedition to Mabe. Chu Tian was considering an expedition to Mabe. Temujin fought several tough battles with the Han army and the Persian Arab Empire coalition forces, and the losses were considerable. First, we must deal with the Tuoba Xianbei army entrenched near the Bingzhou Hatao. Order Cao Cao's Tiger and Leopard Legion and Su Rong's Speedy Legion to participate in the elimination of Tuoba Xianbei. Chu Tian transferred a group of generals who were staying in Monan to Bingzhou. After returning from the western regions, more generals can be mobilized. The generals and legions on the expedition to the western regions rest and recuperate. So the legions used to suppress the expansion of Xianbei can only be those that did not participate in the expedition to the western regions. The three armies of Yufei, Zhongliao, and Yangyi have deployed defenses along the Yellow River and can invade the Shihe area at any time. Coupled with Cao Cao's Tiger and Leopard Legion and Su Rong's Speedy Legion, Chu Tian used 5 cavalry legions to suppress Tuoba Xianbei, which was enough to give Tuoba Xianbei face. As for Tuoba Xianbei taking the initiative to ask for attachment from the Chang'an court, Chu Tian did not think that they were sincerely attached. Cao Cao, who was located in Monan, received Chu Tian's order and led the Tiger and Leopard army to the Yinshan area in the south to prepare to cooperate with Yufei, Zhongliao, and Yangyi. The Bingzhou army of Yufei, Zhongliao, and Yangyi launched an offensive from the east, and the Yuzhou army of Cao Cao and Su Rong launched an offensive from the north. In addition to mobilizing 5 cavalry regiments, Chu Tian also asked the southern Xiongnu tribe to leave the place where they mixed with the Xianbei tribe. Otherwise the southern Xiongnu tribe might be affected by Yuqi during the war. Tuoba Xianbei? How could the mere Xianbei people allow the general to use so many troops to suppress them? Cao Cao received the battle plan. Chu Tian used an extremely large force, about 200,000 cavalry, with a tendency to sweep away Xianbei. Such a scale of cavalry may be enough to destroy a small and medium-sized civilization, such as Khwarezm, Dawan and other Central Asian civilizations. Cao Cao didn't think much of the Xianbei tribe, which was still weak and scattered at this time. But following Chu Tian's prudent approach, it would be safest to directly send an army to sweep them away. 100,000 cavalry entering the Shihe area was not stable enough in Chu Tian's opinion. Of course, the more troops, the better. In the Shihe area of Bingzhou, the Tuoba Xianbei tribe seemed to notice that a large number of cavalry were gathering nearby, and they were afraid of this and moved to the west. If Yufei and others continue to advance, they will break into the hinterland of Laoqin and break out the Guanzhong War. Let them migrate to the Helan Mountain area. Facing the increasingly tense situation, Laoqin prevented Tuoba Xianbei from entering Guanzhong and asked them to move to the vicinity of Helan Mountain to avoid Yufei and Cao Cao's troops. In Xianying City, Xixia King Li Yuanhao was unable to withstand the offensive of the Guanzhong army. After surrendering, he was escorted to Xianying City by Qin Ruishi and Guizima to meet with Lao Qin. Li Yuanhao's Xixia kingdom did not cause much turmoil, and was suppressed by the Guanzhong army. The soldiers and horses in Yinzhou city surrendered because they had run out of food and grass. Li Yuanhao did not expect that he would become a prisoner of the Han Empire's princes in less than half a year of fighting. Your iron kite serves me. In the future, I will consider making you king again. But it is impossible to have as much power as you do now. You should know. Jiujiao Laoqin took the initiative to extend an olive branch to the Xixia king Li Yuanhao, who looked haggard in front of him. Li Yuanhao is also a hero with high ambitions. Like Lu Bu and others, he is difficult to control. But for the special unit Iron Kites, Laoqin must take risks. If he doesn't take risks, he won't be able to fight against Chu Tian in the future. It's like he clearly knows that Lu Bu is very dangerous, and Tuoba Xianbei is even more dangerous. But he still wants to use them to achieve his own goals. Li Yuanhao, I am willing to surrender. Li Yuanhao, the king of Xixia, chose to surrender in the face of strong strength. He had no way to choose not to surrender. Otherwise, he would be executed by Lao Qin's order. When you die, there is nothing. After surrender, there is still a way to make a comeback. Zhang Xiu, Su Huang, follow General Li and serve as deputy generals. Lao Qin said 2 men with higher military force to serve as Li Yuanhao's deputy generals. But they actually monitored Li Yuanhao. If Li Yuanhao has evil intentions, kill him. Su Huang's force was enough to kill Li Yuanhao. Li Yuanhao knew that Lao Qin didn't trust him, but he had no choice. After all, people had to bow their heads under the roof. Go deal with the Chan tribe. Suppress them. And prove your loyalty to me with your military exploits. When Lao Qin saw the face of Xixia king Li Yuanhao, his loyalty was only 50. This value was very low. Name, Li Yuanhao. Talent, king level commander, infantry/cavalry. Level 60. Identity, emperor of Xixia. Loyalty 50. Commander 92. Force 81. Intelligence 79. Politics 75. Charm 15. Character violent. Favorability 20. Characteristic 1, King of Xixia, SS level exclusive trait. Personally commands the Legion. Legion attack power plus 20%. Mobility plus 10%, when fighting in mountains and Gobi. It provides an aura for the entire army. All attributes of friendly troops increase by 5%. Legion mobility plus 10%. Characteristic 2, Sandstorm Raid, S level trait. When fighting in sandstorm weather. Legion damage plus 18%. Characteristic 3, Violence, negative trait. The satisfaction of subordinates, colleagues, and soldiers decreases when the battle situation is unfavorable. The rate of morale decline increases, and the probability of defection increases. It is easy to fall into the trap of alienation. Special units, Hengshan Bubazi, 6th level mountain infantry. Iron Kites, 7th level heavy cavalry. The panel is okay, but it seems not easy to control Li Yuanhao. Li Yuanhao also has negative characteristics. This is a double-edged sword, and not easy to use. It's possible to get stabbed at a critical moment. Under the supervision of Zhang Xiao and Su Huang, Li Yuanhao left the palace, and went to assist Xie in his crusade against the Chong tribe. Ding! Yinzhou City, the royal city of the Xixia Kingdom, was occupied by Jiujiu Laoqin, the lord of the Han Empire. The Xixia Kingdom was removed from the list. Its territory's popular support minus 50%. Public security minus 50%. And Li Yuanhao's reputation minus 50%. The territory of the Xixia Kingdom belongs to the Han Empire. The cultural influence of Han Empire civilization within its territory is plus 50%. The news of the destruction of Xixia civilization was quickly announced in all civilized areas. Another civilization with strong strength was destroyed by the Han Empire. The Koryo Kingdom, the Ajadai Khanate, the Chagatai Khanate, and the Xixia Kingdom were all strong and weak civilizations. But they all fell. Compared with Liao, Jin and Mongolia, Xixia is nothing. Xixia has been destroyed. Wang Jian was ordered to lead an army of 50,000 to Liaodong City to support Mingwan. Lao Qin really didn't have much sense of accomplishment when he bulldozed the weakest Xixia kingdom. At its peak, the Mongol Empire could raise Xixia to the ground with a single push. At their peak, the Liao and Jin kingdoms also fought fiercely. After Wang Jian returned from the western regions, he immediately gathered his troops and rushed to the battlefield in Liaodong. The most stable general under Lao Qin was Wang Jian. As for Lu Bu, he either won a great victory or suffered a great defeat. The Xixia kingdom was finally destroyed. All the princes of the Han Empire learned that Lao Qin was finally willing to destroy the Xixia kingdom. This result is obvious. If it were Chu Tian and Mingguan, they could defeat Li Yuanhao relatively easily. Lao Qin's delay for so long was mainly to wear down Li Yuanhao's patience. In Liaodong City, the teleportation array flashed with white light, and Wang Jian led a team of Qin Rui's soldiers to the Liaodong battlefield in person. Because of Mingguan's request for help, Wang Jian became the temporary commander-in-chief of the Liaodong army. Murongba, Taduan, Li Chonggui, and others, who were originally ambitious, were a little calmer. This is an advantage that Liao and Jin cannot have. The Han Empire can even borrow troops and generals from other princes. The one sent by Sikong turned out to be Wang Jian. He should be able to defeat Xiaochua this time. What Yao Guangxiu lacked was a commander who could suppress the slave armies of various vassal states. Wang Jian could almost meet his requirements. Xiaochua of the Liao Kingdom met a powerful opponent this time. Wang Jian has generals such as Murongba, Li Chonggui, Yulji Wendi, Kong Yuet, and Taduan under his command, as well as 50,000 Guanzhong troops and 200,000 vassal servants at his command. The Liaodong army began to counterattack, intending to take the lead in regaining Xuantai County, and then occupy Fuyu State and completely destroy the capital of Liao State. Several Liao generals began to retreat, and several cities in Xuantai County were recovered by the Liaodong army. This is how the same thing. Xiaochua's tone was cold. As a new force, the Liao Kingdom did not deploy enough spies, and the intelligence was not timely enough. So it was relatively passive. She had noticed a change in the momentum of the army on the opposite side. Yao Guangxi was no longer tied up by balancing the servant armies of various vassals. After Wang Jian took over as commander-in-chief, the Liaodong army steadily advanced to the north. Wang Jian's combat style is stable enough, and the more troops, the better. Murongba. He clearly promised me to rebel on the battlefield, but he seems to have broken his promise. Xiaochua was slightly angry because of Murongba's repetition. Taduan seemed to be watching. Li Chonggui believed that the benefits that Xiaochua could give him could also be given to him by the Liaodong army. Moreover, The Goryeo kingdom that Li Chunggui wanted most was still under the control of the Liaodong army. The messenger who went to contact the Murong Xianbei tribe said, Murong Xianbei has said that if the Liao kingdom marries the Xianbei tribe, it will consider cooperation with the Liao kingdom. How do they want to marry? They specifically requested your majesty. Your majesty will marry into the Xianbei tribe. If the Xianbei tribe defeats the Liaodong army and takes over Liaodong, I will all agree to it. Unexpectedly, Xiaochuo didn't care. Anyway, promises can be changed. The villain responded to the Xianbei tribe like this? Go ahead. After the messenger went down, Xiaochuo held his chin and fell into deep thought. The combination of generals Wang Jian, Murong Ba, Li Chunggui, and Yulji Munduk, coupled with the imperial counselor Yao Guangxiu, was enough for the Liaodong army to launch a massive counterattack. If we are defeated, we have no choice but to retreat to the grassland between Chu Zimu and Mingwan forces, or to go to Mabei. Xiaochuo could not imagine his fate in the hands of the princes of the Han Empire. As for the partner of cooperation, Murong Ba, Xiaochuo could not figure out whether Murong Ba was in the camp of the Liaodong army or Murong Xianbei, or whether he would help the Liao kingdom. Chapter 629, Reward 300 Tang Poems. After Lao Qin destroyed Xixia, the world standings changed dramatically. In particular, the lords of the Mughal Empire began to appear on the list, and many lords of the Persian and Arab empires gained points in the war between the Persian and Arab empires and the Ilkhanate. First place, Han Empire, Chu Tian, with 870,000 points. The second place is Han Empire, Huan, with 770,000 points. Third place, Persian Empire, Ardashir, with 650,000 points. Fourth place, Han Empire, Lao Qin, with 630,000 points. Fifth place, Marshall, United States, with 610,000 points. Sixth place, Alexander, Kingdom of Macedonia, with 560,000 points. Seventh place, Roman Republic, Constantine, with 540,000 points. Eighth place, Brahmin, Mughal Empire, India, with 530,000 points. Ninth place, Han Empire, Mingwan, with 510,000 points. 10th place, Ekaterina of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, with 500,000 points. 11th place, Holy Roman Empire, Hohenzollern, 450,000 points. 12th place, Arab Empire, Umayyad, with 430,000 points. 13th place, Vaishya, Mughal Empire, India, with 390,000 points. The war in the Persian Empire was more tragic than imagined, so much so that the lord of the Persian Empire was ranked third for an unprecedented time, which makes people wonder how tragic it was. The Persian Empire not only included the Iranian plateau, but was actually a combination of several civilized areas with a population of tens of millions. There were many nomadic tribes in the Persian Empire, so the mobilization rate was not low and many soldiers and horses were lost. Lao Qin gained points for the destruction of the Xixia kingdom and caught up in the rankings. There was also the incredibly populous Mughal Empire in India. The Mughal Empire in India had fewer heroes than the Han Empire, but when it came to war, the number of soldiers killed in battle was in the tens of thousands, which was no less than that of the Han Empire. Moreover, the Mughal Empire in India had a large population of lower castes. In the eyes of the nobles of higher castes, they were like pigs and dogs. They were recruited in large numbers, and then used as cannon fodder for war. Therefore, not long after the war broke out in the Mughal Empire in India, two lords of the Mughal Empire in India were listed. The Mughal Empire in India emerged as a potential competitor. National war points not only depend on your own strength, but also on whether your opponent is easy to deal with. Chu Tian and other princes of the Han Empire had to deal with the Mongol Empire and its subordinate Khanate, Liao Kingdom, and Jin Kingdom. Overall, their opponents were more powerful, and the difficulty and cost of obtaining points increased. The war between the Mughal Empire and the Marathas in India took place in the closed South Asian subcontinent, where it was difficult for other civilizations to intervene. The Brahmins of the Mughal Empire in India are our mortal enemies. Chu Tian saw the names on the ranking list. During the Third National War, the Indian Mughal Empire army represented by the Brahmins was defeated by the Han Empire's coalition forces and seized the main city. As a result, the Indian Mughal Empire fell short. It is estimated that the Brahmins already had a grudge against Chu Tian et al. At that time, The Mughal Empire in India sacrificed hundreds of thousands of troops. But the Han Empire took advantage of it. Otherwise, King Arthur would have become an Indian hero by now. Mughal India was once colonized by England, and it would be inspiring to get access to England's legendary heroes. Unfortunately, there is no if. If Brahmin is allowed to be number one in the Fourth National War, things will go terribly wrong. Chu Tian is considering a secret confrontation with the Brahmin, and Xiao Liang and the girl seem to be planning to go out. There are activities held at Han Yuefu, and many literati are present. Chu Tian accidentally learned of an event. Various legions are fighting outside, but the most comfortable ones are the civil servants and scholars in the rear. Chu Tian suddenly remembered that Han Yuefu seemed to have recruited many new literati last time, including Li Bai, Li Qingxiao, Ouyang Xiao and others. Among them, Li Bai and Du Fu also have an achievement task. Li and Du's poems are transmitted orally by thousands of mouths. This time, I can go and summon Li Bai and Du Fu to complete this task, and maybe get some special rewards. Li Bai and Du Fu are two well-known celebrities in the Eastern Han Dynasty. My lord! Emperor Rufu was wearing a long dress. Her face was so red that it almost oozed water. She was next to Chu Tian. She found that only by actively approaching Chu Tian could she have a chance to change from a maid to a concubine. After all, Emperor Rufu grew up in the palace. Apart from being a little silly at first, she also gradually understood the importance of Chu Tian. It was better to be a concubine than a maid. Chu Tian found out that Emperor Rufu had been clinging to him since he came back, worried that he would not be able to be upgraded to a concubine. Everyone came to Han Yuefu, and as expected, there were many talents in Han Yuefu, including Su Shi, Du Fu, Li Bai, Ouyang Xiao, Fan Zhongyan and others. As for the female pavilion, Li Qingxiao, Kai Wenji, Du Chan and others can support the facade. Sister Xia, and all of you sisters. Du Chan and Kai Wenji have always had a good relationship with Xiao Liang, Li Xiaoning, Hua Mulan and others, so they took the initiative to say Lo. Among them, Du Chan taught dance, Kai Wenji taught music, and Xiao Liang often brought the girls to study, saying that it would increase Chu Tian's fun. For such a grand event as Han Yuefu, Xiao Liang will definitely come to support Du Chan, Kai Wenji and others. My daughter, Mrs. Li, has met the general. Li Qingjiao took the initiative to salute Chu Tian, with a hint of sadness in his eyebrows. Li Qingjiao, a female euphemistic poet in the Song dynasty, is said to be the most talented woman in the ages. She is similar to Du Fu in that she is also a person with bad luck. It seems that since ancient times, it is generally the down-and-out scholars who are prone to write brilliant articles. No need to be polite. Ding! The achievement system's S-level achievement for talented women is 50% complete. Collect the talented women Zhuo Wenjun, Kai Wenji, Shang Wanwaner, and Li Qingxiao to get special rewards. Just as Chu Tian signaled, the system prompted another achievement task. For talented women, at present, Chu Tian's territory has Kai Wenji and Li Qingxiao settled in, and Zhuo Wenjun and Shang Wanwaner are still missing. This achievement mission seems to have already existed when Kai Wenji settled in Chu Tian's territory, but Chu Tian didn't pay much attention to it. Name, Li Qingxiao. Talent, special talent, lyricist. Identity, Song dynasty poet. Commander, 10, Force 5, Intelligence, 81, Special, Politics, 50. Charm, 90. Phaseality, unlucky. Favorability, 58. Characteristic 1, Ian Jusher, S-level trait. Territorial cultural prosperity and influence plus 10%. Probability of special talents appearing in the female population plus 0.15%. But people with this trait may be unfortunate. Characteristic 2, Shuyuci, S-level trait. Territorial culture development speed plus 5%. Female population loyalty increased. Chu Tian casually looked at Li Qingjiao's panel. Li Qingxiao is a special talent. The bonus attributes are related to culture. He is also a rare talent. Du Chan has met the general. Du Chan was now slim and graceful, and her appearance was even more attractive. She already had a tendency to be a beauty, and she looked at Chu Tian in awe. In Du Chan's impression, a general should be decisive in killing, capable of swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger. Chu Tian had already seen Du Chan's panel, so he turned his attention to Li Bai, Fan Zhongyan, Su Shi, Ouyang Xiao and others. Seeing Chu Tian coming, came to bow to Chu Tian one after another. Fan Zhongyan heard that many literati and poets gathered at the Han Yuefu in Xiaqing to hold a grand meeting. So he traveled thousands of miles from Monan to Xiachen. Chu Tian was also familiar with Fan Zhongyan. Li Tai Bai. I have met the general. Although Li Bai is bohemian, it does not mean that Li Bai is arrogant and still respectful to Chu Tian. It is said that Li Bai is a swordsman. I wonder if there is such a setting in Lord. Name Li Bai. Talent, special talent, poet. Identity, poet of the Tang dynasty. Commander, 35. Force, 90. Force on the battlefield, -20. Intelligence, 90, special. Politics, 50. Charm, 97. Phaseality, unruly. Favorability, 55. Characteristic 1, poet immortal, SS level trait. Territorial cultural prosperity and influence plus 25%. Increases the probability of special talents seeking refuge. Characteristic 2, swordsman, S-level neutral trait. When equipped with a long sword. Force plus 2. Damage plus 30%. But this effect is not applicable on the battlefield. And force -20. Characteristic 3, romanticism, S-level trait. Residents in the territory are more satisfied with culture and life. He was actually a swordsman. But Li Bai couldn't go to the battlefield. An individual swordsmanship is only equivalent to that of a high-level soldier on the battlefield. Fighting on the battlefield is not the same as personal swordsmanship. Ding! The achievement system's S-level achievement 10,000 oral transmissions of Li Du's poems has been completed. And the treasure, 300 Tang poems, will be rewarded. Completed Li Bai and Du Fu's achievement task so simply. And what is this reward? Chu Tian noticed that there was an extra book in his arms. So he took out the book. 300 Tang poems. From his arms. This is the special reward. In 300 Tang poems. Du Fu accounted for 38 poems, and Li Bai accounted for 27 poems. Du Fu and Li Bai are indeed qualified to be the representative poets of the Tang dynasty. Chu Tian briefly took a look at the properties of 300 Tang poems, and found that it turned out to be an imperial treasure. Name, 300 Tang poems. Grade, imperial treasure. Effect 1, the power that owns this treasure will have cultural prosperity and influence plus 10%. Effect 2, the speed of assimilating other civilizations plus 10%. Effect 3, within the territory. Students studying in school-type buildings have an increased chance of improving their basic attributes. Description, a volume of the glory of the Tang dynasty. But it is said that many descendants were tortured because of reciting the Tang poems recorded in it. Sometimes, the value of treasures is higher than that of special talents. In Chu Tian, an era where heroes gather together and legendary heroes roam the land. The value of treasures has not yet been reflected. But what about future generations? If the heroes fall, the value of the treasure will be highlighted. The effect of the treasure will not disappear when the talent falls. It seems that it is necessary to worship this royal treasure and improve the basic attributes of the population. In addition to Li Bai and Li Qingzhao, there is also Ouyang Xiu who can serve as the prefect. I found that August has only passed 10 days. And the number of chapters to be updated seems to be 11? Zhang said, there are statistics at the end. I'm crying. I haven't saved enough manuscripts. I'll wait until I have saved 11 chapters in 2 days, and then add more updates together. Chapter 630, Sweeping the Xianbei Tribe. Everyone, get on your horses, and head to Helan Mountain this time. The leader of the Tuoba Xianbei tribe urged the tribe members to migrate to Helan Mountain early in the morning. Budugan, the original central Xianbei master, got on his horse and rode his war horse towards the new Xianbei leader. It's unbelievable that Chang'an is willing to accept our dependence and allocate the area north of Helan Mountain to us as pasture, so that we can avoid the general's front. The leader of Tuoba Xianbei had a glint in his eyes and said, Don't think this is a charity. Chang'an just wants to use us to deal with the general. We can cause some trouble to the Hetao, which is of use value. If we are not of use value, we would have been used long ago. They were wiped out by the army sent by Chang'an. Budugan said calmly. Yes. 300,000 Xianbei tribe members were summoned by Tuoba Xianbei leader to go to Helan Mountain. Among these Xianbei tribes, there are only tens of thousands of professional cavalry, who were specially selected by Tuoba Xianbei leader to become his personal soldiers. Pure nomadic tribes were no match for the Central Plains dynasty. In addition to all the people being soldiers, they also had to have an elite professional cavalry that could attack when advancing and defend when retreating. A Xianbei general caught up with their leader. I heard that Li Yuanhao, who was sent by the Guanzhong army to suppress Yinzhou city, has now given us the pasture near Helan Mountain. Maybe we will be besieged by him like Li Yuanhao in the future. The leader thought for a while, and then shook his head. I'll worry about the future matters later. The most important thing now is to avoid the general's attack. I have a bad feeling that if I don't leave in time, I might be annihilated. We need to speed things up. Quick! A military commander waved his horsewhip, urging the tribe to speed up their migration. This Xianbei tribe fled from Taiyuan, Yanmen and other places to the Ordos Plateau, and then migrated to the Helan Mountains. Because of the huge number of 200,000 cavalry deployed by Chu Tian, the Xianbei tribe expected that they would not be able to withstand the plowing sweep of the 5 cavalry legions, so they chose to avoid it. Zhejiang Laoqin set aside a pasture and allowed hundreds of thousands of Tuoba Xianbei people to graze. Laoqin's territory was quite large, but unfortunately the population was not as large as Chu Tian's. With a population of hundreds of thousands, there is not much pressure on the pastures in the Helan Mountain area. Iron Eagle Scout. Increase investigation efforts. The leader of the Tuoba Xianbei tribe became increasingly uneasy. In Yemen County to the east, a cavalry team crossed the Yellow River and quickly marched towards the Xianbei tribe, intending to severely damage Tuoba Xianbei during the expedition to Ma Bei. Tuoba Xianbei, whether in Yanmen County or Helan Mountain, is a threat to the Hetao Plain, and future troubles must be eradicated. Yu Fei's shirt rustled with a strong wind on the plateau, holding a Lichuan gun in his hand, leading the Beiwei army and a small group of Iron Eagle scouts to march quickly. Both the Chu Tian forces and the Tuoba Xianbei tribe have a special unit called Iron Eagle Scouts. Both sides have the same vision. The only difference is that this time the Chu Tian forces has sent more scouts to monitor Tuoba Xianbei's movements. Tuoba Xianbei planned to move to the Helan Mountains, but was immediately detected by the deployed scouts. So Chu Tian ordered Yu Fei to directly lead the cavalry across the Yellow River and pursue Tuoba Xianbei in the territory of Zhejiang Laoqin, ignoring Laoqin's reaction for the time being. The places under Zhejiang and Laoqin's strongest control were Guangzhou and Helui, followed by Liangzhou and then the Shihe area. Even if Zhou Bo, the commander guarding the Shihe area, learned that Yu Fei's army was marching westward, he did not dare to act rashly due to Yu Fei's strength. Otherwise a conflict would break out between the two major forces. At a time when the Han Empire was preparing for an expedition to Mobei, the forces of Chu Tian and Laoqin actually did not dare to break out into a war. Otherwise Temujin would only benefit from it in the end. Our majestic legion is almost all light cavalry, which is perfect for chasing enemy cavalry at this time. Zhang Liao advanced together with Yu Fei and Yang Yi. The 3 cavalry groups were not far away. They relied on war eagles to communicate and swept through the Ordos Plateau. The last time the Xianbei tribe made a sneak attack on Mai, the headquarters of the Weifeng Legion, causing the Weifeng Legion to lose a lot of supplies. So there was quite a bit of criticism. This time Zhang Liao seized the opportunity and led the main force of the Legion, mainly light cavalry, to the front. Bingzhou Wolf Rider is at home in Bingzhou's terrain, and even its combat power has been slightly improved. The Iron Eagle Scout's War Eagle was circling ahead. Hu Sanyang, Wen Yang, Yu Shi, Zhang Ba, Sun Quan and other generals followed Zhang Liao, and everyone was full of fighting spirit. The generals who went on the expedition to the western regions gained a lot of military exploits. It is said that Hua Mulan has the possibility of becoming a marquis because of her great contribution in killing Chagatai. The generals they left behind in the past also wanted to gain military exploits in the war and climb up the ranks. The heavy cavalry will follow up, and the light cavalry will pursue the enemy with me. Half of Yang Ye's invincible legion were heavy cavalry, which was the assault force among the Bingzhou army. However, at this time, the pursuit of the Xianbei tribe mainly relied on light cavalry, and the role of heavy cavalry was not that great. Yang Yi simply abandoned the heavy cavalry and led the light cavalry with his son Yang Yanzhao, traveling lightly and simply. To the north of the Ordos Plateau, Zhao Chao's Tiger and Leopard Legion and Su Rong's Speedy Legion advanced along the Yellow River, starting from Yunzhong County and entering Chuafang County in an attempt to intercept the Tuoba tribe. The Speed Legion is the fastest, with Xia Hoyuan as the vanguard. As the deputy commander-in-chief of the Yuzhou army, Cao Cao arranged for the Speedy Legion to serve as the vanguard at the front. The Speed Legion has the fastest marching speed among all cavalry legions. Xia Hoyuan led 10,000 light cavalry, marching day and night, and soon led Cao Cao's main force by nearly a day's journey. Xia Hoyuan's speed is fast. Guojia, the military advisor of the Yuzhou army, came over and said, "My lord once again ordered all troops to be careful of the Xianbei people and never underestimate the enemy." After Cao Cao set out, Chu Tian issued orders 3 times in a row, asking the 5 army commanders not to be careful when dealing with Tuoba Xianbei. After all, Tuoba Xianbei is a powerful Xianbei tribe that established the Northern Wei dynasty. It may not be surprising that 1 or 2 king-level or even emperor-level heroes will appear. Cao Cao rarely saw Chu Tian issue orders 3 times in a row, so he put aside his contempt for the Xianbei tribe. Tuoba Xianbei, who gave birth to the legendary hero, annexed the 300,000 Xianbei population in the Taiyuan and Yunnan areas. It is no longer a loose nomadic tribe, but a military organization with a certain system. Before the rise of the Khitans, Jurchens, and Mongols and the establishment of empires, they all followed this military form. Guijia and Cao Cao were assigned to the Yuzhou army. Due to fate, the two became partners again, but their relationship became colleagues, and they were directly loyal to Chu Tian. In the past, Guijia also called Cao 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 Thief. Ahead, the Xianbei Iron Eagle Scout is spotted. Zhang Liao received a notice from the Iron Eagle Scout that Tuoba Xianbei had this special unit. And so did Hua Mulan, who belonged to the Northern Wei dynasty. Mount your horse and pursue! Zhang Liao was always in a state of war. When he learned that he was about to catch up with the Xianbei tribe, he immediately jumped on his horse with a halberd. Take the thief's head and go back to die! Wen Yang roared. And as before, asked Zhang Liao to send 1,000 Bingzhou wolf cavalry to hunt down the Xianbei tribe. Hu Sanyang had 2 swords hanging on her waist. Being good at riding, she easily mounted her horse and followed Zhang Liao. But she felt a little uneasy. Among the Tuoba Xianbei, there may be emperor-level heroes. The Wei Feng Legion discovered the Tuoba tribe's whereabouts and went to pursue them. We quickly stepped forward to support them. Yu Fei commanded 30,000 Yuejia troops and Beiwei troops, and moved closer to Zhang Liao's direction. Even if Zhang Liao loses, Yu Fei's arrival will be enough to turn the tide. Among the Tuoba Xianbei tribe, almost no one could defeat Yu Fei with equal strength. The current climate of Tuoba Xianbei is not yet ready. So Yu Fei believes that Tuoba Xianbei can be defeated head-on and eliminate this hidden danger for his lord. The Ordos Plateau is sparsely populated and can only rely on Iron Eagle scouts and scout cavalry for reconnaissance. Tuoba Xianbei also has Iron Eagle scouts. As long as they want to escape, it will not be easy to catch the Xianbei tribe. Su Yu, who temporarily served as the military advisor of the Invincible Legion, also received Zhang Liao's response. The Wei Feng Legion is about to catch up with the Xianbei tribe. We must hurry up. Otherwise Zhang Liao and others will get the credit. Yang Yi and Yang Yanxiao immediately mounted their horses and led the light cavalry in pursuit. In the eyes of the 5 army commanders, suppressing Tuoba Xianbei was a good opportunity to gain military exploits. A Tuoba Xianbei general and the central Xianbei master Budugan received a report from the Xianbei Iron Eagle Scout. When Zhang Liao's Iron Eagle Scouts discovered the traces of the Xianbei tribe, the Xianbei tribe also discovered the whereabouts of the mighty legion. Both sides have almost the same field of view. I didn't expect to be overtaken by them. It seems that we have to fight. You continue to lead the tribe forward and abandon the tribe's cattle and sheep if necessary. When we reach Helan Mountain, we can also plunder the cattle and sheep of other tribes. The Xianbei general said to Budugan, in order to save the lives of your people, you stay and fight the Han army with me. Budugan regretted following the new Xianbei Chanyu at this time. It was obvious that the imperial general was very wary of the originally scattered Xianbei tribe and would not allow the emergence of a great Chanyu who tried to unify Xianbei. If Xianbei, like the southern Xiongnu, had chosen to surrender, perhaps they would not have been suppressed. However, Budugan has been forced to enmity with the general, and there is no turning back. About 20,000 Xianbei cavalry remained, and the rest of the Xianbei tribe still migrated to the Helan Mountains in the west. Further west is the Yellow River. Crossing the Yellow River is Helan Mountain. The Xianbei general drew his saber. His face was fair, and his seemingly cold face was somewhat ferocious. This is a fierce battle. Xianbei generals and Budugan were riding horses, standing side by side, looking towards the eastern horizon. A black line appeared, squirming quickly, sweeping towards the 20,000 Xianbei cavalry. Zhang Liao's majestic army has arrived. Deal with it! The Xianbei generals seemed reluctant to fight Zhang Liao head-on. After all, behind Zhang Liao's cavalry were cavalry commanded by other generals, who might support Zhang Liao at any time. Destroy the enemy troops and capture their people. Cattle and sheep! Zhang Liao ordered the cavalry to attack quickly. Wen Yang's vanguard cavalry was faster and bit the Xianbei cavalry. The cavalry on both sides galloped almost in parallel, shooting bows and arrows at each other. When Yang relied on the speed of his horse to break into the Xianbei cavalry, a sudden burst caused the small group of Xianbei cavalry to fall into chaos. The Wei Feng Legion has engaged the Xianbei cavalry. General Yu Fei went to support Zhang Liao's army. They should be able to defeat the Xianbei cavalry. We took a circuitous route and went to pursue the Xianbei tribe's population, cattle and sheep. So you knew that the Xianbei cavalry would be defeated by Zhang Liao and Yu Fei. So he suggested that Yang Yi and Yang Yanxiao bypass this group of Xianbei cavalry and divide the other results. According to what the military advisor said, we will take a circuitous route from the south to avoid the Xianbei cavalry. Yang Yi made a prompt decision, commanded the invincible army, and attacked the Xianbei tribe from the other side. The Xianbei tribe was retreating towards Helan Mountain. Suddenly, the Iron Eagle scouts warned the Xianbei tribe again. Instead of going to support Zhang Liao, a Han cavalry team acted like hounds and directly pursued and killed the main population of the Xianbei tribe, without giving them a chance to survive. Yellow River. All herdsmen, follow me to fight! The Xianbei tribe fell into despair. Facing the pursuit of Yang Yi's army, they could only rise up and resist. When the conflict broke out between the Bingzhou army and the Xianbei tribe, Cao Cao's Yuzhou army was still moving south along the Yellow River, aiming directly at the Helan Mountain area. Lao Qin accumulated heavy troops in Yinzhou City and Helan Mountain, as well as a group of surrendered Xixia soldiers. So Cao Cao chose to advance along the east side of the Yellow River to avoid a direct conflict with Yinzhou City on the west side of the Yellow River. I wonder if we can get any merit from it. Cao Cao competed with Yu Fei's Bingzhou army for battle glory. He had to represent the interests of the Yuzhou army. Some generals, who were temporarily affiliated with the Yuzhou army, also wanted to get a share of the pie. The Speedy Legion found the Tuoba Xianbei tribe, who was about to move to Helan Mountain in the area east of Helan Mountain. Their vanguard troops were already at war with Su Rong and Xia Hoyuan. While Cao Cao was marching, he received information about the battle situation ahead, and the Speedy Legion intercepted Tuoba Xianbei. Their goal is to migrate to the Helan Mountains and cannot be allowed to cross the Yellow River. Chapter 631 Emperor Wu of Wei. The Beiwei cavalry, who were fully armored and had tall horses holding long axes, joined the battle between the Majestic Legion and the Xianbei cavalry. The high-level armored cavalry fought hand-to-hand with the Xianbei cavalry who lacked armor. Just like cutting grass, the Beiwei army suffered almost no losses and defeated the Xianbei cavalry. The Xianbei cavalry understood the terror of the Beiwei army, so they did not dare to continue fighting with the Beiwei army. Instead, they chose to break away from the battle and use the mobility of the light cavalry to implement kite tactics in an attempt to cause damage to the Beiwei army through mounted fire. Zhang Liao's majestic legions were almost all light cavalry. They cooperated with the Beiwei army and were responsible for biting the Xianbei cavalry. Then the Beiwei army took advantage of the melee between the two sides to break into the Xianbei cavalry again. The Xianbei general, who was left behind, was in a very embarrassed state. The low-level Xianbei cavalry he commanded were unable to resist the Beiwei army and Bingzhou Wolf cavalry. In particular, Beiwei army has high attack power and high defense. Yu Fei's characteristics increase attack and defense at the same time, which once again strengthens Beiwei army's panel. As a result, Beiwei army is like a torrent of steel. Even the Xianbei people's cavalry and archery can hardly break through the defense. Zhang Liao's Bingzhou Wolf cavalry was responsible for restraint, while Wen Yang's light cavalry charged left and right among the Xianbei cavalry, destroying their formation. Hu Sanyang stepped forward from time to time, killing one or two Xianbei cavalry, and then returned to the formation. 20,000 Xianbei cavalry were defeated. The Xianbei generals fled in panic with hundreds of Iron Eagle scouts. The rest of the Xianbei cavalry also fled in separate groups and were chased by Yu Fei and Zhang Liao. The battlefield was littered with corpses. Thousands of Xianbei cavalry were killed, while Yu Fei and Zhang Liao only lost a few hundred cavalry. We shouldn't attack Bingzhou and provoke the general. Bu Dugan regretted greatly that he had underestimated the strength of the cavalry generals under the general's command. The combined attack of Yu Fei and Zhang Liao made Bu Dugan see clearly that the gap between himself and the elite troops of the Han Empire was like a cloud of mud. Bu Dugan chose to leave the Xianbei tribe and fled in another direction with more than 100 cavalry. A group of Bingzhou Wolf cavalry caught up with Bu Dugan, and one of the generals stabbed Bu Dugan with a gun. Bu Dugan quickly returned his sword to resist. Bingzhou Longqi broke away Bu Dugan's guards, and only he could save himself. Although Yushi's spear skills were not very good, he and Bu Dugan fought back and forth. The The two sides fought for 100 rounds, with no winner or loser. An arrow hit the exhausted Budugan and penetrated directly into his throat. Budugan fell from his horse and lost his breath. Yushi found that Budugan, who had been fighting to the death with him, was killed by Yufei with an arrow. It turns out that the gap in force between humans is greater than the gap in force between humans and dogs.
Is this person the leader of Xianbei?
Yufei dismounted to explore Budugan's identity. Budugan's clothes made him look like a big shot in the Xianbei tribe. But he shot Budugan easily, which made Yufei feel a little disappointed in Tuodugan, the so-called big shot in Xianbei. Originally, Yufei thought that the leader of Tuoba Xianbei would be an extremely difficult opponent. Otherwise Chutian would not have issued orders 3 times in a row, asking the commanders of each legion to be careful when fighting the Tuoba tribe.
General, according to what the prisoner said, this person is Budugan, the original Xianbei master in the central region, not the new leader. Who is the leader now? They don't know either. These are the cavalry of the Bujijin tribe. It seems that the leader of the Tuoba tribe is still ahead, and Yang Ye's invincible army has gone to pursue him. I hope Yang Yi can intercept the leader of the Xianbei tribe. Quickly clear the battlefield.
Yufei killed an insignificant Budugan and didn't take it seriously. About 150 miles away from Yufei and Zhang Liao, the Xianbei tribe was defeated by Yang Ye's invincible army. The Bingzhou Wolf cavalry galloped. The cavalry, which was mainly composed of herdsmen, was no match for the 6th Order light cavalry. Yang Yi and Yang Yanzhao defeated the Xianbei cavalry with a single charge. The Xianbei tribe fled in all directions, and the main population was surrounded by the invincible army. Yang Yi and Yang Yanzhao rode war horses and circled around the alert Xianbei tribe. The population of this group of Xianbei tribe lacked young people, so most of them were probably going to fight.
It's strange. They are all old, young, women, and children. And the tribe we caught up with, according to a rough estimate, has a population of less than 100,000.
Suyu should have been overjoyed when he captured 100,000 people at a time. But he soon discovered that most of these captives were old people, young women, and children, rather than the young and strong Xianbei people who were productive and could serve as a high-quality source of servants. He led the cavalry and forcibly dragged out a relatively gorgeously dressed Xianbei noble from among the Xianbei tribe's population.
Which tribe are you from?
The Xianbei noble trembled and said,
Bu, Lord Budugan's tribe.
With Suyu's mind, he quickly discovered the problem.
Sure enough, the Xianbei people played a trick to attack the east and attack the west.
Yang Yanzhao frowned.
Could it be that the Xianbei people discovered our traces and divided their troops into 2 groups? One to attract our attention and the other to escape from other directions? Most likely. It's difficult for the War Eagle to tell the number of people. It is estimated that the Xianbei people divided their troops at night. This group of Xianbei people is so cunning. They probably have counselors to advise them. Otherwise, it would be difficult to believe that ordinary Xianbei tribes also have such means and courage.
Suyu thought for a while and concluded that the Tuoba Xianbei tribe not only had a decisive leader, but also might have a military advisor who could use the strategy of attacking from the east and attacking from the west to enable its main force to escape the pursuit of the Han cavalry.
No wonder the Lord has repeatedly ordered us to be extra careful. It turns out that the Xianbei people still have a few brushes.
Yang Yi and Yang Yanzhao listened to Suyu's analysis and thought it was very reasonable. The Xianbei tribe is not as easy to deal with as imagined.
A slight mistake is 1,000 miles away. The main force of the Xianbei tribe is probably far away. We can only wait and see if Chao Mingda can intercept it on the way.
Suyu looked to the west. Cao Cao's 2 Yuzo cavalry regiments were advancing along the Yellow River and might intercept the main Xianbei force that escaped. When the invincible army plundered nearly 100,000 abandoned Xianbei tribesmen, the speedy army of Su Rong and Xia Huyuan encountered the main Xianbei cavalry. The Speed Legion advanced faster than Cao Cao's Tiger and Leopard Legion, in order to intercept the Xianbei tribe. Su Rong and Xia Huyuan, after a brief discussion, couldn't wait to launch an attack on the main force of the Xianbei cavalry, hoping to delay it until Cao Cao's Tiger and Leopard Legion, or perhaps the 3 cavalry regiments of the Bingzhou army in the east launched a pincer attack on the main Xianbei cavalry. However, after Su Rong and Xia Huyuan fought with the Xianbei cavalry, they suddenly realized that something was wrong. The bonuses of this Xianbei cavalry are extremely amazing. In addition to the system's 25% bonus, there are also bonuses from Xianbei leaders, as well as special units of Iron Eagle Scouts and Tiger Patterned Heavy Cavalry.
A terrifying armored heavy cavalry suddenly appeared under the cover of a large number of low-level Xianbei light cavalry, with tiger-striped uniforms, stirrups, horses, and big horses. The steel torrent attacked Xiahou Yuan's light cavalry and instantly overwhelmed Xiahou Yuan's cavalry. Xiahou Yuan's light cavalry is only the first to third level light cavalry. Its advantage lies in its amazing mobility. In terms of frontal attack, defense and impact, it is far inferior to the high-level heavy cavalry. Retreat! Xiahou Yuan was defeated and suffered heavy casualties. The Tuoba Xianbei are different from ordinary nomadic tribes. They have Iron Eagle scouts to provide them with vision. Xiahou Yuan's thousands-mile raid tactics cannot work. Capture the Han general. On the high ground, the Xianbei leader Tuoba ordered a Xianbei general with Bao skills to lead a group of cavalry from a high position to attack Xiahou Yuan's cavalry in an attempt to capture Xiahou Yuan. Why do they also have Iron Eagle scouts? The leader of Tuoba Xianbei discovered that the Chutian forces also had Iron Eagle scouts and raised war eagles, which was quite a surprise. If the Chutian forces did not have Iron Eagle scouts, he would not even have to sacrifice Budugan to divert Yufei, Zhang Liao, and Yang Ye's legions. Sacrifice of 100,000 Xianbei tribe members was already a big loss for him. My lord, we need to fight quickly. Otherwise, once the enemy soldiers attack from two directions, our army will be defeated. A counselor stood beside the Xianbei leader and gave him advice. Today's shame will definitely be repaid in the future. The Xianbei leader avoided war twice in a row and was driven from Juju Mountain in Yunnan County to Helan Mountain in Liangzhou. He, who was proud and arrogant, regarded this as a shame. But he had no other solution. Both Yufei and Cao Cao were strong enemies, and Chu Tian did not leave any room for them and directly used 200,000 cavalry to plow the fields, which was simply domineering. If Chu Tian sent tens of thousands of cavalry to attack, maybe he could lure the enemy deeper, try to annihilate tens of thousands of cavalry, and then strengthen himself step by step. But Chu Tian paid great attention to it. Xiahou Yuan was caught in a bitter battle. He held a horn bow in his hand and shot more than 10 Xianbei cavalry in succession. There were Xianbei cavalry everywhere. The tiger-pattern armored cavalry of the Northern Wei dynasty was targeting Xiahou Yuan, intending to use the impact of the armored cavalry to severely injure or even kill Xiahou Yuan. Xiahou Yuan's military force could not withstand the impact of high-level armored cavalry head-on. At this moment, Su Rong led a group of light cavalry to break into the enemy formation and rescue Xiahou Yuan. The two men joined forces and killed the surrounding Xianbei light cavalry, in addition to elites such as the Iron Eagle Scouts and the Tiger-pattern heavy cavalry. Su Rong and Xiahou Yuan could barely deal with the other Xianbei light cavalry. However, even the Xianbei light cavalry has a systematic 25% bonus, coupled with the terrifying bonus of the Xianbei leader. It makes Su Rong and Xiahou Yuan feel difficult. Su Rong's force was not as good as Xiahou Yuan's, and when he killed the Xianbei light cavalry, he obviously felt uncomfortable. I'm afraid this person's bonus to the cavalry legion is not as good as Cao Cao's. We need to join forces with Cao Cao or Yufei to defeat this person. Su Rong advocated withdrawing troops. Good. Xiahou Yuan also found that he was no match for this person. With the rise of various alien lords, the world was already in chaos. Coupled with the rampant barbarians and emperor-level and king-level heroes everywhere, Xiahou Yuan could no longer be ranked among the top generals. The Xianbei leader in front of him also has the suppressive effect of monarch characteristics. Watch out! Xiahou Yuan chose to retreat with Su Rong, and his keen sense of danger allowed him to shoot an arrow with his backhand. Xiahou Yuan's arrow collided with a stream of light, and the stream of light actually knocked away Xiahou Yuan's turning arrow, and without losing power, it shot through Su Rong's armor. Not to mention the accuracy of this arrow. Its power is unimaginable. General! The Speed Legion fell into chaos because Su Rong, who was more senior, was hit by an arrow. Su Rong has been with Chu Tian forces for several years, and his qualifications are older than Xiahou Yuan's. I'm not dead yet. Retreat! Retreat! Su Rong hugged his injured shoulder and asked Xiahou Yuan and others to immediately avoid this dangerous Xianbei cavalry. The military merit of suppressing the Xianbei tribe is not so easy to obtain. Once you advance rashly, your entire army may be annihilated. Among the Xianbei cavalry, the Xianbei general who shot an astonishing arrow came to kill him. Seeing that one arrow failed to kill Su Rong instantly, he bit his bow and knocked an arrow and shot a second arrow. Xiahou Yuan realized that this Bao general had amazing arm strength. So he shot 3 arrows in a row and intercepted one of them. The arrows collided violently in the air. Only 2 of Xiahou Yuan's arrows could block the power of one of the opponent's arrows. The third arrow shot at the Xianbei archer. The Xianbei Bao general took out a special arrow and shot it with the string full. The stream of light shattered Xiahou Yuan's third arrow, passed in front of Xiahou Yuan, and almost hit Xiahou Yuan. The bows and arrows used by the opponent are definitely no ordinary bows and arrows. Xiahou Yuan realized quickly. The opponent's force was so strong that Xiahou Yuan had to use the strength of 2 arrows to barely intercept one of the opponent's arrows. The Xianbei archers used their bows and arrows to continuously shoot down the cavalry of the Speedy Legion. No one except Xiahou Yuan could stop his bows and arrows. And one arrow often penetrated the armor. Xiahou Yuan, who is good at archery, has noticed that the arrows he used are heavy arrows used to break armor. And the horn bow itself is also a strong bow that requires amazing arm strength to draw. Xiahou Yuan protected Su Rong and used the speed of his cavalry to break through the encirclement, allowing the Northern Wei dynasty's heavy cavalry equipped with tiger patterns to pounce in the air. This man's cavalry is as fast as the wind. The leader of Tuoba Xianbei stood watching the battle from a high place and felt a little regretful when he found Xiahou Yuan breaking out. If Xiahou Yuan and Su Rong's cavalry were one step slower, they would be hit hard by the tiger-striped heavy cavalry for the second time. Even Xiahou Yuan and Su Rong would become prisoners of the Xianbei people. My lord, you can withdraw your troops. Time waits for no one. The counselor once again urged the Xianbei leader to retreat. Everything is according to what the military advisor said. The leader of Tuoba Xianbei did not hesitate. After Xiahou Yuan and Su Rong escaped, they simply cleared the battlefield and then ordered the army to cross the river to the west of the Yellow River. It has left the scope of Bingzhou and belongs to Liangzhou. There are heavy troops of Jiuzhou and Laoqin there, as well as pastures allocated to Tuoba Xianbei. Even though he knew that Laoqin was using him, Tuoba Xianbei had to rely on Chang'an. Otherwise, he would be forcibly annexed by Chu Tian. Cao Cao led the Tiger and Leopard Corps to join Su Rong and Xiahou Yuan's troops. He was secretly shocked when he learned that their raid tactics failed. Su Rong and Xiahou Yuan are also qualified cavalry officers. If wind, forest, and volcanoes were used to describe the Speed Legion's tactics, it would be as fast as the wind. I never thought that this group of Xianbei people would be so difficult to deal with. Su Rong was seriously injured in this battle. Cao Cao ordered the doctors, who accompanied the army to treat his injuries. Although he was seriously injured, his life was not in danger. Come forward and give chase. Cao Cao learned from Su Rong and Xiahou Yuan that the opponent had a special unit of Iron Eagle scouts and a special tiger pattern heavy cavalry. So he was not afraid, because Cao Cao has the tiger and leopard cavalry, which is enough to compete with him. Cao Cao once again took Xiahou Yuan as the vanguard. This time the Tiger and Leopard Legion and the Speedy Legion advanced together by the Yellow River. Cao Cao caught up with the leader of Xianbei, Tuoba. It's just that the leader of Tuoba Xianbei is about to cross the frozen Yellow River. Tiger and Leopard Rider? You should be Chaomengde. If I have the chance, I will fight you. Before leaving, the Xianbei leader Tuoba still provoked Cao Cao. Cao Cao narrowed his eyes and confronted the opponent. The fact that you can defeat Su Rong and Xiahou Yuan shows that your ability is not bad. I don't know your name. The Xianbei leader replied, Tuoba Tao. There are 2 people. One is Emperor Wu of Wei, and the other is Emperor Tai Wu of Wei. However, one belongs to the Chao Wei regime, and the other belongs to the Northern Wei regime. Moreover, the 2 men's achievements were somewhat similar, and they unified the North in their respective eras. Tuoba Tao, one day, I will take your head. While delaying Tuoba Tao, Cao Cao winked at Xiahou Yuan and Cao Chun, hoping to kill Tuoba Tao before he fled to the other side of the Yellow River. Chaomengde, do you think your little tricks can be hidden from my eyes? Let's fight again later. Tuoba Tao, an expert in art, was brave and led hundreds of Iron Eagle Scout cavalry from behind to cross the Yellow River. On the other side of the Yellow River, the main force of the Xianbei cavalry, especially the heavy cavalry with tiger patterns, was arrayed. Once Cao Cao crossed the river rashly and was attacked by the heavy cavalry from the opposite side, Cao Cao's fate would probably be the same as that of Su Rong and Xiahou Yuan. Chapter 632 Liaodong breaks the situation. What a tough opponent! Cao Cao saw the Iron Eagle Scout cavalry of the Northern Wei dynasty on alert on the opposite side. It was not until the leader of Tuoba Xianbei left that the Iron Eagle Scouts all along the Yellow River gradually withdrew. Cao Cao gathered his cavalry and joined Yu Fei, Zhang Liao, and Yang Yi who were arriving, and described to them the situation of fighting the Tuoba Xianbei cavalry. The two legions exchanged information and counted the results of the battle. They swept across the Ordos Plateau and forced Tuoba Xianbei to the Helan Mountains. They beheaded tens of thousands of people and captured 100,000 Xianbei people. Among the cavalry in the battle, Yu Fei's Bingzhou army suffered no losses, while the Speedy Legion suffered heavy losses. The Shinsu Legion was the only legion to encounter the main force of Tuoba Xianbei cavalry, and was defeated by the main force of Tuoba Xianbei cavalry before Cao Cao arrived. Otherwise, if Cao Cao's Tiger and Leopard Legion joins forces with the Speedy Legion, it will be a fierce battle with the Tuoba Xianbei cavalry, this time across the Ordos Plateau. Cao Cao, Yu Fei and others also obtained enough intelligence. First, the leader of the Tuoba Xianbei tribe is Tuoba Tao, whose ability may be comparable to Cao Cao. Second, Tuoba Xianbei had at least one counselor strategizing, sacrificing the 100,000 people of the Bujijin tribe, and attracting Yu Fei's Bingzhou army. Third, among the Tuoba Xianbei cavalry, in addition to the Iron Eagle Scouts, there is also a Tiger Pattern cavalry, which is the elite of Tuoba Xianbei. In any civilization and tribe, high-level armored heavy cavalry is a decisive force that determines the outcome of a war. The elite among the elite. If we attack Helan Mountain, our troops will enter Liangzhou and may have to fight with the heavy troops of the Guanzhong army stationed in Yinzhou City. Zhou Bo's army will cut off our retreat, and the troops stationed in Chang'an will go north and Tuoba Xianbei will counterattack. There will be attacks from 4 directions. Yu Fei thought for a while, and decided to withdraw his troops. The fight from Bingzhou to Liangzhou was already a bit risky, in Shihe County at the rear, although Zhou Bo's army turned a blind eye when they attacked Yu Fei, Zhang Liao, Yang Yi and others and pursued Tuoba Xianbei. If the cavalry of the Chutian forces invaded Liangzhou, it would be equivalent to a stabbing. It's a hornet's nest, and Lao Qin will definitely not be able to sit still. The population controlled by Tuoba Xianbei is only 300,000. We robbed its population of 100,000, leaving only 200,000 people, with only 30,000 or 40,000 troops at most. Su Yu made a simple calculation and found that even if Tuoba Xianbei's mobilization rate was very high, old, young, women and children could not be sent to fight. Judging from Tuoba Xianbei's population, the threat was not great. Guijia said. The southern Huns were grazing in the Ordos Plateau, which allowed them to monitor every move in the Helan Mountains. Once the Tuoba Xianbei dared to take a step out of the Helan Mountains, they could be raided again. First, they could plunder their population. And second, they could be used for military training. Guijia directly regarded the Tuoba Xianbei tribe as a target for military training. If Tuoba Xianbei does not develop, it is indeed an experience package. Tuoba Tao. Cao Cao looked in the direction of Helan Mountain. This was the first time he heard this name. Tuoba Xianbei's trump card was almost exposed in this battle to sweep the Ordos Plateau, so there was no need for Tuoba Tao to remain anonymous. Cao Cao realized that this was a powerful opponent, and the opponent was vaguely similar to Cao Cao. Budugan should have died in the battle. Most of the 20,000 cavalry left behind died in battle, were captured, or fled. The Xianbei cavalry generals who fought with Yu Fei and Zhang Liao were in a state of disarray and fled back with only a few hundred cavalrymen. Later, the defeated Xianbei cavalrymen who came to rely on them one after another were only 2,000 cavalrymen. This is not your fault, but our population is too small, and we must break the situation. Heir Zhurong. During this period, you can train soldiers and horses for the time being. We will donate cattle, sheep, and beautiful women to the Chang'an court every year, and try to keep our profile as low as possible. Tuoba Tao did not dare to fight Yu Fei head-on. Otherwise, he would be taken back by Cao Cao, and his entire army would have been annihilated on the Ordos Plateau. The Tuoba Xianbei tribe was temporarily stationed in the Helan Mountain area, and Lao Qin sent officials to monitor them to prevent Tuoba Xianbei from becoming bigger. Tuoba Xianbei, like Shixia King Li Yuanhao, is a double-edged sword. Even Lao Qin was hesitant about how to control Tuoba Xianbei. In Xia City, Chutian was considering a matter that had nothing to do with the Tuoba Xianbei tribe, recruiting the Knights of the Round Table and other Western cavalry species for King Arthur Artoria, and recruiting the French Protectorate Army for Joan of Arc. The Chutian forces lacked Western troops. A lot of Western soldiers captured in the last national war were consumed. Moreover, the prisoners captured in the last national war were not only Western troops, but also troops from West Asia, Japan, and other places. If you want to recruit troops for Joan of Arc and Artoria, you still need to recruit troops from the western continent to Sia City, and then use the barracks in Sia City to convert them into special troops. The Knights of the Round Table and other Western cavalry belong to the Western aristocratic class. It is difficult to abduct a group of knights to Sia City, but it does not mean that it is impossible. After some Western knights were defeated or bankrupt, as long as Chu Tian paid enough, he could lure a group of Western knights to come over and work for him. The bankrupt peasants of France would be easier to recruit, at least cheaper than the knights and nobles of the West. Chu Tian entrusted Yekaterina to recruit a group of soldiers from the West to come to Sia City, and then transfer them. Among the servants of Chu Tian's forces, there was a group of low-level infantrymen from France, who were forcibly transferred by Chu Tian to the French Protectorate Army and became Jeanne d'Arc's bodyguard. He also sent people to England to try to select soldiers suitable to serve as Knights of the Round Table, and then tried every means to get them over. Poaching a group of important soldiers under the eyes of the English lords might make the English lords angry, but Chu Tian did not care so much in order to strengthen his own power. Chu Tian could even buy English prisoners from England's enemies. The two armies of Yu Fei and Cao Cao swept across the Ordos Plateau, basically expelled Tuoba Xianbei, and captured 100,000 Xianbei people. However, 200,000 people from Tuoba Xianbei fled to the Helan Mountains. Tuoba Tao, a legendary Xianbei hero, appeared in Bingzhou of Chu Tian and was forcibly expelled to Beatty County of Liangzhou. Tuoba Tao, the Taiwu emperor of the Northern Wei dynasty, was much more powerful than the Western Xia king Li Yuanhao. He swept across the north and was even more powerful than Cao Cao. However, Tuoba Tao's family background was stronger than that of Cao Cao, and the difficulty of starting a business was different from that of Cao Cao, so it is difficult to compare. Tuoba Xianbei only has a population of 300,000. Yang Yi captured 100,000, leaving 200,000 left. For a while, there was no hope. Chu Tian was somewhat dissatisfied with Lao Qin's gentle policy. In his opinion, keeping Tuoba Xianbei would cause trouble sooner or later. This is not the time to break out into conflict with the forces of Lao Qin. There is still a covetous Temujin in the north, waiting for internal fighting in the Han Empire. Temujin encountered the Persian Empire and the Arab Empire at their peak in West Asia. His troops were frustrated, so he returned to Maobei to rest and temporarily left the Persian Empire to the Ilkhanate to deal with. Temujin experienced many battles and lost troops and horses. His actions began to be conservative, and he was on the defensive. The princes in the southern part of the Han Empire were not idle during this period. After suppressing the rebellions of Shan Yu, Jingman, and Nanman, they were basically free to participate in the expedition to Maobei. A melee broke out in Yizhou. Yang Shirlang fought with Liu Bei, and Sua Tang had a conflict with Yang Shirlang. Yang Shirlang had to distract himself to appease Sua Tang. Luan and Liu Yin stood in the same camp and planned to lure Zhang Dao to attack Liu Bei. Liu Bei also enlisted the Yizhou family to contain Liu Yin and attack Luan. In short, Yizhou is in chaos, and Chu Tian can hardly pay attention to it, and it is beyond his reach. In the melee in Yizhou, there will always be a winner. This time, it should be the second expedition of the Han Empire to Maobei. The last expedition to Maobei was an epic battle, but this time it was an expedition in a larger main world, and the difficulty was still higher than that of the expedition to Luntai. In the expedition to Luntai, there was still a Chaisher kingdom that could be used as a springboard. But in Maobei, not a single teleportation array was controlled by the Han Empire, and all were controlled by Temujin. Maobei is Temujin's basic base. Yangzhou Shepherd Tonkei and Jiaozhou Shepherd King Defa agreed to send troops to expedition to Maobei. As for the princes of Yizhou and Jingzhou, they are at a stalemate. Huan and Su Fingyan of the Western Region Protectorate were trying to defend themselves against the enemies from Central Asia, so they were unable to participate in the expedition. Their containment of Ajadai was equivalent to containing Temujin's reinforcements in disguise. Chu Tian counted the princes who decided to participate in the expedition. The expedition to Maobei mainly involved the 5 princes of Chu Tian: Lao Qin, Mingwan, Tong Kai, and Wang Defa. The number of princes in the last Maobei War was larger. As the scale of the annexation war expanded, many princes disappeared. The main force of this expedition is estimated to be the 3 northern princes with large numbers of cavalry. As for Tong Kai and Wang Defa in the south, they actually have many elite regiments, but they are just better at water warfare. Among the 3 major princes in the north, The Jin and Liao kingdoms on the other side of Mingguan seemed to have not yet been resolved. The Liaodong army at Mingguan was crucial in the expedition to Mabe. According to the ideas of the princes of the Han Empire, the expedition to Mabe can be divided into 3 routes. One going out of Liaodong Yurhai, and the other 2 going out of Monan Longcheng. The troops can be divided into 2 routes to sweep across Mabe and occupy the capital of the Mongol Empire, Hara and Lin, Mabe Dragon City, and then ruled Mabe and incorporated Mabe into the empire's territory. Chu Tian is recruiting and replenishing the soldiers and horses lost due to the expedition to the western regions. In addition to dealing with the Chang tribe in Xiliang, Lao Qin has already wiped out the Xixia kingdom, so it can free up enough troops. Only Mingguan's troops were still being restrained. Wang Jian and the Qin Ruishi army have already gone to the battlefield in Liaodong. It is estimated that with the strength of Mingguan, Liaodong should be pacified as soon as possible. Mingguan did not ask him for reinforcements, so Chu Tian did not intervene in the Liaodong battlefield, and did not go to help Mingguan put down the rebellion. With the combined efforts of Lao Qin and Mingguan, it will probably not be a problem to suppress the Liao and Jin kingdoms. Liaodong, Xuantu County. The coalition forces of Wang Jian and Murong Ba have recaptured this county, and forced the Liao forces to retreat to Fuyu State. Li Chunggui of Goryeo and Yulji Windi of Goguryeo contributed a lot in this battle, using their large number of servants to consume the main force of the Liao army. Wang Jian and Murong Ba once again entered the decisive battle and defeated Brother Yelxiu. Yelu Abaoji had to take action personally, but still failed under the joint offensive of Wang Jian and Murong Ba. The situation was even worse because after Mingguan suppressed the Jin kingdom, he sent General Lan Yu to lead a group of cavalry south, attacking Fuyu kingdom from the north, and attacking Liao kingdom from the north and south. The Liao kingdom's originally prosperous momentum was suppressed and faced the danger of destruction. Retreat the troops, lure the enemy's cavalry to pursue them, and then kill their general. Xiao Chua withdrew from Xuantu County. As expected, the new leader of the Wuhuan tribe, Taduan, stepped forward to pursue the Liao cavalry, but was ambushed and severely wounded by the Liao cavalry. If Murong Ba hadn't led the cavalry from the Murong Xianbei tribe to come to the rescue in time and rescue Taduan from the siege, Taduan might have been killed. Murong Ba's Xianbei cavalry faced off against Yelxiu's Khitan cavalry. The 2 famous generals belonged to different camps. Xiao Chua is also riding a war horse, which is graceful and graceful. There is also a bow and arrow hanging on the saddle, so he may be quite powerful. Murong Ba, you promised us to defect before the battle and occupy Liaodong City. Why did you break your promise? Xiao Chua's voice was clear, and he took the initiative to question Murong Ba. The supervisors sent by the Liaodong army to monitor Murong Ba changed their minds when they heard that Xiao Chua and Murong Ba were secretly conspiring together to capture Liaodong City. If Murong Ba really defected before the battle, Liaodong would be in danger. Mingguan never let Murong Ba serve as the commander-in-chief of the 200,000 vassal army because he was wary of Murong Ba. Murong Ba just snorted coldly. How can a mere estrangement plan succeed? I have never had any correspondence with you. Xiao Chua frowned. Murong Ba denied having any dealings with the Liao kingdom. In the eyes of the supervisors, it was more like Xiao Chua's unwarranted alienation ploy in an attempt to get Mingguan to get rid of the brave and proficient Murong Ba. Military advisor. Murong Ba is fickle and cannot make plans with him. It is better to retreat. As long as we have all our elite troops, we can make a comeback at any time. Brother Yelxiu was in awe of Xiao Chua and asked him for instructions. How could it be that the Liao kingdom was so short-lived? Xiao Chua sighed lightly. Facing the offensive of the 2 Han Empire princes, the Liao kingdom did not feel comfortable. People like Wang Jian, Murong Ba, Lan Yu, and Yao Guangxia are not easy to mess with. Li Chunggui and Yulji Windi also have their own records. Your Majesty has an order to summon all generals to return to Bio Royal City. Before Xiao Chua could make the final decision, Yelu Abaoji had already recalled them. Let's see how your Majesty decides. Xiao Chua was still extremely young at this time, and was not the leader of the Liao kingdom. Yelu Abaoji was the emperor. The Liao army retreated like a tide. The Wuhuan leader Taduan, who had just been besieged by the Liao army and almost died, said to Murong Ba, the Liao soldiers have retreated. Let's pursue them quickly. Murong Ba was unmoved. Xiao Chua is very resourceful, and if he pursues him rashly, he will only set up an ambush again. No more pursuit. Chapter 633 The Han Empire and Mongolia preparing for war. The Liaodong army requested reinforcements from the princes in the pass. General Wang Jian arrived and mobilized more than 200,000 troops from Liaodong. How can we resist? After Yelu Xiezhen was recalled by Yelu Abaoji, he threw his helmet on the ground and was very angry. The situation was not favorable for Liao. Though Liao army's offensive momentum was originally very good and had a tendency to occupy Liaodong city, unfortunately, Mingwan borrowed a group of elite soldiers from Lao Qin and was able to command the 200,000 troops of the Liaodong vassal state. Murong Ba did not dare to have any ambitions for the time being. After all, Wang Jian brought 50,000 people, while Murong Xianbei only had 20,000 cavalry. The Goryeo and Goguryeo armies of Li Chunggui and Yulji Munduk combined totaled 100,000, and their number was much larger than that of Murong Ba, with only 20,000 cavalry. Even if they have ambitions, they probably would not dare to act rashly. Brother Yelushio's expression was not good either. He was defeated by Murong Ba. Murong Ba seemed to want to prove his loyalty to the Liaodong army. King Yelu Abaoji of Liao was sitting on the main seat. He saw that all the generals were disappointed because of the failed war. But he was not very anxious. Xiao Chua was observing everyone's expressions, and found that Yelu Abaoji seemed to have other ideas. Everyone. Victory or defeat is a common matter for military strategists. The Liaodong army is very powerful. We should withdraw from Fuyu State to avoid its edge. To the surprise of all the Liao generals, Yelu Abaoji actually planned to voluntarily give up the Fuyu territory. Xiao Chua was not surprised, because she always believed that even if she gave up Fuyu country temporarily, it would not matter. The territory of the Liao kingdom was originally occupied by the Doves and the territory of the Fuyu people, as long as the elite legions exist. With the characteristics of the Khitan civilization, they can conquer other tribes and re-establish the Liao kingdom at any time. Brother Yelxia asked, Your Majesty, if we abandon the Fuyu kingdom, where will we go next? Yelu Chukai. Yelu Abaoji clapped his hands, and a scholar walked out from behind the screen. I am Yelu Chukai, a minister of the Great Khan of the Mongol Empire. Temujin's chief assistant took the initiative to bow to Yelxia Gu, Yel Xiezhen, and other Liao generals. Snort. Among the generals of the Liao kingdom, many people sneered at the appearance of Temujin's civil servants in the Fuyu kingdom. In the kingdom of Jin, Wan Inaguda was besieged by generals such as Chang Yuchen, Li Chongyang, Li Wenzhong, Dorgan, Albai, Jin Wushu, and even Mingwan himself. Xu Wenzheng was responsible for defending the city and had difficulty coping with it. In order to suppress Wan Yenaguda with all his strength, Mingwan even ignored the Liao state and concentrated the main force of the Liaodong army to deal with Wan Yenaguda, without giving it any chance to breathe. Wan Yenaguda was continuously attacked by the main force of the Liaodong army, and it was difficult to capture the city defended by Xu Wenzheng. So it gradually weakened. Just when Wan Yenaguda was in danger, an envoy came to Wan Yenaguda's camp. What is the purpose of Temujin sending you here? Wan Yenaguda stared at the limping cripple in front of him, but he did not dare to look down upon him. This man is extraordinary. The villain Timur, on the orders of the Great Khan, asked Master Wan Yen to move to Yurhai to stop the Liaodong army from attacking Mabe. Timur explained to him the purpose of his visit. Timur has begun to grow up after 2 battles in the Ili Valley, the Luntai Kingdom War, and the West Asia Hari River Battle. At this time, even if he was facing Jin Emperor Wan Yenaguda, he was not afraid at all. For some reason, Wan Yenaguda didn't have much favorable impressions of Temujin. After all, in history, the Mongols destroyed the Jin kingdom. Wan Yenaguda's hidden characteristics were inconsistent with Temujin's. Temujin asked me to guard the fishing sea. What benefits can I get from it? The water and grass in the Yurhai area are abundant, enough for the Jurchen tribe to recuperate. If Lord Wan Yin helps the Great Khan once, then the Great Khan will give him a favor and help Lord Wan Yin seize Liaodong. You don't have to be as miserable as you are now, struggling hard. Master Wan Yin has been fighting with the Liaodong army for a long time, and perhaps our troops have suffered a lot of losses. Humph! It's not Temujin's turn to worry about me. Wan Yenaguda leaned on the throne, tapped the armrest with his fingers, and finally said slowly, Maybe we really should join forces. The Han Empire is too powerful after all. The Liaodong army is not only restraining us, but also that guy Yelu Abaoji. Wan Yenaguda, Yelu Abaoji, and Temujin all disliked each other and were at odds with each other. But in the face of the powerful Han Empire, in order to avoid being annexed and integrated, there seemed to be no other way but to join forces. No civilization alone could compete with the Han Empire's coalition. This time, the only choice was to use a coalition to deal with the coalition of princes of the Han Empire. Thank you, Master Wan Yin.
I will go back to Mabe now to report the good news to the Great Khan.
Timur excused himself and limped away.
Wait. If you are willing to sacrifice your life for me, I can make you king.
Thank you,
Lord Wanyan. But I'm afraid I won't be able to adapt to this place in Liaodong.
Timur rejected Wanyan Aguda's offer. He always believed that by following Temujin, he would have a greater chance of becoming famous in history.
What a weirdo.
After Timur left, Wanyan Aguda summoned a group of Jin generals.
Temujin, the Great Khan of the Mongolian Empire, asked us to station ourselves at Urai to guard against the Liaodong army. I am willing to agree to it, and the general's commander Meng Enmaku, carrying food, grass and weapons, moved to Urai with me. Ocean.
Wanyan Aguda's Jin forces quickly gathered and moved to Urai. That is, the Belt Lake area, to avoid the military front at Mingwan. The originally critical situation in Liaodong turned out to be safe because the main forces of the Liao and Jin kingdoms gradually withdrew. The Liaodong cavalry swept through and captured the city where Wanyan Aguda was originally stationed. They found that the Jin army had deserted the city.
My lord, it seems that the Jurchens have abandoned this place.
The burly Chan Yuchen's armor was damaged. In many battles with the Jurchen cavalry, Chan Yuchen fought the most bravely, causing the Jurchen cavalry to suffer a lot. Dorgan, Obai and others were afraid of Chan Yuchen's strength and did not dare to have two minds. Mingwan led his troops to inspect the granary and found that there was almost no grain left in the granary. Faced with Mingwan's continuous attack, Wanyan Aguda was on the verge of running out of food and grass. So he simply wiped out all the food and grass before migrating to Urai.
Where is Wanyan Aguda going to fight?
Mingwan thought for a while and quickly thought of a place to fish in the sea.
The cold winter is coming to an end, and Wanyan Aguda may have gone to the fishing sea. Once the ice and snow melt, the local forage will be enough to feed the Jurchen's cattle, sheep and war horses, and they can also rob other tribes. Please, my lord, give me 100,000 troops. Chan Yuchen will definitely take Wanyan Aguda's head and come to see my lord.
Okay,
I'll give you 100,000 troops.
Mingwan did not let Wanyan Aguda go, but continued to suppress him. After Wanyan Aguda retreated to Urai, Mingwan persevered and must destroy Wanyan Aguda. The main force of the Liao kingdom withdrew from the Fuyu kingdom. Before retreating, they looted the gold, silver, weapons, cattle, sheep, grain and grass of the Fuyu kingdom. They also took away a group of strong men and set fire to the Fuyu king city, turning it into ruins. Xiao Chua was sitting on the carriage, his clear eyes reflecting the firelight in the sky. The Liao kingdom would rather burn King Bio City than leave King Bio City to the enemy Liaodong army. In addition to losing the land of Fuyu, the main cavalry of the Liao kingdom was not severely damaged. There was also a reason to loot the important cities of Fuyu and take away the gold and silver for future taxes.
In the future, I will capture Liaodong city.
Xiao Chua put down the curtain of the carriage and left Fuyu country under the protection of Pishigen. After the main force of the Liao kingdom withdrew, Murong Ba and Taduan's cavalry took the lead in arriving at the king city of Fuyu and found that the place had turned into a sea of fire. They stationed nearby, and then the army led by Yao Guangxiu, Wang Jian, Gong Sun Kong, Kong Yud and others arrived and joined Murong Ba and Taduan as the vanguard.
Although Xuanta County and Bio Kingdom were recovered, Xuanta County and Bio Kingdom suffered heavy losses. Yao Guangxiu successfully repulsed the Liao Kingdom and allowed Xuanta County and Fuyu Kingdom to return to the sphere of influence of the Liaodong army. But there was a lot of hardship. Xuanta County and Fuyu Kingdom were originally within the sphere of influence of Mingwan. Mingwan had already advanced into the Black Dragon Army's basin. The sudden appearance of the Liao Kingdom not only led to the annihilation of Lu Xiangsheng and Tianxiong's army, but also the burning of Fuyu King City. Xuanta County was in the two armies suffered heavy losses in the battle. Although the main cavalry of the Liao Kingdom was defeated, it was active in the eastern part of the Moning grassland and still posed a threat to Liaodong and Yuzhou. The Liao state used retreat to advance and avoided Wang Jian, which was very difficult. Murong Ba looked at the raging fire in Fuyu Royal City with a complicated expression. No one knew his true position in the battle between the Liao Kingdom and the Liaodong army.
I was ordered by my lord to come to Liaodong to help expel the Liao army. Now that my goal has been achieved, it is time to return to Guanzhong and return my orders to my lord. In the future, we must actively prepare for the expedition to Mabe.
After Wang Jian defeated the Liao cavalry, he took the initiative to say goodbye to Yao Guangxiu.
Thank you. General Wang Jian has come all the way. If he wasn't a general, I'm afraid the servants of the various countries would not be convinced.
Yao Guangxu thought about the gains and losses this time. His lord Mingwan still owed Lao Qin a big favor. This time, the Mingwan forces are at a disadvantage. Wang Jian led the Qin Ruishi legions to return to Guangzhou one after another. During the expedition to Mabe, Wang Jian's infantry was one of the main forces of the Guangzhou army.
We must also actively prepare. Temujin has fought many times and his vitality has been severely damaged. There is no better opportunity than this to eliminate Temujin.
Yao Guangxu immediately set about rectifying the Fuyu kingdom to prevent the Liao kingdom's Khitan cavalry from coming back. In accordance with the Liaodong army's commitment to the various vassal states, Taduan became the new leader of the Wuhuan tribe. Goguryuo's taxes were reduced, and the Murong tribe also received preferential treatment. Each vassal state got what it needed. In Mobei, Hara and Lincheng. In front of Temujin, Yelu Chukai and Timur sent envoys from the Liao and Jin countries to report back.
Liao and Jin were at a disadvantage in the war with the princes of the Han Empire, and they were willing to join forces with the Great Khan to deal with powerful enemies. Even though the Great Khan had lost many cowardly Shui troops in West Asia, he could only rely on the power of the Khitans and Jurchens, plus the terrain of Mabe. Even if the Han Empire has millions of cavalry, it is not something to be afraid of.
Timur was confident.
Timur, having confidence is a good thing, but we need more trump cards to prevent Mabe from being occupied by the Han Empire.
Temujin did not dare to rely on his superiors this time, because his cowardly Shui army suffered more than half casualties in the great battles in the western region and West Asia. The temporary recruitment of new soldiers will lower the average level of the Qingshui army, resulting in a decrease in the combat effectiveness of the Qingshui army. He will need time to reorganize the Qingshui army. Cavalry such as Tan Machi also need to be re-recruited and replenished.
The Beifu army, Sun family army, and the newly established Southern Dynasty army can come in handy.
In the fourth epic battle,
Battle of Jingkong,
the generals Tong Kai obtained were not from the Song dynasty or the Jin kingdom, but from the Southern dynasties. The so-called Southern dynasties, that is, during the Northern and Southern dynasties, the Lu Song, Nanliang, Chun, and Southern Qi dynasties occupied half of the country. In Jiaozhou, Defa, the shepherd king of Jiaozhou, who had the famous general Zheng Chenggong, couldn't help but feel depressed. His navy probably would not have any effect in the expedition to Mobei. Fortunately, he has generals such as Li Dingguan and Fu Yud. The area of Jiaozhou is not small, and the number of players who choose Jiaozhou is large. In fact, the total population is also quite staggering. While Temujin was actively defending Mabe and recuperating, the princes of the Han Empire were also preparing for an expedition. Chapter 634 Timur and Xiaochua. While the Chutian forces were actively preparing for war, a big shot came to Xia City. Catherine of St. Petersburg. Ekaterina's sudden visit put the ladies in the Lord's mansion on alert.
Is this the Xia City of the Eastern Han Dynasty?
Yekaterina passed through the teleportation array in Luntai City and came to Xia City, causing a commotion in Xia City. Soon it was confirmed that there was a relationship between Chuzimu, the Lord of the Eastern Han Dynasty, and Catherine, the Lord of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Although there were rumors that the two were having an affair 4 years ago, it was finally confirmed now. Moreover, many European lords, who went to St. Petersburg to request a marriage also discovered that Catherine had a son.
Dirty woman! What are you doing here?
Xiao Liang couldn't help but sneer when he saw Yekaterina taking the initiative to visit the Lord's mansion. Ever since Ekaterina confessed, she has let go of her arrogance. Xiao Liang allowed her to come to Xia City for a limited time, but she still felt a little unhappy every time she saw Yekaterina, because she easily felt inferior in front of Yekaterina.
I don't want to come here. Just like last time. I'm here to discuss how to deal with the Mongol Empire and the Golden Horde.
Ekaterina was not polite and walked straight into the Lord's mansion, looking around curiously. Emperor Rufu, who was taking care of several children, saw Ekaterina for the first time, and the two were stunned.
Why are there other women here?
Catherine discovered a new rival. Emperor Rufu also stared at Yekaterina with some caution, thinking that Yekaterina was going to compete with her for the qualification to be upgraded to a concubine.
Ekaterina, you will always be just a little wife.
Xiao Liang directly confirmed Yekaterina's status.
Impossible. I already have children. How can I just be a little wife? In terms of age, among the people here, I seem to be only a month or two younger than you.
Catherine immediately protested.
I said you are a little wife. And you are a little wife. If you are not satisfied, you can leave immediately. Xiao Liang was slightly annoyed when she heard Yekaterina mention her age. Snort. Although Yekaterina is not satisfied with Xiao Liang's positioning of her, it seems that Xiao Liang still has the final say here. When Chu Tian returned to the house, he found that after Yekaterina arrived, the backyard was buzzing, and he couldn't help but frown. Xiao Liang and Ekaterina don't seem to get along very well. You came to Xia City. Is there anything you can do? Chu Tian knew that Yekaterina would definitely find an excuse for herself before coming to the Eastern Han Dynasty. Only then did Yekaterina stop mingling with Xiao Liang. The Golden Horde was retreating steadily under the attack of our coalition forces, and planned to stick to the area around the royal city of Salai. Its main force avoided fighting, and was conserving its strength. I suspect that the Golden Horde, the main force of the Khanate, may go to Mabe to support Temujin. After all, the Han Empire has plans to expedition to Mabe. Mabe's status in Temujin's heart is higher than that of the Golden Horde. It is indeed possible for Temujin to mobilize the troops of the Golden Horde to support Mabe. Chu Tian felt somewhat uneasy when he learned about the movements of the Golden Horde. The strength of the Golden Horde is not weak. If they join forces with Temujin, and the Liao and Jin countries have recently had frequent contact with Temujin, it will undoubtedly be a huge challenge for the Han Empire. I can help you at critical moments. If the Golden Horde sends troops, I will also send troops to participate in the Battle of Mabe. Of course, you must occupy a teleportation array in Mabe so that my troops can be teleported to the local area. We don't want to waste our troops on a long march. Once again, this is not for you, but to eliminate the main force of the Golden Horde and force the royal city of the Golden Horde to surrender to me. Ekaterina is still as stubborn as ever. In any case, Yekaterina promised to send troops to support the Golden Horde after sending troops, so that she could share the pressure of the expedition to Mabe, which was a good thing. The two discussed how to send troops, while Ma Yunlu took Chu Wu and Chu Xian to play in the courtyard, as well as the little duke who arrived. That's probably it. Do you plan to stay in the Lord's mansion for a few more days? After Chu Tian finalized the expedition to Mabe, he took the initiative to ask, why should I stay here? This place is not as comfortable as St. Petersburg. And there is that woman who is against me all day long. If you beg me, I can reluctantly stay. Oh, you can go back then. Chu Zimu. Ekaterina glared, but then relented and chose to stay for a few more days. In the past few days, the Lord's mansion has been quite lively. Xiao Liang has roped in several other women and forcibly changed Ekaterina's status to that of his concubine. Even Emperor Rufu, who had the lowest status in the past, now has a higher status than Catherine. Ekaterina protested every day, but she still had to give in. After all, she was weak, and no one was on her side. Although the harem was on fire, Chu Tian was still planning an expedition to Mabe. The expedition to Mabe mainly used the Guards Corps, Bingzhou Army, Yuzhou Army, and Monan Army. As for the Jizhou Army, Chu Tian transferred it to Bingzhou and Yuzhou for garrison. The main objects of defense are Tuoba Xianbei and some tribes in western Liaoning and Monan. The Bingzhou Army and the Monan Army are on the same side, and the Yuzhou Army and the Guards Army are on the same side. The two groups of troops cooperated with each other to attack Halahilan in Mabe and Longcheng in Mabe respectively. Lao Qin attacked Halahilan and Mingwan attacked Yurhai, Bell Lake. As for Yangzhou Mutanke and Jiazhou Muwang Defa, they can freely choose which army to join. Mingwan was already at war with Wanyan Aguda at Yurai. The two sides fought fiercely, and Yurhai was dyed red with blood. Mingwan chased him fiercely, but Wanyan Aguda was beyond his expectation. As for Yao Guangxiu and others, they were actively preparing for war, preparing to eliminate the remnants of the Liao Kingdom and march towards Mabe. The Liao Kingdom was active in the eastern grasslands of Monan, and also posed a certain threat to Yuzhou and Chutian. Regardless of whether they expanded Xianbei or the Liao Kingdom, they ultimately chose to be between the forces of the two princes, taking advantage of the conflicts between the princes and surviving in the cracks. However, the enemy of the Liao Kingdom was Mingwan, and Chu Tian didn't bother to pay attention to the Liao Kingdom, just like Lao Qin didn't pay much attention to Tuoba Xianbei. In Mabe, Hara and Forest, Temujin trained his troops day and night. Commanders such as Timur, Subutai, Jibi, and Mawali were brought back to Mabe by Temujin to train each legion and improve the average level of each legion as much as possible. As for Central Asia and West Asia, Temujin left full power to his son to take care of it. He concentrated on responding to the Han Empire's offensive. The Persian Empire and the Arab Empire in West Asia had a combined population of tens of millions. It was not easy to conquer West Asia while guarding against the Han Empire. The Grand Duchy of Moscow also has a population of tens of millions. The Indian Peninsula has a population of hundreds of millions and hot weather, making it difficult to conquer. Conquering Eastern Europe and India was difficult for the Mongol Empire. Temujin found that his power expansion had reached its limit. If he continued his expedition regardless of Mobe might be destroyed by the Han Empire. The envoy of the Liao Kingdom, Xiao Chua, and the envoy of the Jin Kingdom, Wan Lu, have arrived. While Temujin was training his troops, the cold winter gradually passed, and two important figures came to Hara and Lin. All the military generals, or servant generals of the Mongol Empire, looked at the two people who arrived. A young woman, well-behaved, like a heavenly being. The envoy said by the kingdom of Jin was a general, brave and resolute, with an evil spirit of conquering the battlefield. This person, Timur, became one of the commanders of the Chishu army, squeezed into the upper echelons of the Mongol Empire, and was able to participate in a conspiracy between the Mongol Empire and other civilizations. Temujin learned the lesson of King Wusun's betrayal last time, and no longer trusted prisoners except for the civil servants and generals he recruited. Timur's eyes stayed on Xiao Chua. He had an intuition that if he could get this woman, his legion might have stronger combat power. Xiao Liang obtained Xiao Chua's headline of the heroine characteristic. This SS characteristic can have an auxiliary effect. Xiao Chua is not just a trait. He may have many auxiliary traits. Timur needs such an auxiliary hero to enhance the combat effectiveness of his legion. Moreover, Xiao Chua's appearance is also impeccable. Probably feeling Timur's greedy gaze, Xiao Chua looked at the timid Shuai general under Temujin's tent and just smiled softly. From Timur's point of view, he was greatly shocked. I have to get this woman. Timur was indifferent on the surface, but whether out of ambition or greed, he wanted to get Xiao Chua. Xiao Chua's eyes returned to the front. Her purpose was to go to the Mongolian Empire as an envoy to achieve her own goals. As for Timur, such a person is not difficult to use. In Xiao Chua's view, Timur was just a general of the Imperial Guard under Timur. Wan Lushi, who came from the Jin Kingdom, glanced at the generals of the Mongol Empire and was secretly shocked. Temujin fought successively in the Western region and West Asia, all because he had a group of strong soldiers and generals under his command, so that he would not suffer a disastrous defeat. There may be no less than 4 or 5 royal commanders present. Temujin, escorted by Qi Laoan and Borshu, came to the throne of the great Khan of the Mongolian Empire. From a high position, he looked down at the arriving Xiao Chua and Wan Lushi. Regarding the fact that the Liao Kingdom sent a woman as an envoy to the Mongolian Empire, Temujin remained calm, but was somewhat surprised in his heart. Obviously, Yelu Aboji attached great importance to this person, so he regarded him as an envoy to the Mongol Empire. The other person is a general of the Kingdom of Jin. After Wanyan Zonghan, Wanyan Zongwang, Jin Wushu and others were carved up by the princes of the Han Empire. Wanyan Aguda took Wanyan Lushi as his general. It is said that Mingwan, the Hussar general of the Han Empire, has sent troops to attack Urhai, and Wanyan Aguda suffered heavy losses. Temujin looked towards Wanyanlu's room. Exactly. After losing more territory, both food and population will be stretched thin. Wanyan Lushi also did not hide the plight of the Jin Kingdom. A considerable part of the reason why he was ordered to come this time was because the Kingdom of Jin was under fierce attack by Mingwan forces and could not support it. Apart from the difference in the number of generals, the territorial population of Mingwan was actually much larger than that of the Jin Kingdom that Wanyan Aguda had hastily established. Even if tens of thousands of cavalry were killed in the Mingwan battle, there would be a steady stream of troops from Liaodong, Liaoshi, Goryeo, Goguryeo, Huining City and other places. The Jurchen cavalry of Wanyan Aguda became less and less, and the servant armies of other tribes were gradually conquered again by Mingwan. The number of servant troops of Wanyan Aguda also became smaller and smaller. Therefore, in the long run, Wanyan Aguda will be killed by Mingwan. The barbarian forces that descended all had such weaknesses, and their territory was not strong enough. Temujin is different, and has been operating in the main world for several years. Wanyan Lushi took a deep breath. Therefore, our king hopes to use your power to destroy Mingwan and attack Liaodong. After occupying Liaodong, our king is willing to respect you as the suzerain. Xiao Chua's expression changed slightly, because the purpose of Yelu Aboji sending her here was also to ask for reinforcements from Temujin. Occupy Liaodong. and re-establish the Liao kingdom. If you can sit on Liaodong, then even if you claim a vassal state to Temujin, it will be fine. This is the price of borrowing troops. The purpose of Wanyan Losher's arrival is exactly the same as that of Xiaochua. I think we, the Liao kingdom, are the ones the Great Khan needs to cooperate with. We have more troops, more people, and more weapons. Xiaochua tried to persuade Temujin to send troops to help the Liao kingdom gain Liaodong instead of the Jin kingdom. This Great Khan already knows your intention. With Fuyu State as the boundary, Fuyu State and the Heishui River Basin are the territory of the Jin State, and Liaodong and Goryeo are the territories of the Liao State. Western Liaodong is occupied by this Great Khan personally. If I can help you occupy it, here, your two countries need to obey the orders of this Great Khan and recruit soldiers and horses to assist in the expedition. This Great Khan still recognizes the status of the king of the two countries. Temujin took the initiative to capture both countries. Seeing that Temujin had made up his mind, Xiaochua and Wanyan Lusher could only agree to Temujin's somewhat harsh conditions in order to defeat Mingguan. Temujin hosted a banquet in honor of Xiaochua, Wanyan Lusher and others. Timur tried to get close to Xiaochua, but the moon came first when he was near the water and the tower. It turns out that the general once severely damaged the Han army in Luntai and Ili. As expected, heroes have emerged from Yu since ancient times. Xiaochua learned that Timur was one of the new four cowards, and had caused trouble to the Han army many times. In order to win over Timur, he did not show disgust, but instead laughed lightly, so that Timur would not suffer. Feeling of discrimination, Timur wanted more and more to get Xiaochua, who seemed to him to be close to perfection. However, Xiaochua followed the Liao envoy and stayed for only 2 or 3 days before leaving the Mongolian Empire with Temujin's secret message and returning to the Liao's camp in the eastern grasslands of Monan. After Wanyan Lusher received Temujin's promise, he also chose to return to Yurhai and seek revenge on Wanyan Agu. Xiaochua. After all, Timur was young and vigorous at this time. He found Xiaochua's lingering figure and couldn't wait to get her. I am just a member of the Great Khan's generals now, and Xiaochua seems to be quite popular and has considerable power in the Liao kingdom. How can I get her? Timur had the desire to conquer. Just like conquering the world, he first had to climb up and make himself as powerful as possible. If the Han Empire goes on an expedition to Mabe and defeats it, it may take the opportunity to make military exploits and ask for this man from the Great Khan. The Liao kingdom will definitely be under the pressure of the Great Khan. In the future, I will have 4 sons, who will be with the Great Khan. The 4 sons are the same, each leading a khanate. Tamerlane even began to imagine what would happen next. Chapter 635 Monan Prince's Meeting. In Japan and Hokkaido, various daimyo gathered their troops to attack Ezo. For the Japanese daimyo, Ezo was a barbarian tribe, and each daimyo took advantage of this opportunity to compete for the position of general to conquer the barbarians. Ezo was defeated by the daimyo coalition in a battle in Hokkaido. However, after Takeda Shingen's army successfully attacked Ezo, Takeda Shingen learned that his territory had been invaded by Oda Nobunaga's forces. Takeda Shingen couldn't help being furious and immediately led his army back to the territory. When the threat from Ezo was lifted, Oda Nobunaga immediately ordered the legion staying in Owari province to join Tokugawa Ieyasu's remaining legions without scruples. Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu were one step ahead of Takeda Shingen. Teleport to Mikawa Kingdom and join forces to defeat Takeda Shingen. Takeda Shingen was severely damaged by the Han Empire in the Third National War. At this time, Oda Nobunaga immediately turned against him after conquering Ezo, and a decisive battle suddenly broke out between the two sides. A battle to decide the world began under the planning of Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu. Thinking of Oda Nobunaga's growing power, Takeda Shingen had to find a way to fight Oda Nobunaga quickly. Oda Nobunaga has conquered all the small forces around him that oppose him, and even the Chasage Motokan of Shikoku Island has surrendered to Oda Nobunaga. The sudden outbreak of the war seemed to be initiated by Oda Nobunaga, but in fact, it was Takeda Shingen's last resort decision. If the delay continues, the economic gap between the two sides will become wider and wider until it becomes impossible to make a comeback. The combined forces of Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu totaled 180,000, while Takeda Shingen could only send 70,000 troops to deal with the offensive of Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu. Oda Nobunaga met with his ally Tokugawa Ieyasu. Oda Nobunaga commanded Kinoshita Hideyoshi, Takanaka Hanbei, Shibata Katsui, Tokugawa Kazumitsu and other warring states generals, Minamoto Yoshitsune, Minamoto Yoritomo, Sakao Tamuramuro, Taira Shomon and other ancient military generals went out to battle. And behind Tokugawa Ieyasu was Honda Tadakatsu, known as the most powerful general of the warring states period, holding a dragonfly cutter in his hand. Ishiyama Honganji Temple, Kishuzagatsu, Ase, and Asakura were all destroyed by me. Our total Ishiga is at least 5 times that of Takeda Shinjin, or even more. No matter how ferocious the Tiger of Kai is, he may be our opponent. The world is in my hands. Oda Nobunaga was riding a war horse, standing side by side with Tokugawa Ieyasu, with hundreds of generals of various sizes behind him, looking at the steady stream of troops marching towards Takeda Shinjin's sphere of influence. Because the addition of players has brought new concepts of conquest, the great names of the Japanese warring states period have realized that it is not just about making the opponent surrender. It is best to eliminate the forces hostile to them as much as possible, like the Eastern Han District. Otherwise they will repeat themselves. The betrayal of impermanence. Now no daimyo can bear the betrayal of his retainers and other daimyo. Tokugawa Ieyasu carefully handled his relationship with Oda Nobunaga. Oda Nobunaga's power expanded rapidly due to the support of players, while Tokugawa Ieyasu's sphere of influence was sandwiched between Oda Nobunaga and Takeda Shinjin, making it difficult to expand and could only wait for opportunities. Oda Nobunaga, on the other hand, has conquered Gyeonggi, Ki Peninsula, Shikoku Island and other places, and has several times the stone height, that is, grain output, of Tokugawa Ieyasu and Takeda Shinjin. Oda Nobunaga has always avoided a direct conflict with Takeda Shinjin. After breaking the siege, he finally took action against Takeda Shinjin. The economic gap between Takeda Shinjin and him has reached several times. These are fire guns from Tanegashima. There are so many of them. Tokugawa Ieyasu noticed that Oda Nobunaga's legion, in addition to the standing army, was also equipped with a large number of Tanegashima iron cannons. Tanegashima's specialty is iron cannons. Even the Shinji battalion under Chu Tion's command has purchased thousands of these iron cannons. In fact, Lord, the price of matchlock guns is very expensive. It was only after Chu Tion discovered the Jiaodong gold mine that he had enough money to buy iron cannons from Tanegashima in Japan. After all, Chu Tion still has millions of troops and hundreds of thousands of officials and servants to support. The average Japanese daimyo cannot afford thousands of matchlocks. But Oda Nobunaga has a firearms branch and is equipped with at least thousands of matchlocks. When Tokugawa Ieyasu saw Oda Nobunaga becoming increasingly wealthy, he probably knew that Oda Nobunaga had been developing quietly during this period. And after annexing the surrounding small forces, he had grown into a giant, at least here in Japan, which has a population of 20 to 30 million. Oda Nobunaga has a population of about 10 million. His accumulated population advantage is unimaginable. Even in a war of attrition, he can bring down the Tiger Takeda Shinjin. Moreover, Oda Nobunaga also has a powerful firearms unit, which is Oda Nobunaga's special unit. I understand why you have such a strong determination to win. It seems that this time we can take the tiger's head. As long as the tiger dies, no one can stop you. Tokugawa Ieyasu's tone was already somewhat respectful. With Oda Nobunaga's ability, coupled with accumulated talents and population advantages, it was basically a matter of time to unify Japan and become a general who conquered barbarians. Without the incident at Hinoji Temple, no one could stop Oda Nobunaga from becoming a man of the world. Takeda Shinjin once had a chance, but he fought with Yasuji Kenshin and was severely damaged by the Han Empire in the National War, which gave Oda Nobunaga time to rise. With the support of players, the big devil is already unstoppable. Of course, this is Japan. The Han Empire is already preparing for an expedition to Mobe. On the way to defeat Takeda Shinjin, Oda Nobunaga received information from the Han Empire. The Han Empire planned to directly destroy the Mongol Empire of Temujin, the world boss of the barbarian camp. According to Oda Nobunaga's vision, the ideal outcome would be for both Temujin and the Han Empire to suffer losses, and then he would profit from it after unifying Japan. However, the princes of the Han Empire were already preparing to destroy the Mongol Empire less than a year after the Fourth National War began. In less than a year, the civilizations that fell to the hands of the princes of the Han Empire included the Chagatai Khanate, the Ajadai Khanate, the Fuyu Kingdom, and the Shishia Kingdom. If the Mongol Empire were defeated, the Fourth National War might end early. and it would completely destroy Oda Nobunaga's plan. If the Han Empire can really destroy the Mongol Empire, then it will be none of our business. For now, we must capture the Tiger of Kai and the Dragon of Ekigo as soon as possible, and issue a general peace order in the world to end the troubled times. Oda Nobun is beyond reach, and he may not be qualified to be involved in the peak battle between the Han Empire and the Mongol Empire. Both the Han Empire and the Mongol Empire were more powerful than the Japanese. Even if the entire Japanese daimyo joined forces, they might not be able to gain an advantage in the battle with Temujin, especially on the steppes. When Kinoshita Hideyoshi learned the news later, he couldn't help but secretly exclaim that it was a pity. If the four islands are unified at this time, it may be the time to seize the kingdom of Koryo. In Monin Dragon City, Li Mu and Di Qing were training troops. The Lord of Monin formed the Monin army and selected elites from the Monin cavalry. They obtained a total of 150,000 cavalry, including 100,000 under Li Mu and 50,000 under Di Qing. This time, the Monin army was ready to cooperate with the expeditionary forces of other princes to sweep across Mobei. The princes of the Han Empire planned to sweep across Mobei, mobilizing more than 1 million troops. They could not hide their strategy, and Temujin had already noticed it. Even if Temujin was aware of it, the princes of the Han Empire still followed the plan, intending to use their absolute strength to sweep across Mobei and destroy the huge threat to the Mongol Empire. Yangzhou Mutanke will start sending troops here in a month. Fan Zhongyan came to Li Mu and Di Qing and greeted them in advance. Li Mu asked, "How many troops does he plan to send?" "Probably around 100,000. I'm afraid there won't be 1 million troops in this expedition. If it weren't for the long journey, the troops deployed would be more than 1 million. With so many soldiers and horses marching into the desert, it is truly a grand event." Fan Zhongyan, Li Mu, and Di Qing discussed the expedition to Mobei. They mentioned that 1 million troops would attack Mobei, and their hearts were filled with excitement. In the main world, the Han Empire rarely used such a large expeditionary force. In the last expedition to Luntai, the Han Empire only sent 500,000 troops. But this time, in order to sweep away Temujin's powerful Mobei, the Han Empire directly used 1 million troops. An army of 1 million is already the current limit of supplies for the princes of the Han Empire. If there are more troops and the food and grass cannot keep up, they will starve to death. It is not practical to plunder cattle and sheep for supplies. If all the 1 million troops relied on plunder, they would all starve to death as long as Temujin ordered the herdsmen to withdraw further north. The most ideal way of supplying food is to combine food transportation, grazing, and plundering. The main reason why Huitzubing was able to successfully raid was that he carried elite cavalry, with a small number of troops and little supply pressure. In order to prepare for this expedition, the cattle and sheep raised by the Lord of Monin will be used as rations and driven by the expeditionary army to Mobei. This method of marching was not far removed from the expeditions of the Mongol Empire. To be on the safe side, military vehicles are still used to transport grain and grass as a backup. The teleportation array of Monin Dragon City flashed with white light. Yangzhou Mutanke and several generals arrived at Monin Dragon City first to discuss the supply issue of the Legion. Sun Jian followed him, and behind Tankei, there was also a brave general. This military commander had a majestic body, and looked at him with Di Qing and others, seeming to have a bit of contempt. This is a tough guy. Di Qing could probably feel that the military commanders were quite powerful, and most of them were fierce generals, who were regarded as bodyguards by Tankei. Generally, princes will have a very powerful military commander with them to act as their bodyguard to prevent them from being killed in battle by the enemy's cavalry. This fierce general in front of them is the bodyguard of Bronze Bird. In addition to Sun Jian, Xie Xian and the guards, Tankei also brought Song Jiang. With Song Jiang's characteristics, it can attract many military generals of the peasant army type to come and join them, which has additional attraction for the generals and Liang Shanbo. Have you already discussed how to advance? Tankei took the initiative to find Lu Hu, the Lord of Monin. Lu Hu replied, "The princes have not arrived yet. Why haven't they come yet? The time was agreed to be today, but the time has not come yet." Expedition to Mobei. For the sake of fairness, the princes of the Han Empire chose to discuss the deployment of the expedition to Mobei in Longcheng. Monin Dragon City is still a neutral city. Tankei, I didn't expect you to be the first prince to come here. Jiaozhou Muwangdefa arrived, followed by generals such as Li Dingwe and Fu Yud. I didn't participate in the expedition to the western regions. This expedition to Mobei, how could I miss such a grand event? Moreover, I am short of points for the naval blueprint, and I want to go to Mabe to brush up my points. Where are the other princes? They haven't arrived yet. These people are much more impressive than us.
Tong Kai and Wang Defa waited for a while, and the punctual Lao Qin brought Lu Bu and Yang Dian to Monan Dragon City.
Have you already conquered Shanyu?
Lao Qin knew that both Tong Kai and Wang Defa were facing many rebellions in Shanyu, so he asked them about their efforts to pacify Shanyu.
Sang has a population of over 1 million and lives in deep mountains and old forests, so it is difficult to completely pacify it. However, counties have been ordered to suppress and divide Shanyu from time to time.
Tong Kai also had a headache when he mentioned the Shanyu forces with a large population.
Soon,
Mingguan also arrived, bringing Chong Yuchen and Yao Guangxu. Chong Yuchen has been fighting, standing on the same spot, exuding a murderous aura.
The affairs between Liao and Jin have finally come to an end.
Mingguan was a little tired. The Jin kingdom was severely damaged by it, and the Liao kingdom was forced to withdraw from Fuyu kingdom. Mingguan finally had time to reorganize Liaodong and other places. Next, only Chu Tian didn't arrive. Chapter 636 3 Roots of Soldiers.
Chu Zimu is finally here.
Several princes finally waited for Chu Tian. However, they saw Yekaterina also coming, and Chu Tian even came with his son Chu Wu. After careful calculation, Chu Wu was 3 or 4 years old and could basically speak. Chu Tian brought him here mainly to see the world. The group of people in front of them were either lords, who were close to Chu Tian, or powerful enemies. There is nothing wrong with letting Chu Wu recognize this group of people clearly.
Call me uncle, and this one should be a grandpa, so let's call him Uncle Qin.
After it was Lao Qin's turn, Chu Tian asked Chu Wu to call him Uncle Qin directly, which made Lao Qin depressed for a while. He had become a grandfather figure since then. The princes of the Han Empire were already very familiar with Catherine, and no introduction was needed. When Sun Jian saw Chu Wu, he couldn't help but think that his daughter Sun Shangxiang was still waiting for his safe return. In this expedition to Mabe, we must come back alive no matter what. Different from the Battle of Mabe, after the opponent changed from Yijixia to Temujin, the expedition to Mabe was extremely difficult.
In this expedition, as long as we capture a large city, Yekaterina may be able to send a team of reinforcements to support us. The premise is that the Golden Horde uses the teleportation array to return to Mabe to support Temujin.
Chu Tian reminded the princes of the Han Empire in advance that they needed to be prepared for the Golden Horde army to teleport to Mabe. Otherwise, once the princes of the Han Empire encounter the army of the Golden Horde in Mabe, some princes may be caught off guard.
There are not many large cities in Mabe. Apart from Haraholan and Mabe Dragon City, there are no other large cities. It's really uncomfortable.
Almost all the princes of the Han Empire knew the importance of large cities. Having large cities could transport troops and food. However, there were only 2 large cities in Mabe, both of which were controlled by Temujin, which was quite troublesome. If you want to gain a foothold in Mabe, you must capture one of the large cities. The location of Hala and Lin is similar to the location of Zhao Xinqing in the Battle of Mabe, and Mabe Dragon City was set on fire by Chu Tian in the Battle of Mabe. Chu Tian knew the locations of these 2 large cities very clearly and remembered them deeply. However, Temujin must have hoarded heavy troops to protect the 2 cities and prevent them from being captured by the Han Empire's expeditionary force. Therefore, it was not difficult to capture the 2 cities. Small.
This time, the troops are divided into 3 groups to attack. The spies in Monan have basically figured out the route to attack Halaholan and Mabe Dragon City. The attack on Halaholan along the way is equivalent to Wei Qing's in the Battle of Mabe. The left route army, all the troops and horses attacked Mabe Longcheng, which was equivalent to what Xubing's right army in the Battle of Mabe. There was also the Liaodong army all the way to Mingguan, attacking Yurhai to contain the Liao and Jin countries. Old Qin's Guanlong army, 200,000. Bingzhou army, 100,000. And Monan army, 100,000, attacked Hara and Lin, forming the West Route army. The number of troops on this route is about 400,000. The West Route army will attack it as the capital of the Mongol Empire, and it is very likely that a decisive battle will break out with Temujin. Yuzhou army, 100,000. Shuzhou army, 200,000. And Yangzhou army, 100,000, set out from Monan Dragon City to attack Mabe Dragon City, with a total of 400,000 troops. The goal is to capture the teleportation array of Mabe Dragon City, while reducing the supply pressure and forcing Temujin to divide his troops. Once we control the teleportation array in Mabe Longcheng, We will no longer have to conduct expeditions across the desert and Gobi, which is second only in importance to the attack on Halakalin. The Liaodong army, 200,000, and the Jiaozhou army, 100,000, attacked Yurhai from Liaodong. The goal was to contain the remnants of the Jin and Liao kingdoms. Once the Jin and Liao kingdoms were defeated, they would lead their troops to Longcheng and Mabe. The central route armies converge. The three armies, including chariots and auxiliary troops, totaled 1.1 million people, driving tens of millions of cattle and sheep, and costing countless amounts of food and grass. We paid such a high price, and we have to occupy at least a large city in Mabe to recover. As long as we capture a large city, we can basically incorporate Mabe into the Empire's territory, and we will no longer have to face the threat from Mabe. The Lord Prince Yin has been active in Monan for a long time, and has been thinking about an expedition to Mabe, and has formulated a three-way strategy to attack Mabe. There were only 2 large cities in the entire Mabe, which made it more difficult to attack Mabe and also increased the cost of governance. This more expensive expedition must destroy the Mongol Empire and incorporate Mabe into the territory of the Han Empire. Mabe should have been part of the Han Empire. After the expedition begins, Tuoba Xianbei, what are you going to do with it? I can't guarantee whether Tuoba Xianbei will do nothing during the expedition. Chu Tian took advantage of this opportunity to put pressure on Lao Qin. Lao Qin disagreed. Half of your Bingzhou army is still in Hatao, and you have 200,000 Jizhou troops at your disposal, so you don't have to worry about the threat of Tuoba Xianbei. In addition, I will send people to monitor Tuoba Xianbei. If they dare to come here, if you act rashly during this period, it will be wiped out. It would be a disaster to keep Tuoba Xianbei. Don't raise tigers to cause trouble. Chu Tian knew that Lao Qin protected Tuoba Xianbei mostly to deal with him. But the Xianbei tribe is a white-eyed wolf and does not care about kindness. Chu Tian is worried about raising tigers. Compared with the Xianbei tribe, I am more worried about the 2 forces of Liao and Jin. From the clues discovered by the spies in Mabe, we can see that Temujin was closely related to Yelu Abaoji and Wanyan Aguda during this period of dealings. You think they'll join forces? In all likelihood, it depends on whether Mingwan and Wang Defa can defeat the Jin Liao coalition. The various princes agreed on a time to march and supervised each other. If 3 routes advance together, it is easy to be defeated one by one. This depends on the cooperation of the 3 routes of troops. If the progress of the 3 groups of soldiers and horses is similar, then Temujin's attack on one group of soldiers and horses will mean defeat on the other 2 groups. This time, we are only allowed to win, not lose. Otherwise our expedition will fail, and we don't know when we will go on another expedition. When a group of princes mentioned the expedition to Mabe, they were all serious. This time they went to fight Temujin. Their goal was no longer to rescue the siege, but to completely destroy the Mongol Empire and regain Mabe. The Han Empire planned an expedition to Mabe and agreed with other civilizations to send troops, causing a sensation in all civilized areas. Only 1 year has passed since the National War, and the Han Empire has already planned to join forces with other Asian civilizations to destroy the Mongol Empire and the 4 great Khanates, and has also defeated or destroyed several small civilizations. Temujin severely damaged us last time. This time the Han Empire went to attack Temujin. We should send troops to delay the Ilkhanate. Ardashir, the lord of the Persian Empire, learned that the Han Empire had entered the final stage of preparations, and as agreed, he helped the Han Empire contain the Ilkhanate. Although the battle between the Persian Empire and the Ilkhanate broke out early in the cold winter, at this time, the Persian Empire could still send 100,000 troops to hold back the Ilkhanate. The Persian Empire was worried that Temujin would appear again on the battlefield in West Asia, so it supported the Han Empire in defeating Temujin. Catherine lived in Xiachen for a short period of time, and then returned to St. Petersburg to command the Muscovite allied forces to contain the main force of the Golden Horde. Once the main force of the Golden Horde returns to Mabe for support, then after the Han army occupies the teleportation array, her army can also reach Mabe and join forces with the Han army to annihilate the main force of the Golden Horde. Adjutant Sophia's face became much moister after discovering that Yekaterina had been living in Xia City for a while. In Xia City, Chu Tian is making final preparations. He has to consider candidates for the expedition to Mabe. Some generals were unable to go to war, and Joan of Arc was still pregnant. It is said that the French knew that Joan of Arc had been defiled by Chu Tian, so they expelled Joan of Arc from her nationality. You can't join the expedition either. Chu Tian forced Xiao Lian to stay, who was eager to try. There is no other reason. Xiao Liang's physique is too weak, similar to Rufudiji. If it were generals like Hua Mulan and Ekaterina, who could force Chu Tian to hand over food supplies, Chu Tian could safely lead them on the expedition. But when crossing the Tian Shan Mountains, it was almost too cold in summer, and Chu Tian did not dare to take any more risks. When Mobei Dragon City is captured, you will serve as reinforcements. At the same time, monitor Toba Xianbei's movements. Chu Tian was left alone to guard the house. This is the second expedition in the main world, and the difficulty is HL level. In Mobei, the enemy was strong, the terrain was harsh, and supplies were scarce. The fighting intensity was even higher than the expeditions to Luntai and Ili. In Luntai and Ili, after all, Huan is the local leader, and there is also Wusun Gua who is good at acting. Mobei was completely the territory Temujin had managed for many years, and the local tribes were hostile to the Han Empire. Snort. Although Xiao Liang wanted to protest, he thought that if he participated in the expedition together and became a burden, the gain would outweigh the loss. Li Xiaoning, if you follow the master, you can't let him bring back another Mongolian princess. Xiao Liang has been upset recently because Ekaterina came to live for a while, and he doesn't want to have another harem who is on a different camp than himself. By then, the harem will probably be in a state of chaos again. Li Xiaoning nodded. This time, the detachment of women can follow them to Mobei. How can I bring back any Mongolian princess? If I capture the Mongolian princess, I will just give them all to Chaomingda. In order to ensure that he would not bring back another powerful woman, Chu Tian decided to let Cao Cao take the blame. Besides, the Mongol Empire was dominated by a group of powerful men, so there shouldn't be any strong female military generals. It's a deal. Xiao Liang was beaming with joy this time. Hua Mulan, Joan of Arc, and Princess Rufu have recently been spending less time with Chu Tian because of Catherine, and they are unhappy about this. When they heard that Chu Tian decided to change his mind, they supported Xiao Liang. Exclude other new harems. After appeasing the girls, Chu Tian remembered that he still had a recruitment order in his hand obtained by destroying the Shagatai Khanate, which could recruit military generals or civil servants above the king level. The cooling time of this recruitment order is 3 months, and the 3-month period has been met at this time. So Chu Tian used this recruitment order without ceremony. Ding! You have gained the allegiance of the Imperial General Family Hua. Chapter 637 The 4 Heroines Gather Together. Ding! You have completed the S-level achievement 4 heroines. Collect the 4 heroines, Hua Mulan, Fan Li Hua, Liang Hongyu, and Mu Guiying to obtain the attribute 4 heroes. And you will obtain Legendary Hero Training Order, Female 1, Fan Li Hua. Until now, Chu Tian finally gathered the 4 major heroines. A heroic female general stood in front of Chu Tian. Her temperament was similar to Hua Mulan, Mu Guiying, and Liang Hongyu. Greetings, my lord. Fan Li Hua was also sizing up the lord in front of her. Name, Fan Li Hua. Talent, Imperial General, Riding Type. Identity, Female General of the Tang Dynasty. One of the 4 major heroines. Commander, 85, Force, 96, Intelligence, 80, Politics, 55, Charm, 94. Phaseality, Brave. Favorability, 50. Feature 1, Pear Blossom General Order, SS level exclusive feature. Legion Formation Maintenance plus 20%. Defense plus 10%. Own Attack Power plus 25%. Defense plus 25%. Characteristic 2, Heroine, S-level trait. Legion Attack Power plus 25%. Morale Reduction Rate minus 50%. Allied Morale Reduction Rate minus 25%. When having the same characteristics, the effect of Allied Morale Reduction decreases. Feature 3, Jingxi, A-level feature. When fighting in Gobi and desert terrain, the Legion will be affected by adverse terrain minus 15%. Marching speed plus 5%. Feature 4, for heroines, Bond feature. When on the same battlefield with Mulan, Mu Guiying, and Liang Hongyu. Personal command plus 2. Force plus 1. Legion attack power. Defense power. And mobility plus 7% additionally. Special unit, Shiliang Iron Cavalry, 7th level heavy cavalry. Number 5000. All 4 people have obtained the same characteristic, which is equivalent to strengthening the abilities of the 4 people and their legion in disguise. It seems that the 4 major heroines can form a legion. Hua Mulan has light cavalry. Fan Li Hua has heavy cavalry. Mu Guiying has heavy footwork. And Liang Hongyu has bows and crossbows. There are various types of arms. Moreover, Liang Hongyu can also command the navy. You will work under Hua Mulan's army for the time being. Come! Take General Fan to see General Hua Mulan.
Chu Tian handed over the heroine army to Hua Mulan for management. Although Liang Hongyu's commanding value is the highest among the 4 major heroines, her seniority is gradually becoming more important in the Chu Tian forces. You can't just have new ministers and forget about the old ministers who have worked hard and made great contributions. In addition to the characteristic rewards of the 4 major heroines, there is also a
Legendary Hero Training Order Female.
Name, Legendary Hero Training Order Female. Level, Consumables. Effect, can improve the qualifications of female heroes. Restrictions, female, no more than 5 years old. Origin, reward for collecting 4 heroines. Although this training order is related to the 4 major heroines, it seems to have no effect on the current Chu Tian. To use the Legendary Hero Training Order Female, you need to meet 2 conditions. One condition is that you are female, and the other condition is that you are under 5 years old, etc. Chu Tian thought that he had a daughter, and it happened that this special reward item could be used by Chu Xian. Hua Mulan discovers that there is another member of the heroine corps, Fan Lihua. Moreover, Chu Tian asked her to bring her daughter Chu Xian.
Let this token be used by Xianer.
Chu Tian directly consumed this precious item without feeling any distress, because this was his eldest daughter and future eldest princess. However, Chu Tian didn't know what would happen to his daughter in the future.
I hope she can become a big shot in the future.
Chu Tian ran out of special props and tried to check his daughter's panel. Name, Chu Xian. Grade 1. Data, none yet. Description, the daughter of Chu Tian and Hua Mulan. Sure enough, you can't see the character panel until you reach a certain age.
As long as she can grow up smoothly.
There was a hint of tenderness in Hua Mulan's eyes. After having a child, she almost became a completely different person.
If you are not a big shot in the future, never think of marrying my daughter.
Chu Tian thought about how a good saddle and a good horse would make his daughter worthy of a prince-level person.
By the way, my lord, Hui Qing also wants to participate in the expedition. She said she has marching-type abilities.
Hua Mulan mentioned the issue of candidates for the expedition. Hui Qing does have the characteristics of the marching type. Zhao Ponu's
Yellow Sand will wear golden armor in 100 battles, and Luan will never be returned until it breaks through.
When marching on unfavorable terrain, the impact of unfavorable terrain is minus 25%, and the morale decrease rate is minus 10%. Chu Tian also has the characteristic of
Sealing the Wolf in Sioux,
which can reduce the negative effects of unfavorable terrain on marching. Cavalry marching speed plus 10%. Force marching speed plus 15%. Marching in grasslands, Gobi, deserts, mountains, and other terrains. Morale is not easy to decline, and non-combat attrition is reduced. However, Chu Tian's commanding ability was not enough to provide bonuses for the entire army. For marching generals or talents, the more the better, so as to provide bonuses for more soldiers and horses. In this expedition to Mabe, the Han Empire used millions of soldiers and horses, requiring hundreds of generals with marching characteristics. Some middle and low-level generals will also have marching characteristics. These generals are special talents during expeditions.
Well, I'll go tell her right away.
Hua Mulan nodded. Chu Tian basically decided who would go on the expedition. The 4 major heroines can go on the expedition, but Xiao Liang and Joan of Arc cannot go on the expedition due to various reasons. Basically, all the guards corps went into battle. The Shinji battalion temporarily stayed in Shuzhou to replenish the gunpowder consumed in the western regions.
You must be careful during this expedition.
During dinner at the Lord's mansion, Xiao Liang sat aside with her son Chu Wu. This time she could not go, because Chu Wu has the characteristic of
I am born with talents that will be useful.
He has shown a somewhat smart side, and is more clever than his peers. Chu Tian's eyes noticed Ma Yunlu. This little guy ran to the Lord's mansion all day long, and sometimes even had meals at the Lord's mansion. He didn't think he was an outsider at all. Maybe Shiliang Jiangmen is not strict with trivial matters, so he is not as shy as his peers. Ma Yunlu held the chopsticks in his little hands.
Uncle must come back alive.
Chu Tian was unable to correct it. In order to win over a group of powerful people in Shiliang, Chu Tian allowed Ma Yunlu to enter and leave the Lord's mansion.
Sister Xia and I will take care of several children.
Princess Rufa still works as a maid, preparing meals for everyone. At least for now. Her cooking skills have improved, and the meals she prepares can no longer be eaten. In the spring of the 9th year of the Lord's calendar, the Han Empire launched an undeclared war
and officially launched a crusade against Mobei, the most powerful country in the Mongolian Empire. The Mongol Empire had spent a lot of national power on a campaign some time ago, and it was a good opportunity to attack Temujin. If this opportunity is missed and Temujin is allowed to completely digest Central Asia, West Asia, and Eastern Europe, maybe the Mongol Empire will slow down and become a giant again. Chu Tian took Hua Mulan and Hui Qing to the battle and said goodbye to Xiao Liang, Joan of Arc, Rufu Diji, and several children. The soldiers of the Guards Corps have already assembled in Mobei, in Harakoran of the Mongol Empire. Temujin puts on his cloak, followed by hundreds of generals, 10,000 households, 1,000 households, and hundreds of thousands of cavalry. The Han Empire regarded Temujin as its boss, and Temujin regarded the Han Empire as its boss. All we can say is that each camp is different. Yelu Chukai stood next to Temujin and said, "The Persian Empire, the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and the Arab Empire, which suffered a heavy loss of 30,000 troops in the West Asian War, declared war on the Ilkhanate and the Golden Horde." Temujin's face was solemn. What should come will come sooner or later. Chapter 6. 38 millions of troops attack Mobei. Boom, boom, boom. In Monin Dragon City, the dull and thick sound of war drums echoed on the vast grassland. The ice and snow are melting. The water and grass are fertile. And the war horses are getting fat. A fierce general is holding a battle flag. And the horse is galloping. And the grass is flying. The Han Empire mobilized most of its national power for this attack. Of the 1.1 million soldiers and horses, 800,000 have gathered in Monin Dragon City. Lords Chu Tian, Lao Qin, Tong Kai, Prince Yen, Lu Hu and other lords stood on the wall of Monin Dragon City and witnessed the endless Han army. There were thousands of banners, covering the sky and the sun. On my side, those who have the halo of the whole army, Wang Jian, Wan Inzongwang, and Yu Fei, have exceeded the limit of 3 halos, which is enough to divide the army into 2 groups. Lao Qin was in charge of the Left Route Army. In addition to his Guanlong army, the Left Route Army also included Yu Fei and Li Mu's Bingzhou Army and Monin Army. Chu Tian also briefly counted the generals on his side. In addition to himself, those with the aura of the entire army included Wei Qing, Cao Cao, Hua Mulan, Xie Xian, as well as Sun Bin and Chao Ji for assistance. On a battlefield, these effects had even overflowed. Among the 3 halos on a battlefield, the commander will designate which 3 army-wide halos apply based on the situation. There are also dozens of guide cars among the millions of troops to avoid getting lost. 100,000 Yuzhou army, with Wei Qing, Cao Cao, and Zhou Yafu as the main forces. As for the speedy legion of Su Rong and Xia Huyuan, they were severely damaged in the battle with Tuoba Xianbei and were still resting and recuperating. Therefore, this time, the Speedy Legion did not participate in the expedition, but was responsible for defending Yuzhou. In addition to the 200,000 Shuzhou army and the 100,000 Yuzhou army, Tongchua's 100,000 Yangzhou army was with Chu Tian. The commander of the 100,000 Yangzhou army was Xie Xian, the founder of the Beifu army. Xie Xian was dressed in white, and he had the scholarly aura of a disciple of a wealthy family, and the murderous aura of a warrior on the battlefield. Ancient aristocratic families not only had dandies, but also countless outstanding ones. In the late Han dynasty, many talented people were members of aristocratic families. Xie Xian came from the Xia family, one of the most famous families in the Eastern Jin dynasty. In the old days, the swallows in front of Wang Xiatung flew into the homes of ordinary people. Wang Xie is the Wang family and Xia family of the Eastern Jin dynasty. Even the emperor of the Eastern Jin dynasty had to act based on the attitude of the family. The Langyao Wang family was equally matched with the royal family at that time. So there was a saying that the king and the horse share the world. Chu Tian suspected that Xie Xian, who was the founder of the Beifu army, had the level of an imperial commander. After all, the Beifu army was full of talented people who guarded Jianghuai for the Eastern Jin dynasty. Even Liu Yu, the emperor of the southern dynasties, was from the Beifu army. This time, the Beifu army had to deal with the Mongolian cavalry on the grassland. Xie Xian selected brave and good warriors from the people who fled from the north to the south during the Eastern Jin dynasty to form the Beifu army. Therefore, the Beifu army was also good at fighting on land, rather than being a complete naval force. This is also the special feature of the Beifu army. It can fight on land as well as on water. Chu Tian coveted Tongchua's Beifu army. The Beifu army existed longer than the Yuejia army, and influenced the history of the Eastern Jin dynasty. There is Gobi between Monan and Mabe. After the troops are divided into two groups, it is difficult to know the opponent's progress. We can only rely on tacit understanding. Once we encounter a city, we will occupy the city, then leave the players behind and use the system to convey information. Also, be careful to die in battle. Chu Tian put one hand on the hilt of the sword and said to Lao Qin, this expedition was too dangerous, and no one could guarantee which one of the three armies Temujin would lead to attack. The three groups of soldiers and horses exerted pressure. Firstly, to reduce the supply pressure and speed up the march. Otherwise, if millions of troops were blocked together, it would be a disaster. The second is to put pressure on Temujin and make him focus on one thing and not the other. The disadvantage of dividing the troops and advancing together is that they are easy to be defeated one by one. You must trust each other, and the progress of any one road cannot be slower than the other two. You'd better wish for yourself. I won't die in battle so quickly. Lao Qin didn't care much. Under the city, a group of generals such as Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Lu Bu, Li Ju, and Guisi set out to fight again. During this period, Lao Qin recruited a group of new soldiers to supplement the losses of Qin Ruishi, Fei Xiong Army, Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, and Golden Fire Cavalry. In particular, the Flying Bear Army and the Golden Fire Cavalry had less than 1,000 cavalry after last year's war. The average level of this batch of recruits was not high. After a brief training by Meng Tian, they reluctantly participated in this expedition to train their troops for battle. Lu Bu carried Fang Tian's painted halberd. After his expedition to the western regions, he was named Wenhou by Jiujiu Lao Qin, and he was very high-spirited. Under the protection of Jiujiang Lao Qin, the official system within the Han Empire had not yet collapsed. Several princes went down to the city and went to their respective armies, preparing to command their troops and horses to set off. The left army was led by Lao Qin, the commander-in-chief, and his deputy commanders, Prince Yin and Yu Fei. The middle army is led by Chu Tian as the coach and Tong Kai as the deputy coach. Lu Hu, the lord of Monan, was left in Monan Dragon City to guard the city. The expeditionary force of such a large scale used 10 times the force of Wei Qing and Wu Yubing during the period of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty. There were at least 5 emperor-level commanders, at least 10 emperor-level generals, and no less than dozens of people above the king level. Lu Hu couldn't help but feel excited when he saw hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses arrayed in a huge formation, with cold armor and strong soldiers and horses. With such a lineup, even Temujin would have to weigh it. Temujin could only rely on Mobe's geographical advantage and partial bonuses from the system to offset the Han army's superior generals and military strength. In the Battle of the Western Regions, Temujin also tried his best to consume the logistics of the Han army, but it was a pity that he miscalculated. Chu Tian came to the Guards Corps. The legions he directly commanded were the 5 schools of the Northern Army and the Guards Heavy Cavalry, Hubin Army, Xianjia Army, Shiliang Iron Cavalry, and low-level Heavy Cavalry. The Women's Legion formed by the 4 heroines already has Light Cavalry, Heavy Infantry, Crossbowmen and other units. Except for the newly arrived Fan Lihua, who does not have a legion yet. Mu Guiying and Liang Hongyu quickly accepted the newcomer Fan Lihua. In the presence of Fan Lihua, the 4 heroines gathered together, triggering the characteristics of the 4 heroines. They are both highly brave and have complete arms. Their cooperation makes the heroine army become the main force of Chu Tian, and its importance is greater than before. The 4 female generals are all good at using spears and have heroic looks. They sit on war horses and look proudly ahead. Behind them, elite regiments such as Song Changbu, Taiying Scouts, Jianyan Crossbowmen, etc. were in sharp shape. Almost all heavy infantry were equipped with war horses to reduce the burden on the heavy infantry. We can't let heavy infantry march thousands of miles every day, wearing armor weighing dozens of kilograms. Hu Qing, the eldest lady from the protectorate of the western regions, is very familiar with the desert and Gobi terrain and does not resist this expedition. On the contrary, her characteristics are conducive to the march. Miss Qingqing, you must protect yourself during this expedition. Otherwise, Huan will cause trouble for me. Zhou Tsang, you must protect Miss Qingqing. Chu Tian specially transferred Zhou Tsang, who had a very low sense of presence, to be responsible for protecting Hu Qing. Hu Qing is an important chess piece in the future annexation of the Western Region Protectorate. If something happens to Hu Qing, there will definitely be a gap between him and Huan. After all, Wei Qing is his biological sister. The women's army seems to have formed 4 women. How can we, the 5 tigers of the Northern Army, be willing to lose? Mi Fang led the fierce generals Wu Anhua, Xing Durong, Lu Kuang, Lu Xiang, Kai Zhong, and Kai He on the expedition. The 5 tigers of the Northern Army became 7 people, and there seemed to be nothing wrong. Kai Zhong and Kai He were temporarily brought in to make up the numbers, although Kai Zhong and Kai He were of little use. Yang Shilang gave Chu Tian a sum of gold and silver in order to redeem Kai Zhong and Kai He, who were Mrs. Kai's natal family. Chu Tian considered that the panels of Kai Zhong and Kai He were not even comparable to ordinary NPC generals, and there was no point in detaining them. It would be better to exchange them for a sum of gold and silver. It would be better if Yang Shilang appointed Kai Zhong and Kai He as naval generals, because replacing other naval generals with Kai Zhong and Kai He would actually reduce the combat effectiveness of the Jingzhou Navy Corps. But before releasing Kai Zhong and Kai He, Chu Tian planned to drain them of their remaining value. Brother, if you can take Temujin's head, you may become a general in the future. Xing Durong carried the axe and suggested to Mi Fang. Yeah. Mi Fang touched his beard. He participated in the expedition to the western regions, and was about to be promoted to general due to his military exploits in repeatedly defeating Temujin and Chagatai. General Zaheo was already a senior general in the Han dynasty. Zhao Yun followed Liu Bei for more than 10 years, and was promoted to General Yijuan after Liu Bei entered Shu. That's right. Brother, we will help you capture Temujin alive, and present it to the Lord. Wu Anhua and Mi Fang have been fighting for many years, and have become friends in life and death. Mi Fang must help each other when he attacks the generals. The higher Mi Fang climbs, the higher the status of the 5 tiger generals of the Northern Army will be. Capturing Temujin alive, such a feat, can even become a resume for promotion to general in the future. Qin Liangyu and Hua Mulan were granted the title of Marquis for killing Chagatai. If Temujin was captured alive, would that be enough? Okay, we, the 5 tigers of the Northern Army, will definitely capture Temujin alive during this expedition. Mi Fang fought against Temujin many times, always with favorable conditions, and was encouraged by a group of brothers. She immediately became more confident and aimed to capture Temujin alive. We, the Lu brothers, are willing to lend a helping hand to our eldest brother. Lu Kuang and Lu Xiang were greatly affected and encouraged Mi Fang. These people must be crazy, and they count us among the 5 tiger generals of the Northern Army. Kai Zhong. Kai He was forced by Mi Fang to be included in the 5 tigers of the Northern Army, and they couldn't help but feel depressed. The most terrible thing was that Mi Fang seemed to want to take them with him to challenge the world conqueror Temujin in this expedition. March into Mabe. Chu Tian announced the order to go out, and thousands of troops and horses were dispatched. The Guards Corps sent 200,000 troops, with the White Robe Corps as the vanguard. Xuerengui and Zhao Yun served as the vanguard generals of the Middle Route Army, while Qin Qingzi's white-robed army served as the vanguard and main cavalry. The 5 tiger generals of the Northern Army did not continue chatting, got on their horses, led the 5 schools of the Northern Army, and followed Chu Tian. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin led the Xuanjiao Army. Taisher Si led the Huban Army and low-level heavy cavalry, and Hua Xiong commanded the Xiliang Iron Cavalry to form the Imperial Guard Heavy Cavalry Corps. Chu Tian did not use the Jie Shui troops captured in the western regions. He could not guarantee whether the surrendered Qixue army would suddenly turn against Temujin when they met Temujin. Player lords cannot check the loyalty of soldiers, so there is a possibility of soldiers mutinying or fleeing. Some generals with poor military management skills and bad temper may not be able to control their soldiers. For example, Zhang Yida loved soldiers like his son, and Emperor Xuanzong of Tang Dynasty was forced to death by his soldiers. Concubine Yang Guifei. The 4 female generals Hua Mulan, Mu Guiying, Liang Hongyu, and family Hua led their own troops. Hua Mulan handed over the low-level light cavalry except the Iron Eagle scouts to Fan Lihua as Fan Lihua's troops. Li Xiaoying's detachment of women became Chu Tian's direct descendants. The Xinji Battalion did not participate in the expedition due to insufficient reserves of black powder. The battle in the expedition to the western region was too fierce. The Xinji Battalion made many meritorious deeds and exhausted the few precious black powder. Without black powder, even the 10th level firearms class is useless. The Yuzhou army is behind the Guards Corps, with Wei Qing as the main general and Cao Cao and Zhou Yafu as deputy generals. Li Guang and Xue Wanche served as the vanguard generals of the Yuzhou army. Chu Zima's northern army is really strong. My southern army can only be stopped by the navy. Take fell behind to protect the grain carts. Most of his 100,000 troops were infantry and crossbowmen, who were good at defense. The White Robe Hunters of the Beifu Legion are somewhat similar to the White Robes Legion. An army of 400,000 drove millions of cattle, sheep, and tens of thousands of grain trucks, stretching for hundreds of miles into the desert. A war eagle spread its wings, then swept down and landed on the shoulders of the Mongolian general Mu Huali. The goal of the Han army must be to conquer Halahalan and Mabe Longcheng. Behind Mu Huali were 4 Tamachi vanguard generals. But his son was defeated and died in a battle with the Han army. Kuokuo Buhua asked, "The Great Khan wants us to delay the Han army attacking Mabe Longcheng. But our troops and horses may not be as good as the Han army along the way. How can we do this? Before the Han army crosses the Gobi, plunder its cattle and sheep, burn its grain carts, and cut off its supplies." In Heraklion, Temujin watched a group of tribal people migrate to Central Asia. The civil servant Yelichukai said beside him, "This is already the 3rd batch of tribes on the western expedition. After sending off this batch of tribes, the pressure on food and grass in Mabe has been relieved. Which also means that there are fewer warriors available. A huge population is also a burden. Leave the burden to Waquitai and to Alay. They will use this population to build their own khanate. As for us, we can fight the Han army in Mabe without any burden." Jin, have the arrows from the Horde and Seljuk Empire been sent? The Golden Horde and the Seljuk sent some of their weapons to Mabe, and most of the Seljuk Empire's treasury moved to Heraklion. If this battle is defeated, for the Golden Horde and the Seljuks, is a heavy blow. Yelichukai was counting the supplies, but he also had a headache. Temujin had provoked too many powerful enemies, except for the defeat of several civilizations in Central Asia. Other empires with some foundation were not easy to provoke. The Persian Empire has ancient history. The Arab Empire is a bunch of lunatics. And Muscovy has the population and first mover advantage. Arslan, the remnant of the Seljuk Empire, is still organizing resistance. The 4 major civilizations have formed a network surrounding Temujin. This battle must be won before we can conquer the West. Temujin's tone was serious. Crassus followed Temujin, but due to the force of Qi Laowen, Borshu and other timid Shui generals, the old Crassus did not dare to act rashly. He has learned that the most powerful empire in the East has assembled 1,000,000 troops to attack the Mongol Empire. In the eyes of Rome, which had not yet established a great empire, 1,000,000-strong army was probably something they could not even imagine. Crassus looked at the eagle banner of the Roman legions. A gust of wind swept past, and eagle flags hunted. The wind is blowing, and the clouds are flying. Chapter 639, Liaodong Army and Jiaozhou Army. In the Fishing Sea, the Liaodong army at Mingwan had fought again with Wan Yenaguda's Kaizima. Chan Yuchen broke into Wan Yenaguda's Jin army and defeated the Jin's Kaizima. Wan Yenaguda even waved the mace himself, fighting with Chan Yuchen, but was injured by the brave Chan Yuchen. The fierce generals and soldiers around Wan Yenaguda risked their lives to save Wan Yenaguda, and only then Wan Yenaguda's life was saved. The Guizima cavalry were defeated and retreated to the rear. Chan Yuchen persevered and chased Wan Yenagu for 120 miles. Worried that Wan Yenagu had set up an ambush, Chan Yuchen withdrew his troops and returned to the camp. Wan Yenlusher, Wan Yenagu's most effective general, never showed up in this battle. This is what Chan Yuchen was worried about. Chan Yuchen was not just a brave man, but a fierce general, Chan Shirwan, who dared to sweep the world with 100,000 soldiers. Among the generals of Emperor Han Wu in the early Ming dynasty, Su De was the first and Chan Yuchen was the second. They were all invincible. Mingwan Commander-in-Chief Murong Ba, Li Chengyang, Li Wenzhong, Lan Yu, Li Chengui, Dorgan, and Obai led an expedition to Mabe with 200,000 Liaodong troops. Jiaozhou Muwang Defa commanded 100,000 Jiaozhou troops, including Li Dingwa, Huan Bigong, Fu Yud, Su Zhang and others as generals, and most of them were infantry and crossbowmen. The two armies formed the right army to attack Yurhai, and then joined forces with the middle army to capture Longcheng and Mabe, and then attack Harahilan. The main purpose of Lao Qin, Yu Fei, and Prince Yan's left-leg army attacking Halakalin was to contain Temujin. The strategic intention of the Han army was to capture Mabe Dragon City and use it as a supply point to transfer supplies from Monan to Mabe. After supplying, they would then attack Halaholin. As the capital of the Mongol Empire, Temujin would definitely defend Harakwarin with heavy troops. It would not be easy to directly capture Harakwarin. Once the urgent attack fails, The Han army will be unable to obtain supplies, and may be completely defeated due to lack of food and grass. The war could not drag on into the cold winter, because the food supply would not last for more than 500,000 people. Chang Yuchun is indeed a fierce general in the early Ming dynasty. Even if Wanyan Aga fights in front of him, he will be defeated. Jiaozhou shepherd Wang Defa couldn't help but feel envious when he saw Chang Yuchun's bravery in repelling Wanyan Aga. Compared with it, the final general is not inferior. A general under Wang Defa seemed to want to compete with Chang Yuchun. Li Dinghua. Although you are a brave general, you are still a little different from Chang Yuchun. You must know that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. Don't be arrogant. Wang Defa knew that Li Dinghua was the most powerful general in the southern Ming dynasty. But during the southern Ming dynasty, there were so many talents as during the Han Wu period, which was a little behind. Li Dinghua was a little unconvinced, and he could only speak with his military exploits. The panel may not always be able to weigh the good and bad. A general's success depends on who his opponent is and how lucky he is. In addition to leaving some generals to guard Jiaozhou, Wang Defa also brought several generals with their own abilities and characteristics. Among them, Fu Yud also had marching characteristics, and was second only to Su De and Chang Yuchun in the early Ming dynasty. Mingwan brought a group of unstable generals such as Murong Ba, Dorgan, and Li Chunggui from Liaodong, fearing that they would cause trouble after Mingwan left Liaodong. After all, some generals had high hidden ambitions. Even Yao Guangxiu could not suppress them. Only Mingwan's military exploits and coercion could make them act according to Mingwan's orders. This is also the helplessness of the Mingwan forces. His luck is not very good. There are quite a few generals in the Liaodong army who are not his direct troops. Murong Ba is still a subordinate of the players of Yinchi Guild. The Yin Cavalry Guild has formed a cavalry composed of free players. There are about 5,000 people, which is equivalent to high-level troops. After the mid to late period, some free players with higher strength emerged and became an important source of high-level troops. Or they formed a legion themselves and were hired by Mingwan and other princes. Players in the Liaodong region are generally tall and burly. So the legion formed by these 5,000 force-based free players is actually somewhat imposing, and has combat power that is no less than that of high-level units. Chang Yuchun defeated Wanyan Aga. Covered in blood, he came to the front of Mingwan's horse and knelt down to Mingwan. The final general failed to take Wanyan Aga's head, so I am willing to be punished. Murong Ba led 20,000 Murong Xianbei cavalry, and was in the same camp as the Yin Cavalry Guild. When he saw that Chang Yuchun had defeated Wanyan Aga, his pupils could not help but shrink. In the entire Liaodong force, the only people Murong Ba really feared were Mingwan and Chang Yuchun. These two were lords and subordinates, who had known each other a long time ago. It can be said that Chang Yuchun was loyal to Mingwan, just like Xiao Yun, Xueran Gui to Chu Tian. Wanyan Aga had the intention to escape, and it was easy to set up an ambush. It's not your fault that you didn't rush in easily. I heard that you injured Wanyan Aga in this battle, so you can make up for it. Mingwan did not insist on taking Wanyan Aga's head. Yurhai was continuously attacked by the Liaodong army. Chang Yuchun killed more than 10,000 Jin soldiers, some of whom were the elite light cavalry of the Jin kingdom. For the Mingwan forces, this was already a big victory. And more importantly, they occupied the villages, towns and fortresses near Yurhai. Next, the Liaodong army and the Jiaozhou army can follow the plan and implement the second step of the strategy from Yurhai to attack Mobe. Thank you, Lord, for not killing me. Chang Yuchun still thinks that what he did is not good enough. Is there any movement among the remnants of the Liao kingdom? In order to protect his family, Mingwan did not dare to bring Yao Guangxiu, Sun Xuanting, Yulji Wendi, Kong Yued, Gong Sun Kong and others need to guard Liaodong and Liaoxi. Last time, if Yao Guangxiu hadn't dispatched the soldiers and horses of his subordinate country in time to deal with the Liao kingdom, Liaodong city might have been captured by Xiao Chua, brother Yeluxiu and others. Li Chongyang said. The remnants of the Liao kingdom are active in the Horking grassland area. The local water and heat are suitable and the meadows are fertile. There are still signs of peeking into Liaodong. Yelu Abaoji is quite capable, and Xiao Chua is a difficult woman. But this time Wanyan Aga was defeated. I left Yu Wenzheng and others to mainly defend the city, so that the Liao kingdom could not cause trouble. Chu Zimu was in Yu again. The state has amassed 200,000 troops, with Feng Yi as the chief general and Eugene, Xia Hoyuan and others as deputy generals. I have made an agreement with him that if Yelu Abaoji raises troops to invade, the defenders will act as horns to support each other. Mingguan greeted Chu Tian in advance. The existence of the Liao kingdom not only threatens Liaodong, but also threatens Yuzhou. Liaodong, Yuzhou and Horkan grassland are in a triangle position. Mingguan, should we leave Yurhai and march towards Mobei? Wang Defa's Jiaozhou Legion hadn't made any moves yet, but Chang Yuchen had already won Yurhai, so Wang Defa didn't get any points. Have a day's rest in Fishing Sea, and then set off. Mingguan still didn't rush in easily. To deal with Wan and Agu, you have to be as cunning as a fox. Who? Ho! Wan and Aguda gasped violently. Blood oozed from his abdomen, and he was injured in the fight with Chang Yuchen. Chang Yuchen attacked without risking his life, causing heavy losses to his troops. Only one of Mingguan and I can survive. Wan and Aguda became more and more resentful. Mingguan targeted him and pursued him for half a year. Under Mingguan's offensive, the Jin kingdom was unable to expand, but it soon became a remnant army. A cavalry group appeared from the north, and Wan Yan Lusher met Wan Yan Aguda. Wan Yan Lusher couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Wan Yan Aguda was injured. It's just a minor injury. It doesn't bother you. How did things go? It's done. Okay. Next time, I will kill Mingguan and Chang Yuchen, who hurt me. Wan Yan Aguda's eyes flashed with cruelty. Mingguan became the target he had to kill. The 300,000 Liaodong army and the Bingzhou army rested and reorganized in the area of Yurhai, and then began to advance in the direction of Mabei Longcheng. At the same time, cavalry was sent to explore the direction in which Wan Yan Aguda was fleeing. If the food and grass consumed by the war elephants is not too large, and they are not adapted to the climate here, our war elephant corps can come and let the Mongolian cavalry see the power of the war elephants. Our boatmaster is the most powerful force. Let Temujin go to Jiaozhou and fight us in the water to ensure that he escapes. The Mongolian cavalry are simply not adapted to the hot climate in the south. They will have a better time when they come to the south. A group of military generals from Jiaozhou only confronted Temujin in the Third National War. At this time, Temujin's power in the main world was even stronger. This group of military generals from the south were wondering if Temujin would fight in the Lingnan area. Fallen into the sand. Defa, the shepherd king of Jiaozhou, did not intervene in the conversation among his subordinates because he knew that if the other states fell and only Jiaozhou was left, then even if the Mongolian cavalry did not like the hot and humid Jiaozhou, they could capture Jiaozhou with only their servant troops. One state cannot compete with 12 states. The war between the Han dynasty and Zhao Tu of South Vietnam illustrates the problem. Our Jiaozhou army is not good at cavalry attack on the grassland, but it is good at defending. If you pass the order, whenever you encounter Mongolian cavalry, you should focus on defense and not pursue. Except for Fu Yun and Li Dinghua. They only listen to my orders. Wang Defa also has a group of useful generals and a group of cavalry under his command. However, Jiaozhou's war horses mainly come from buying horses from the north, which is far less than the hundreds of thousands of war horses that the northern princes often have. Lao Qin, Shu Tian, and Mingguan all have their own ranches, and the scale is not ordinary large. Chu Tian even owns a Jeju Island for horse breeding in Jeju Island. The current horse breeding scale in Jeju Island has reached more than 100,000 horses. There are horse farms in Zhongyuan, Bingzhou, Yuzhou and Monan. Chu Tian was no longer worried about the lack of war horses. It was better to say that he lacked gold and silver to feed so many war horses and build large armors for heavy cavalry. Li Dinghua and Fu Yun held guns and the reins with one hand. In the rear, Southern Han General Su Zhang's divine crossbow army, Nanming's Huangdi Gong's cavalry from the 4 towns in Jianbei, and a group of infantry, crossbowmen, and archers from Jiaozhou advanced slowly. There is also an extremely special force in the Jiaozhou army, Zheng Qinggong's Iron Man army. Zheng Qinggong was left in Jiaozhou by Wang Defa to guard against the invasion of Anan monkeys in Southeast Asia and did not follow. But Zheng Qinggong's Iron Man army was transferred by Wang Defa. This is a group of armored infantrymen with only their eyes, ears, mouth and nose exposed. They are painted in colorful ghost-like colors and hold a horse-killing sword. They appeared briefly in the late Ming dynasty. During the march, the heavy armor, horse-killing swords, and shields of the Iron Man army were placed on the chariots. Zheng Qinggong's Iron Man army? I wonder if Zheng Qinggong has a firearms unit. Or did he not bring it? Despite this, Mingguan noticed the Iron Man army and their heavy armor. Zheng Qinggong is a hero in the transitional era between cold weapons and firearms, so he should be able to command quite a lot of arms. At the same time, Zheng Qinggong is also a naval hero. On the Horkan grassland, the wolf flag of the Liao kingdom sounded with a strong wind. Xiaochua reined in the reins and looked to the north. A Liao cavalryman flew a report. The cavalrymen from Mingwan have left the fishing sea. I've been informed. On Xiaochua's shoulder, there was a sea turtle, its eyes sharp, staring at the Liao cavalry. It turns out that the master has obtained information through Hai Dongqing, and the villain arrived late. You continue to track the whereabouts of the Mingwan army. Only by corroborating the two will you know that the information is correct. Yes. The Liao scout cavalry continued to go back to investigate. Brother Yelu Xiao and Yelu Xiezhen, who were washing their horses' backs, stopped and came over and asked, "Should we set off?" Xiaochua nodded. "Send the order to the entire army to set off immediately after resting." Chapter 640 Crisis is everywhere. In the desert, a group of Han troops marched slowly towards Langjutsu Mountain. Hua Mulan looked at the war eagle in the sky and found no trace of the Mongolian army yet. Surrounded by the Gobi Desert, the Han army marched along the route used by Huitziubing to attack the Xiongnu in the Battle of Mabe. After the Battle of Mabe broke out with the Xiongnu, Chu Tian returned to Dingxiang County through this route, so he was familiar with this route. "Let's rest here for now." Chu Tian ordered the entire army to stop and rest, and then determined the position of the Han army with Zhu Chongji. They had entered the desert. "There isn't even a village in this kind of place." Mi Fang dismounted, sweating from the heavy armor. "The White Robe Legion has arrived at the front. Tonight, the 5th School of the Northern Army and the Women's Legion will take turns patrolling. The detachment of women and the heavy cavalry guards are camped on the left and right, and the Tiger Guards are responsible for guarding." Chu Tian temporarily resettled the camp. The Middle Route army numbered 400,000, and its marching column was hundreds of miles long. When setting up camp, Chu Tian could only command over 100,000 soldiers and horses, and the rest of the legions were either in front or behind. "Everyone, please cheer up and protect the Lord. It is our duty as the 5th School of the Northern Army." Mi Fang lectured the 5 schools of the Northern Army, and all the captains and soldiers of the 5 schools of the Northern Army were in awe. "The 5th School of the Northern Army seems to be unreliable. We need to be careful." Hua Mulan saw that Mi Fang, Wu Anhua, Xing Derong and other 5 Tiger generals were full of confidence, but worried instead. "The general has stopped marching. We are also resting here." Tonke found a river and stationed himself by the river to ensure that it could supply water to an army of 100,000 people. "You are responsible for patrolling." Tonke arranged for several generals to be responsible for patrolling. The Han army raised a bonfire, and everyone was worried. They marched in the Gobi for a while, and gradually approached Langjutsu Mountain. Mobe Dragon City is just west of Langjutsu Mountain. It is the holy land of the Xiongnu, and is now occupied by Temujin. The closer you get to Langjutsu Mountain, the more dangerous it becomes. Temujin may have deployed heavy troops there. The cavalry of the Mongol Empire was unpredictable in the steppes, so it was difficult to judge their whereabouts. "It seems that Mulan and I went on an expedition to Mabe last time." Chu Tian remembered the 3rd epic battle, when Hua Mulan went to Mabe with him. This time, no less. Hui Qing sat aside, stirring up firewood with branches. Absent-mindedly, in the darkness, a burst of shouts of killing suddenly broke out, and Chu Tian and others couldn't help but be alarmed. Not only Chu Tian and other senior officials, but also all the soldiers stood up to fight like frightened birds. Hua Mulan even pulled out the Tang Dao and half-blocked Chu Tian. "The whole army must not panic. But the Mongolian cavalry makes a surprise attack?" Chu Tian knew that the war eagles of the Iron Eagle Scouts were basically useless at night, so there was a possibility that the Mongolian cavalry could attack the Han army hundreds of miles away. Soon, a cavalryman from the 5th School of the Northern Army came back to report. "While on patrol, General Xing Derong encountered a group of wild wolves and fought with them. Hence the news. ... It turned out to be a false alarm, and everyone sat down again. "I would like to inform all officers and men not to be surprised. If you encounter wild wolves, just use bows and arrows to drive them away." Chu Tian was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. Being raided and fought hand-to-hand by Mongolian cavalry at night was never a good thing. "My brother took this path during the last battle in Mabe. He fought bravely and was appreciated by Huitziubing." Hui Qing mentioned her brother. "Wood is indeed a bit reckless, but only people with this kind of personality can get along in the western regions. After all, the situation in the western regions is a bit complicated." 50 miles away from the Han army, a group of wild wolves showed their green eyes in the darkness, like the master of the night, and there were howling sounds from time to time. A big hand caressed the fur of a wild wolf, and the Mongolian general Mu Huali emerged from the darkness. The Han army is not far ahead, but they seem to have deployed scouts. Use this group of wild wolves to attract them away, and then attack the Han army camp. It is best to burn their grain trucks. Mu Huali is not afraid of wild wolves, but the wild wolves are very docile to him. Another Mongolian general, Subutai, also appeared from the darkness. The Han army's grain carts are behind. We can use a partial division to contain the Han army in the front, and then use the main force to attack its rear and burn its grain carts. Among the two of us, who will restrain us, and who will attack the grain truck? My cavalry is faster and good at running. It's best for me to attack the grain trucks. Can! Mu Huali and Subutai acted separately. A group of wild wolves once again approached the Han army's camp. Also approaching were the Mongolian cavalry, whose figures appeared in the darkness. Impossible. How could I lose to you? At the right army camp, General Li Dingwa from Jiaozhou fought with General Chan Yuchen from Liaodong. The two men only competed with each other in terms of force. As a result, Li Dingwa was defeated by Chan Yuchen, and his gun-holding wrist became numb. There are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. Although you are powerful in Jiaozhou, there are still many heroes in the world. Chan Yuchen put away his gun and had a majestic figure. He defeated Li Dingwa, but he was not complacent. Li Dingwa followed Jiaozhou Mu Wang Defa for a limited number of foreign wars and did not participate in several national wars. However, Chan Yuchen had seen countless emperor-level heroes. Chan Yuchen had fought against Lu Bu, Wan Inaguda, Temujin, Jin Wushu and others, so his horizons were naturally much higher. I am convinced in this battle, but I may not lose to you in a march. Li Dingwa also had a sense of arrogance in his chest. It is one thing to be inferior in personal martial arts, but it is another thing to lead an army to march and fight. Then let's see who has better military exploits in this expedition to Maobei. Chan Yuchen was not afraid either. As the top general of Mingwan, he was not afraid at all. Okay, you have the physical strength to compete here. Why not save your physical strength to prevent the Jin soldiers or Mongolian cavalry from attacking? We are located between Maobei and Yurhai. We have difficulty in supplying, which is when we are vulnerable. Mingwan stopped the two energetic generals and then set up camp. Li Dingwa returned to the Jiaozhou army's camp. That person is indeed a dragon and a tiger among men. Fu had caught a glimpse of the fight between Li Dingwa and Chan Yuchen, and knew that Chan Yuchen was a rare warrior and suppressed Li Dingwa. Tonight it's Huang Digong and Su Zhang's turn to patrol, so don't be careful. Wang Defa was dissatisfied with Li Dingwa's exhaustion of energy in order to compete with Chan Yuchen, but he did not say it clearly. Leaving the Yurhai Sea and entering the desert, the scheduled progress of the right army, left army, and center army is almost the same. All generals and soldiers should save energy and food as much as possible to avoid being besieged by the Mongolian cavalry. Sometimes, legion's physical strength is also very important. If one side is exhausted in the middle of a battle, the other side can quickly gain the upper hand. Li Chengyang and Zhu Dasho are responsible for patrolling. Mingwan also arranged patrol candidates. Among the 300,000 troops, at least 30,000 cavalry did not rest, but remained vigilant. Wan Inaguda has been injured. Does he still dare to come? Zhu Dasho led a group of Guanning cavalry to patrol 10 miles away from the camp. This distance was enough to notify the army. Moreover, as a player, Mingwan also arranged a number of hidden sentries. Even if the enemy cavalry avoids the open sentry, the hidden sentry will detect their every move. General, there seems to be a pack of wild wolves there. A Guanning cavalryman discovered the green eyes in the darkness and exclaimed to Zhu Dasho, "Come with me and kill him." Zhu Dasho took off his horn bow and led a group of cavalry to chase the wild wolf. In the darkness, Wan Inaguda's cheeks were half exposed. There were a group of wild wolves around him, but he remained calm and composed. If the Han army camped here, they would be completely wiped out. There were dozens of black shadows behind Wan Inaguda. All of them were generals wearing armor, and each one was filled with murderous intent. One of the generals limped towards Wan Inaguda, almost side by side with Wan Inaguda. Master Wan Yin, the Great Khan is risking the loss of Haraholan and Maobei Longcheng this time to send troops to help you. I hope after defeating Mingwan. Don't forget your promise. There was almost no change in Wan Inaguda's expression. I know that asking for reinforcements from the Great Khan requires a sufficient price, so I don't need you to give me repeated orders. Timur said, since Lord Wan Yin knows That's fine. Wan Yenaguda looked at the group of people brought by Timur. How many captains of 10,000 have you come? 8. 8,000 captains also want to defeat Mingwan. Are you underestimating the Liaodong army? Their combat power is strong, and they are no less capable of containing 2 kingdoms with their own strength. Our total strength is even 20 less than 10,000. When Wan Yenaguda learned the number of reinforcements from Timur, he couldn't help but be angry. Timur smiled but said respectfully to an arriving Mongolian general, Master Batu, Master Wanyan seems to be disapproving of your strength. Batu, who do you belong to the Mongol Empire? Because of Timur's change of attitude, Wan Yenaguda turned his attention to the Mongolian general, who was leading him in the darkness. The commander of the 80,000 Mongolian cavalry seems not to be Timur, but someone else. A young Mongolian general appeared from the darkness. I am the capital of the Golden Horde. Under the orders of the Great Khan, I have come to help Lord Wanyan defeat the Liaodong army. The Golden Horde. Wan Yenaguda was slightly moved. This was a civilization no less important than the Kingdom of Jin, which had spanned Eastern Europe, West Asia, Central Asia, and other places for hundreds of years. Since he is from the Golden Horde, I feel relieved. Wan Yenaguda felt relieved when he thought that Timur and Batu each brought a group of generals. When will the Liao army come to join us? Batu ordered people to light torches and looked around at the people. Except for some soldiers and horses from the Jin Kingdom and the Golden Horde, there was no trace of the Liao Kingdom soldiers and horses. Heidong King has sent word that the Liao soldiers will arrive on time tonight. Is the person leading the team Yelu Abaoji or Xiao Chua? Yelu Abaoji. Since it is Yelu Abaoji, then our 3 kings will be sure to attack the Liaodong army this time. Wan Yenaguda felt relieved when he thought of Yelu Abaoji, who was on an equal footing with him. As the actual founder of the Golden Horde, Batu also belonged to the same level as Wan Yenaguda and Yelu Abaoji. This time, it is the real 3 kings joining forces. Liao soldiers have arrived. A Jin Kingdom scout cavalry came to report to Wan Yenaguda. In the darkness, a troop of cavalry was approaching. 100,000 cavalry from the Liao Kingdom set out from the Horkan grassland, marched day and night, and successfully joined forces with Batu and Wan Yenaguda. Yelu Abaoji appeared surrounded by a group of Liao generals. The 3 kings looked at each other under the firelight, and they all felt that each other was extraordinary. All 3 possessed the characteristics of a monarch. Yelu Abaoji's eyes fell on Timur again, and he vaguely realized that this timid general of the Shui army also had the characteristics of a monarch. Timur was observing the generals brought by Yelu Abaoji, brother Yelu Xiao, Yelu Xiezhen, Xiao Talon, and Xiao Chua. Xiao Chua noticed Timur's eyes, and just smiled slightly. Mingwan has severely injured us, and we must avenge this. Defeat Mingwan, and we will carve up Liaodong together. Yelu Abaoji took the initiative to join forces with Wan Yenaguda. Although Wan Yenaguda made Yelu Abaoji feel uncomfortable in his heart, Yelu Abaoji knew that if they did not join forces, they would all be annexed by the Liaodong army. There is still a way to survive if they join forces. But if they fail, they will become the servants of the Liaodong army. We should be able to win. It should be. It must be won. Can you figure out the Han army's camp deployment? The Han army set up layers of sentry defenses and could not conduct detection. They could only simply encircle and raid. The 3 kings briefly discussed, and then agreed to divide their troops into 3 groups to attack the Han army's camp in a pincer attack. In the early morning, when the sky could distinguish between ourselves and the enemy, they would use cavalry to charge forward and end the battle. The Liao army, the Jin army, and the Golden Horde army gathered here. The Golden Horde also had pressure from Catherine's army, so Bata could only invest 80,000 cavalry in the Battle of Mabe. Even so, Bata thought it was enough. Among these 80,000 cavalry, there is the eldest son army of the Mongolian Empire. Xiao Chua is also in the army. It seems that he must fight hard this time and achieve military exploits. Timur was assigned a new batch of Chishui troops and Central Asian cavalry. He planned to use this opportunity to train the newly recruited Chishui troops, improve their level, and at the same time achieve military exploits, and try his best to become the commander or deputy king of the Mongolian Empire. As position. This Timur, his eyes are really uncomfortable. Xiao Chua noticed Timur's eyes, and guessed what Timur was thinking. He felt disgusted in his heart. But for the sake of the 3 kingdoms alliance, he remained calm. Temujin may not be reliable either. If Temujin were to defeat the Han Empire, he would probably annex us. Brother Yelu Xiao took the initiative to speak to Xiao Chua, Yelu Xiezhen and others while he was resting. No matter Temujin or the Han Empire, once they win, They will be devoured by tigers and tigers. The strong will take all, and the weak will have to wait for them both to lose. This is also helpless.
Xiao Chua found that although he was capable, one person's ability was limited in the face of the terrifying empire. After all, there were emperor-level commanders and powerful generals everywhere, and there was no shortage of her.
Defeat Mingwan first.
Yelua Baoji came to the generals.
If we can't defeat Mingwan, how can we build a great empire?
The momentum of all Liao generals changed. The Liaodong army was a big mountain standing in front of them. Xiao Taoan asked.
When will we attack?
Xiao Chua said.
At the end of the night and dawn. It will be the time for the entire army to attack.
Chapter 641 Mongolian Cavalry appears.
These wild wolves are here again. Are they trying to get into trouble with me?
The sky turned a little white, and Xing Darong led a Changshuang cavalry patrol outside the camp. He found that the expelled wild wolves had returned. So he and the cavalry drove away the wild wolves. The Chanshui camp cavalry stood there, listening in all directions, and their expressions gradually became uncomfortable.
General, something seems wrong. These wild wolves have appeared repeatedly and are not afraid of us.
Yeah, there are indeed some problems. Xing Darong carried an axe. He killed one of the wild wolves, but found that the wolves were gathering together and never dispersed. He was shocked.
No, we have fallen into a trap.
Xing Darong immediately led the Changshuang cavalry back to the reinforcement camp. Outside the camp, some secretly arranged scouts were already engaged in battle with the Mongolian cavalry, and a group of Mongolian cavalry directly attacked the Han army camp. The women's regiment took into account the unreliability of the Northern Army's 5 schools and was prepared for it. They immediately formed a formation. The heavy infantrymen holding shields came to the back of the chariot and lined up in a copper wall with their spears pointing straight ahead. The rain of arrows from the Mongolian cavalry fell and was deflected by the dense array of spears. Some of the arrows passed through the dense forest of spears and landed on the thick armor, making a crashing sound. But it was difficult to cause effective damage to the heavy armored infantry.
Jianyan crossbowmen, form array.
Liang Hongyu didn't have time to put on her armor and immediately led a team of crossbowmen to fight. Outside the camp, a group of Mongolian cavalry were attacking the outer defenders. The 5th school of the Northern Army that stayed behind in the camp also quickly reacted and went into battle under the leadership of Mi Fang.
The Mongolian cavalry finally appeared. They will not let us cross the desert easily. How many enemy cavalry are there outside the camp?
Zhu Tian came out with Hua Mulan.
The number of people is impossible to judge. Can War Eagle detect the number of opponents? The sky will be bright and unclear, so I'm afraid there will be a misjudgment.
Military advisor Sun Bin was already observing the movements of the Mongolian cavalry at the wooden fence of the camp.
Military advisor, what do you think?
Sun Bin replied.
This cavalry only harasses the camp, but does not attack with all its strength. Its purpose should not be us. Is it possible?
Zhu Tian's expression changed slightly.
Is it possible that their goal is the cattle, sheep and grain trucks in the rear? Most likely. My lord, please send cavalry to support the Yangzhou army in time. Urgently order the Yuzhou army to go and support the Yangzhou army.
The War Eagles of Iron Eagle Scout immediately went to inform the Yuzhou army in the rear. The Yuzhou army is located between the Guards Corps and the Yangzhou army. Wei Qing and Cao Cao are both good at commanding cavalry and can take charge alone. Cao Cao was riding a war horse, with Cao Chun and Cao Xiu on his side. The tiger and leopard cavalry were alerted by the Mongolian cavalry, and they all went into battle wearing armor. The Yuzhou army was also attacked by Mongolian cavalry.
Is it possible that the Mongolian cavalry is targeting us? It doesn't seem like it.
Cao Cao barely observed the movements of the Mongolian cavalry with the whitening sky, and believed that the main direction of the Mongolian cavalry's attack was not the Yuzhou army. Wei Qing has come over.
My lord has an order. Go immediately to support the Yangzhou army in the rear. Chao Mingde, you follow me. Zhou Yafu, you are responsible for holding on to the camp.
Zhou Yafu just nodded silently. But Wei Qing knew that Zhou Yafu was very reliable. Unless the main attack direction of the Mongolian cavalry is Zhou Yafu's camp, it will be possible to break through Zhou Yafu's camp with absolute strength advantage. Otherwise, with the same strength, very few people can defeat Zhou Yafu who is defending.
Li Guang, you stay here temporarily to prevent a sudden attack by a fierce general among the Mongolian cavalry.
Wei Qing had a fierce general named Shui Wanche, so he left Li Guang behind to protect Zhou Yafu. Without strong generals, the opponent's strong generals may forcefully break the formation.
Walk! Wei Qing and Cao Cao commanded the Yuling cavalry and the tiger and leopard cavalry to break out of the camp and gallop with their horses galloping. But the Mongolian cavalry outside the camp could not stop them. Cao Xiu, the 1,000-mile horse of the Cao family, turned around and shot an arrow, killing a Mongolian cavalry directly. And Char, one of Tan Ma Chi's 5 vanguards, tried to stop the tiger and leopard cavalry and fought with a fully armored general. At the moment of the confrontation, both sides trembled. The opponent's force is not low. Cao Chun struggled to push away the spear of Ing Cha and the tiger and leopard cavalry from behind. Like a torrent, forcibly overwhelmed Ing Char's light cavalry. It was difficult for the light cavalry to resist the impact of the high-level heavy cavalry, and Yuncher only tried to block them. When he found that he could not resist the Yuling cavalry and the tiger and leopard cavalry, he subconsciously got out of the way and switched to harassment tactics. The Yuling cavalry and the tiger and leopard cavalry galloped away, constantly using mounted archery on the way, and clashed with the Mongolian cavalry on the vast grassland. The two cavalry were entangled like pythons. No matter Yulinkyu or Tanmachi, they are all good at riding and shooting, which is indistinguishable. Cao Cao's tiger and leopard cavalry are responsible for the frontal attack to ensure that they are not intercepted by Tan Maki. The camp of the Yongzhou army was being attacked by the Mongolian generals Subutai and Oliang Hitai and his son. Groups of cavalry attacked the Yongzhou army camp from all directions. Some Mongolian cavalry plundered the cattle and sheep outside and tried to destroy the Han army as much as possible. Supplies. The Han army relied on grain carts, cattle and sheep, and plunder. If too many cattle and sheep are lost, it will be difficult to say whether they can leave the desert. If this continues, it will be very bad. Tongke commanded the Beifu army to guard the camp, and shot the Mongolian cavalry approaching the camp with a divine arm bow. Even Subutai's cavalry could not break through the Beifu army's camp. However, Tongja could only watch helplessly as Subutai's cavalry plundered the cattle and sheep grazing outside. He needs a cavalry to attack and snatch back the cattle and sheep. However, the Yongzhou army lacked cavalry generals. Brother-in-law, let me go and take back the cattle and sheep. Although Sun Jian was from Jiangdong, he was not inferior in both land and water battles in the south and north. So he volunteered and went into battle with the 4 Jiangdong generals: Dong Ping, Hua Rong, Zhou Tai, Sun Ce and other generals. The Mongolian cavalry is too dangerous. If the battle is unfavorable, my sworn brother should retreat quickly. Tongke was worried that something would happen to his sworn brother Sun Jian, so he reminded Sun Jian to be careful. Tongke didn't know who would be better than Sun Jian or the Mongolian general outside the camp. He did not have a god's perspective, so he could only infer the level of the Mongolian generals based on the damage and momentum of the Mongolian cavalry. Generally speaking, in Lords, the more bonuses the commander provides to the legion, the stronger the ability. Tongke had already vaguely noticed that the person commanding this Mongolian cavalry was not an ordinary Mongolian general. The mounted shooting damage of this Mongolian cavalry is very high. Subutai is undoubtedly the #1 general under Temujin and the king of field battles. No matter who fights with him in the wild, he must be careful. The last time Subutai suffered a loss was due to the combination of Wei Qing and Huitsubing and the Tianshan avalanche. Although the enemy is strong, I will attack him. Sun Jian was brave and good at fighting. He also realized that the attacking Mongolian general was not an ordinary person. But he was still full of energy and planned to fight Subutai to the death. The little overlord Sun Ce wields his spear, and his attributes are gradually reaching their peak. He no longer needs Zhou Tai's special guard, and is fully capable of fighting alone. Jiangdong's 4 generals, Dong Ping, Hua Rong, Zhou Tai, and Sun Ce, a total of 8 fierce generals, went out of camp with Sun Jian. Behind them were cavalry, which was very precious to Jiangdong. Kill! Sun Jian roared angrily, and used a cone formation in an attempt to penetrate the Mongolian cavalry formation and seize the general Subutai. The long bow was fully stringed in Huarong's hand, and a stream of light shot out, piercing the half-armor of a Mongolian cavalry in front. Dong Ping held 2 spears and rushed into the enemy's formation at the lead, surrounded by Mongolian cavalry. The Mongolian cavalry, who were good at mounted archery, shot at Sun Jian's cavalry with bows and arrows, causing arrows to fly. Sun Ce shot away more than 10 arrows, and his horse flew as fast as he could. Jiangdong's 4 generals joined forces to kill the enemy. Both Chang Pu and Huang Gai were very skilled in martial arts, and could easily kill dozens of cavalrymen. If it were a cavalry regiment commanded by an ordinary cavalry general, perhaps they could kill hundreds of people. However, what they faced was the cavalry regiment of the emperor-level cavalry commander Subutai, which was equivalent to facing the offensive of Wei Qing or Huitziubing. Subutai and his son were also among the very few cavalry commanders under Temujin who dared to fight Wei Qing and Huitziubing head-on. Lord, this group of cavalry seems to be more powerful than other cavalry. Han Dang was fighting with a Mongolian Xianhu. The surrounding Mongolian cavalry were stabbing with spears. Han Dang had to dodge. Otherwise he might be stabbed. It's really hard to deal with. Sun Jian wielded the ancient ingot sword and killed the Mongolian cavalry. Compared with the 4 Jiandong generals, Sun Jian was more powerful and realized that it was not easy to kill Subutai's cavalry. Subutai observed the overall situation on a hillside, while commanding the cavalry to surround the Yangzhou army's camp. He also commanded the cavalry to plunder the Han army's cattle and sheep and destroy the Han army's supplies. When Sun Jian took the initiative to lead the cavalry out to counter the battle, the Mongolian cavalry suffered heavy losses. Subutai could not help but be surprised that there was such a group of fierce generals in the Yangzhou army. Sun Jian plus the 8 fierce generals from Jiandong are enough to defeat thousands of cavalry. Sun Jian's goal is directly at Subutai. Let them see how terrifying my heavy cavalry is. Wu Liangatai, you lead 20,000 heavy cavalry to intercept them. Subutai mobilized the Mongolian heavy cavalry. The Mongolian heavy cavalry is a 4th-level heavy cavalry, with a 25% bonus from the system. It is equivalent to a 5th-level or 6th-level heavy cavalry. In addition, with the bonus of cavalry characteristics such as Subutai's Blue Wolf White Deer, the combat power is equivalent. Fear. As a low-level unit, Mongol heavy cavalry has less stringent recruitment conditions than high-level units. There is no upper limit on the number. As long as you have money, people, and equipment, you can recruit. Wu Liangatai rode away from the hillside. 20,000 Mongolian heavy cavalry had already lined up in advance. Under the cover of the light cavalry, no one noticed that there were 20,000 heavy cavalry waiting behind the light cavalry. Wu Liangatai put on his iron pocket and took out a heavy carbine. The heavy carbine pointed forward, and 20,000 heavy cavalry followed Wu Liangatai to charge. The Mongolian light cavalry separated like waves, making way for the heavy cavalry in the rear. Sun Jian led 8 generals and Jiandong cavalry to charge forward. The Mongolian light cavalry in front of him suddenly separated. The earth trembled, and the sound of heavy horse hooves came from far to near. Heavy cavalry! The 2 spears in Dong Ping's hands each carried an enemy corpse. And he was jealous. When he discovered that the Mongolian heavy cavalry was attacking, he couldn't help but change his color. This ordinary heavy cavalry charged. Although it was still not as good as the high-level heavy cavalry, it had the aura of the high-level cavalry, even for low-level units. There is no comparison between ordinary cavalry generals and top-level cavalry generals. Die! Wu Liangatai led 20,000 Mongolian heavy cavalry to attack Sun Jian's cavalry. He was also a general himself. The heavy carbine used the high-speed impact of the king-level horses to stab Dong Ping. This blow came extremely fast. If it were an ordinary general, he would be shot through almost instantly and die immediately. Dong Ping vigorously waved his 2 guns, clamped the heavy carbine, and the sharp gun blade almost grazed his face, leaving a blood mark on Dong Ping's face. In the iron pocket is Wu Liangatai's cold eyes. Dong Ping's crisis is not over yet. The Mongolian cavalry from behind comes with spears. 20,000 cavalry galloped past, and Dong Ping seemed to be caught in a torrent of steel. Dong Ping danced wildly with his spears, trying desperately to block the spears that kept coming. One of the spears pierced Dong Ping's abdomen, denting the armor-piercing iron plate protecting the area. Dong Ping is seriously injured. Just when Dong Ping was about to be overwhelmed by the heavy cavalry charge of Wu Liangatai, the overlord Sun Ce and Zhou Taiyu came in from the chaos. Their spears pierced the armor of the Mongolian heavy cavalry, killing dozens of cavalrymen, and rescued Dong Ping. Walk! Dong Ping is willing to ride for the young master in the future. Dong Ping burst into tears when he saw Sun Ce helping him in a crisis. We'll talk about it after we get out. Sun Ce fought hard, and the battlefield was full of swords and swords. Sun Jian's cavalry was not a high-level cavalry, and was overwhelmed by the heavy cavalry of Subutai and Wu Liangatai. Jiandong's disciples fought independently and suffered heavy losses. The 8 generals in Jiandong fought with the Mongolian heavy cavalry. There were also those with higher military strength among the thousands and 10,000 households in Mongolia, although they were not strong enough to compete with Sun Jian and Sun Ce. It was not uncommon to compare them with Han Dang and Zhu Mao. The opponent is either Subutai or Mawali. The Beifu army goes up to support the sworn brother. Tong Kai saw that the situation was not good and could not defeat Sun Jian. So he ordered Beifu fierce General Lu Laoji to lead a group of Beifu troops out of the camp. Lu Laoji held a war spear, and behind him were a group of white-robed infantry and crossbowmen. He took the initiative to go out of camp to fight against the enemy. Thousands of crossbows were fired, and the Mongolian cavalry who attacked the camp fell to the ground. Xie Xian personally provided bonuses for the Beifu army. As a high-level military unit, it is not uncommon for the Beifu army to control cavalry with foot. Sure enough, the Yangzhou army has already fought with the Mongolian cavalry. Wei Qing and Cao Cao's cavalry galloped towards them, and before they reached the Yangzhou army's camp, they could see smoke billowing from them. The Mongolian cavalry has used fire arrows. Wei Qing witnessed the smoke and deduced that Subutai was carrying rockets, and the target was probably the Han army's grain trucks or military vehicles loaded with weapons. Go forward immediately. If you encounter the Mongolian cavalry, attack immediately. Wei Qing and Cao Cao accelerated their march. Chapter 642 Jiangdong's Fierce General. Use rockets to burn down the Han army's grain carts. Teams of Mongolian archers were equipped with longbows and used rockets with igniting effects to shoot at Han army chariots. The formation of military vehicles was not unsolvable. Rockets fell from the sky. Many military vehicles were set alight. Thick smoke billowed, and the defenders behind the military vehicles could not help but cough. These chariots may contain food that is vital to the Han army. These Mongolian generals are really smart at learning. Tongjak ordered the soldiers to use sand to extinguish the flames and confront Subutai. On the battlefield, Sun Jian fought to the death. His armor was dripping with blood, and his ancient sword was stained with the blood of enemy cavalry. The surrounding cavalry were scattered by Wu Liang Hitai's heavy cavalry, and there were enemy cavalry in all directions. Sun Jian was alone, facing the attack of dozens of Mongolian cavalry. Lord, don't panic! Wang Gai's iron whip hit a cavalryman who was besieging Sun Jian. The latter's sternum was broken, and he lost his breath. This cavalry is not something we can deal with. We can only wait until reinforcements arrive, and then cooperate from the inside out. Sun Jian realized that he lacked high-level cavalry and fought in the wild with Subutai, who was good at cavalry. He suffered an unusual loss, and regretted leaving the camp to challenge. He joined forces with Huang Gai and gathered hundreds of Jiangdong cavalry in the chaos, fighting and retreating. My lord, the young master is surrounded by enemy cavalry. Zhu Mao, who was covered in blood, joined Sun Jian, his tone full of panic. Come with me to rescue him. Sun Jian led Huang Gai and Zhu Mao to rescue Sun Ce. Sun Ce, Zhou Tai, and Dong Ping were surrounded by thousands of Mongolian heavy cavalry. Everywhere they looked were iron armor, spears, and bones. It was quite laborious to kill this group of heavy cavalry. The defensive power of the heavy armored troops is already amazing, and with the bonus of Subutai, it is also difficult for generals to break through the defense. In order to save Dong Ping, Sun Ce fell into a heavy siege by the Mongolian heavy cavalry. As many as hundreds of Mongolian heavy cavalry fell under the guns of Sun Ce and others. But the situation was still unbroken. Wu Liangtai was hidden among the Mongolian heavy cavalry, waiting for the opportunity to take action. As long as Sun Ce and others' physical strength is exhausted, he can step forward and harvest the lives of these Han generals. In his opinion, these Han generals fought bravely. If he takes the lives of these Han generals, perhaps he can inflict heavy losses on the Yangzhou army. Sun Ce's arm was numb, and the blade of the spear in his hand almost curled when it collided with the armor. An iron bone flower hit, but Sun Ce blocked it with his spear. The impact of the blunt weapon made Sun Ce's horse whine because it was unbearable. Another hammer hits. Zhou Tai stood in front of Sun Ce, blocked the hammer for Sun Ce, and killed the heavy cavalry on the opposite side with his backhand. If this continues, we will all die here. Let's protect the young master and break through the encirclement. Zhou Tai has a special ability. Even if he is injured, his strength will not be reduced, and his vitality will be more tenacious. He can completely protect Sun Ce and escape from the chaos. Let's fight out together. Sun Ce had no intention of leaving Zhou Tai and Dong Ping to escape alone. Instead, he teamed up with these two subordinates, who might be his generals in the future, to break out. Sun Ce knocked away Tai Gudwa and shot him down. The Mongolian heavy cavalry that had just attacked him was killed by Sun Ce. Sun Ce broke out, leading Zhou Tai and Dong Ping to charge left and right. The morale of the Mongolian heavy cavalry approaching them was declining rapidly. Sun Tzu's little overlord characteristics worked, and had a certain intimidating effect on the surrounding Mongolian cavalry. This person cannot be kept. Wu Liangatai put down his heavy carbine, replaced it with a Mongolian bow, and pointed it at Sun Tzu, who was galloping on his horse. If Sun Tzu reaches his peak, he will be more difficult to deal with than Zhou Tai and Dong Ping. Sun Tzu not only has military force, but also has the ability to command, which is equivalent to a weakened version of Xiang Yu. A stream of light shot towards Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu was keenly aware of the approaching danger, so he looked back and fired a sharp shot. The gun blade split the arrow, and the arrow burst immediately. Sun Tzu glared fiercely at Wu Liangatai, who was among the rebels. If there weren't too many heavy cavalry in Wu Liangatai, he might have gone forward to kill Wu Liangatai. Kill them! Wu Liangatai's tone was cold. He was aware of Sun Tzu's hostility. Only by killing the three of Sun Tzu could future troubles be eliminated forever. Mongolian heavy cavalry from all directions once again besieged Sun Tzu, Zhou Tai, and Dong Ping. Dong Ping was severely injured. Then Zhou Tai was injured. And then Sun Tzu was injured. Sun Tzu's physical strength was declining rapidly. The Mongolian cavalry found that Sun Tzu's counterattack was not that fierce, so they attacked the three of Sun Tzu even more unscrupulously. His energy is exhausted. Wu Liangatai saw that Sun Tzu's marksmanship was already tired, so he personally took the gun and stepped forward to kill Sun Tzu. As a difficult enemy, Sun Tzu must be eliminated. Wu Liangatai's physical strength was intact, and the war horses came galloping with lightning speed. The heavy carbine passed by Sun Tzu's face, and the strong wind made Sun Tzu's cheek hurt. Sun Tzu almost died under Wu Liangatai's gun. Sun Tzu returned his spear and stabbed Wu Liangatai, and the two men fought quickly. Wu Liangatai did not expect that Sun Tzu would still have such high strength after exhaustion, and he was unable to defeat Sun Tzu for a while. One who brought by Wu Liangatai secretly used crossbows to shoot a cold arrow at Sun Tzu, who was fighting fiercely with Wu Liangatai. The crossbow arrow hit Sun Tzu in the back. Sun Tzu grunted. Regardless of the injury on his back, he continued to fight Wu Liangatai, planning to kill Wu Liangatai at all costs. Just as Wu Liangatai believed that Sun Tzu was a troublesome opponent, Sun Tzu also believed that Wu Liangatai was an opponent and must be killed. The Mongolian captain loaded another crossbow and aimed it at Sun Tzu. If you shoot it, you can achieve military exploits. The Mongolian captain knew that Sun Tzu was brave and good at fighting. If he killed Sun Tzu with a crossbow, he would make a great contribution. Suddenly, a black shadow struck, and the Mongolian captain subconsciously used crossbow arrows to block the incoming weapon. The crossbow arrow was easily deflected, and a horse stem pierced the armor of the Mongolian captain like tofu. The arriving general casually picked him up, and the body of the Mongolian captain was thrown away. All the nearby Mongolian cavalry were stunned. The force displayed by the people in front of them was even more terrifying than that of Sun Tzu and Wu Liangatai. The horses swept across, and dozens of cavalrymen around him were killed, their bodies bloody and bloody. The Mongolian cavalry, including Wu Liangatai, were shocked. My lord has ordered me to come and rescue you all. You retreat first, and I will stop you all. The people who arrived glanced at Wu Liangatai and his Mongolian cavalry without fear. He single-handedly defeated the Mongolian cavalry that besieged Sun Tzu and the three of them, allowing the three of Sun Tzu to breathe and retreat to the rear. Sun Tzu vaguely remembered that his father Sun Jian mentioned that Yangzhou Mu Tongke recruited a fierce general last year who was unstoppable. Now it seems that it should be this person. Don't let them go. When Wu Liangatai saw that Sun Tzu and the three men were about to escape, he was furious and ordered the Mongolian cavalry to attack Sun Tzu and the arriving generals. The guard general of Tongke held a horse stick and broke into the Mongolian cavalry alone. All the Mongolian cavalry who were hit by his horse fell off their horses. One person, cutting hundreds of cavalry out. Wu Liangatai subconsciously retreated to the rear. In this situation, he was most afraid that the opponent's fierce general would use a decapitation tactic and stab him under the horse. Wu Liangatai could not attack the Mongolian cavalry phalanx by himself. The force of the fierce generals in front of him was definitely superior to him. Wu Liangatai, who was attacked by a fierce general of the Han army, subconsciously looked at the position of Subutai's commander's flag and found that Subutai asked him to retreat. Have reinforcements from the Han army arrived? Wu Liangatai strictly followed Subutai's order and immediately led the Mongolian cavalry to retreat regardless of the reason. The Han army's reinforcements arrived much faster than he imagined. If they continued to be consumed by the Yangzhou army, there was a possibility that the entire army of 20,000 Mongolian cavalry in Wuliangatai would be annihilated. To the north of the Yangzhou army camp, the Yulin cavalry swept in. The fierce General Shui Wanche held his horse and attacked the Mongolian cavalry that was fighting with the Yangzhou army. The two sides fought fiercely. Cao Chun and Cao Xiu took the lead and led the tiger and leopard cavalry to attack. Gong Sun Ao led a group of light cavalry to recapture the cattle and sheep. The battle between the two sides became more fierce. The soldiers of Beifu advanced rapidly under the leadership of the fierce General Lu Laoji. Lu Laoji faced the impact of the Mongolian cavalry head-on. His war spear easily knocked a Mongolian cavalry off his horse, which was shocking. Subutai saw that the situation was over. So when Wei Qing and Cao Cao's cavalry were discovered, he ordered the entire army to withdraw. The general will fulfill his mission. Tongchua's guards rescued the three sons who were exhausted or injured, and came back to report to Tongke. Xiao Mo, I will have your military exploits recorded. Tongke was very satisfied with the performance of this warrior, and he finally had a qualified guard warrior. Sun Ce hugged his injury and came over to thank Tongke. After all, it was Tongchua's generals who saved him. The combat power of the Mongolian cavalry is even stronger than that of the last national war. There should be a special bonus in this national war. However, we have reinforcements. Tongke looked around the camp. Wei Qing and Cao Cao's cavalry cooperated with the Beifu army to counterattack across the board. The Subutai and Wuliangatai regiments had disappeared, almost without a trace. And most of the Han army's cattle and sheep had been recaptured. The Beifu army counted their losses and found that tens of thousands of cattle and sheep were looted or killed in the melee, and hundreds of grain trucks were burned by rockets. Perhaps this is the purpose of the Mongolian cavalry. Fortunately, the Yuzhou army came to the rescue in time. I wonder if other soldiers and horses were also attacked by the Mongolian cavalry. The bronze bird looked eastward toward the fishing sea. Arrows rained down from the sky, covering the sky. Hundreds of thousands of troops fought, and the shouts of killing shook the heaven and the earth. The Liaodong army and the Jiaozhou army huddled together, and the 300,000-strong army was being attacked by four emperor-level figures: Wan Inaguda, Yelu Abaoji, Batu, and Timur urged the army from four directions to launch a fierce offensive against the Liaodong army and Jiaozhou army. Different from the attack tactics of the Central Route army, the Mongolian cavalry, Jin cavalry, and Liao cavalry attacking the East Route army were prepared to destroy the East Route army. I must avenge Chang Yuchen for hurting me. Wan Yenaguda personally supervised the battle, and the Jin soldiers Guizima stormed forward. The kingdom of Jin is really desperate. I heard that their monarch Wan Yenaguda was wounded by Mingwan's generals, and he holds a grudge. Which general from Mingwan? It should be Chang Yuchen. We, the Liao kingdom, haven't fought with them yet. We don't know whether Chang Yuchen is really ferocious, or whether the Jin army is incompetent. When the generals of the Liao kingdom were supervising the battle, they whispered in private, according to the intelligence provided by the scouts, "This person is brave in combat, and may be better than any of us." Xiaochuo already has information about all the generals in Mingwan. Yelu Abaoji ignored the generals' private discussions and raised his bow and arrow. The Pishi army is ready to attack. The eldest son army, assemble. Batu, the top general of the Golden Horde, summoned the eldest son army of the Mongolian Empire. The eldest son army is an elite division formed by the eldest sons of various tribes and households. Chapter 643. The Liaodong army fought hard. The damage done by this group of cavalry is too high. Our soldiers and horses from Jiaozhou come to Mabe to join in the fun. Defa, the shepherd king of Jiaozhou, defended the camp and grain carts, leaving the fight for cattle and sheep to the Liaodong army, which was good at cavalry. The damage done by the Mongolian cavalry, the Jin cavalry, and the Liao cavalry is extremely astonishing. They are all cavalry with the bonus of an imperial cavalry commander or a monarch. The damage caused by cavalry shooting cannot even be withstood by ordinary armor. The legion from Jiaozhou was relatively disadvantaged in terms of cavalry. Fu was considered a cavalry general, but there were not many suitable cavalry. The crossbowmen of the Jiaozhou corps are large in number and are used to defend camps and are indestructible. However, the Jiaozhou army suffered increasing losses under the attack of Liao cavalry. Some of the dismounted Liao cavalry threw rockets at the Jiaozhou army. The fire spread and smoke billowed everywhere. Wang Defa looked in the direction of Mingwan, which was under the greatest pressure. The Jin soldiers and the Mongolian army besieged the Liaodong army. The Liaodong army not only had to defend, but also sent troops to compete with the Jin soldiers and the Mongolian army for the cattle and sheep accompanying the army. The two sides saw each other back and forth, and each elite cavalry battled. Chang Yuchen attacked the Mongolian army 2 or 3 times in a row, but what he faced was Bata's eldest son army. The Chengzi army is well equipped and fights bravely to stop Chang Yuchen. Bata's eldest son army, second only to Temujin's Qixue army, is the elite army that established the Golden Horde. And the recruitment conditions must be the eldest sons of each tribe and family. Tamerlane commanded a group of newly recruited Xie Shui troops to help him conquer the capital and train troops at the same time. This cavalry doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Mingwan witnessed Chang Yuchen leading the cavalry to fight against Bata's eldest son's army. They were in a stalemate and even suffered a loss in terms of cavalry strength. He knew that Bata's cavalry was by no means an ordinary cavalry and was most likely a high-level unit. Dorgan and Obai, you command the 8 Banners cavalry and come forward to support Chang Yuchen. Mingwan sent the 8 Banners cavalry as heavy cavalry. He also has Murong Xianbei cavalry, Guanning cavalry, and other tribes in his hands. The cavalrymen with white flags and yellow flags waved their sabers, and the cavalrymen in the front row raised their spears and attacked the eldest son army. Cowardly Shui Jun, intercept him. Timur sent the Zenki's army to fight against the 8 Banners cavalry of Dorgan and Obai. The cavalry of 2 different eras fought on this battlefield. Although the Qixue army was recently recruited, its strength was higher than that of the 8 Banners cavalry. Under the control of Timur, it was obvious that the 8 Banners cavalry was regarded as a training target. Obai wears cloth armor with iron pieces inside. This kind of armor is more cost-effective. He clamped the spear of a Qixue army cavalryman, and then with a backhand knife, he killed a Kyrgyz army cavalryman off his horse. Obai's martial arts can be regarded as stepping into the ranks of fierce generals. This is the 8 Banners cavalry, one of the several famous cavalry groups under the command of the Han Empire's Hussars general. Mingwan asked them to come out now. Is it because they are regarded as cannon fodder? Timur can infer from the equipment of the 8 Banners cavalry that these are the 8 Banners cavalry under Mingwan. The 8 Banners cavalry at its peak was still quite fierce. Both the Ming army and the Mongolia in the late Ming dynasty were defeated by the 8 Banners cavalry. At that time, the 8 Banners had not captured too many firearms from the Ming army. Our offensive doesn't need to be too fierce. Wan Yanaguda has a grudge against Mingwan. I think he can't wait to defeat Mingwan. Both Batu and Timur were waiting for Wan Yanaguda to consume the Liaodong army. Among all the troops, the Jin soldiers launched the most ferocious offensive against the Liaodong army, hoping to defeat the Liaodong army and avenge their previous humiliation. Chang Yuchen, Dorgan, Obai and others were restrained by Batu and Timur, while Wan Yanaguda looted the cattle and sheep of the Liaodong army. Lan Yu, Li Chengyang and others resisted the fight and fought to the death with Wan Yanagu without retreating. The high-level players of the Yen Cavalry Guild did not leave the battlefield easily. They believed that their lives were more precious than the NPC army. Moreover, the Yen Cavalry Guild also had the General Murong Ba and the 20,000 Murong Xianbei cavalry commanded by Murong Ba. Murong Ba, our army is in danger. Go and save it. The president of Yanqi Guild gave Murong Ba an order. Wan Yanagu divided his troops to plunder cattle and sheep. If this continues, the cattle and sheep of the Liaodong army will be plundered by the Jin cavalry, and the Liaodong army may be forced to return to Urhai for supplies due to insufficient supplies. The left army and the center army cannot delay this long. Take orders! Murong Ba led 20,000 Murong Xianbei cavalry forward. Although he knew that this group of aliens cherished their lives and planned to consume the cavalry of Murong Xianbei tribe, Murong Ba had no choice. Currently, the alien forces had an absolute advantage in Liaodong. Liaodong was originally a remote place with no decent aristocratic families. The power was soon controlled by the foreign lords. Murong Xianbei was also under the surveillance of the Liaodong army. Many Murong Xianbei nobles had hostages in Liaodong city. This was also the reason why Murong Ba, who represented Murong Xianbei's power, did not dare to betray easily. Murong Ba went to attack the Jin cavalry that Wan Yanagu was fighting. Murong Xianbei, like Toba Xianbei and Yuan Xianbei, is a Xianbei tribe that is extremely good at conquering and fighting. The armored cavalry among them has a stronger impact than ordinary Xianbei cavalry. Murong Xianbei's cavalry launched an attack. Under the leadership of Murong Ba, they went straight to the Jin General Wan Yanlu's room. The spears swept across, showing their sharpness, and each Jin cavalry died under Murong Ba's gun. In the eyes of everyone in the Yen Cavalry Guild, Murong Ba's performance was indeed fighting bravely, and was worthy of trust. There are rumors that Murong Ba and Xiao Chua once conspired. But now it seems that Murong Ba may not get along with the Khitan in Jurchen. He has served us for so many years, and will not betray us. As the first person to subdue the wandering Murong Ba, the president of the Yinchi Guild showed great kindness to Murong Ba, and believed that Murong Ba would not betray him. During the Wei, Jin, Southern and Northern dynasties, Murong Ba's ability was enough to rank among the first batch of generals. Along with Xie Xian, Wei Rui, Tuoba Tao, Hu Luguang and others, the Liaodong army fought against the legion driven by several emperor-level figures, and refused to retreat. The two sides fought from early morning to noon, and they were inextricable, with corpses everywhere. The losses are not serious. The cattle and sheep killed in the melee can be distributed among the soldiers. Those that cannot be eaten can be placed in a carriage filled with salt, which can still be used as rations. Take made up for the losses as much as possible. The burned grain and fodder could not be recovered, but the cattle and sheep that were affected by the two armies during the battle could still be used. After Subutai and Wuliangatai retreated, the cavalry that invaded the Guards Corps and the Yuzhou army also disappeared without a trace. Li Guang and Zhou Yafu stood firm in the camp. During this period, they could not help but go out and shoot a captain of thousands before returning, making a great contribution. The losses of each battalion were reported to Chu Tian, and each camp was attacked by Mongolian cavalry. Sun Jian's cavalry suffered the greatest losses. Jiandong's 8 generals were each injured in the charge of Mongolian cavalry. Dong Ping, a double-gun general, was almost killed. Xiaoli Guangwarong was also hit by several arrows. The cavalry of Subutai and Wuliangatai are indeed terrifying. Their father and son joined forces and approached Wei Qing and Witzubing to join forces. Chu Tian could imagine the pressure Sun Jian and others faced at that time. During the cavalry battle, the generals of the Jiandong faction still suffered more or less. The attacks by Subutai and Olianghatai will not end so easily. They will consume us in the desert as much as possible, and the number of patrols in each camp will be doubled, in order to prevent Chu Tian from being defeated by Subutai in the desert. Chu Tian had no choice but to strengthen his defenses. Subutai's cavalry was like a wild wolf, staring at the Han army at all times. Iron Eagle Scout took the opportunity to track the Subutai cavalry and determine its location. Don't lose it. Chu Tian sent out the Iron Eagle Scout cavalry to follow Subutai's cavalry. The Han army simply cleared the battlefield and then continued to advance. Even though they lost thousands or even tens of thousands of people in the first battle, it would not stop them from continuing to the Lengjutsu mountain. The scouts of the Han army followed up, visited Ma Chi, and went back to eliminate them. Mu Huali used Han Ma Chi to stay behind and eliminate the Iron Eagle scouts, who followed them. The two scout cavalry clashed in the desert to see who was better. On the other side, the left army also fought with the Mongolian cavalry. The middle route army faced Mawali and Subutai, while the left route army, Temujin and Zibi came to stop them in person. Temujin took most of the Qishua army to the battle and gained experience for the Qishua army by sneak attacks on the Han army. His cowardly Shui army needs to accumulate experience before they can become a warrior capable of hundreds of battles again. However, the left army has the Beiwei army that can compete with Qishua army. The losses suffered by Beiwei's army were not great. They followed Yu Fei into battle many times, and they already looked like a strong army. Even the timid Shui army would be afraid of fighting with the Beiwei army holding a long axe. Xie Shui's army switched to intrusion tactics and mounted fire to block the advancement of the left army. Li Mu and Di Qing led the Moning cavalry to expel them. The two sides fought almost every day. Temujin wants to slow down our march, and he is training his troops. Yu Fei went to expel Temujin from time to time, and found that Temujin immediately retreated when he saw the number of Han cavalry. With the same number of cavalry, even if Wei Qing and Huizubing passed by, Temujin would not care. He also had a group of generals and captains under his command. As for Wang Jian and other generals who commanded the infantry, they could only protect the grain carts and watch the cavalry confrontation between the two sides, unable to intervene. However, as a result, the progress of the left army has slowed down, and it may not be able to join the other two armies as scheduled. Isn't Temujin's main attack direction not to attack the Halaholan route, but to attack troops from other routes? Lao Qi knew that Temujin did not have enough strength to fight against the Han Empire's million-strong expeditionary force in 3 groups, so he could only choose to contain 2 groups and concentrate superior forces to attack one of the troops. However, this time, He did not know who Temujin was attacking. Who is the real target? It can't be Mingwan. If it is really him, then he is too unlucky. The remnants of the Jin and Liao kingdoms are still in the Urhai and Horkin grassland areas. It is very likely that he will be attacked by these remnants. Cavalry attack. After a simple judgment, Lao Qin concluded that Mingwan might indeed become Temujin's main target of attack. When the Han Empire was on an expedition to Mabe, wars in other civilized areas were also going on. In Central America, the Aztec civilization and the Mayan civilization came with the 100% bonus of the system. Some small countries in Central America were swept by the ancient Mayan civilization. The Central American coalition was defeated by the Aztec Mayan civilization coalition. The kings and wizards of the Mayan civilization held high the royal treasure Crystal Head and used their power bonus to the Mayan warriors and the doubling bonus provided by the system to triple the Mayan warriors panel, which was unstoppable. For a time, players in Central America were forced to surrender to the Mayan and Aztec civilizations, or they fled to North and South America out of fear. In the north of America, only the United States equipped with a large number of matchlocks can resist the Aztec Empire and Mayan civilization. Chapter 644, The Lost American Civilization. Those civilizations in Central America were so incompetent that they were completely defeated by the indigenous people. Marshall, the First Lord of the United States, took advantage of this national war opportunity to begin rapid expansion in North America, uniting many lords to form the Northern Alliance to encircle and suppress the local indigenous people. After the firearms arms began to show their prominence, the United States continued to develop and became one of the most powerful civilizations. As a major participating country in Lords, the United States has a high upper limit. Compared with other civilizations, the United States has more common firearms. In the early stage, there are cold weapons everywhere, and there are almost no firearms arms. In the early stage, cavalry is king. In the middle and later stages, some firearms arms appeared, and the infantry had firearms that could restrain heavy cavalry. At this time, the United States, which has advantages in the middle and late stages, has risen. Tens of thousands of matchlock militiamen and rangers, as well as more than 100,000 spear militiamen and archers imitating European cold weapon arms, surrounded the local native King Philip in the river valley, and competed with the natives for Massachusetts and Rhode Island. King Philip led 100,000 natives into formation, and looked with horror at the matchlock militia appearing above the valley. The United States militia began to equip a large number of matchlock guns, and gradually suppressed the indigenous people with system bonuses. Marshall appeared with a group of lords surrounded by matchlock militiamen, and glanced indifferently at the indigenous warriors blocked in the river valley. Order them to surrender, and provide labor for our plantations, and I can mercifully forgive their crimes. Different from the traditional farming economy of the Central Plains and the nomadic economy of the grasslands in the Eastern Han Dynasty, the economic model of the American region is somewhat different, with the plantation economy being the mainstay. Lords such as Marshall and their citizens were unwilling to grow crops themselves and could only rely on war to plunder labor. The matchlock militia tried to persuade the native King Philip to surrender, but King Philip refused. A battle broke out between the two sides in the river valley, and the smoke from the burning of black powder filled the air. The natives were defeated and suppressed by the United States militia, taking tens of thousands of prisoners. Another batch of black powder has been consumed. We must ensure that all black powder is used in the most valuable place. In Lords, the cost of black powder is quite expensive. Marshall not only lost a group of laborers, but also consumed hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Several lords of the United States, who were around Marshall, said to him, "Marshall, do you need us to give up the points to you? The lords currently rank first and second are both lords of the Han Empire. With the national strength of our United States, we can at least get second. It's just that our points are too scattered. We only need you to provide us with some seats in the parliament in the future. This is an equal exchange." Marshall shook his head. "The advantage of our United States lies not in heroes, but in the characteristics of firearms and the rapid recruitment of militia. The advantage of the Han Empire lies in its large number of heroes and complete military types. The rewards we lords received in the end are quite a lot. When the time comes, we can discuss the exchange items together. You exchange the drawings I need, and I will leave a seat for you. Perhaps we can intervene in Central America and plunder the labor force from Central America. The population of the entire American region is no less than that of the Han Empire. Annexing the Mayan civilization?" The lords of the United States couldn't help but look to the south. The Mayan civilization had begun to clean up the alien forces. The United States can completely attack the Mayan civilization under the banner of rescuing Central American players. The characteristics of the Mayan civilization are wizards and some special treasure bonuses. The small civilizations in Central America were destroyed by the Mayan civilization, which shows the strength of the Mayan civilization. In addition to the Mongol Empire and the 4 great khanates in the eastern continent, other barbarian camps are also very terrifying. The barbarian bonus in the Americas is 100%, which is even more terrifying than the 25% bonus in the eastern continent and the 50% bonus in the western continent. The United States was able to suppress the local indigenous people by relying on its firearms and its tradition of suppressing the indigenous people. However, other American civilizations were repeatedly defeated by the indigenous civilizations in the jungles and rainforests. Ding! The civilized area of Guatemala fell and was occupied by the Mayans. The popularity of the people in the civilized area of Guatemala is minus 50%. The public security is minus 50%. And all attributes of players in this civilized area are minus 5. You need to reselect the civilized area, or choose to become a rebel army. Ding! The civilized area of Honduras fell and was occupied by the Mayans. The popularity of the people in the civilized area of Honduras is minus 50%. The public security is minus 50%. And all attributes of players in the civilized area are minus 5. You need to reselect the civilized area, or choose to become a rebel army. Ding! The Mexican civilized zone fell and was occupied by the Aztecs. The popularity of the people in the Mexican civilized zone is minus 50%. The public security is minus 50%. And all attributes of players in this civilized zone are minus 5. You need to reselect the civilized zone, or choose to become a rebel army. The news that some civilizations in Central America were destroyed by the Mayan civilization and the Aztec civilization soon alarmed all civilized areas in the form of system notifications. The Khwarezm and Seljuk empires in Central Asia were destroyed by Temujin and the 4 great khanates. And areas of collapsed civilization began to appear in Central America. The Fourth National War has seriously affected the structure of the main world. The civilization in America is so strong. Is it due to the addition of special buildings and special heroes? Chu Tian also learned about the demise of some civilized areas in Central America. Not only is the Han Empire in danger, but all civilized areas are in great pain during this national war. If you are not careful, your own civilized area will perish. The alien lords in Central America are not strong, compared with the ancient civilizations and the emerging civilization of the United States. These Central American lords have little sense of existence. However, the news that several Central American civilization areas have been wiped out by the indigenous people is still quite shocking. Chu Tian's middle route army was attacked several times by Subutai and Mawali, and the marching speed was affected. However, it still marched to Mabe Longcheng under Chu Tian's command. The destruction of Mesoamerican civilization made Chu Tian and others realize that they had to be more careful. Otherwise the Han Empire might also be destroyed by nomadic civilization. We are getting closer to Mabe Dragon City. I wonder what the progress of the other 2 armies is. The White-Robed Legion in Chu Tian drove away Subutai and Mawali's cavalry. Although they suffered some losses, they marched resolutely according to the original plan. East Route Army. The battle between the 2 sides has been going on for 3 days. The Liaodong Army and the Jiaozhou Army suffered heavy losses. General Li Dinghua of the Jiaozhou Army was holding a gun, with blood flowing down his arms and panting. In the 3-day battle, a total of 70,000 to 80,000 troops were killed on both sides, including numerous elite cavalry. Li Dinghua looked around the battlefield and saw that among the 100,000 Jiaozhou army, there were 20,000 to 30,000 casualties and serious injuries. Many grain trucks were burned by Liao's soldiers. The battle lasted for 3 days, and both sides suffered extremely heavy losses. Xiao Chua, Yelu Xioga, Yelu Xiezhen, and other Liao generals commanded the Liao cavalry and confronted the Jiaozhou army. The Liao cavalry suffered considerable losses in this battle. It was unimaginable to destroy the Jiaozhou army, which was mainly defensive. It's so easy. If they are completely defeated and destroyed, our cavalry will also be completely dead or wounded. Yelu Abaoji counted his losses and found that the number of casualties was more shocking than he imagined. The Jiaozhou army did not have many cavalry, but there were many crossbowmen and generals. The Han army on the east route has been destroyed. There is no need for us to die with them. Next, it is time to deal with the Han army on the middle route. Tamerlane rode over on a war horse and there was blood on his armor. Apparently, he had personally charged into the battle during the 3-day war. The Liaodong army was besieged by the legions of 3 emperor-level figures. A large number of cattle and sheep used as food were looted. The food trucks were burned during the battle, and the cavalry losses were also considerable. Timur's cavalry killed and injured a large number of Liaodong cavalry, and came specially to show off their force to everyone in the Liao kingdom. Yelu Abaoji said, "Timur, you help us inflict heavy losses on the Liaodong army. As a price, we can go to Mabe and help you defeat the generals of the Han Empire. However, your great Khan Temujin must also abide by his promise and will give us the land. Of course, this is what foreigners call equivalent exchange." The young Timur had a strong enough learning ability and learned many new ideas from advanced thinking strangers. Once some legendary heroes accept players' advanced ideas, their future may be unimaginable. When Timur saw Xiaochua, he asked Yelu Abaoji for help. "I dare to ask Lord Yelu for a marriage with Miss Xiao. When the time comes, we Mongolia and Khitan will join forces, and the world will be settled." Everyone in Liao Kingdom looked at Xiaochua with strange expressions on their faces. Xiaochua's charm is indeed unimaginable, but Xiaochua's status in the Liao Kingdom is very high, and he is the only strategist-like figure. Even Yelu Abaoji has to consider her attitude and dare not help her make the decision. If Xiaochua married into the Mongolian Empire, the status of the Liao Kingdom might become even more transcendent. Yelu Abaoji didn't make any decisions. He had some respect for Xiaochua. "Xiaochua, what do you think?" Xiaochua smiled softly. "I heard that the generals of the Han Empire are invincible. If General Timur can kill the generals of the Han Empire, then I can say that the world will be settled. By then, the little girl will definitely be able to climb high." "Kill the general of the Han Empire?" Timur's eyes changed. Isn't the general of the Han Empire Chu Tian? Xiaochua's conditions were more harsh than he imagined. Even becoming the deputy king of the Mongol Empire or a certain khanate is less difficult than killing the general of the Han Empire. However, Timur nodded. "I promise you." Timur limped away and led the Mongolian army and the eldest son army of the Golden Horde to march to Mabe. Yelu Abaoji was a little surprised when he learned about Xiaochua's conditions. This condition was more like perfunctory. At least someone as big as an emperor or a khan. Xiaochua said to herself that she did not think highly of Timur as a general of the Qixu army. As a military and political all-rounder, Timur was not very attracted to her. She had too many choices. Tamerlane just had the potential to become a great khan. Brother Yelxia brought the war horse over. "The general of the Han Empire is a more difficult enemy than Ningguan. If you ask Timur to kill him, you may want to send Timur to death. So what if we let him die?" Xiaochua didn't care. Brother Yelxia shook his head. Xiaochua's methods were more ruthless than those of ordinary Liao generals. The military generals of the Liao Kingdom respected Xiaochua second only to Yelu Abaoji. "It's time for us to go to Mabe." Yelu Abaoji didn't pay much attention to Timur's request for marriage, because there was still a difficult battle waiting for them in Mabe. Although the Liaodong army suffered heavy losses, it was only one Han army, and there were 2 more powerful Han armies marching. If the Han army occupied Mabe, the advantages gained by the Liao and Jin would be wiped out immediately, because by then, the Liao and Jin kingdoms will be completely surrounded by the Han Empire. The Liao soldiers, the Jin soldiers, and the Mongolian troops marched towards Mabe with their cattle and sheep. However, the Liaodong army was exhausted and lost a large number of cattle, sheep and arrows. It had no supplies, and could not continue its march to Mabe. Mingguan's face was ashen. The Liaodong army suffered huge losses. Chang Yuchen was injured in the battle with the Mongolian Empire's eldest son army. Lan Yu was injured by a cold arrow, and his attributes declined. Murong Xinbei's cavalry seemed a little tired when fighting the Jin soldiers, but they were defeated by Wan Yin Agu's attack. And the Yin Cavalry Guild also suffered losses. The purpose of Wan Yin Agu's attack on them was not only to kill and injure our soldiers, but also to consume our supplies and take advantage of the chaos to plunder 300,000 cattle and sheep. The herdsmen of the Mongolian Empire had the ability to tame cattle and sheep. They drove the cattle and sheep away quickly. This should also be a characteristic of their civilization. Damn it! Let's go back to Yuerhai for the time being for supplies. Although Mingguan was angry, he could only go back to supply grain, grass and weapons. Chu Zimu, Lao Qin, you hold on for now. After we get supplies, I will abandon the infantry and attack with only the cavalry. General Huang Digong is seriously injured. More than 10 generals of the Jiaozhou army were injured in the battle. Jiaozhou shepherd Wang Defa frowned and ordered doctors to treat the injuries. A lot of gold and silver was lost in this battle. Wang Defa was more sensitive to finances. He counted the losses and converted them into gold and silver. After this battle, he lost as many as 1 million taels of silver. Chapter 645 Opponent. The Five Emperors. In Mobei Longcheng, the local tribal population, urged by the Mongolian cavalry, retreated toward Lake Baikal in southern eastern Siberia. Everyone was panicked. The Han army will soon arrive at this holy place. We still can't stop the Han army from arriving here. But this time, we will fight to the death with the Han army. Subutai retreated to Mobei Dragon City, relocated part of the tribal population, and used soldiers to defend Mobei Dragon City. This was a rare round when the Mongol Empire was on the defensive. A war eagle fell on Muhuali's broad shoulders. The Han army has arrived at Langjutsu Mountain. They seem to like this mountain very much and are proud of having conquered it. Subutai spoke in a serious tone. He could be an uninhabited territory in West Asia, Eastern Europe and other places. But he did not achieve much success in the monster room in East Asia. After all, the wolf has been sealed. At Langjutsu Mountain, the war flags of the Han army are dancing wildly with a strong wind on the plateau. War eagles are soaring, and groups of elite soldiers are holding spears, carrying crossbows and quivers, passing by here, and the war horses leave their hoofs at the foot of Langjutsu Mountain. Print. The armor of the Han soldiers was covered with dust as they forcibly crossed the desert. Some soldiers participated in the expedition to the western regions, so they could bear the pain of crossing the desert. Following the last battle in Mobei, this is the second time the Han army has approached Langjutsu Mountain. Now that we have arrived at Langjutsu Mountain, we are not far from Dragon City. Chu Tian led the Han army in the middle to leave the desert, and saw the familiar Langjutsu Mountain becoming even more majestic. To the west of Langjutsu Mountain is the Xiongnu Dragon City in Mobei. After capturing Dragon City, the Han Empire has a large teleportation array in Mobei. In time, it can firmly control Mobei and incorporate Mobei into the Empire's territory. A sneeze! Chu Tian shivered in the hot weather. He seemed to sense that someone wanted to kill him. To the east, the cavalry troops of Timur, Xiao Chua and others are arriving. What Chu Tian didn't know was that Timur wanted to kill him to complete Xiao Chua's mission. Fortunately, Miss Xia didn't come. Otherwise she would have been cold after an expedition. Chu Tian discovered that the desert area in the main world was larger, and the march obviously took more time than the Battle of Mobei. Most of the cattle and sheep driven by the Han army were consumed, and the food stored in the grain trucks was almost exhausted. You have a really good relationship with Miss Ya. Hui Qing came over on a war horse, and couldn't help but envy the relationship between Chu Tian and Xiao Liang. After all, she followed me to conquer the world from the beginning. Chu Tian knew that Xiao Liang and Hua Mulan were irreplaceable. They were considered one of the earliest veterans of his power. Also serving as veterans are Zhou Yafu, Li Guang, Fang Xianling and others. Even though Zhou Yafu's limelight has gradually been taken away by Lu Yi, Yu Fei and others, Zhou Yafu is still one of the highest-ranking officials among many generals. Their qualifications are too old. If a new empire is established in the future, they will also be among the founding heroes who have made the greatest contributions. The civilization of the Eastern Han dynasty places great emphasis on qualifications. This is equivalent to Cao Cao advocating meritocracy in the late Han dynasty. But he still could not escape the influence of the aristocratic families. A large number of talents from the Cao family, Xiaohou family and aristocratic families gradually controlled the power of the empire, and were eventually usurped by the Sima family and took over the world. This march is thanks to Miss Qingqing's marching characteristics. Otherwise it would not be so easy to leave the desert. Chu Tian believed that Hui Qing's marching characteristics played an important role in the expedition to Mobei. Hui Qing has two functions. One is defending the city, and the other is marching. After years of fighting and seeing hundreds of hero panels, Chu Tian summarized the classification of characteristics. Characteristics can be divided into monarch characteristics, army aura, legion strengthening, auxiliary characteristics, personal strengthening, march, city defense, siege, morale recovery, strategic characteristics, internal affairs bonus, and so on. Basically every characteristic has its own role. For example, in this expedition, the march characteristic was very useful. There is nothing! Hui Qing was a little disappointed. Chu Tian obviously valued the benefits she brought, not herself. Compared with Xiao Liang's treatment, she found that she seemed a little insignificant. If it weren't for Hua An's relationship, Maybe Chu Tian wouldn't even pay attention to him. Wei Qing couldn't help but feel depressed when he thought of this. In her opinion, if she lost her marching characteristics, she would be of no use to Chu Tian. Lord, there is a small city under Langjutsu Mountain. 3 generals, Chun Qingji, Xueren Gui, and Zhao Yun, have captured the city. Iron Eagle Scout came back from the front to report. When Chu Tian learned that there was a city at the foot of Langjutsu Mountain that he didn't even know about, Qin Qingji's white-robed army had already captured it, which showed the ferocity of the white-robed army. After the white-robed army dismounts, they can be used as high-level light infantry. I remember that during the Battle of Mabe, there was no city under Langjutsu Mountain. Could it be a city built by the Mongolian Empire? Chu Tian knew that his guess was probably correct. The lords of the Han Empire also built many new cities, such as Xia City, Liaodong City, New Xianying City, and countless small and medium-sized cities. After occupying this small city, the system between players can finally be activated to contact the left army and the right army. Chu Zimu, there have been some changes in the right army. We are resting in the Ur Sea. I have ordered Huaying City, Fuyu State, Liaodong and other places to transport grain, grass and weapons to the Ur Sea. There is also a Mongolian cavalry of unknown origin from the Liao and Jin kingdoms that is marching towards your middle army. You'd better hold on and wait until my cavalry receives supplies, and then go to join you immediately. Mingguan was reorganizing the army in Urhai. He was also trying to contact Chu Tian, Lao Qin and others who were marching in the desert. It was not until the middle route army left the desert that the 2 soldiers and horses successfully exchanged information. The Liaodong army suffered heavy losses again, which Chu Tian did not expect. Mingguan's Liaodong army, coupled with Wang Defa's Jiaozhou army, were able to overwhelm a medium-sized civilization. Unexpectedly, they were still severely damaged. Their cattle and sheep were plundered, and they had no choice but to return to the fishing sea for supplies. In other words, the right army was unable to join the center army at the scheduled time, and the center army was in a very dangerous situation. Among the soldiers and horses besieging me, there are at least 4 Emperor-level heroes. If Xiao Chua is also included, then there are 5. Mingguan once again provided important information. 5 Emperor-level heroes. When Chu Tian heard this lineup, he raised his eyebrows. Emperor-level heroes, as long as they are not useless, usually have at least SS-level characteristics. For example, Xiao Liang obtained Xiao Chua's SS-level characteristics. Some emperors also have SSS-level characteristics, which may be military characteristics or internal affairs characteristics. The characteristics possessed by the Great Khan of nomadic civilization are mainly military characteristics. You mean 5 Emperor-level heroes are leading troops and horses to approach my center army? Chu Tian's expression became unnatural. It's very possible. So I'll focus on defense as much as possible. Tomorrow I will select 100,000 elite cavalry from the remaining Liaodong army and Jiaozhou army, and go to join you without stopping. Mingguan briefly explains his plan. When Chu Tian heard the news, he didn't look very good. The middle route army was in danger. Temujin sent 2 Emperor-level cavalry commanders, Subutai and Mawali, to contain the middle route army, coupled with the 5 Emperor-level heroes arriving from the east. Temujin had already tried his best to break the east route first, and then break the east route, center and finally left. Hala and Lin on the left are a bait. As long as Hala and Lin amass heavy troops to hold on, the Han army's left army will not be able to capture Hala and Lin as soon as possible. The outcome of the expedition to Mabe depends on the central army. Is it possible that we should follow Mingguan's idea and defend the city in Langjutsu Mountain until Mingguan's reinforcements arrive, and then try to break the situation? But the food and grass can no longer hold on until then. Chu Tian hesitated. The 100,000 cavalrymen at Mingguan are brave and good at fighting. If they pass through the Urhai for supplies, they will probably regain their combat effectiveness soon. There should be many generals with march characteristics under Mingguan's command, with pure cavalry maneuvers. The marching speed must not be slow. Chu Tian stationed troops in the city, and then summoned Wei Qing, Tong Kai, Cao Cao, Zhou Yafu, Sun Bin, Guijia and others to discuss matters together. Their choice may determine the life or death of the central army. To the east, there is a coalition army composed of the remnants of the Mongolian Empire and Jin Liao. After a battle with the Liaodong army, they suffered considerable losses. But since they chose to go to Mabe Dragon City immediately after repelling the eastern route army, they must be there. We stocked up on food. grass and weapons on the way.
Chu Tian asked people to spread out the map. Between Yurhai and Mobe Dragon City, there must be a city or fortress that stores enough food, grass and weapons. Then Timur, Batu and the Jin Liao coalition can support Mobe. On the way to Dragon City, I stopped by to resupply. This method of replenishment is smarter than returning to the fishing sea at Mingguan to resupply. This was the home field advantage of the Mongol Empire. Timur and Batu will immediately support Mobe Dragon City after replenishing supplies on the way, forming a subtle time difference between them and Mingguan. This time difference is also the time when the Han army in the middle is most dangerous. Everything is according to the opponent's plan.
Chu Zimu, are you still alive?
While Chu Tian was discussing with everyone the next strategy of the Han army in the middle, Ekaterina sent a message with another sarcastic message.
Say something quickly. I am at war with the Golden Horde here, and I found that Batu and the Changzi army of the Golden Horde were nowhere to be seen. I suspect that Batu and the Changzi army have arrived in Mobe. Batu and the eldest son army?
Chu Tian suddenly thought that the unknown Mongolian cavalry mentioned in Mingguan were probably Batu and the Changzi army. Batu was the commander-in-chief of the Mongol Empire's second western expedition and the actual founder of the Golden Horde. His reputation was even louder than that of his father Joki, and his ability was beyond doubt. The choice of Great Khan of the Mongol Empire and the Golden Horde had the ability to intervene at their peak. The Changzi army was also the main force in the Mongol Empire's second western expedition.
Mingguan is really unlucky. He was beaten by several emperors and their elite legions.
Chu Tian finally understood why Mingguan had to return to Yurhai for supplies after the war. The war at that time must have been extremely tragic.
Bata leaves and waits for me to defeat Joki. If you control a teleportation array in Mobe, I can support you with a legion. This is not to help you, and let the eldest son army return to the Golden Horde alive. Sooner or later it will be its trouble, and you have to reimburse military expenses. Huh?
Ekaterina babbled again. Chu Tian briefly negotiated with Ekaterina, and his goal gradually became clear.
We captured Mobe Dragon City and directly received reinforcements from the Grand Duchy of Moscow and reinforcements from the pass. No matter how many emperors the other side has, they will be exhausted by our huge national power.
Chu Tian's fingers moved to the location of Mobe Dragon City. With Subutai and Mawali watching, it would be very difficult to capture Mobe Dragon City. But in order to control a teleportation array and break the situation, we could only take a risk.
It's crazy. We have to fight several emperors.
Yangzhou Mutanke thought that his opponents included Wan Yanaguda, the founding emperor of the Jin Kingdom, Yelu Abaoji, the founding emperor of the Liao Kingdom, Timur, the emperor of the Timurid Empire, Batu, the great Khan of the Golden Horde, and Xiaochua, the Empress Dowager. And his body trembled. Of course, this is not trembling out of fear, but excitement mixed with uneasiness. Carrying such a luxurious lineup on an expedition is probably unprecedented and unprecedented. If you had Temujin, the great Khan of the Mongolian Empire, Ajadai, the great Khan of the Ajadai Khanate, Hulagu, the great Khan of the Ayal Khanate, and Yeludashi, the emperor of the Western Liao dynasty, that kind of lineup will be truly terrifying. However, Temujin must personally contain the left army and gain opportunities for the 5 emperors to annihilate the Han army's center army. In addition to the 5 emperors, there are 2 figures who are no less important than the 5 emperors, Subutai and Mawali. Chu Tian counted the candidates for the Middle Expeditionary Force. In addition to himself, there were also Wei Qing, Cao Cao, Xuerengui, Zhou Yafu, Xie Xian and others to compete with the 5 emperors, Subutai, and Mu Huali. Cao Cao himself was also a figure who could rise to the level of emperor, but it was a pity that he was convinced by Chu Tian because of his lack of success.
Before the 5 emperors from the East Road arrive, capture Mobe Dragon City as much as possible. Rest the entire army and set off immediately tomorrow.
Chu Tian started to attack Mobe Dragon City. Soldiers are expensive and fast. We cannot wait for the arrival of the 5 emperors lineup of Timur, Batu, Wan Inaguda, Yelu Abaoji, and Xiaochua, and then have a decisive battle with Subutai and Mawali. By then, the difficulty will increase several times. Subutai and Mawali had been harassing the central army, but they had not launched an attack, probably because they were waiting for reinforcements from the 5 emperors to arrive. The next day, the Han army rested for a day at Langjuksa Mountain, replenished water supplies, and officially moved to Monan Longcheng. Chu Tian specially poured a pot of sake
at the foot of Langjutsu Mountain to simply worship the sky. This was the second time he sealed Langjutsu. Throughout the ages, how many famous generals have been able to seize the throne twice in a row? Wei Qing followed Huitziubing's marching route this time, which can be regarded as sealing the wolf's place in Su. In fact, the last time Wei Qing's marching route was almost the same as that of Yin Ran Legong, except that Wei Qing's light was overshadowed by the young Huitziubing. In Maobei Dragon City, Subutai left the General Ali Haig to defend the city. Then he and Mu Huali led the cavalry to wander outside the city, waiting for the Han army to attack. Chapter 646: The Central Army that determines the outcome. Soon, we will arrive at Maobei Dragon City, a Liao general reported respectfully to Xiao Chua. Xiao Chua personally drew his bow and shot at the deer. His waist strength was amazing, and he shot out a stream of light, and the elk fell down in response to the string. The Pishi army cavalry stepped forward to clean up the shot elk, while Xiao Chua tightened the reins. Approximately how long will it take? Less than 10 days. I hope our opponent this time will not let us down. Xiao Chua took back his bow and arrows and returned to the Pishi army. As the elite of the Liao kingdom, the Pishi army was not inferior in combat power. Timur commanded the remaining Shui army to march, but his eyes were always focused on the Liao Pishi army. Temujin allocated 2,500 Chishui troops to Timur, allowing Timur to use them freely. However, Timur was a little complacent and wanted to use the 2,500 Chishui troops to earn more military exploits, and even earn other heroes. Exactly as Chu Tian speculated, this coalition formed by 5 Emperor-level legendary heroes resupplied in a city on the way, and then marched to Maobei Dragon City, intending to encircle the Han army with Subutai and Muwali. The Central Route Army completely shattered the Han army's attempt to conquer the Mongolian Empire. For the Mongolian Empire, this was an ambitious plan. As long as the 3 expeditionary armies of the Han Empire were defeated in a row, the Han Empire would not dare to act rashly and go on the defensive in the next 5 years. A total of about 2 million soldiers and horses from both sides fought on the Maobei Plateau. Timur, the Great Khan, decided to reuse him because of his talent, but his talent is the same as his ambition. As the true commander-in-chief, Bata realized that beneath the meek appearance of young Timur, there was an ambition that was unwilling to be inferior to others. He had already learned about Timur's request for marriage with Xiao Chua of the Liao kingdom. Coveting for beauty may be on the one hand, and on the other hand it may be that Xiao Chua has auxiliary characteristics and is a special, auxiliary type, like Sun Bin and Chao Gui. Hero. Auxiliary heroes are even rarer than legion strengthened generals, let alone auxiliary heroes of Xiao Chua's level. Timur's purpose in wanting to get Xiao Chua is probably not as simple as lusting after beauty. Batu was vaguely aware of Timur's ambition, but in the face of a formidable enemy, he, like Temujin, Jeeb and others, knew that Timur was desperately climbing up from Qianhu to Xiangshu position, still turning a blind eye. If the Mongol Empire was destroyed by the Han Empire, then there would be no benefit to the Mongol Empire even if it guarded against Timur. Lord Batu, Lord Subutai requested to speed up the reinforcements. The Han Empire's Middle Route Army has begun to attack Maobei Dragon City. Tanmachi reported to Batu as the coach immediately. The Central Army of the Han Empire plans to capture Maobei Dragon City and obtain reinforcements from other places before the allied forces of the 5 emperors arrive. Once the Han army obtains a large city, then they activate the teleportation array, which will be a disaster for Maobei. Their huge national power will be effective, and we cannot consume it. Speed up the march. Bata urged the coalition forces to quickly approach Maobei Dragon City. The Mongolian Empire relied on the Gobi in Maobei. The Han Empire's national power was difficult to exert its influence. The existence of the teleportation array was actually detrimental to the Mongolian Empire, which had the advantage of mobility. The Han army has already begun to attack Maobei Dragon City? Do they think they can capture Maobei Dragon City within 10 days? Xiao Chua's Liao army was surprised when they learned that the commander-in-chief of the Han army had decided to forcibly capture Maobei Dragon City before reinforcements from the Mongol Empire arrived. According to the intelligence, the person commanding the Central Route Army of the Han army should be Chu Tian, the general of the Han Empire. Chu Zimu. Xiao Chua read the name silently. The Liao kingdom has not had any interaction with the Chu Tian forces, and Chu Tian even turned a blind eye to the Liao kingdom's attack on Liaodong City. Chu Tian's principle was very simple. The Western Region Protectorate was close to him, so he had to send troops to rescue him. However, the situation in Liaodong had nothing to do with him for the time being. so he stayed on the sidelines. The expedition to Mabe was because the Mongolian Empire threatened Monan, Hatao, Yuzhou and other places in Chutian. So this threat must be eliminated. If the Liao state does not take the initiative to find him, then he will ignore the Liao state. On the contrary, if the Liao kingdom takes the initiative to cause trouble, then it would not mind cleaning up the remnants of the Liao kingdom. As long as I kill the great general of the Han Empire, not only can I be crowned king by the great Khan, but I can also successfully obtain Xiaochua. Timur was full of desire to kill Chutian. If Temujin solves his biggest enemy, Temujin will definitely reward him with land and population. Even if he becomes a king, it will be easy. How does the army from the Central Plains compare with the army from Liaodong? Is it possible that the army from the Central Plains is more brave and good at fighting? Wan Inaguda won a small victory in the battle with Mingwan because Murong Ba's position was somewhat ambiguous, and finally felt proud. He set his target on Chutian's Central Plains army. At present, Chutian's sphere of influence is actually not limited to the Central Plains, but he is still regarded as a Central Plains prince. Tan Ma Chi's war eagle took a bird's-eye view from the air. Below, for soldiers and horses were marching towards Mabe. The Chishu army, the Changzi army, the Guizima, the Pishi army, and various servant armies. Other unnamed elite troops include Jingu. The Iron Horse can swallow thousands of miles, like a tiger. Krasis, bid farewell to Jia and guard Hara and Forest. Yes, Khan. The Roman hero Crassus couldn't help but sweat dripping from his forehead. He had been involved in the huge war between the Han Empire and the Mongol Empire. If Harahoran fell, he would be put into a cowhide bag by Temujin and trampled by thousands of horses. Punishment. Are you scared? A hero from Rome with such courage? Temujin glared at Crassus, making Crassus sweat. Crassus hurriedly replied, Crassus is willing to follow the Khan life and death, and will never betray. Farewell, Jia. I will leave this city to you. I and everyone will go to resist the enemy. This time it is a matter of life and death. Temujin didn't care much about the increasingly timid Crassus, and he handed over the task of guarding Hara and Lin to Jeeb. As long as we hold on until August, with my points, we can bounce back. Temujin still had confidence in the face of the aggressive offensive of the Han army. In the world points ranking list, in addition to the traditional Empire civilization camp, there is also the barbarian civilization camp. In other words, each barbarian civilization also has its own points ranking list, and rewards are calculated separately from the traditional Empire civilization camp. Temujin launched successive wars with the Western Region Protectorate, Central Asian Civilization, and West Asian Civilization, and ranked first in the barbarian camp in terms of points. The Mongol Empire and several Khanates were calculated separately. The Golden Horde and Il Khanate divided up a lot of Temujin's points, but this did not affect Temujin's number one position in the barbarian camp. The battles fought by generals such as Subutai, Zebi, Mawali, and Ali Haig in Human Pass, Shiyu, Hatao, Monan and other places earned Temujin a lot of points. Chutian was making a desperate move, and so was Temujin. Both sides were like red-eyed gamblers, constantly increasing their chips, hoping to wear out the other side. Jeeb realized that this war was an unprecedented crisis for the Mongolian Empire. Jeeb is willing to use his own life to protect Hara and Forest for the Great Khan. If you really can't defend, then break out and go to Wokuitai. At that time, you don't have to come to me, because I may have died in the battle. Temujin glanced at the Mongolian generals in front of him. The rest of you, follow me out of the city to contain the enemy. To the south of Hala and Lincheng, the left route army of Lao Qin, Yu Fei, and Prince Yan appeared. Unlike the targeted right route army, they still advanced according to the established plan. They were similar to the progress of the middle route army, and cooperated with the central route army to launch simultaneous attacks. The offensive against Hala Horan, even if the person blocking them was Temujin himself. Lao Qin, Yu Fei, Prince Yan, and others were not afraid at all. The threat posed by Temujin alone was not as great as the Eastern Route army facing 5 Emperor-level enemies. Mongolian army found ahead. Stop the march. Qin Rushi, form your formation. Wind! Wang Jian, who was in the middle army, drew his sword and ordered Qin Rui's soldiers to assemble into a strict square formation. Tens of thousands of Qin Rui's veterans and recruits mobilized to form a dense infantry phalanx. The square formation was the best tactic for infantry to deal with cavalry in the cold weapon era. Carry the way army and prepare for war. Yu Fei ordered 30,000 Yu family troops to prepare in formation. 100,000 Bingzhou troops, as well as Zhang Liao's majestic army. When Yang and Yushi held guns and confronted the Mongolian army, their shirts fluttering in the strong wind, Hu Sanyang followed Zhang Liao, with 2 sabers hanging on her waist, looking heroic. As for the Invincible Legion, they stayed in Bingzhou to guard against the expansion of the Xianbei tribe. Li Mu, Di Qing, Gongsun Zan, and Zhao Qi temporarily accepted the control of Prince Yin. Zhao Bianqi, Song Qianqian, Bei Mei Song, and Moning cavalry were arranged in order. All cavalry were in good order. Zhao Qi followed Li Mu, and Li Mu could be said to be his teacher. The lineup of the left army made Temujin on the opposite side somewhat silent. The combat power of each expeditionary army was strong enough. Even the right army, which suffered heavy losses, was not annihilated by the 5 emperors' allied forces, but returned to the fishing sea for supplies. Avoiding without fighting, Temujin chose to avoid and contain the left route army. He was waiting for the center route army to win. And then the east route army and the center route army came to join him and annihilate the left route army in one fell swoop. Why did Temujin's cavalry retreat? The left army, which was waiting in full formation, was ready for a decisive battle with Temujin. As a result, Temujin withdrew from the battlefield, leaving Hara and Linsheng exposed to the offensive of the left army, which surprised Lao Qin. He suddenly thought of the central route army and the right route army. Could it be Chu Zimu? Or something happened to Mingwan, and Temujin is waiting for reinforcements. Jia Su, who was accompanying the army, said, "Perhaps we should send a support army to the central army to investigate." Old Qin thought for a moment. Chu Zimu has a group of scout cavalry here. Let them try to contact Chu Zimu to see if the central route army needs reinforcements. If reinforcements are needed, Yu Fei or Li Mu can be sent to support the central route army. I think Temujin's troops seem to be bluffing. Chapter 647 Dragon City Falls. The teleportation array is activated. In Maobei Dragon City, the Han army marched forward to attack this important city. Chu Tian and Tong Kai supervised the battle, and there were also Sub Yutai and Mu Huali's cavalry harassing them, so the Han army could not concentrate on attacking the city. Time is very tight for Chu Tian and others. To the east, 5 emperor-level enemies are commanding their troops to march towards Maobei Dragon City. Let our Beifu army come forward. Tong Kai was a little nervous. After all, he knew that a powerful enemy was approaching, and he had to capture the city as soon as possible. Xie Xian's Beifu army took over the siege. Under the cover of archers, tens of thousands of white-robed infantry launched an attack on Maobei Dragon City with simple siege equipment. Although the Mongol Empire had civilizational features such as riding, archery, and herding, the cities it built were not as strong as those in the Central Plains. They were in danger under the continuous offensive of the Han army. During the siege, a small number of military chariots were transformed into carriages by craftsmen to cover the archers and infantry approaching the city. Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, and Chen Qingji led the White Robe Legion to fight Subutai and Mu Huali. Wei Qing's Yulin Legion cooperated with the White Robe Legion. Battles broke out from time to time outside Maobei Dragon City. Dian Wei, Cheng Jijie, Yu Qigong, Tai Shirtzi, and others participated in the siege. Chu Tian mobilized a group of fierce generals, threw in the fierce generals, and forced the city to fall. Although siege may lead to the death of famous generals, they don't care about that much at this time. The Han army attacked like a tide and continued. Maobei Longcheng was on the verge of falling under the Han army's offensive. Dian Wei himself wore heavy armor and went into battle holding a pair of halberds. He led a group of heavy armored infantry and climbed the city wall. The 4 heroines stood under the city to supervise the battle. Jianyan crossbowmen equipped with divine arm bows and other high-level infantry and crossbowmen suppressed the defenders. The city was covered with volleys of crossbow arrows from the divine arm bow, and the defenders fell one by one under the dense rain of arrows. If necessary, we will also participate in the siege. Hua Mulan, Mu Kuing, Liang Hongyu, and Fan Lihua looked at each other. Even female generals were basically treated equally in the Chutian camp. The battle in Maobei Dragon City spread to both sides of the battlefield. The Mongolian army defending the city was equipped with Western ballistae. Some giant ballistae used the torque of the bowstring to fire crossbow arrows. The crossbow arrows, which were comparable to spears, penetrated the shields of the Shilio camp soldiers and knocked out the high-ranking soldiers. Infantry instant kill. On the city wall of Maobei Dragon City, 20 giant ballistae were deployed. causing huge losses to the Han army attacking the city. Trebuchet. Quick! The Han army attacking the city used the trebuchet parts carried by the chariots to make trebuchets. Large trebuchets stood outside Mabe Dragon City. With the addition of Luya siege equipment, they bombarded Mabe Dragon City. The Beifu army replaced Zhou Yafu's army, and the guards' army began to storm the city and divided a group of soldiers to dig tunnels. This time the Han army also used fireballs and smoke. Stones and fireballs fell from the sky, and smoke billowed from Longcheng and Mabe. After returning to the pass, Chu Tian asked people to collect relevant manufacturing drawings and craftsmen who could produce stones and fireballs, and brought them to Mabe to participate in the manufacturing of siege equipment and supplies, and continuously bombarded the city. In several battles in the western regions, Temujin's Mongolian army relied on its Xianyang cannon to launch strong attacks on cities and passes such as Yumen Pass and Luntai City. This time, even without the Xianyang cannon, Chu Tian also used a similar method to reverse the situation. Deal with the city occupied by the Mongolian army. Ordinary large trebuchets are not as powerful as Xianyang cannons, so just use quantity to stack them up in exchange for lack of power. From time to time, fireballs exploded on the city wall, and the fire spread to all sides. The pain suffered by the defenders of Yumen Pass and the defenders of Luntai City in the past was now the turn of the defenders of Mabe Dragon City to bear. The fire was raging and the defenders were miserable. They had to put out the fire while fighting the Han army. The offensive of the Beifu army was more fierce than the defenders imagined. The Beifu army fiercely scaled Lu Laoji onto the city wall, fought with the defenders, held up his shield to block the spears, and killed more than 10 soldiers in a row. With blood splattering, the Mongolian defenders seemed to realize that the Han general's force was very high. A captain of 1,000 led hundreds of defenders to besiege Lu Laoji. Lu Laoji and several Beifu soldiers who ascended the city formed the KU formation and fought with the defenders. The Beifu soldiers in the rear climbed up the ladder to continuously support Lu Laoji. The intensity of the Han army's siege seems to be beyond our imagination. If this continues, Mabe Dragon City may be captured. Subutai and Mahwali, who were confronting the White Robe Legion and Yulan Legion on the outside, could see black smoke billowing over Mabe Dragon City, and they looked frowning. The Han army's offensive was more fierce than they imagined, making Mabe Longcheng more critical and easier to fall than imagined. Chu Tian and others have begun to forcefully capture Mabe Dragon City at any cost. Opposite Subutai and Mu Huali are the White Robe's army of Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, and Chen Qingji, and the Yulan army of Wei Qing and Shui Wanche. The two legions stared at each other with eager eyes. Subutai and Mu Huali tried to use cavalry to attack the White Robe Legion and the Yulan Legion. More than 100,000 cavalry fought in a melee. It's truly spectacular. Under the protection of the guard Xiaomo, Tonke climbed up and looked at the entire battlefield. Two large cavalry legions were fighting. The White Robe Legion and the Yulan Legion were mainly white, while the cavalry of Subutai and Mahwali were mainly black. The black and white armies are fighting fiercely, and the desert near Dragon City serves as a chessboard. Maybe the inspiration for Go came from military formations. Tonke saw the two cavalry playing a game like black and white chess pieces, and couldn't help but think of Go, when the military strength of both sides exceeds 200,000, many of which are high-level cavalry. The role of personal force is no longer so great. The white man representing the Han army was blocking the black man representing the Mongolian army, buying time for the attacking Han army to take stock of the situation. Light the torch and attack the city day and night. At night in Mabe, when the defenders thought that the strong offensive was about to stop, Chu Tian ordered the soldiers to light fires under the city and attack in batches. Truly day and night. Under the crazy offensive, the number of defenders in the city was declining rapidly. Chu Tian stood at the foot of the city, looking at the soldiers who continued to die in battle with his hands behind his hands, although his heart was bleeding. This was the price of war. All soldiers, including himself, were bargaining chips. The war eagles of the left army sent intelligence and asked if reinforcements are needed. Has the left army advanced to Haraholan? When Chu Tian learned that the left root army had contacted his own right root army, he immediately wanted to know the progress of the left root army instead of asking for reinforcements. The progress of the right army has been delayed, and we can only hope that the progress of the left army will be consistent with that of the center army. Otherwise the center army will be fighting alone. Iron Eagle Scout replied, the left army has already entered Hara and Forest, and is preparing to attack Hara and Forest. Hara and Forrest have accumulated a large number of soldiers, ballistae and trebuchets, and the commander of the left army is worried that it will not be captured within a short period of time.
Hara and Lin, please ask the Lord if he needs support from the left army. Reinforcements?
Chu Tian was worried that his military strength was not enough to compete with the 5 Emperor's coalition forces from the east. Lao Qin suddenly contacted him, and he probably had noticed Temujin's attack sequence.
Assemble the Monan army to join me.
Chu Tian thought for a while, and decided to transfer the Monan army, which lacked the aura of the entire army, to his own command to participate in the battle against the 5 Emperor's allied forces. The Monan army includes Li Mu, Di Qing, and Gongsun Zan. There is also the famous General Zhao Kuo. If there are 100,000 Monan army to support the central army, then he will have a greater chance of winning against the 5 Emperor's allied forces. As for Yu Fei, staying in Hara and Forest put pressure on Temujin, who did not dare to leave Hara and Forest easily. Once Temujin leaves Hara and Forest, without Temujin's restraint, the combination of Yu Fei and Lao Qin may take the opportunity to capture Hara and Forest, resulting in the removal of the Mongol Empire. Iron Eagle Scout immediately went down to report back to the left army. With the speed of the War Eagle, it is estimated that Lao Qin will soon receive the request for help from the Central Route Army, and dispatch 100,000 Monan cavalry to support the Central Route Army and respond to the enemy together with the Central Route Army.
No matter the cost, we must win this city.
When Chu Tian saw the majestic Mobei Dragon City, he wanted to conquer this city more and more. This would be his second time to occupy the Holy Land of Dragon City.
Subutai and Mu Huali also fought hard. They gradually realized that Mabei Longcheng might not be able to hold on until the arrival of the 5 Emperor's allied forces. So they fought desperately with the White Robe Army and the Yuan Army. And many thousands and hundreds of households were killed. The White Robe Army and the Yuan Army took the risk of being severely damaged to contain Subutai and Huali. The two sides also fought day and night. And as a result, tens of thousands of cavalry were killed. Dian Wei, the 4 great women, and other generals launched into the brutal siege one after another. Sun Jian led 8 generals from Jiangdong to join the battle. And Jiangdong's disciples surrounded the city wall with ants. Among the princes in the late Han dynasty, Sun Jian was considered the prince who dared to fight. He took the initiative to rush to the front almost at any time. Even as a prince, even Chu Tian had to admire Sun Jian's style. Chapter 648 Dragon City Falls. The teleportation array is activated.
It's less than 100 miles away from Mobei Dragon City.
The allied forces of the 5 emperors, as the vanguard of the cavalry of the Changzi army, came back to remind the army that they were less than 100 miles away from Mobei Dragon City at this time. Wan Inaguda, Yelu Abaoji, Batu, Timur, Xiaochua and others are all on guard. They are about to arrive at Mobei Dragon City, which means they are about to fight the Han army. A distance of 100 miles is nothing to the cavalry troops on forced march. Each cavalry unit immediately sent out scout cavalry to conduct reconnaissance around them. Xiaochua reined in his horse. What she was most concerned about was whether Mobei Dragon City was still in the hands of the Mongolian defenders, or whether it had been captured by the Han army.
What is the current situation of Mobei Dragon City?
Brother Yeltsi replied.
It should still be in the hands of the Mongolian army. The defender defending Mobei Dragon City is the Mongolian General Ali Haig. It is not so easy to be captured.
Xiaochua raised his eyebrows slightly.
Really?
All the generals of Liao and Jin asked Batu and Timur, who commanded the Mongolian army, about the situation of Dragon City in Mobei. Whether Mobei Dragon City is in the hands of the Mongolian army or the Han army. There will be 2 completely different ways of fighting. At this time, Batu and Timur summoned Wan Yanaguda, Yelu Abaoji and their generals to discuss advance and retreat.
If Dragon City is in your hands, then we and the defenders should cooperate inside and outside to force the Han army to fight decisively outside Dragon City. Alternatively, we can cut off its food routes and destroy them in one fell swoop when their troops and food are exhausted.
Wan Inaguda looked towards Batu. Batu's expression at this time was still very indifferent.
Of course, Dragon City is still under the control of Ali Haig. Although the situation is a bit critical, I believe that Ali Haig will defend Dragon City with his life.
Yelu Abaoji snorted.
This is the best.
While these big shots were talking, a Tanma Red cavalryman received the latest news from Mobei Dragon City, and his expression changed. He immediately came to report to Batu, and handed the note tied to the talon of the War Eagle to Batu. As the commander of the coalition forces, Batu took the note, and his expression changed.
Xiao Chua noticed the change in Bada's expression, and probably guessed what happened. And then his expression also changed subtly. Timur, Juan Inaguda, Yalu Abaoji and others are all heroes. And they also noticed what Bada's expression changes meant. The allied forces of the 5 emperors were about to arrive at Mabe Dragon City. But at such a critical moment, Badu, as the commander-in-chief, seemed to have received news that was not conducive to the alliance. Bada's face was already ashen. Mabe Dragon City has been captured by the Han army. Mabe Dragon City was in devastation. As far as the eye could see, there were broken walls, corpses everywhere, and broken battle flags standing on the city walls. Hua Mulan withdrew her spear, and the burly body of Ali Haig, the defender of Mabe Dragon City, and the Mongolian general who had attacked Human Pass, collapsed. Ali Haig lived and died with Mabe Dragon City, but his death in battle meant that the crucial large city Mabe Dragon City was captured. Joining forces with Mulan to kill Ali Haig are the other 3 heroines, Fan Lihua, Mu Guiying and Liang Hongyu. On the 9th day, the Han army forcibly captured Mabe Dragon City at a heavy cost. From the moment Mabe Dragon City was breached, it was almost impossible for Ali Haig to escape with his life. Ali Haig, who was blocked in the city lord's palace, was attacked by the 4 heroines. He was quickly defeated and killed, and Mabe Dragon City was completely lost. Teleportation Array. Open the teleportation array with the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the customs. On the first day, tens of thousands of reinforcements can be summoned to arrive. Search for all the food, grass and weapons in the city. Before Mabe Dragon City was attacked by troops, Chu Tian did not bother to count the losses of the siege. The Han army in the middle needs reinforcements and supplies. In order to defend the city, Ali Haig hoarded a lot of grain, grass, water and arrows in the city. These became the trophies of the Han army in the middle, and were used to deal with the next enemy army. The teleportation array of Mabe Dragon City was activated, immediately alarming all civilized areas and causing an uproar. The Mongolian Empire has only 2 cities with teleportation arrays in Mabe. The Han army has occupied 1 teleportation array, which means that the Han Empire may stand firm in Mabe and completely eliminate the threat from the north. If the teleportation array hadn't teleported a limited number of people every day, maybe 1 million troops would have appeared in Mabe on the first day. Finally, the teleportation array of Mabe Dragon City has been opened. My territory points directly to Siberia, and I can completely teleport to Mabe. This time, I severely damaged the eldest son army of the Golden Horde, and wiped out the eldest son army in Mabe. You continue. Attack the Golden Horde. Catherine left the main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow to sweep the Volga River basin, and personally led the Varangian guards composed of Viking berserkers and the Polish hussars to Mabe to provide support as promised. The teleportation array has a limited number of people that can be teleported every day. When the number exceeds the upper limit, there will be a queue. Yekaterina expected to dispatch 50,000 to 80,000 troops to Mabe to eliminate the Chengzi army. However, due to the limitations of the teleportation array early on, she took the lead with the 2 most elite troops to Mabe. As soon as I destroy the eldest son army, I will return to the Volga River. Only the army of the Golden Horde poses a threat to us. As for the Shui army and other barbarian troops, I will not pay attention to them. Sophia, during my absence, it's up to you to control the army. Yes, Your Majesty the Duke. The adjutant Sophia was as humble as ever, allowing Catherine to safely entrust her with important tasks. Ekaterina led the Varangian guards carrying battle axes, and the Polish hussars holding lances, and entered the teleportation array one after another. After paying a certain amount of gold and silver, white light flashed, and Yekaterina arrived in Mabe in an instant. Our current enemy is the Golden Horde, but your lord, the Europeans seem to be dissatisfied with our close contact with the Han Empire, Sophia said to herself after Catherine left. The Grand Duchy of Moscow has always regarded itself as the European military police, like a polar bear, watching every move of the entire Europe. The close ties between the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Han Empire caused uneasiness in Western civilization. Sophia has vaguely realized that if such an atmosphere continues to develop, it will be really detrimental to the future of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The total size of Western civilization is also extremely amazing. The population may be smaller than that of the Han Empire, but the existence of the Americas cannot be ignored. With the addition of European civilization and American civilization, the population will overtake the Han Empire. But there was no point in realizing that he should distance himself from the Han Empire, because the next duke was half Eastern Han. It's you?
When Yekaterina came to Mabe Dragon City, she happened to bump into Xiao Liang, who was coming to Mabe Dragon City. The two of them stared at each other, and were at war with each other. After the teleportation array in Mabe Dragon City was opened, the two people came to support immediately. One first and then the other. They appeared in Mabe Dragon City almost at the same time. So the two people met. Yekaterina's force is much higher than Xiao Liang, but she doesn't dare to attack him, because she is worried about Chu Tian's attitude.
Why are you here? I asked knowingly. Didn't I make an agreement with heaven that once the main force of the Golden Horde arrives in Mabe, I will send a support army to support it? You can send reinforcements. But why are you here too? Why can't I come here?
Yekaterina raised her head and raised her chest, making Xiao Liang grit her teeth again.
Huh? Dirty figure.
Xiao Liang has always been angry. However, this time she only quarreled with Yekaterina for a while, then reached out her hand and took the initiative to express her kindness to Yekaterina.
The enemy is facing a great enemy, so you might as well come to help. Let's temporarily reconcile and fight the enemy together. Yekaterina was a little surprised. Xiao Liang, who had always rejected her, actually took the initiative to show her kindness. But Yekaterina was not used to it. But since it was the palace that spoke, then he had to reluctantly agree to join forces. Yekaterina muttered, but still chose to cooperate with Xiao Liang. This is the first time the two have united.
My lord, Miss Xiao and Miss He led the Shinji Battalion and Western soldiers respectively to Mabe Dragon City.
When Chu Tian was searching for weapons, soldiers came to report.
Miss He?
When Chu Tian heard the soldiers' report, he didn't react in time. The so-called Miss Yi was Yekaterina. God!
Miss Yi, I forgot to arrange the order in which the reinforcements will arrive. If this continues, the various legions will be mixed together. The Shinji Battalion should have replenished a batch of black powder during this period. Let the Shinji Battalion come first, followed by Yekaterina's legion.
Chu Tian didn't know what legion Yekaterina would bring. In comparison, he still believed more in the Shinji Battalion. After all, it was the only firearms unit under his command and had a certain restraint effect on the cavalry.
My lord, Miss Xiao and Miss He are here. You are here just in time. The Five Emperors coalition is about to arrive.
Chu Tian looked at the two arriving people and was stunned for the next moment. Xiao Liang and Yekaterina were actually having a friendly and cordial discussion. And it wasn't shady. Something's not quite right.
What's going on with you two?
Their friendly atmosphere made Chu Tian not used to it. According to past practice, it would be fine if two people were together without tearing each other's hair. Even Hua Mulan couldn't believe that Xiao Liang, who took over the interests of the harem, would compromise with Yekaterina, who disrupted order. Xiao Liang said,
We decided to reconcile temporarily. Incredible. Why? Do you need me and Yekina to serve together before you believe it?
Xiao Liang said this to Chu Tian in a low voice, which made Chu Tian a little unable to restrain himself. He has really never seen Xiao Liang and Yekaterina together. However, Chu Tian did not have time to think so much when facing a powerful enemy. He looked at the legion brought by Yekaterina. Because the teleportation array had a limited number of people, Yekaterina only brought Viking berserkers and Polish hussars. For Yekaterina, these two troops were considered elite additions. It seemed that this time, Yekaterina had no intention of perfunctory him.
I always value promises. But it's not like someone who kidnapped me before and was unwilling to let me go.
Yekaterina once again brought up old scores. If there were only her and Chu Tian, it wouldn't be a big deal to bring up old things again. But it was cold and summer here.
Humph. Let's take into account the past things in the future. You want me and Yekaterina. It's not that easy.
Xiao Liang is keenly aware of the important point. Okay. The Shinji Battalion, the Varangian Guards, and the Polish Hussars will participate in the decisive battle according to the deployment. The Iron Eagle Scouts have discovered a large number of cavalry 100 miles away.
Chu Tian temporarily put aside his past disputes and organized the arriving reinforcements into the army. Yekaterina has the characteristics of the Great Emperor, which is similar to Chu Tian. And Xiao Liang itself has the characteristics of Xiao Chua, and has the Shinji camp. So there should be no problem in resisting Xiao Chua.
The Five Emperors' allied forces are marching towards Mabe Dragon City.
After Chu Tian organized the two legions into battle order, Iron Eagle Scouts immediately reported the enemy's movements. The allied forces of the Five Emperors obviously wanted to force the teleportation array to fail by besieging the city. A cavalry group set out from Harlan, where the left army was located,
and rushed to support the Han army in the middle. The horses were galloping, and the flags were fluttering. 100,000 cavalry gathered into a torrent and marched towards Mabe Longcheng, occupied by the Central Route Army. At present, Prince Yin, Li Mu and others of the Monan army do not know that the Han army has captured Mabe Dragon City. Zhao Kuo reined in his horse and estimated the distance.
We are about to arrive at Mabe Dragon City.
Chapter 649. The allied forces of the five emperors attack. In the middle, a part of the Han army was left to defend the city, while the rest of the soldiers went out of the city to resist the battle. At the rear, Yekaterina's reinforcements were still racing against time to reach Mabe Dragon City. The allied forces of the five emperors obviously wanted to cut off the teleportation array, but the Han army was on the active side. As long as the Han army is outside the city, and the allied forces of the five emperors cannot approach the city, the teleportation array can continue to be used to teleport troops, food, grass, and weapons. The allied forces of the five emperors had to try to defeat the Han army. Otherwise, more reinforcements would come out of the teleportation array. And with every day of delay, the Han army's strength would increase by more than 10,000. The allied forces of the five emperors cannot afford to delay. 5 emperor-level legends from the barbarian camp, Wan Inaguda, Yelu Aboji, Timur, Badu, and Xiaochua, joined the cavalry of Subutai and Mawali, under the premise that Temujin took the initiative to delay Yu Fei and Lao Qin. Mabe had already put out the largest lineup. Groups of cavalry appeared, their horses neighing, forming black lines, forming a pincer attack on Mabe Dragon City. The Han army set up a defensive formation to meet the allied forces of the five emperors. The battle line stretched as far as the eye could see. Subutai and Mawali met with these high-status figures, the top generals and even monarchs from the Mongolian Empire. Liao Kingdom and Jin Kingdom appeared here. The combined strength of these cavalry was more than 400,000.
The Pishi army, the Guizima army, and the Shushan army, one of the Liao Kingdom's royal guards.
Subutai's gaze swept across the armies of Liao and Jin. In addition to the 2 elite teams of Pishi army and Kaizima, Liao and Jin also had other high-level troops, including some princes of the Han Empire. You may have never heard of the Praetorian Guards or Special Forces. However, the Liao Kingdom and the Jin Kingdom lost a number of elites in the battle with the Liaodong army and the Jiaozhou army, and there was no time to make up for the losses.
The combat power of the Liaodong army is extremely astonishing. My eldest son's army suffered considerable losses in the battle.
Badu got off his horse to rest. Although he and the Changzi army and Qixua army led by Timur temporarily repelled Mingguan and Wang Defa, there is no doubt that the powerful Liaodong army caused considerable losses to the Changzi army. The fierce General Chang Yuchen even personally attacked the Changzi army.
The same is true for my Qixua army. The survivors learned war from the war, and their increased combat power can somewhat make up for the losses.
Timur also admitted that the Liaodong army was not that easy to deal with the combined power of the 5 legendary heroes, who each had many generals and captains of 10,000 men under their command. They still could not completely annihilate the Liaodong army.
The situation is favorable to the Han army. The plan for now is to defeat the Han army as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will use the teleportation array to continuously transport troops into the city during the holidays.
Badu took the lead in this war. Even the Liao Kingdom, the Jin Kingdom, Timur, Subutai, and Mawali all had to obey Badu's orders.
At this critical moment of life and death, I hope you will not conserve your strength. Otherwise, everyone will become a slave.
Badu once again confirmed their attitude to these ambitious figures. The court heroes present were all the best of each civilization. They should know that without the existence of the Mongol Empire, they would not be able to fight against the increasingly large Han Empire. If the Mongol Empire wins, they could also benefit from the feast of carving up the Han Empire.
I've had many encounters with them.
Mu Huali had fought against Chutian's army many times, and he was still familiar with Chutian's army style.
There is a Shinji battalion equipped with firearms in his legion. He has used his advantage to defeat Qixua's army many times. If he encounters the Shinji battalion, he will try to avoid it. There is also a white robe army that is good at maneuvering and is characterized by white horses and white robes.
Before the allied forces of the 5 emperors launched their offensive, Mu Huali explained Chutian's legion characteristics and combat style to all the legends participating in the war, regardless of the Liao Kingdom or the Jin Kingdom. Their generals have no record of fighting against Chutian. The Jin Kingdom fought by Wanyan Agu was a different team from the Jin Kingdom military generals in the Jinkong battle. Xiaochua listened to Mu Huali's inventory of Chutian's troops one by one, and found that Chu Tian had quite a lot of elite troops. She couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the largest prince in the Han Empire, he almost single-handedly shouldered the heavy responsibility of the Central Route Army. Mu Huali was in charge of Tan Ma Chi and the Scout Cavalry. Don't underestimate Yangzhou Mu Tongke among the Han army in the middle. According to some strangers in the Han Empire, Tongjue's Beifu army has good combat effectiveness. If you only notice if Chu Zimu ignores the Beifu army, we may suffer a big loss. Beifu army. Everyone has slightly noticed this special army, which also has many famous generals. The core team of Tongke is the Beifu army. Mu Huali's information also overlooked one thing, and that was the existence of Xiaomok, the fierce general of the Southern Dynasty. Xiaomok led a small group of elite cavalry, which served as the escort of the Bronze Bird and was also an assault force. With 5 Emperor-level heroes, plus Subutai and Huali, I, Chu Zimu, have no virtue or ability. But it's really exciting. Chu Tian felt his bellicosity. With so many legendary figures being used on the opposite side, Temujin thought highly of himself. Yekaterina's boy cavalry, Cossack cavalry, and some unknown high-level heavy infantry are racing against time to teleport to Mabe Dragon City. And the situation is tilting in the favor of the Han army. The legendary Viking hero Harold and Chuqian's guard Yen Wei. The two fierce generals glared at each other, as if neither one was willing to give in to the other even half a step in terms of momentum. Two fierce generals once competed in Luntai City in the Western Region Protectorate. As a Western Viking berserker, Harold had violent characteristics and his personal force was extraordinary. After all, this is the special hero that Ekaterina obtained when she conquered the main city in the Third National War. I don't want to use the Varangian Guard unless I have to. Once this guard is composed of Viking berserkers, once the rage feature is triggered, it will attack regardless of the enemy or ourselves until they are exhausted or die in battle. You should know that this special type of military is actually a double-edged sword. They also have their shortcomings, but you may not know the shortcomings. Yekaterina did not tell Chu Tian about the weaknesses of the Viking berserkers. She still had reservations, and Chu Tian did not ask. As a high-level unit with the characteristic of fury that greatly increases attack power, the price paid by the Viking berserker is not only the indistinguishability between friend and foe in the violent state, but also other negative characteristics. Generally speaking, few arms have 2 negative characteristics, but this is the price to pay for some special high-level arms. As a 9th-level unit, the Armored War Elephant has a variety of negative effects, such as being afraid of fire, being easily confused between friend and foe when violent, and so on. Vine armor soldiers also have the negative characteristic of being afraid of fire. As a lord, Yekaterina would naturally not tell others about the negative characteristics of these arms. Since you brought the Varangian Guard, it means that you intend to keep it as a trump card. The Polish Hussars do not have any negative characteristics. You decided to use the Polish Hussars as the main force against the First Sun Army? Chu Tian turned his attention to the general behind Catherine Han. In addition to the Viking King Lahar, Catherine also brought a hero who commanded the Polish Hussars, Count Bathory. This is a Western heroine. The Polish Hussars can be regarded as a unit between the Eastern Light Cavalry and the European Plate Knights. They are also a high-level cavalry regiment under Yekaterina. It is said that Bathory was a hero captured by Catherine after she destroyed a Polish lord. However, he later chose to be loyal to Catherine through Catherine's tricks. For the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, a Polish Hussar general fell into the hands of the archenemy Muscovy, and they suffered huge losses. Catherine disapproved of it and regarded it as her trusted general. She often took the Polish Hussars to sack Poland and supplemented the Polish cavalry by capturing the Polish population. Seeing Bathory, Chu Tian suddenly remembered that he had entrusted Ekaterina to recruit the French and English people, and recruit the Protectorate and the Knights of the Round Table for Joan of Arc and Artoria. How did you do that? Both France and England are enemies with you. Furthermore, excellent soldiers are an important resource for every civilization. No less than gold, silver and food. The current situation in Europe is that whether Louis of France or Henry of England, Game ID God will bless you well. They are all on guard against this. There was already a vague sense of tacit understanding between Ekaterina and Chu Tian. Even if Chu Tian did not mention the recruitment of servants from Europe in detail, Ekaterina could quickly understand and answered fluently. You mean it's difficult to recruit troops from England and France? It's not completely impossible. Just say it. You can buy prisoners of war from barbarians or hostile civilizations. England's pirate ships should have plundered many French people. And the Vikings in northern Europe have plundered many English people. As long as you pay, you can buy thousands of young men. There should be no problem. It's really sinful. But I have money.
Chu Tian thought about it. And the English and French people did not expect that one day they would become items of equal value to commodities and be treated as prisoners of war and sold to the East.
The French protectorate needs more people. And they are cheaper. I want to buy 30,000 French peasants. You'd better give up this idea. France as a whole can only piece together a few 100,000 troops at most. And that's under the premise of fighting in Western Europe. The disappearance of 30,000 labor forces is unreasonable.
Yekaterina rejected Chu Tian's idea. There is no doubt that Joan of Arc was at her best in France. The French lord who owns Joan of Arc continues to recruit the protectorate army in France to fight the enemies attacking France and kill them as much as possible. Without France to rely on, the actual role of Joan of Arc has declined.
Let's buy prisoners of war from the barbarians for the time being. I think they need gold and silver to deal with the traditional empires of Europe. And we can provide gold and silver in exchange for labor.
Chu Tian considered that gold and silver were dead, but labor force was alive. He bought a group of prisoners of war cheaply, and then transferred them to a servant army with only half the military pay. He would not suffer any loss. The advantage of recruiting a servant army is that the military cost is cheap, and it is painless to consume. The disadvantage is that it is difficult to replenish. And the number of the servant army far exceeds that of the direct line troops. Even if you have characteristics such as Tian Khan and Genghis Khan, your loyalty may not be guaranteed. The Roman Empire suffered from barbarian rebellion in the later period, while the Jin Empire in the east also suffered from the Five Husbands. Chu Tian again focused on the army on the opposite side, with the Jin soldiers on the left and the Liao soldiers on the right. They also received a group of Mongolian cavalry supplies to make up for the losses in the attack on the Liaodu army. Mingwan and Wang Defa of the right army were not without their achievements. They weakened the forces of Jin, Liao, Timur, and Batu. In fact, Chu Tian faced a weakened coalition of the five emperors. There are also the main Mongolian cavalry commanded by two emperor-level cavalry commanders, Subutai and Muwali. Temujin is still containing the left army, but reinforcements from the left army are on the way. Chu Tian was estimating the arrival time of Li Mu and others.
The enemy has launched an offensive.
The Han cavalry warned the various legions in the Han camp. The coalition forces on the opposite side could not wait to destroy the Han army and prevent the number of the Han army from continuing to rise. If we delay for another 10 days, the Han army will have 100,000 reinforcements. One is ebbing and the other is ebbing, which is extremely detrimental to the five emperors and the coalition forces of Subutai and Muwali.
Wait a minute. There is a cavalry approaching the battlefield.
Muwali, who was in charge of Tanmachi, stopped the coalition attack. Tanmachi's War Eagle was also exploring the surrounding situation and discovered the Monan cavalry commanded by Prince Yin, Li Mu, Di Qing and others who were arriving. After a long march, the Monan cavalry regiment finally arrived at the battlefield before the war began, and was inevitably spotted by the War Eagle spying on Ma Chi. Hua Mulan's Iron Eagle Scout and Mu Huali's Tan Ma Chi have the same field of vision, with a radius of hundreds of miles, either grassland or hillside. The lack of tall trees makes ambush almost useless. Both the Han army and the Mongolian coalition forces can detect the other party's reinforcements immediately. The tense two sides on the battlefield temporarily stopped attacking and defending due to the arrival of the Monan allied forces. The coalition forces of Li Mu, Di Qing, Gongsun Zan, and Zhao Kui formed the left wing of the Han army, while Tongchua's Beifu army formed the right wing of the Han army, with Chu Tian personally serving as the backbone. With the help of 100,000 Monan cavalry, Chu Tian, Tong Ke and Yekaterina were more confident. The Han army has the characteristics of a monarch on this side, and the opposite side also has the characteristics of a monarch. The military power displayed by both sides is almost equally terrifying. Prince Yang gave full power to the left wing to Li Mu and came to join Chu Tian and others in person.
Should I not be late? The defeat of Mingwan's right army is really unimaginable. After all, Mingwan's style is the same as Sun Jian's. He always goes into battle personally, but rarely loses.
Prince Yen noticed the military confrontation between the two sides and knew that he had caught up in time.
Who would have thought that the Chagatai Khanate, Timur, and Batu of the Golden Horde Khanate would come to intervene? The heroes of the other two Khanates cannot be underestimated.
Chu Tian probably knew that Timur inherited Chagatai's team, and Batu, needless to say,
was the founder of the Golden Horde and the commander-in-chief of the Mongol Empire's Second Western Expedition. Chapter 650 Viking Hero Harold. It seems like this was a hard fight. Prince Yan briefly greeted Chutian and Ekaterina, and then turned his attention to the cavalry on the opposite side. Opposite are some high-level troops from the Liao, Jin, Mongolia, and Golden Horde Khanates, as well as many heroes. Defeat them. We occupy Dragon City and use the teleportation array to increase troops in Mobay. No one can consume more of our national power. But in order to save national power, we still have to fight as quickly as possible. The cost of ruling Mobay is still too high after all. A little higher. Chutian pressed his sword and ordered Huaqing to be sent to Mobay Longcheng to prevent anything from happening to her. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain to Huan. The sound of the horns echoed in Mobay Dragon City. The 5 emperors' allied forces, Subutai and Mawali, formed a dark military formation and began to test and attack the Han army's military formation, trying to find out its weaknesses. The terrain of Longcheng and Mobay is flat, which is suitable for cavalry operations. The Han army, which is good at defending the city and building fortifications, lacks the geographical advantage to some extent. Surrounded by grassland, it would be difficult to build defenses in one day. The time when the allied forces of the 5 emperors attacked was only one day different from the time when the Han army captured Mobay Dragon City. Therefore, Sun Bin used chariots to form a formation and relied on the defensive power of the chariots to build a city wall to block the impact of the heavy cavalry. The Mongolian cavalry still adopted a wave-like attack, using loose formations to harass the Han army's formation, trying to find flaws in the Han army's formation, and then destroy it in one go. The defensive generals of the Middle Route Army were Zhou Yafu and Shiliu Camp. Li Guang led a group of cavalry to stand by on the flank of Shiliu Camp. Li Guang's eyes looked straight ahead. There are many big shots on the opposite side, and this is also an opportunity for the Han generals to make meritorious deeds. Hua Mulan and Qin Liangyu were granted the title of Marquis for killing Chagatai, and there were people on the other side who were not inferior to Chagatai. The 5 emperors, Subutai and Mu Huali. The value of any of their heads was no lower than that of Chagatai. In other words, as long as you take the life of any one of these 7 people, you can basically become a prince and become famous. Do not worry. Although Zhao Kui had been following his father and Li Mu for many years, he rarely personally commanded the army. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. When it came to war, his abilities seemed to have declined. Opposite is a group of wild wolves. Even the young Xiao Chua commanded the battles that annihilated the Tianqiong army, attacked Xuanzi County, and besieged the Liaodong Jiaozhou coalition forces. The young Timur also participated in the Luntai Kingdom battle and the Ili Valley battle. A battle of this level was much more brutal than the previous battles that Zhao Kui, who had just won the championship, had participated in. Zhao Kui seems to be unable to take charge alone. I will provide bonuses for his cavalry. Li Mu thought that Zhao Kui was not good enough and could only continue to fight in person. The enemy on the opposite side is strong, allowing Zhao Kui to directly face the wolf pack tactics. Zhao Kui will be devoured by ruthless people like the 5 emperors and Subutai. Zhao Kui's face was pale, and he could never find a chance to sharpen his skills. The later battles became more and more terrifying, and emperor-level heroes emerged one after another. Zhou Yafu, Li Mu, and Xie Xian focused on defense for the time being. The cavalry of the allied forces of the 5 emperors exchanged fire with the Han army, and both sides suffered losses. Regardless of either side, the damage of crossbows is not low. Chu Tian's characteristics are powerful, and the mounted shooting of his cavalry is no less than that of any of the 5 emperors' cavalry. Even if the opponent has a systematic 25% bonus, it may not be better than Chu Tian's cooperation with Sun Bin. Bonus to cavalry. For units such as Sheshenjing and Jianyan crossbowmen, Liang Hongyu provides bonuses and uses the divine arm bow to shoot crossbow arrows at the Mongolian cavalry. As an ace cavalry, Ekaterina's Polish hussars did not go into battle for the time being. Instead, they recuperated their strength and waited until the opposite party launched a full-scale offensive before entering the battlefield. The outcome would be determined in one battle. Ekaterina glanced at the panel of Viking King Harold and determined that Harold's loyalty was still within the acceptable range. As the last king of the Vikings, Harold also had certain ambitions. After all, he was a guy who was not very willing to submit to others. Name, Harold. Talent, Imperial General, Infantry type. Level, 71. Identity, King of Norway. Nickname the Heartless. Loyalty, 84. Commander, 87, Force, 97, Intelligence, 68, Politics, 75, Charm, 65. Phaseality, Brave. Favorability, 60. Characteristic 1, Ruthless, SS level exclusive trait. Legion attack power plus 23%. Defense power minus 10%. When injured, soldiers feel less pain. And the negative effects of injury are minus 30%. Characteristic 2, Special Rage, neutral characteristic. Attack power plus 25%. Block plus 10%. Can actively trigger the Berserk state. After falling into the Berserk state. Force plus 1. Attack power plus 35%. Block plus 10%. The stamina consumption speed is plus 50%. When attacking, it does not distinguish between friend and foe. After the stamina is exhausted, the violent state disappears. And the force is minus 15. Characteristic 3, the Last Viking King, S-level trait. When commanding a force composed of Vikings, the Legion's attack power plus 18%. Defense power minus 5%. Special arms, Varangian Guards Viking Berserkers, 8th level heavy infantry. Upper limit of 500. Berserk state changes to 9th level heavy infantry. Special equipment, Bloodthirsty Battle Axe, Imperial Weapon. Rage trait. Can't be used lightly. After Catherine was sure that the possibility of Harold's betrayal was extremely low, she felt relieved. When push comes to shove, Harold's Viking Berserkers will be synonymous with destruction and carnage. The negative effects after the rage ends are also extremely fatal. Bathory, the hero of the Polish Hussars, holds a lance that is more than 4 meters long, and the wings behind him are exquisitely carved. 5,000 Polish Hussars, summoned by Bathory, were ready for battle at any time. Xiao Liang commanded the Shinji battalion and entered the battle sequence. The allied forces of the 5 emperors realized that the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable to them. On the first day, the Han Empire Shinji battalion of 5,000 people, Yekaterina's Varangian Guards, and the Polish Hussars of 5,000 people had arrived in Mobay. If it is delayed until the next day, and another 10,000 elite troops from the Han army and the Grand Duchy of Moscow arrive, the situation of the 5 emperors' allied forces will be even more difficult. Time stands in the camp of the Han Army Moscow Grand Duchy Allied Forces. The Mongolian cavalry, Jin soldiers, and Liao soldiers gradually went crazy and turned from testing to fierce attack. The Jin, Liao, and Golden Horde also had infantry composed of servants and dismounted archers, forming a phalanx to press against the Han camp. The light cavalry harassed the Han army's flanks, and high-level armored cavalry hid behind the light cavalry, waiting for opportunities to break through the Han army's square formation. The left wing is the cavalry from Monin. I'm going to get it. Wang Yanaguda led the Kaizima and some Mongolian cavalry to fight Li Mu. Then let me deal with the Beifu army on the right. Yalu Abaoji chose to delay the Beifu army. The Beifu army was mainly infantry and lacked mobility, so Yalu Abaoji planned to use cavalry to contain it. We defeated the general of the Han Empire head-on. Subutai, Mawali, Badu, and Timur were the main forces. Seeing that the remnants of the Liao and Jin kingdoms chose to contain the 2 wings, they could only deal with the Han Empire generals and his front. Little wife. Only the Mongol Empire had such strength, and the remaining Liao and Jin kingdoms no longer had strength. The warring parties, in addition to the city defenders, had about 800,000 soldiers and horses fighting in the Mabei Dragon City area. The 5 emperors' allied forces were forced to end the battle quickly. Firstly, they could not withstand the huge food pressure. Secondly, they could not just watch. Reinforcements from the Han Empire continued to come out of the teleportation array, and they had to attack by force. The situation encountered by the East Route Army was almost exactly the same. The Central Route Army was attacked with high intensity. However, the Central Route Army took the initiative to defend, while the Right Route Army was forced to defend and then was defeated. Both sides are completely different. Muguing, led by heavy infantry, stepped forward to support Zhou Yafu. When Zhou Yafu's Shilio camp blocked the probing attack of the Mongolian cavalry, Muguing's 5,000 high-level Song heavy infantry had replaced the expensive, but surprisingly defensive infantry armor. 5,000 heavy armored infantry and chariots formed a stronger defensive formation. They remained unmoved despite the rain of arrows from the Mongolian cavalry. Hui Qing led a team of soldiers and horses to defend the city on the city wall of Mobei Dragon City, nervously watching the endless army sawing on the grassland. An army of 800,000 was almost the limit of the battlefield. Not to mention that there is only a very small amount of space to accommodate such a huge force. And as a commander, He cannot command such a large army. Generally speaking, 200,000 to 300,000 troops are already the limit for an imperial commander. And this is only a bonus. When mobilizing the troops specifically, it would be difficult to command even war drums and flags. After the cavalry conveys the order, the rapidly changing battlefield may have changed its offensive and defensive positions. In the era of cold weapons, it was almost impossible for millions of troops to gather on one battlefield. Considering the logistics, it was even more terrifying. And, Lord, with the teleportation array, it was possible to organize a battle involving nearly 1 million people. Both sides are somewhat unable to bear the huge consumption. The left wing of the Han army is almost all cavalry, which may be a flaw. Timur, you lead the Chishu army. And Mawali, you lead Tanmachi to attack the Monan cavalry on the left wing. Bata found that he was still unable to shake the Han army's center head-on. So he mobilized some troops and horses to fight with Wanyan Agu to deal with Li Mu's Monan army. They have come a long way, which consumes a lot of their physical strength and morale. This is their weakness. Timur, like Batu, was keenly aware that the Monan cavalry rushed into battle before they had time to rest, which might be a flaw in the Han army. The enemy seems to have stepped up their offensive against us. Xiaoqui discovered that the cavalry attacking the Monan army increased. And among the cavalry attacking the Monan army, the proportion and number of high-level cavalry were increasing. Don't worry. Our side riders are not just ordinary people. Li Mu had realized that the enemy's main attack direction was his left wing. Catherine's Polish wing cavalry mobilized towards Li Mu's army and gathered behind Li Mu's cavalry. King Arthur's knight army also gathered at the same time. 2 elite cavalrymen from the west joined forces and used Li Mu's cavalry cover to accumulate strength. The armies of both sides are still tug-of-war, trying every possible means to destroy each other's formation by pulling. Some of the grumpy Han generals could no longer restrain themselves. Generals such as Shui Wanche, Yu Qigong, and Li Guang all asked Chu Tian to take the initiative to attack. On Tongchua's side, General Dong Ping also wanted to fight, but their request for a fight was suppressed by Chu Tian. During its western expedition, the Mongol Empire often used tactics to lure the enemy to pursue them, and then annihilate them. The one who is more impatient now should be the other party, not the Han army. Sure enough, the Han army did not move. But the allied forces of the 5 emperors began to worry, and the intensity of the attack became more and more intense. Even the timid Shui army had already gone into battle. Under Timur's order, they charged towards Li Mu's Zhaobianchi. Trying to penetrate the left wing caused the backbone of the Han army to collapse. Behead the great general of the Han Empire, and I will defeat one man and be superior to 10,000 people. Timur was already a little crazy. Attack! Chu Tian also issued an order to attack, and the Chinese army went straight to Batu and Subutai. As soon as the Han army's center moved, the Monan cavalry on the left wing also turned to the offensive and surrounded Timur, revealing the knights and Polish hussars accumulating behind the left wing. 5,000 Polish hussars raised their lances and launched a charge. The wind on the grassland blew through the exaggerated wing decorations, making a rustling sound. The flags on their lances were torn by the strong wind, welcoming Timur's cowardly army. Your Varangian guards can also enter the battlefield. Chu Tian was actually interested in Ekaterina's family background. Ekaterina hesitated. Are you sure? Chapter 651 The Violent Varangian Guards. The Polish hussars rushed into the enemy formation. This was the first time the Polish hussars clashed with the Shui army. Ride the wall! During the charge, the Polish hussars gathered into a dense formation and fought with the Chozai army. Sharp and dense lances were thrust out. The Cho's troopers in the front row were attacked by lances. The high-speed impact allowed the lances to easily pierce the Chozai army. Army armor. The wing decoration has the effect of increasing morale and fear, and can engulf the Shui army with superior strength. Tamerlane encountered strange Western troops, and the newly recruited Shui army, which was not long ago recruited, unexpectedly gained the upper hand for a while under the attack of the opponent's superior force, and might even be completely wiped out by the Polish hussars. There are 5,000 Polish wing cavalry on the opposite side, but Timur's Shui army here is already less than 2,000. You lead the cavalry of our headquarters to strengthen the impact. Timur directly used a heavy cavalry of 10,000 households, followed the Chishu army, and used low-level heavy cavalry to consume the Polish wing cavalry. Bathory's lance penetrated the body of a timid soldier and killed him. Then he drew his Hungarian-Polish saber, slashed the swarming cavalry, and charged forward. King Arthur's Western mixed knight troops cooperated with Polish hussars to attack. The mixed plate armor and Chain Armor Knight Regiment advocated the same head-on confrontation. The crowded battlefield makes it difficult for the heavy cavalry on both sides to avoid. This is a duel between iron and blood. Lances, sabers, hammers, knight swords. Eastern and Western cavalry were fighting. A Mongolian cavalry was cut off by a Polish saber. His blood was stuck in the blood tank and could not be shed. A timid cavalryman swung his iron bone flower and hit the helmet of the Polish hussar. The latter's head was instantly broken, and the wing decoration behind the cavalry was also destroyed. Temujin's exclusive Chichua army still has strong combat power. Li Mu and Di Qing took advantage of Timur being restrained by Polish hussars, and sent light cavalry to deter on both wings, trying to flank Timur, Wan Inaguda, and other remaining legions of the Chagatai Khanate and Jin Kingdom. Wan Inchin, Wan In Lushur, go and protect the flanks. Wan Inaguda separated two cavalry commanders. These two cavalry commanders also participated in the Battle of Jinkong. However, they were not outside Kaifeng City at that time, but were blocking the Song reinforcements in the Guangzhong area. Therefore, Chu Tian and others didn't meet them. The two Jin commanders immediately mobilized the Guizima and a group of Mongolian cavalry to block the flank attack from Li Mu and Di Qing. The left wing was engaged in a stalemate tug-of-war, while the Chinese armies Zili Yiying and infantryman Jia Songbu began to advance steadily, pushing back the Chongzi army of Batu and the cavalry of Subutai and Wu Liangatai and his son. Shinji Battalion, Jianyan Crossbowmen, and Shishun Battalion formed the three major long-range arms of Chiqin's forces, covering the infantry for counterattack. The heavy cavalry of the Chongzi army tentatively attacked Zhou Yafu Shilio camp. When the intensive volley of gunfire sounded, the armor of the Chongzi army was shot through, and hundreds of Chongzi army cavalry fell. They knew that it would be difficult to break through the military formation in the middle. Tamerlane attacking the left wing hasn't opened up the situation yet? Bata knew that Timur's cavalry had always been powerful, so he teamed up with Wan Inaguda, but still failed to defeat the left wing. The Central Army and the right-wing Han army began to counterattack, tending to suppress the five emperors' coalition forces. On the current battlefield, the center and right wings began to protrude, and the original two parallel lines gradually turned into arcs. How can our Beifu army be defeated so easily? Tongke sent out the Beifu army generals combination of Xie Xian and Lu Laoji, and then cooperated with Sun Jian's Jiannong 8 generals to block the Liao generals' attack. The fierce General Xiao Mok led the cavalry, preparing to raid the enemy's position at the critical moment. The Liao Kingdom's Pishi army, Shushan army and other armies were unsuccessful in attacking the Beifu army and Jiannong army. Xiao Chua had been watching the battle coldly. Shan army, fight and retreat. Xiao Taolin, you lead a team of elite cavalry and kill the enemy general suddenly. Yes. Under the command of Xiao Chua, the Liaoshan army, which was fighting fiercely with Jiandong's army, retreated slightly, dragging the Jiandong army that was fighting with it into the Liao army. A fierce general from the Liao kingdom took the order and led a team of elite Liao cavalry to hide in the army. No more attacks. Sun Jian led the Jiandong army to fight with the Shan army. When the battle was in full swing, the Shan army had been led to the front. Now the Jiandong army was the prominent part of the Han army's front. Realizing this, Sun Jian hurriedly gathered Jiandong's army. Dong Ping, the double-gun general, who was the vanguard of the Jiandong army, had already fallen into the Liao army. He held a spear in each hand and killed more than 30 elite cavalry in a row. When Dong Ping came to his senses, he was surrounded by the Liao army. Last time, Sun Ce and Zhou Tai rescued him. But this time, Dong Ping, who was dragged over by Xiao Chui using Shan's army, was not as lucky as last time and was attacked by the well-prepared Liao cavalry. Hundreds of Liao cavalry rushed towards them. The heavy cavalry belonging to the Shan army had an astonishing impact. Dong Ping fought hard to kill several of them, stabbing them with spears one after another, leaving wounds on their bodies. The Liao generals with fine armor all over their bodies then appeared and smashed their maces on their heads. Dong Ping used his two spears to block, but the powerful and heavy mace made Dong Ping's arms numb. He was already injured and could not block Xiao Taolin's mace. The two guns were released, and the mace hit his helmet. Dong Ping flew backwards from his horse and fell heavily to the ground, vomiting and bleeding from his mouth. Dong Ping! Hua Rong fired an arrow at Xiao Taolin from a distance of hundreds of meters, but Xiao Taolin knocked the arrow away. At a distance of 100 meters, the speed and power of the bow and arrow have weakened a lot. Boom! Xiao Taolin added another blow and killed Dong Ping. Master Sun Jian's General Dong Ping was killed in battle. Tong Ke was commanding the Beifu army. But news came that Dong Ping had been killed in action. The morale of Shan's army in the Liao kingdom increased slightly due to the death of the enemy general. Dong Ping died like this. Tong Ke was a little unbelievable. But Dong Ping was just a charging general. And his relationship with Tong Ke was not close. Xiao Mok, wait and take Yelua Baoji's head. Tong Ke asked his fierce general Xiao Mok to prepare for the battle. He was waiting for a full-scale counterattack by the Chinese army. Although Jiandong army made some sudden advances, the Beifu army commanded by Xie Xian quickly followed up and fought side by side with Jiandong army to relieve the pressure on Jiandong army. Xiao Chua managed to kill Dong Ping, one of the reckless Liangshan 5 tigers, but still failed to break the situation. If it was Sun Jian who rushed in recklessly, then killing Sun Jian might lead to the collapse of Jiandong army and change the situation. Sun Tzu also learned that Dong Ping had died in the battle, and that the general he had saved with great difficulty had been killed by Xiao Chua's army. He couldn't help but become furious. He became more and more courageous as he fought, and the morale of Shan Shan's army, who was fighting in front, began to decline. This is Sun Tzu's ability. For the central army, Chu Tian saw that there was no danger on the left and right wings for the time being. So he sent out the White Robe Legion and the Heavy Cavalry Guards Legion. 2 cavalry legions roared out from the flanks, cooperating with the infantry to attack the 2 old rivals Subutai and Mawali. The Heavy Cavalry Guard composed of the Xuanjia army, the Huban army, the Tunki camp, and the Shiliang Iron Cavalry were aimed directly at the eldest Sun army in Batu. A large number of cavalry entered the battle, but a heavy infantry force of only 500 people did not attract the attention of the Mongolian generals. Instead, it quietly blended in with Mu Guiying's heavy armored infantry, carrying an axe and approaching Batu's army, the eldest Sun army. Harold, the leader of the Viking berserkers, was holding a huge axe and adjusting his breathing. The veins on his thick arms popped out, showing his immense strength. His goal was to assist the heavily mounted Imperial Guards in defeating Batu's eldest Sun army. The Heavy Cavalry Guards are all composed of heavy cavalry and are more elite. But the eldest Sun army has a numerical advantage. The 2 sides are fighting, and Mu Guiying's heavy armored infantry has covered the Varangian Guards approaching the eldest Sun's army. The eldest Sun army of the Golden Horde posed a threat to the Grand Duchy of Moscow, so it must be destroyed. Varangian Guards, loyalty and courage, be upon me! Harold led 500 Varangian Guards armed with shields and giant axes to rush out on foot. The giant axe was swung, cutting down the enemies along the way, even war horses, and pushed forward as much as possible. The berserk trait will cause the Viking berserker to become indistinguishable from friend to foe, so it is best to stay as far away from friendly forces as possible. This characteristic of being forced to fight alone makes the Viking berserkers extremely easy to be annihilated by the enemy. The Varangian Guards have always been one of Catherine's trump cards, and they were not easily used even in the previous wars with the Golden Horde. At this time, the first Sun army of the Golden Horde was in sight, and the Varangian Guards were used to create chaos, creating opportunities for the Guards' heavy cavalry to defeat the first Sun army head-on. Harold cut down dozens of cavalry one after another, and led the Varangian Guards to the rear of the first Sun army. Harold's battle axe was stained red with blood, and a pair of bloodshot eyes burst out from the Nordic helmet. He realized that the Varangian Guards had been surrounded by the closing Mongolian cavalry. At this time, Harold and the 500 Viking berserkers actively triggered the violent characteristic, and the size of each individual increased sharply, and the combat power was temporarily increased to the 9th level heavy infantry level. Kill! Harold's chest and waistline swelled sharply, and several horny dragon-like veins bulged out on his forehead. It seemed that his whole body was filled with powerful power, like a dam storing floods. If this power was not released as soon as possible, the dam would be washed away by the floods, except for being able to barely identify their fellow Viking berserkers. This group of violent Viking warriors can no longer distinguish other friendly forces. All they can do is keep killing. The battle axe made a sound as it swung through the air. The horse of a cavalryman of the first Sun army was chopped into 2 pieces by a Viking berserker. The Varangian Guards suddenly broke out and killed everyone. The ordinary Mongolian cavalry and the eldest Sun army, who originally surrounded them, were counterattacked, leaving corpses everywhere. Once the violent Varangian Guards started fighting, they were extremely brutal. Whether it was a war horse or a cavalry, any living creature in front of them would be chopped into 2 pieces by their battle axes. The captain of the Golden Horde had no time to retreat, but Harold stepped forward on foot. His battle axe roared, and his head was chopped off. Harold didn't even spare the horses and killed them all. All the surrounding cavalry subconsciously retreated. But the Varangian guards immediately rushed forward the next moment. And their killing would not end until they were exhausted. Due to the turmoil in the rear, the Chengzi army was attacked by high-level heavy cavalry from the front and began to fall into chaos. My eldest son army. Bata found that even with his own commanding ability, he could not control the eldest son's army, which was on the verge of collapse. If there were only reckless Viking berserkers, Bata could still gather his troops and use cannon fodder to consume the physical strength of the Viking berserkers. But the real main force of the enemy was the Han army's guards heavy cavalry legion, the White Robe Legion, and a steady stream of troops from behind. Of infantry, Harold's Varangian guards functioned to disrupt the order of the firstborn army and weaken its morale. The elite legion of the ancient Byzantine Empire. Unfortunately, the Byzantine Empire is not a separate civilization. The Byzantine Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire formed after the division of the Roman Empire, spanned Europe and Asia. Because there is the Kingdom of Macedonia and civilizations such as Greece and Athens in the Balkans. And there is the Ottoman Turkish Empire in the Asia Minor Peninsula. Therefore, the heroes of the Byzantine Empire were actually divided among some civilizations in Europe and West Asia. As a Millennium Empire, the Byzantine Empire had high-quality military commanders and elite legions. Use a one-stop effect. Avoid the rampaging Varangian guards. Chu Tian was only slightly surprised by the violent fighting power of the Varangian guards, and quickly asked Chao Jiui to use his abilities to command the Han army to counterattack across the board. At the same time, he ordered people to avoid the Varangian guards to avoid being accidentally killed by his own friendly forces. The generals of the Han army also triggered their own abilities almost at the same time. All abilities that were conducive to strengthening the army exploded. Xiao Mok and Lu Laoji, you lead the cavalry and kill Ye Lu Abaoji suddenly. After the Chinese army counterattacked, Tong Ke ordered two fierce generals to lead the cavalry to rush out from the Beifu army, defeat the Pishi army, and aim directly at Ye Lu Abaoji. There are at least 7 legendary characters on the opposite side. Capturing or killing any one of them will be enough to severely damage the barbarian camp. There seems to be something wrong. Xiao Chua found that Subutai and Batu, who were located in the central army, were already somewhat unable to withstand the offensive of the Han army in the middle. So he ordered the Liao army under his command to prepare for retreat. Xiao Mok and Lu Laoji had already begun to fall into the battle. The two of them joined forces and killed hundreds of Liao cavalry in a row. The Pishi army was still resisting tenaciously. Ye Lu Xiezhen and other Liao generals came forward to fight Xiao Mok and Lu Laoji. Thousands of horses galloped, and the battlefield was in chaos. Jiandong disciples, follow me to kill the general and seize the flag. Sun Jian's target was the Shan army commanded by Xiao Chua. Sun Ce and Hua Rong took the initiative to serve as vanguards and launched another strong attack on the Shan army. The breakthrough is still with the Chinese army. Qin Qingji led 2 white-robed generals, Shui Gui and Zhao Yun, to challenge Subutai. Even though Subutai was the emperor-level commander, Qin Qingji, who had the white-robed army, was not afraid because there were Shui Gui and Zhao Yun who were charging all the way. The Varangian guards cooperated with the Imperial Guard's heavy cavalry to attack the eldest son's army. Wei Qiyong, Cheng Yaojin, Tai Shirzi, Hua Xiong and other powerful generals concentrated their attacks and defeated the eldest son's army that was in chaos. Tai Shirzi, who commanded the Huban army, had to avoid the Viking berserkers who were still killing and acting like madmen. Otherwise, the Viking berserkers would regard the Huban army as their enemies, and the Huban army might suffer heavy losses. The Chinese army has been defeated. On the left wing, Timur and Wan Yenaguda, who were desperately fighting the Polish hussars and knights, learned that the Chinese army began to collapse, and their troops were exposed to the offensive of the Han army's Chinese army. Relying on the cover of the detachment of women, the Shinji battalion once again interspersed in the gaps in the battlefield, and attacked Timur and Wan Yenaguda with the Polish hussars and Zhao Bianchi. Bang! The sound of muskets, which frightened the war horses and the cavalry, was heard, and the smoke and pungent smell produced by the burning of black powder filled the air, making both Timur and Wan Yenaguda change their expressions. The Shinji battalion that Mu Huali mentioned is attacking the left wing. Wan Yenaguda once fought against the Guanning cavalry equipped with 3-eyed fire guns, but the matchlock guns equipped by the Shinji battalion were actually more advanced than the fire gate guns represented by the 3-eyed fire guns. After several rounds of volleys, Wan Yenaguda was defeated. Terrified, Rows of kidnapper horses died under the gunfire of the Shinji Battalion. The Shinji Battalion's muskets could not guarantee accuracy and relied on thousands of matchlocks to fire in turns, severely injuring the cavalry. The enemy army collapsed in the middle. The Liao army on the right wing had already decided to retreat, and the left wing was also unable to support itself. The whole army continues to attack, chasing for 300 miles. Mulan, lead the Iron Eagle scouts and follow me. Chu Tian knew that the balance of the war had completely tilted towards the Han army. The Iron Eagle scouts' powerful ability to detect the enemy was most suitable for reconnaissance and hunting down the enemy. You guys come with me. Catherine led a group of Cossack cavalry and planned to personally participate in the pursuit, preferably to capture Batu of the Golden Horde alive. Chapter 652, Big Chase. It's not that easy to kill me, Timur. Even if you lose, you will still have to pay the price. Timur was defeated, and some timid Shui troops and Mongolian cavalry followed Timur. The attack failed, and the allied forces of the 5 emperors retreated using the mobility of the cavalry. Behind them were the chasing Han cavalry. Hundreds of thousands of cavalry launched a huge pursuit battle. Timur's cavalry could only follow their general to retreat to the north, towards Siberia. These horsemen had recognized Tamerlane. To the south, a cavalry team is chasing after them. This cavalry is all equipped with white horses, like a white wave. The White Horse General Gong Sun Zan led a group of White Horse followers to pursue Timur's cavalry with all their strength. Gong Sun Zan has the ability to increase the damage to nomadic civilization. The White Horse Yi Song followed Gong Sun Zan. The White Horse Yi Song, who was good at riding and archery, used a hornbow to shoot arrows at Timur's cavalry. There is a cavalry pursuit from the rear. The number is only about 2,000. Heel back. Timur was angered by Gong Sun Zan. Gong Sun Zan temporarily belonged to the Monan army, and his commander, Prince Yin, also participated in the pursuit and fell behind. Gong Sun Zan is too aggressive. When Prince Yin discovered that Gong Sun Zan had disappeared, he probably caught up with him. Although the allied forces of the 5 emperors retreated to the north, they have not yet completely collapsed. They have the ability to organize a counterattack, and any cavalry force may bite back. Li Mu, you and Zhao Kuo will lead the light cavalry and pursue 120 miles north. Prince Yin asked Li Mu to catch up with Gong Sun Zan. A battle involving hundreds of thousands of people. A vast desert, filled with cavalry, cattle and sheep, making it impossible to distinguish specific people and troops. The current situation of each cavalry group is that basically one side is fleeing and the other is chasing. As long as they find that the cavalry are not from the same camp, once they meet, a war will soon break out. Zhao Kuo, follow us! Yes! Li Mu took Zhao Kuo to pursue the enemy. Zhao Kuo is the son of Zhao Shi, a famous general in Zhao state. Zhao Shi believed that his ability was not as good as Li Mu, so he handed Zhao Kuo over to Li Mu, hoping that Zhao Kuo could change the negative characteristics of talking on paper. Even if the horse is galloping, even if you are chasing the enemy, you may face the opponent's counterattack, so it is full of danger. Zhao Kuo found that there were countless commanders and generals who participated in the Dragon City War who were more capable than him. Even his father Zhao Shi could not compare with these figures. There are people outside the world, and there is heaven outside the world. After the violent Varangian guards slaughtered thousands of the firstborn army, their physical strength was rapidly depleted. Their violent state disappeared, and their combat effectiveness quickly declined. Mu Guiying led the infantry soldiers to rescue the Varangian guards after the violent state ended, preventing the Varangian guards from being completely annihilated. This is also the price paid by the Varangian guards to temporarily increase their combat effectiveness. After their physical strength is exhausted, the Viking berserker's ability will plummet, waiting for the opponent to slaughter. Viking King Harald fell to the ground, panting. His bloodshot eyeballs returned to normal, and his strength was temporarily reduced by 15 points. He was basically no different from a second or third-rate general. After this group of people goes berserk, my infantry will probably be torn apart. Mu Guiying was not very willing to fight with the top troops of the Viking civilization. The Varangian guards in a violent state could already defeat the same number of Shui troops. The advantages of the Shui army compared to the Varangian guards lie in their upper limit of numbers and mobility. The infantry and archers quickly cleared the entire battlefield, and various cavalry units had already gone up to pursue them. Hu Qing led some of the defenders out to help clear the battlefield. The opponent's eldest son army was defeated, but the left and right wings were not completely defeated. They took the initiative to retreat. This pursuit may turn into a battle lasting 2 or 3 days. Mu Guiying and Liang Hongyu stayed, and they had to protect Mobei Dragon City. The cavalry is running rampant in Mobei, and the defeated cavalry may make a detour and attack Mobei Dragon City. Destroy the eldest son army. Catherine drew her sword, pointed it straight ahead, and personally led a group of Cossack cavalry to pursue Bata's eldest son army. Although she often suffers in Chu Tian's bed, as the future empress of Tsarist Russia, she is also good at cavalry combat. The Cossack cavalry and the Polish hussar who came to join formed her cavalry unit. The legendary Cossack hero Khmelnytsky, the leader of the Ukrainian Cossack rebel army, and the Polish hussar hero Bathory galloped on horseback. Bata's eldest son army counterattacked from time to time, but was still defeated by Catherine. The Chengzi army did not dare to tangle too much with the Cossack cavalry and Polish wing cavalry, because Taishersi's Tiger army was in the rear and could catch up at any time. But the speed of the heavy cavalry was different from that of the Cossack cavalry. The Cossack cavalry was extremely fast, fighting the eldest son army and not giving the eldest son army a chance to escape. Bata led dozens of captains of thousands and 10,000 men from the Golden Horde, facing the pursuit of the cavalry from the rear. He issued an order, with 10,000 households as one road and 1,000 households as units. Divide the troops and retreat to Lake Baikal. The tens of thousands of Golden Horde cavalry in front suddenly divided into several groups, and each group of cavalry widened the distance between them. For a while, Yekaterina could not tell which cavalry group Batu, the commander of the Golden Horde, was mixed in with. The Golden Horde was all equipped with war horses, making it difficult for Catherine to capture prisoners when they fled. This is also a headache for nomadic civilization. So many times when farming empires go to conquer, the captives are usually cattle, sheep, or some people who remain in the tribe. But rarely can they capture their cavalry. Ekaterina did not divide her troops, but led her cavalry to pursue one of them, in case the opponent dispersed his forces and then counterattacked. Let's hunt the other way. Taishersi believed that Yekaterina was enough to deal with any cavalry group. In order to expand the victory, he led the Huban army to hunt down another one who. The war eagle soars in the sky, flapping its wings, and feathers fall from the sky from time to time. From a bird's eye view from the sky, there are probably dozens of cavalry units entangled and fighting in melee. Each legion can barely distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. As for the gains, it all depends on strength and luck. Too many troops. Chu Tian brought Hua Mulan and Iron Eagle scouts, and found that even when chasing the enemy, there was chaos. War Eagle could not distinguish the affiliation of each cavalry, and could only determine which direction there was a large number of enemy cavalry. That is, the commander-in-chief of the Han army? A group of defeated Tanma Red cavalry saw Chu Tian and others looking around the battlefield and came in surprise. They wanted to take the opportunity to attack Chu Tian and kill him. Tanmachi, who numbered several hundred, launched a charge. The leading Tanmachi vanguard, Jiancher, held a spear in his hand. It was already possible to imagine that the spear pierced the armor of the leader, who looked like a Han army general. The next moment, Dian Wei and 500 Tiger Guards stood in front of Chu Tian and his party, forming an iron wall. Dian Wei stood at the front of the 500 Tiger Guards, like an iron tower, holding more than a dozen small halberds. What is this person doing? General Tanmachi saw a hunky Han general blocking the way, without a shield and holding more than a dozen short halberds. So he became bold and stabbed Dian Wei first with his spear. The sharp spear blade was filled with cold light. General Tanmachi's blow to him was bound to be successful. The distance between the two sides is less than 10 steps. At this time, Dian Wei threw more than 10 short halberds. Well, Ing Cha looked at his abdomen, and saw a short halberd sinking into it, breaking through the armor's defense. Tanmachi, who was killed by Dian Wei in a special way at the same time as Ing Cha, had 11 riders. Jingchair suddenly fell to the ground, and the galloping horse subconsciously avoided the iron wall composed of 500 Tiger Guards. Dian Wei stretched out his thick arms, grabbed the horse's tail, and forcefully pulled the horse back. The war horse of Jianchar, one of Tanmachi's vanguards, became Dian Wei's trophy. When the remaining Tanma Red cavalry saw that their leader had been killed, they dispersed and fled in all directions. Hua Mulan shot several people in succession. My lord, it seems to be a king-level war horse. Dian Wei dragged his horse to Chu Tian, showing his strength. Chu Tian saw the war horse's eyes filled with despair. War horses above the king level generally have some understanding of human nature. This king-level war horse seemed to be afraid of Dian Wei's force and did not dare to move. Dian Wei forcefully dragged it back, frightening the poor war horse. Since it is the war horse you captured, it is your trophy and belongs to you. Chu Tian owns the war horse Juing, and already looks down on king-level war horses. This is equivalent to going from frugality to luxury. But from luxury to frugality is difficult. This General Tan Machi seems to be a character too, which is a pity. Chu Tian found that Dian Wei was too reckless and killed the opponent directly. Otherwise, he would still be a practical hero if he stayed. The Iron Eagle Scout can be used from the early stage to the later stage. It can be used as a high-level light cavalry in combat, or as a scout cavalry. Its practicality is no less than that of 7th and 8th level light cavalry. The value of Tan Ma Chi and Iron Eagle Scout are almost the same. Continue to hunt. Maybe there will be some characters left behind. But you must be careful. Otherwise you may be subject to counterattacks and raids. Chu Tian saw that the battlefield was chaotic, and there might be hundreds of stragglers, like before between the cavalry on both sides. So he asked himself, Hua Mulan and others to be careful. Where righteousness comes, life and death follow it. The sky can tell you. And the white horse is the proof. More than 2,000 white horse Yikon cavalry followed Gong Sun Zan and fought to the death. Timur's Mongolian cavalry were everywhere, and some of them were high-level Shui troops. As one of the conquerors, Timur was angered by Gong Sun Zan, turned around and surrounded Gong Sun Zan, and personally led the Qishua army to break into the White Horse Yi Song. The White Horse Yi Song was attacked by the Qishua army, although they fought one after another and were not afraid of life and death. Timur's Qishua army still cut into the White Horse Yikon, and they were overwhelming. Beima Yi Song only controls the western Liaoning, while Qishua army is the top military force in the world. Timur's status is higher than Gong Sun Zan. Gong Sun Zan advanced rashly and had no way to retreat. Tens of thousands of counterattacking Mongolian cavalry surrounded him layer by layer. With a spear sweeping across, Gong Sun Zan struggled to kill several timid Shui army cavalry. Each Qishua army cavalryman is at least equivalent to the level of generals such as Mi Fang. Therefore, when the number of Qishua army cavalry members increases, Gong Sun Zan is equivalent to fighting thousands of 3rd and 4th-rate generals. Kill him! Timur's chest simmered with anger. The commanders of the center army, Batu and Subutai, failed first, which caused the cavalry on the left and right to coordinate their retreat. Catherine of the Grand Duchy of Moscow sent special troops to help. But Timur and others were caught off guard, causing the battle to fail. Even when he was defeated, Timur was still thinking about how to make a comeback or severely injure the enemy. Gong Sun Zan rushed to catch up. Having already underestimated Timur, Timur was entirely a cavalry unit, and when defeated, with its ability to regroup, it was still possible to muster forces to counterattack. Gong Sun Zan's white horse was stained red with blood. Gong Sun Zan, who had more than 80 weapons, fought hard, and his injuries became more and more serious. The number of white horse followers around Gong Sun Zan became less and less as the war progressed. With less than 100 knights left, the last time it was so dangerous, it was Gong Sun Zan who angered Xinjian Zibi. General, a Han cavalry appears from the south. Timur subconsciously looked at the horizon to the south. The sand and dust were rolling. Sure enough, a group of Han cavalry caught up with Gong Sun Zan. Judging from the scale of the sand and dust, the number of Han cavalry arriving was no less than 10,000. And there may be more cavalry behind them. Retreat! Timur relied on his instinct to issue the order to retreat to prevent being delayed by the Han army. There were only 20 or 30 people left on the white horse side of Gong Sun Zan. Just when Gong Sun Zan and the surviving Beima Yikon cavalry thought they were about to be safe, Timur glanced at the surrounding Qishua cavalry. Hundreds of Qishua cavalry in the rear turned around and shot arrows. Hundreds of arrows shot through the air. Arrows covered the surviving cavalry. Timur's arrow pierced Gong Sun Zan's throat. Then he put away his bow and arrows and led his cavalry away. White Horse General Gong Sun Zan was killed in battle. Beima Yi Song's army was almost wiped out, with only 7 cavalry left. Looking at their fallen companions on the battlefield, there was a dead silence. When Li Mu and Zhao Kui caught up with the White Horse Yi Song, all they saw were corpses on the ground and ownerless horses. In addition to the White Horse righteous soldiers who died in the battle, there were also the corpses of Shui army cavalry, Mongolian cavalry, and Central Asian cavalry. Gong Sun Zan killed many enemy cavalry in front of him. The White Horse Yikon cavalry are faster than ordinary light cavalry, but their speed is too fast, allowing Gong Sun Zan to go deep alone. Li Mu turned over and dismounted, checking Gong Sun Zan's injuries. The blood on Gong Sun Zan's armor became thick, solidified, and breathless. Xiao Kuo witnessed the tragic battlefield, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. As a founding emperor-level figure, the enemy on the opposite side is as cunning as a wild fox. If you are not careful, even if you have the advantage, you may be counterattacked. If Xiao Kuo had followed Gong Sun Zan instead of a cautious general like Li Mu, then among the cavalry that had been completely wiped out at this time, he, Xiao Kuo, was the #1 figure. Gong Sun Zan hung on his waist a military talisman for recruiting White Horse loyal followers. Li Mu took off the military talisman and said, "Give this military talisman to Prince Yin. We will go after him. No matter who the opponent is, we will take revenge." Li Mu left a small group of cavalry behind and continued to lead Zhao Bian to ride forward to pursue Timur. In addition to the easy superposition of bonuses such as the aura, military manual, and auxiliary characteristics of the entire army on the main battlefield, when chasing the enemy alone, each cavalry unit corresponds to the bonuses of its respective commanders. Gong Sun Zan's white horse Yi Tsung pursued too quickly and was out of Li Mu's sight. Using Gong Sun Zan's bonus, he was counterattacked by Timur, who had stronger characteristics and troops, and the entire army was annihilated. If it were just a battle between commanders and armies, Li Mu might not be weaker than Timur. Prince Yin and Di Qin commanded the rest of the Monan army's cavalry to arrive and joined the small group of cavalry left by Li Mu. When he learned that Gong Sun Zan had died in battle, he couldn't help but be silent. Gong Sun Zan was his sworn brother, and this general died while chasing the enemy. "Who killed my sworn brother? I don't know. Follow me and chase him." Prince Yin accepted the military talisman of the white horse Yi Tsung, ordered Gong Sun Zan and others to be buried, and at the same time personally led a group of cavalry to pursue them. The death of Gong Sun Zan made Prince Yin feel an unknown fire in his chest. He needed to find the enemy who shot Gong Sun Zan and carry out crazy revenge. A group of light cavalry galloped, their horses' hooves trampling the weeds, leaving horse hoof prints. Like Gong Sun Zan, Flying General Li Guang was also killed at the front. However, Li Guang couldn't tell the direction clearly in the melee. Originally, Li Guang, Chun Qingji, Xuerengui, and Zhao Yun's white-robed regiments were chasing Subutai and Mu Huali, but their pursuit turned into chasing the Liao cavalry. They are all enemies anyway. Li Guang doesn't care so much. As long as the enemy is in front of him, he can step forward and shoot him. The horn bow deformed in Li Guang's hands, and streaks of light shot out, killing dozens of Liao Pishi army cavalry one after another until all the arrows in Li Guang's quiver were exhausted. "General!" A Han cavalryman threw his quiver to Li Guang, and Li Guang continued to use his bow and arrow. What limits Li Guang is not his arm strength, but the number of arrows. "Huh? You want to take credit from me?" Xiao Mok, a fierce general of the Yangzhou army, was ordered to hunt down Yelua Boji. He frowned when he found that Li Guang had come to his side inexplicably. "Each one depends on his ability." Li Guang was not willing to be outdone. "If it hadn't been for the Lord's order not to cause trouble, I would definitely compete with you today." Xiao Mok was furious and led his cavalry to speed up the pursuit. "More than them." Li Guang was also angered by Xiao Mok, and the two cavalry openly competed and galloped on the prairie. The Liao cavalry fought and retreated, mainly light cavalry. It was not difficult to retreat. "If the enemy troops advance rashly, we may be able to kill them." Xiao Chua and a group of Liao generals were not in good quarrels. He discovered that the two somewhat reckless generals Li Guang and Xiao Mok were gradually separated from the Beifu army and Jiangnan army, and he keenly realized that this was an opportunity to counterattack the two fierce generals. Continue to lure him back. Xiao Chua is still patiently waiting for the opportunity. The two cavalrymen, Li Guang and Xiao Mok, each have 3,000 to 4,000 men, which is already a considerable force. However, they have not yet realized that the generals on the opposite side are not as powerful as them, but those with higher command points than them. At least, there are more than 10 people. "Xiao Mok is too aggressive. Recall him immediately." Tong Kai, who participated in the pursuit, realized that Xiao Mok had violated a military taboo, so he immediately sent light cavalry to recall Xiao Mok. Xiao Mok's cavalry rushed forward quickly, and the competition with Li Guang caused the two of them to lose their minds. It was too late for Tong Kai to recall them. At the front, Xiao Mok and Li Guang, who were competing against each other, were counterattacked by the Liao army. Liao's characteristic arms such as the Pishi army, Shushan army, and Bohai navy violently attacked Xiao Mok and Li Guang. Tens of thousands of cavalry turned back to fight, and Yelxia brother, Yelu Xiezhen, Xiao Taolin and other Liao generals participated in the battle. Yellow Abaoji even went to the battle in person to supervise the battle. After the Liao kingdom sensed an opportunity to counterattack, they immediately used wolf tactics to kill Xiao Mok and Li Guang during their retreat. Xiao Mok and Li Guang also realized that they accidentally entered the siege of the Liao army in order to compete with each other. However, the two of them had no time to reflect at this time. They fought against the Liao cavalry who kept oppressing them. Li Guang shot 23 arrows in a row, and at least 20 high-level cavalry fell under his arrows. When he subconsciously grabbed the quiver, there was only one armor-piercing arrow left in the quiver. Li Guang originally wanted to use the last arrow, but after a moment's hesitation, he gave up the idea. Instead, he pulled out a king-level sword and fought hand-to-hand with the Liao soldiers. Xiao Mok held a horse stick and swept across the 4 directions. He was more fierce than Li Guang in close combat. He led the cavalry to charge among the Liao army and pointed directly at the flag of the Liao army commander. Li Guang also saw the commander's flag of the Liao army. Like Xiao Mok, Li Guang also led his cavalry to attack the commander's flag of the Liao army. The function of a strong general is to behead people. 2 generals at the level of the 5 tiger generals joined forces to attack. The cavalry was fierce. The elite Pishi army of the Liao kingdom was cut open by sharp blades. Xiao Mok and Li Guang approached the Liao army's commander's flag. Suddenly, the commander's flag of the Liao army fell down. And in the other direction, a second commander's flag was erected to direct the Liao army's attack. Trap! Xiao Mok and Li Guang rushed to the original location of the commander's flag. The Liao army coach had disappeared and was replaced by a team of Liao army sharpshooters. Hundreds of streams of light shot at Xiao Mok and Li Guang. The broadsword in Li Guang's hand danced wildly, knocking away the random arrows that covered him, while Xiao Mok waved his horse's sword and also knocked away the incoming arrows. The soldiers brought by Li Guang and Xiao Mok lacked the strength of their generals, and many of them were killed by random arrows. Xiao Mok's veins popped out, and he charged into the Liao army sharpshooters, causing a bloody storm. It turns out that they are the fierce generals of the Han army who are chasing them, although their force is so amazing that even the ambushed marksmen couldn't take their lives. But as long as they use all their strength to encircle and suppress them and exhaust their physical strength, they should be able to kill them. Xiao Chua commanded this counterattack, and Li Guang and Xiao Mok had the force. But facing the Liao cavalry that was several times their size, they would be captured by the Liao army just like Yang Yi. Xiao Chua, where should our large army go? Are we going to act together with the Mongols? After Yellow Abaoji's defeat in the Battle of Longcheng, he besieged 2 fierce generals of the Han army. He was about to achieve victory, but he was depressed because the situation of the Liao kingdom still had not improved in any way. They have 2 choices. One is to follow Batu, Timur, Subutai and others, and the other is to return to the Horking grassland and survive in the cracks between Chutian and Mingwan, the princes of the Han Empire, and make friends. One side, fight against the other side, and then wait for the opportunity to become bigger. I think so. Xiao Chua was about to answer the question from King Yelu Abaoji of Liao, when her beautiful eyes suddenly looked eastward, and her pupils dilated slightly. Timur's cavalry is approaching the direction of the Liao army, and behind Timur, there are Li Mu and Xiao Qua who are chasing them. Damn it! What is he doing to attract the Han cavalry at this time? Xiao Chua saw that the army had exhausted Li Guang and Xiao Mok's physical strength, and was about to kill 2 fierce generals of the Han army. Timur inadvertently attracted Li Mu, resulting in a failure. In this case, it is no longer suitable to besiege Li Guang and Xiao Mok. Timur didn't know that the Liao army was besieging 2 powerful Han generals. He just wanted to deal with Li Mu with Yellow Abaoji and Xiao Chua's Liao army. He just ignored Tong Chua's Beifu army and Sun Jian's Jiangdong army, who were also pursuing them. Liao army. If this continues, a melee will break out between the 4 legions. Withdraw troops? Yellow Abaoji was also a little resentful. But the end was done, and he could only continue to flee north with the Liao army. Li Guang and Xiao Mok were able to break out. I was almost killed by this group of Liao soldiers. Keep chasing! Li Guang was dripping with blood and pursued the Liao army again. Xiao Mok was similar to Li Guang in that he was angered by the Liao army and followed him on horseback. This time the Liao army had no intention of counterattack, because after such a delay, the Beifu army and Jiangdong army gradually approached the Liao army. Li Mu's army bit Timur's cavalry. Timur turned back to fight Li Mu from time to time, but he did not achieve the same military success as when he faced Gong Sun Zan. Li Mu is not Gong Sun Zan. After Timur knew how powerful Li Mu was, He wanted to use the Liao army to kill Li Mu during their retreat. However, he soon realized that his arrival seemed to destroy Xiao Chua's deployment. The Yangzhou army and the Monan army merged. And there was also an uninvited guest named Li Guang in the middle. The Liao army was accidentally tricked by Timur. The cavalry became more and more loose as they fought, and had to separate and escape. During the decisive battle in Dragon City, the two sides were only divided into two camps. Later, during the pursuit, they became dozens of cavalry troops. Now they are even more loose. The nomadic civilization has been broken into pieces, with thousands or tens of thousands of people fleeing separately. This is the cavalry of the Liao army. After the various legions were swept away, Chu Tian led the Iron Eagle scouts to follow and discovered traces of the Liao cavalry. Chu Tian's cavalry also made many gains on the way. They killed Tanmachi's vanguard General Jianchar and several Jin generals. They didn't even have time to distinguish their names. According to Chu Tian's original idea, the Han army should retreat after chasing for 200 to 300 miles. As long as Mabei Dragon City is captured and troops are mobilized from within the pass, it will not be difficult to push Mabei down. But at this time, both sides had fallen into madness, and wars continued to break out even during the pursuit, resulting in the death of military officers on both sides. Gongsun Zan, Jianchar, and many second and third-rate generals died in the pursuit. The commanders of thousands and commanders of 10,000 in the Mongolian Empire were already at the level of second and third-rate military generals, and the commander of tens of thousands was not much inferior to Gongsun Zan. As many as 20 or 30 people were killed in this battle, including captains of thousands and tens of thousands. It's completely chaotic. If that's the case, let's continue the pursuit. Chu Tian used the War Eagle to barely contact Wei Qing, Cao Cao, and Chen Qingji. Most of the other cavalry generals dispersed in order to pursue the divided Mongolian army. After the number of troops reaches hundreds of thousands, they will not be able to handle them easily without instant communication. Many times, as the commander-in-chief, after the troops gradually lose control, they can only issue the most basic instructions to attack or retreat. Next, we can only look at the abilities of the generals who command the various armies. Generally speaking, the Han army still took advantage of this pursuit and captured a group of cavalry. Wei Qing and Chen Qingji were hunting Subutai and Mawali, and Cao Cao was chasing Wanyan Aguda. Some legions changed their targets many times during the pursuit. After the battle between Chu Tian and Tanmachi, they headed north to pursue the Liao army. The chase continued until the next day, and the Liao army was forced to divide into more than 10 cavalry groups, each with only a few thousand men, and fled separately. Li Guang and Xiao Mok split up and each pursued a cavalry group. Sun Jian and Sun Ce, who arrived from behind, also divided into several groups of cavalry to maximize the victory. Li Guang rode his horse like flying. He didn't know that the Liao cavalry he was chasing was led by the Liao Emperor Yelua Baoji. Xiao Chua led a group of Liao cavalry to take another route, but the Han general pursuing him from behind was Sun Ce, the little overlord. The Han army is really greedy. If they concentrated their forces to pursue 2 or 3 groups of troops, no one would be their opponent. But they actually divided their forces into several groups and pursued them at the same time. Xiao Chua found that the Yangzhou army was divided into at least 6 or 7 cavalry groups. Almost all the arms of the Liao kingdom were cavalry, and the excellent horses of the Liao army were particularly valuable to the Yangzhou army. So the Yangzhou army might not have planned to take advantage of this pursuit to capture as many cavalry and horses as possible. Chu Tian and Hua Mulan pursued them to where the Yangzhou army and the Liao army were divided. Judging from the horse hoof prints, the Liao army was divided into at least 10 cavalry groups. There are fleeing cavalry in all directions. How could the Liao army escape if they were at a pass in the central plains? Chu Tian was different from Tong Kai. He had no shortage of horses or cavalry. In order to ensure safety, he did not separate the Iron Eagle scouts. Instead, he gathered his troops and pursued one of the Liao troops in the direction of retreat. Chapter 653 Capturing Xiaochua. Thousands of Jiangdong cavalry led by Sun Ce were trapped in a siege. The cavalry at the forefront was tripped by the horse ropes arranged by the Liao army and fell over. Sun Ce's acting style was almost exactly the same as Sun Jian's. He often took the lead and tripped the horses and ropes. Sun Ce and hundreds of Jiangdong cavalry fell to the ground. However, Sun Ce was different from ordinary cavalry. The moment his body took off, he quickly reacted, pulled out his sword, landed on the ground, and blocked the incoming bow and arrow. The long sword was swung in Sun Ce's hand, forming a sword net. and the arrows shot at Sun Tzu were knocked away or cut off by the long sword. The cavalry who acted with Sun Tzu were killed by the Liao army's arrows. Young master, continue. Zhou Tai threw a spear to Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu caught the spear and looked around. The Liao soldiers had inadvertently led them into the valley north of Langjiaxu Mountain. Thousands of arrows were fired, and hundreds of Jiangdong cavalry were killed by random arrows. A group of Liao cavalry circled back, blocked the entrance to the valley, and besieged Sun Tzu and Zhou Tai. Sun Tzu and Zhou Tai, who were originally hunters, became prey instead. Xiao Chua stood on a high place, looking down at the two fierce generals Sun Tzu and Zhou Tai who were fighting to the death, and commanded the cavalry to attack the Jiangdong cavalry. War General Xiao Talon mingled among the Liao soldiers, and made sneak attacks on Sun Tzu and Zhou Tai from time to time. Sun Tzu and Zhou Tai were surrounded. Sun Tzu killed 2 cavalrymen on foot, snatched a war horse, and continued the cavalry battle with the Liao soldiers. Liao General Xiao Talon rushed out from among the Liao soldiers and hit Sun Tzu with his mace. But the young and energetic Sun Tzu blocked it with his spear. Sun Tzu glared at Xiao Talon, but Xiao Talon was surprised that he could not kill Sun Tzu with one move and was still held up by Sun Tzu. I will kill you! Even though Sun Tzu was surrounded, he still fought hard to attack Xiao Talon, intending to take down Xiao Talon's leader and regain the city. You'd better save your life first. Xiao Talon followed Xiao Chua's instructions and immediately retreated into the Liao soldiers after failing to succeed in the attack. Dozens of Liao cavalry came with spears to stab him. Sun Tzu dodged and stabbed back. The spear at his hand was like a swimming dragon. He picked up the spear and killed several people in a row. Young master, we don't have many cavalry anymore, so we might as well retreat quickly. Zhou Tai cut off 2 spears and fought his way to Sun Tzu, asking Sun Tzu to retreat. This group of Jiangdong cavalry accidentally fell into Xiao Chua's ambush and many people were shot dead. The number of cavalry around Sun Tzu and Zhou Tai has been reduced. Among the Liao soldiers, several generals were looking for opportunities. If they did not retreat, they might die in battle. Jiang Dongerlang, follow me to break out of the encirclement. Sun Tzu basically grew up and had the momentum of Sun Jian. He led Zhou Tai and the remaining Jiangdong cavalry to break through the encirclement of the Liao soldiers. Several Liao cavalrymen fell off their horses and were killed by Zhou Tai. Sun Tzu came out with his gun. They were still able to escape. There were too many generals with higher military strength in the Han Empire. I don't know what the situation is like with other soldiers and horses. Xiao Chua was a little reluctant. If she had 2 king-level generals in her hands, Sun Tzu and Zhou Tai would not be able to leave. Kill Sun Tzu and Zhou Tai, and she will become famous all over the world. Although Xiao Chua's reputation has already spread among the players of the Han Empire. I didn't expect to let them go. What should we do next? Xiao Talon rode back and asked Xiao Chua about his advance and retreat. Withdraw as soon as possible. There may be other Han troops in the rear. I have an uneasy feeling. Xiao Chua did not have complete control due to insufficient generals and troops, so he decisively chose to evacuate. The Liao army divided its forces, and there were not many cavalry in each group. And there were not many cavalry left around Xiao Chua. Sun Tzu and Zhou Tai retreated, and the sky turned dark. Zhou Tai hugged his injured arm and was shot by random arrows in the melee. We might as well turn back and kill the enemy general. Sun Tzu's courage remained unabated, and he actually planned to turn around and attack Xiao Chua's Liao cavalry. Young master, don't take risks. The other party may have traps. Zhou Tai's purpose was to protect Sun Tzu. When Sun Tzu decided to risk a counterattack, Zhou Tai stopped Sun Tzu. Zhou Yu did not come to Mabe, and was left in Yangzhou by Tong Ke, who continued to suppress the Shan Yu tribe, who was about to move. Sun Tzu lacked a qualified military advisor. There are cavalry coming from the front. Is it our cavalry? All soldiers, prepare for battle. Sun Tzu raised his gun and stood in front of the cavalry, arrogantly looking down at the cavalry coming from the opposite side. General, is there a cavalry blocking the road ahead? Liao army? Or Jiangdong army? The arriving cavalry were Hua Mulan's Iron Eagle scouts and Chu Tian. The general of the Han Empire is here. It turns out to be the general. Sun Tzu unexpectedly reunited with Chu Tian. Chu Tian learned from Sun Tzu that a Liao cavalry force on the opposite side attacked Sun Tzu and almost killed 2 people. He couldn't help but wonder who the other party was from the Liao kingdom. Even Sun Tzu was almost killed. What Chu Tian didn't know was that Sun Jian and Sun Tzu's General Dong Ping were also killed by Xiao Chua during the battle. Go and give chase. After Sun Ce and Zhou Tai were frustrated, Chu Tian realized that this might be a good opportunity to encircle and suppress the Liao army. Let's follow too. In order to take revenge, Sun Ce and Zhou Tai followed Chu Tian. Even though Zhou Tai was injured, his strength did not decrease, which may be related to his characteristics. After the Liao soldiers defeated Sun Ce, they fled 30 miles north and had to rest and recuperate. The Liao army has been fighting for 2 days. The men and horses are tired and urgently need to rest. Otherwise the soldiers and horses will die suddenly. Xiao Chua closed his eyes and rested, surrounded by a war horse with a long bow hanging on the saddle. Xiao Talon led a group of cavalry to patrol and protect Xiao Chua and most of the other cavalry. Suddenly, Xiao Chua opened his eyes, and an unsettling premonition filled the air. In the darkness, a hail of arrows shot through the air, and a group of patrolling Liao cavalry fell. The enemy has arrived! Xiao Talon waved his mace to block the rain of arrows and wake up his resting companions. Xiao Chua immediately got on his horse, took off his long bow, and summoned the army. The Iron Eagle scouts fired arrows at night, and instead of engaging in close combat with the Liao cavalry, they attacked in secret. The Liao army's cavalry was harvested, and there were fewer and fewer cavalry around Xiao Chua and Xiao Talon. Xiao Chua had realized that if he didn't leave as soon as possible, the entire army would be annihilated. Xiao Talon, break out to the north. Xiao Chua judged that his force was not enough to break through, but Xiao Talon, as a general, could break the formation. The surviving Liao cavalry gathered around Xiao Chua and concentrated their forces to flee north. In Lake Baikal in the north, there are tribes from the Mongol Empire. In the darkness, 2 cavalrymen fought, and the Iron Eagle scouts blocked the Liao army's retreat as much as possible. Sun Ce and Zhou Tai charged out, aiming directly for Xiao Talon. They thought it was Xiao Talon who was commanding the Liao army's cavalry, so they regarded Xiao Talon as a target to kill. Chu Tian and Hua Mulan are still waiting for the opportunity secretly. They saw dozens of relatively elite Liao cavalry protecting one person, and quickly realized that the person being protected by the elite Liao cavalry might be a big shot of the Liao kingdom. Try to capture them alive. If you can't capture them alive, kill them. Chu Tian saw that the opponent's cavalry was not many, so he thought of capturing the opponent alive. The number of generals killed by his army was in the dozens, but the number of generals who could be captured alive was not large, because it was easier to kill than to capture alive. Under Hua Mulan's order, hundreds of Iron Eagle scouts went up to surround the dozens of Liao cavalry. Xiao Chua used a long bow to kill the Iron Eagle scout, hoping to escape with the Liao cavalry. Otherwise she could not imagine her fate in the hands of the Han princes. Hua Mulan found that her cavalry was unable to stop Xiao Chua, and Xiao Chua might have a tendency to escape. Lord, let me go into battle and capture him alive. Hua Mulan pulled out the Tangdao. Be careful. Chu Tian probably felt that the opponent's generals were not as powerful as Hua Mulan, and Hua Mulan had more Iron Eagle scouts. So he agreed to let Hua Mulan go and capture the opponent alive. At the same time, Chu Tian took out an arrow. Although his force was less than 90, he still had more than 80, enough to pose a threat to most generals. An arrow was aimed at Xiao Chua. If Hua Mulan had trouble catching him alive, then he would kill him with one arrow and save Hua Mulan. Xiao Chua was struggling to break out of the encirclement. In the darkness, the opponent's military strength suddenly increased the pressure. More and more Iron Eagle Scout cavalry appeared to block Xiao Chua's breakout, obviously wanting to keep Xiao Chua behind. The general leading the Iron Eagle Scouts is expected to appear soon. Xiao Chua's premonition was undoubtedly correct. A cold light slashed at him. Xiao Chua was unable to dodge, and could only use his long bow to block it. With a flash of cold light, the sharp Tangdao cut off Xiao Chua's long bow. At the same time, a strand of black hair was also broken. Xiao Chua was not a hero who focused on force, and his force was probably not much different from Chu Tian's, so he couldn't help but turn pale. She knew clearly that she was no match for the general on the opposite side. In order to capture a legendary general alive and expand her victory, Hua Mulan hit Xiao Chua's armor with the back of her knife. Xiao Chua was injured and his bow fell to the ground with 2 parts broken. Hua Mulan's left hand struck Xiao Chua on the back of the neck with a knife, knocking him unconscious. Hua Mulan's strength is much higher than Xiao Chua. Hua Mulan didn't show much mercy to her enemies. It was enough to judge that Xiao Chua was still alive. Hua Mulan kidnapped Xiao Chua and shouted to the remaining Liao soldiers, I have captured your generals alive. Anyone who resists will definitely die. The Liao soldiers couldn't believe it at first. But soon they were sure that the prestigious Xiao Chua had been captured. So some soldiers laid down their weapons and surrendered to Hua Mulan. Military advisor. Xiao Talon led a group of cavalry to break away from Sun Tzu's entanglement and came to rescue Xiao Chua. But when he used the moonlight and firelight to see Hua Mulan holding the tang knife on Xiao Chua's jade neck, who was unconscious, surrounded by Iron Eagle scouts, as if he was besieged on all sides, Xiao Talon knew that there was no hope of escape. The number of Iron Eagle scouts brought by Chu Tian was tens of thousands. The total number of Xiao Chua and Xiao Talon's cavalry was less than 4,000. Some of them were low-level cavalry. It was impossible to compare with the tens of thousands of 6th-level cavalry and Chu Tian. Bonus Iron Eagle scout counterbalances. Chu Tian's cavalry power, under the same conditions, was much higher than that of Xiao Talon. A general, compared with commanders, where generals are good at personal force, and their bonus to the legion is relatively small. Please don't kill him. I am willing to surrender. Xiao Talon used his surrender in exchange for Xiao Chua's life. Chu Tian intended to take advantage of this opportunity to recruit a group of servant generals. At present, Chu Tian's forces can be said to be the generals of the servant army. They only have Joan of Arc, King Arthur, and Joan of Arc's lieutenant, the French hero Gil, who has no sense of existence. This time, there are many legendary heroes in the Five Emperors Alliance. Capturing one or two alive will be a bloody gain. In every war, even if the generals command the troops, there will be casualties. In the future, when conquering the West, a group of servant generals will be required to serve as vanguards. General, please leave this person to us. Xiao Talon killed the double-gun General Dong Ping in the melee, and became enemies with Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu wanted to kill Xiao Talon and avenge Dong Ping. However, Chu Tian rejected Sun Tzu's request because Sun Tzu represented Jiandong forces and might become his enemy in the future. So there was no need to satisfy Sun Tzu's request. This person may know the direction and specific location of the Mongolian cavalry's retreat, and we need to get the information from him. We cannot kill him. Chu Tian passed by perfunctorily. Xiao Talon was just a deputy general or a first-time general. After the general was captured, he readily surrendered to Chu Tian and was willing to be bound. Surrender does not completely represent loyalty. Xiao Talon is still waiting for Xiao Chua to wake up before deciding whether to live or die. Chu Tian saw that Xiao Talon respected this person, and the attitude of the Liao cavalry was the same as Xiao Talon, knowing that there must be something extraordinary about the woman captured by Hua Mulan. It can't be Queen Mother Xiao. Chu Tian looked up and down at the fainted Xiao Chua. He looked too young. It did not fit in with the legendary image of Empress Dowager Xiao, who defeated the Northern Song dynasty army with an orphan and a widowed mother, killed Yang Wudi, and forced the Northern Song dynasty to sign the Chan-Yuan alliance. But the age in, the Lord, is indeed a bit strange. Li Guang and Shuai and Gui recruited by Chu Tian are both young. Some military generals may have reached their mid-years, such as Chen Qingji, Yu Fei and others. If this is the young Empress Dowager Xiao, it is not impossible. Otherwise, Chu Tian could not think of anyone else who could have such a reputation among the Liao army. No, there is another queen of the Liao kingdom, Xu Luping. She also has a prestige similar to Xiao Chua. Chu Tian still knew something about the heroes of Liao kingdom. Every civilization has its own unique heroes and legendary stories, and the Khitan civilization is no exception. Xu Luping was the queen of Yelu Abaoji. Her relationship with Yelu Abaoji was equivalent to the relationship between Chu Tian and Xiao Liang, and their deeds were also very similar. Yelu Abaoji led the main force of the Khitan army to march westward to attack the Dongxiang people. Some tribes that had enmity with the Khitan people took the opportunity to sneak attack on the Khitan tribe. Xu Luping, the defender, personally led the army to defeat the enemy. It is said that the elite legion of the Liao kingdom belongs to the Shan army, which was also an elite force formed by Xu Luping. One of the characteristics of Khitan civilization is the birth of female heroes, which may be related to Khitan culture. Chu Tian thought that the captive woman in front of him was either Xiao Chua or Xu Luping. If the queen of Yelu Abaoji is captured alive, then this harvest will be a bit strange. Are you going to give Qiaomengda an advantage? Who is this? Chu Tian knew that there was no end to his random guessing, so he might as well ask the captive Xiao Talon directly. Xiao Talon was not very willing to answer. If you don't answer truthfully, you will be killed. This person is military advisor Xiao Chua. Sure enough, it was young Xiao Chua. When he grows up, he will become a big shot. One of the 5 emperor-level figures was captured by him. and his value was equivalent to capturing several historical generals. Be sure to keep an eye on her. After the battle, Chu Tian rested at the place where the Liao army had rested, to recover his strength, and ordered the Tiger Guards to strictly guard Xiao Chua and Xiao Talon. He is very interested in Xiao Chua's profile, and Xiao Chua's current identity seems to be a military advisor of the Liao kingdom, not a monarch. In other words, is there a chance to surrender? Historically, the Xiao family was a powerful family in the Liao kingdom. Even the Yolu royal family had to choose to marry into the Xiao family. However, there is no such strict relationship in Lords. It depends on the relationship in Lords and the hero's loyalty and ambition. Value. Hua Mulan discovered that the opponent's military advisor was actually a woman, and her status was not low, and she seemed to regret not killing Xiao Chua. People who can serve as military advisors will not have low intelligence. Players don't need to look at intelligence, but NPC heroes. Intelligence attributes and personality basically determine how they do things. Sun Tzu was a little dissatisfied with Chu Tian's subjugation of the Liao generals, but Xiao Chua and Xiao Talon were mainly surrounded and captured by Chu Tian's cavalry. So Chu Tian had the final say on how to deal with him. Chu Tian could choose to sell Sun Tzu a favor that might be illusory, or he could choose to directly conquer the two historical heroes of the Liao kingdom and obtain immediate tangible benefits. Chu Tian chose the latter. Well, when Xiao Chua woke up in a daze, the back of his neck was still hurting. He was tied up with large strips of flowers, and a coarse cloth was stuffed in his mouth, making him unable to struggle. It was daybreak, and a general came to check on the captured legendary hero. Xiao Talon has been captured by me. According to his account, you are Xiao Chua, the military advisor of the Liao kingdom. Lu Xiangxing and his Tianqiong army fell into your trap and were completely annihilated. Dong Ping was also captured, killed by you. Chu Tian carefully looked at Xiao Chua, who woke up, which made Xiao Chua feel a little uncomfortable. The other person's gaze was almost the same as Timur's gaze. However, Chu Tian's gaze lacked greed, probably because there were enough women around Chu Tian, and he was not surprised. Chu Tian now wants to conquer this legendary hero and take a good look at her. Panel. To Chu Tian, Xiao Chua's face is undoubtedly a mystery, and it is different from ordinary heroes. Characters of the legendary emperor or queen level usually have gorgeous panels. Xiao Chua's face turned pale, because she was now in the end she least wanted to see. She fell into the clutches of a Han Empire general. She is now a prisoner, and the other party seems to know Li Xiangxing and Dong Ping, who were killed by her. However, I don't know who this Han Empire general is. Well, Lu Xiangxing and Dong Ping have nothing to do with me. Rather, they are my enemy's generals. So you don't need to feel any psychological pressure. Well, if you are willing to be loyal to me and fight for me, maybe I can consider granting freedom to you, Xiao Talon, and your subordinates. Well, Xiao Chua's hands were tied behind his back, and his mouth was stuffed with coarse cloth. He couldn't answer Chu Tian at all. After struggling, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Almost forgot. Chu Tian took out the coarse cloth with a hint of salivation, which made Xiao Chua's cheeks feel slightly hot. This may be her most humiliating moment so far. Of course, you will get used to it later. Who are you? After all, Xiao Chua was not an ordinary person. After a rare gaffe, he quickly returned to normal. He looked at the people in front of him, looked around with his peripheral vision from time to time, and wanted to look for opportunities to escape. Even in this case, as long as you make use of human nature, there may not be no chance of escape. Chu Zimu, the great general of the Han Empire. You are Chu Zimu. Xiao Chua did not expect to meet the largest prince of the Han Empire in such a way. Now she is a prisoner, and her life and death are in Chu Tian's hands. The other party had a lot of background, so Xiao Chua was at his wit's end for a while. Honey trap? There were many women in Chu Tian's harem, but they were completely indifferent. As for alienation tactics, methods of provoking generals, etc., they were quickly overthrown by Xiao Chua, thinking that they were just small tricks in front of the first prince of the Han Empire. Xiao Chua was entangled in himself and thought too much. The position of General Chu Tian is just a false position, just to gain fame and a small amount of bonus in dealing with foreign races. Why should I be loyal to you? If you want to kill, then kill. Xiao Chua hesitated for a long time before testing Chu Tian's bottom line. Kill? Why should I kill you? Chu Tian used his sword to lift Xiao Chua's chin. Xiao Chua, who was bound, could not resist at all. He could only raise his head in shame and meet Chu Tian's eyes. It was rare to see a trace of panic in the eyes of the legendary Queen Mother Xiao. And Chu Tian quite enjoyed this feeling. After all, this is an emperor-level legendary hero. Xiao Chua's tone was trembling. What do you want? A man and a woman alone, living together in the same room. What else can we do? Chu Tian was also testing Xiao Chua to see what her bottom line was. Different heroes have different weaknesses. As long as you find the weaknesses correctly, you will often fail miserably. For example, Ekaterina is two completely different people in private and in public. Let me do whatever you want. I won't resist. And you won't find it interesting. Xiao Chua seemed to accept his fate, and his tone became calmer. But it was difficult for him to surrender. Chu Tian paced in the tent. It was not difficult to force a legendary hero to be loyal. But it was extremely difficult to ensure that he would not betray. Some generals with high hidden ambitions have a loyalty level of 80 today. If you haven't looked at them for half a month, they might drop to 70 or 60 due to the impact of special events. Seeing that Chu Tian didn't press too hard, Xiao Chua secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was really worried that Chu Tian would use strong methods and deliberately kept a calm tone. Like cold water, extinguishing Chu Tian's unknown fire. If you are not loyal, then all captured Liao generals and soldiers will be executed. Chu Tian used another kind of bargaining chip to exchange with this smart woman. The defeated general. No matter what you do, I will not be loyal to you. Xiao Chua is still stubborn. Her behavior made Chu Tian a little annoyed, and he pushed her to the ground. Xiao Chua could already feel Chu Tian's breathing. With Chu Tian's force, it was more than enough to deal with Xiao Chua, who was tied up by Wu Huada. Xiao Chua was frightened by the sudden turn of events. He bit his lip and remained silent. He closed his eyes in despair. There were faint tears in the corners of his eyes, which may have exposed his inner fear. After all, Xiao Chua's age has not yet reached his peak state. Facing the aggressive general of the Han Empire, does he have a weak side? Puff! General Tanmachi spit out a mouthful of blood, and the blood dyed his armor red. Yu Qigong's horse spear pierced Bully Batur's chest, and cooperated with Cheng Yao Jin, leaving this General Tanmachi behind. At the peak of Tanmachi, Mu Huali was the marshal, and Ancher, Baluo, Xionai, Kuokuo Buhua, and Bully Batur were the 5 vanguard generals. Now, the third Tanmachi pioneer was killed in the battle. Along the way, Yekaterina's target was the eldest son's army in Batu of the Golden Horde. The Cossack cavalry used their mobility to intercept and kill one of the eldest son's troops in a roundabout way. A Mongolian general was besieged by the Cossack cavalry. The Cossack cavalry drew their Cossack swords. The leader Khmelnytsky rode a war horse among the Cossack cavalry and made sneak attacks from time to time. The Mongolian general was 8 feet tall and extremely powerful, killing dozens of Cossack cavalry in a row. This is the mighty general of the Golden Horde. He fought hard, but could not get rid of the entanglement of the Cossack cavalry. The Cossack cavalry took advantage of the light cavalry and bit the opponent, making the opponent extremely uncomfortable. The Polish hussars roared in, their gorgeous wing decorations rustling in the wind, and their sharp lances pointed straight ahead. The Mongol general tried his best to block it and broke one of the lances, but the lance of a Polish heroine wearing a half-mask pierced the seriously injured Mongol general. The flag attached to the lance was stained red with blood. The Mongol general was taken away by the Polish hussars in a surprise attack, and the Polish hussars' hero Bathory took his head. Yekaterina captured a group of the eldest sons of the Golden Horde alive, and finally learned the identity of this Mongolian general. It turned out to be Batu's 5th brother, Borzijin Shiban. Yekaterina fought against the Golden Horde several times, and knew that the Golden Horde had many generals. These generals may not be well known to the princes of the Han Empire, but their military force is not low. Batu has several brothers, who are special historical heroes. The Shiban in front of him was good at military force, but he was surrounded by heavy siege and died under the joint attack of Cossack cavalry and Polish cavalry. In addition to his son Shiban, Joki of the Golden Horde also has Batu and Urge. They are the core heroes of the Golden Horde and must be driven out and killed. Ekaterina can own the current territory and is by no means a soft-hearted person. The existence of the Golden Horde posed a huge threat to the Grand Duchy of Moscow, so Yekaterina had to eradicate it. This is somewhat different from Chu Tian's strategy. The Liao kingdom is not a threat to Chu Tian at all. It is better to say that it is a greater threat to Mingguan. As for enemies of Temujin's level, Chu Tian and Yekaterina have the same attitude. If they can't be used by themselves, they will be killed. Batu has been escaping to the north. Does he want to escape to Siberia and then return to the Golden Horde? After such a long march in the main world, by the time he returns to the Golden Horde should have been destroyed.
Ekaterina probably determined the direction in which Batu and others fled to Siberia. The cavalry broke into pieces and fled to Siberia, where food was a serious problem. The Han army and Catherine's cavalry did not dare to pursue Siberia. Otherwise they would starve to death there. Siberia seems vast. But in fact the available food during the Cold War era was less than a county in the Central Plains. No one would be interested in Siberia until the Industrial Age. Nevertheless, it would be good for Catherine to pursue Batu as much as possible. Kill Batu's troops. Drive Batu to Siberia. And starve the eldest son's army to death. Maybe not all of the first son army would starve to death. But given the conditions in Siberia, not many of them would survive.
Master Shiban didn't keep up.
Batu fled ahead and never waited for the whereabouts of his fifth brother Shiban. So he had no choice but to grit his teeth and lead the eldest son's army to flee north. Shiban was clearly behind the curve. When Yu Fei and Lao Qin were attacking the capital of the Mongol Empire at the Halakalin battlefield, they and Temujin received a War Eagle report from the Longcheng battlefield in Mabe almost at the same time.
Mabe Dragon City has been lost. Mabe can no longer defend it.
Temujin sent Zibi to defend the city, and personally used light cavalry and Qixue troops to roam around, clearing the fields, and tried his best to hold back Yu Fei and Lao Qin's legions. However, even if Hala and Lin are still in their hands, there is no point in defending. The Han Empire obtained a teleportation array, which offset the Mongol Empire's terrain advantage. Then the Han Empire only needed to mechanically send soldiers here, and it could use its national power to consume Temujin to death. Temujin faced the same predicament as he had faced in the Ili Valley and had to retreat. The Han army has 3 groups of soldiers and horses, each of which is a threat. Success of any group will be a fatal blow to the Mongol Empire. The defeat of the Imperial Coalition forces had already broken the Han Empire, leaving Temujin in a strategic passive position.
There is no need to guard Hala and Lin.
Although Temujin was angry, he could not roar. Chapter 654 The Destruction of the Mongol Empire. A battle broke out between the Beiwei army and the Qingxue army outside the city of Halahalin. Borshu, one of the 4 Qingxue army, was responsible for cutting off the rear. The cavalry was in full control. The Qingxue army, a legendary arm of the Mongol Empire civilization, died under the axe of the Beiwei army. Without Temujin, Duanho's Borshu could not exert the full strength of the 2,000 Qixue troops and tens of thousands of Mongolian cavalry. And Yu Fei's Beiwei army was defeated. Li Quan's gun was drawn out. Boshu's eyes widened, and the energy in his eyes was gone. Boshu, one of the 4 Qixue, died in the battle and became the second general of the Qixue army to die in battle. The last person killed in battle was Boru. However, Temujin was present when Boru was killed, and important props fell into Temujin's hands. At this time, Yu Fei obtained a precious prop from Boshu, one of the 4 Cowardly Shui.
Cowardly Shui Jun's military talisman.
Yu Fei was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that Shui's army still had military talismans. Only by actually fighting Temujin and the Conqu's army led by the 4 major Conques can one know the value of such a military talisman. A talisman belonging to the Cowardly Shui army is priceless. Yu Fei put away the military talisman of Qixue's army. With this military talisman, he would present it to his lord in the future. The lord might use it to recruit Qixue's army.
General, the defenders have broken through, and the cavalry general is attacking the city.
The matter is not over yet. Yu Fei could choose to pursue Temujin, or he could choose to capture Halakalin. With the loss of Mabe Dragon City and the defeat of the allied forces of the 5 emperors, Hara and Lin had no defensive value and would definitely be defeated. However, chasing Temujin might not be possible at Temujin's home court. If Hara and Lin were unilaterally captured by Lao Qin's Guanzhong army, the reward for the destruction of the Mongol Empire might be snatched away by Lao Qin. Yu Fei quickly weighed and finally decided to give up Temujin, who might not catch up, and snatch the reward for the destruction of the Mongol Empire for his lord. The benefits that can be obtained are the key. Yu Fei, Zhang Liao and others launched an attack on Hara and Lin, intending to compete with Lao Qin for military exploits. Although Yu Fei wanted to pursue Temujin even more. After all, as a minister, many times he had to make a choice and must obey the overall interests.
Both legions are competing for credit. However, apart from the defensive armaments, all the gold and silver of Hara and Lin have been evacuated in advance.
Xinjian Zibi witnessed
that the Guanzhong army and the Bingyou army divided into two armies to attack the city from two directions in order to compete for Hara and Lin and avoid the outbreak of civil war. After all, there was a gap within the Han Empire's coalition forces, which gave Zibi a chance to escape. The Roman legion struggled to break through under the leadership of Crassus. The Mongol generals originally sent by Temujin to monitor Crassus were harvested by Mingtian, who attacked during the breakout. Crassus blended into the Roman soldiers and took with him an eagle that fell into the Mongol Empire. Flag. Escape from Hara and Forest. The Roman legion suffered 7 out of 10 losses, most of which were captured by the Guanzhong legions, while Crassus and dozens of Roman soldiers were missing. Also missing is the eagle flag of a Roman legion. The Guanzhong army and the Bingyou army rushed towards the Lord's mansion and had no energy to pursue Jib and Crassus. Zibi took some remnants with him and took advantage of the contest between the two Han armies to create an opportunity to escape from Hala and Lin. He turned around and looked at the war-torn city of Hala and Lin. This most prosperous city in the Mongol Empire was abandoned by Temujin in advance because of the Mabe War. After the garrison collapsed, it was basically an empty city with tens of thousands of households captured. Where do we go from here? Zibi was a little desperate. The distance between Mabe and the Central Plains is far enough. Both teleportation arrays are controlled by the Mongolian Empire, but they were captured by the Han Empire. Unless you flee further. It's just that in those places, the Mongol Empire is no longer the Mongol Empire and may be assimilated by other civilizations. Mongolian civilization has many advantages and disadvantages, one of which is that it is easy to assimilate. Yeluchugai said. Go find the Great Khan. Zibi sighed. That's all it can do. The Guanzhong army and the Bingyou army are still advancing rapidly towards the city lord's mansion. Zhang Liao took the lead and met Lu Bu, who came to rob the lord's mansion. At the beginning, Zhang Liao and Lu Bu were still Ding Yuan's generals. Later, after Ding Yuan was killed by Lu Bu, Zhang Liao followed Lu Bu. Later, Zhang Liao defected to Cao Cao, and then followed Cao Cao to Chu Tian. At this time, Zhang Liao saw his former colleagues and superiors and refused to give in. Now the two people belong to different camps. They just have old friendships and do not represent their positions. If you know what's going on, make a way. In order to fight for the Lord's palace, Lu Bu made great military exploits and was not polite to Zhang Liao. Fang Tian drew his halberd and stabbed him directly, making the air crackle. Zhang Liao put aside his old friendship, waved his halberd, and attacked Lu Bu. The two halberds collided. Zhang Liao's arm sank, and the air waves spread to all directions. Even Zhang Liao's mount whined. Zhang Liao had never really fought against Lu Bu before, but when he fought against Lu Bu now, he realized how terrifying his former colleague's force was. Go away! I don't want to kill you today! Lu Bu also knew that Zhang Liao was still an ally, and just wanted to defeat Zhang Liao as soon as possible and then destroy the stone tablet in the Lord's palace. The stone tablet in the Lord's mansion is a special prop. Destroying the stone tablet means occupation. Zhang Liao blocked Lu Bu for more than 10 rounds, but gradually failed. The difference in force between the two sides was still large. Lu Fengxian, what are you waiting for? Yang Dian came over and found that Lu Bu was fighting Zhang Liao. So he planned to join the battle and defeat Zhang Liao in one fell swoop, so that he could seize the Lord's palace smoothly. Lu Bu's force can defeat Zhang Liao relatively easily, and coupled with Yang Dian, who is at the level of the 5 tigers, it is very likely that he can defeat Zhang Liao in a few rounds. This is between me and him. It's not your turn to interfere. Lu Bu was not very satisfied with Yang Dian. First in seizing the city. Regardless of Lu Bu's arrogance, Yang Dian came through the air with a fine steel horse spear in his hand. A long spear blocked Zhang Liao's attack from Yang Dian, and the Li Quan gun blocked this extraordinary quality horse spear. Yu Fei frowned slightly. Yang Dian's force was indeed quite astonishing, and Li Quan's gun was trembling. As one of the most powerful people in the northern and southern dynasties for hundreds of years, Yang Dian is qualified to be Lao Qin's bodyguard. He often follows Lao Qin around, and his frontline force is certainly not low. There is no doubt about this. Yang Dian fought with Yu Fei, and friction broke out between the two sides, but it did not escalate to the level of a life-and-death battle. If a civil war among the Han army resulted from Temujin's abandonment of Halakalin, then Temujin would have made a profit. Ding! The royal cities of the Mongolian Empire, Hala and Lincheng, were captured by the Han Empire lords. I just want to farm well and Jiujiao Lao Qin. The Mongolian Empire was removed from the list. Its territory's popular support minus 50%. Public security minus 50%. And Temujin's reputation 50%. The territory of the Mongol Empire, the dependent Khanate is independent, is owned by the Han Empire. And the cultural influence of the Han Empire civilization within its territory is plus 50%. Ding! The nomadic tribes and populations controlled by the Mongol Empire are more likely to defect to the Han Empire. Ding! Because of the demise of the Mongol Empire, Great Khan Temujin lost his identity as the boss of the barbarian camp. Attila, the whip of God and leader of the Huns, became the new boss of the barbarian camp. Ding! The legendary hero Temujin lost his identity as the Great Khan of the Mongol Empire, and the points he earned disappeared. Ding! Distribute rewards based on your contribution to the attack on Hala and Lincheng.
When there was a fight outside the Lord's mansion, the stone monument of the Lord's mansion was smashed by Yu Fei's general Niu Gao with his maces. At the moment when the stone tablet broke, during the Fourth National War, the largest Mongol empire collapsed. A 50% drop in public sentiment is equivalent to the tribes in Mabei no longer obeying Temujin's orders. If Temujin wants to restore his rule over these tribes scattered throughout Mabei, he needs to restart the war to unify the Mongolian tribes. During this period, the Han Empire entrenched in Mabei had time to embrace these tribes and incorporate them into the empire's territory. Temujin officially became an exile force, except for some Mongolian tribes that migrated to the western regions, Central Asia, and Siberia. The remaining Mongolian tribes with a population of several million are scattered throughout Mabei and are out of control. Mabei once again returned to the chaotic situation that it was in the civilized area. However, the chaotic situation is temporary, and the princes of the Han Empire will not miss the opportunity to harvest the Mabei tribe. The population of the Mongolian tribes itself is an excellent source of cavalry. Lu Bu and Yang Dian, who were still being delayed outside, were furious when they heard the system prompts. They were delayed by Yu Fei and Zhang Liao's delaying tactics. But Niu Gao was lucky enough to win the battle, because the general who destroyed the stone monument of the Lord's mansion was Chu Tian's general. Chu Tian received a relatively large share of the rewards for capturing Hala and Forest. Suffer death. Lu Bu felt that he was being played by Zhang Liao. Regardless of his past friendship with Zhang Liao, Fang Tian drew his halberd and knocked away Zhang Liao's weapon, pointing directly at Zhang Liao. Hu Sanyang changed her color. Lu Fengxian. No! Jiujiu Laoqin, dressed in black, appeared. His tone was unquestionable, and he actually stopped Lu Bu. Fang Tian's painted halberd was only 1 foot away from Zhang Liao, and he was about to kill Zhang Liao when he suddenly stopped. Lao Qin was worried that a war would suddenly break out within the Han army, giving Temujin an opportunity to take advantage. So he stopped Lu Bu. The rewards have been divided by the system. It is useless to fight at this time. Chu Tian is far away and has more troops. Snort! Lu Bu put away Fang Tian's painted halberd, and Zhang Liao was sweating profusely. He clearly realized that his own force was no match for Lu Bu. If he wanted to defeat Lu Bu, he could only rely on legions to fight. Yang Dian was also a little dissatisfied. Lord, the stone tablet is clearly ours. Enough is enough. Although Lao Qin was dissatisfied, there was nothing he could do. Temujin was fleeing to Siberia. He could only sigh when he heard that his empire collapsed, and that millions of people scattered in Mabei could not be mobilized. There is nothing worse than this, and it has been strategically suppressed by the opponent. Great Khan. Borsche never followed. Among the initial 4 cowards, Mawali was on the run, leaving only Chilwen still with Temujin. Whether Timur, the new timid general of the Shui army, is loyal or not, remains to be seen. Did Borsche fail to stop them? Or did Borsche die in the battle? Temujin knew that Borsche most likely chose to die in battle in order to hold off Yu Fei as much as possible. The 4 great Kixus had a close relationship with Temujin. Otherwise Temujin would not have chosen the 4 of them to command the Qishu army. Today, only half of the 4 great warriors are left. They have also lost Mabei, the place where they started and were most loyal to Temujin, and their strength has been damaged by more than half. Qi Laowen also seemed to realize that Borsche was likely to have died in the battle, and said to Temujin, Great Khan, where should we go next? The city of Irkutsk on Lake Baikal, which was supposed to be the territory of a lord of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, is already a prosperous medium-sized city. Temujin looked towards Siberia in the north, seeming to think of the disaster in the Western Region Protectorate. Regarding its plan, we might as well learn a few tricks from the cunning lords of the Han Empire. In the Seljuk Empire,
Ogdi had a headache due to his suppression of the exiled second Sultan Alp Arslan. Arslan was also a legendary Seljuk Sultan. In history, he defeated the Byzantine Empire army and captured the Byzantine Emperor alive. So Arslan's resistance is very active. If the royal city of the Seljuk Empire had not been captured, resulting in a 50% drop in the prestige of the Seljuk Empire Sultan and a 50% drop in popular support, Ogdi and Yeludashi would have even weaker control over the Seljuk Empire. It was precisely because of the restraints of Arslan's Seljuk Empire rebel army and the legions of the Western Region Protectorate that Wokutai and Yeludashi were unable to even send troops to assist Mobe, and watched Hara and Lin being bulldozed by the Han army. After hearing the news that the Mongol Empire was removed from Lords, Ogdi was unable to come to his senses. He also did not expect that the expeditionary force of the Han Empire could really sweep across Mobe. Regardless of Temujin's life or death, Mobe, which the Mongolian Empire relied on for survival, was annexed by the Han Empire. Temujin lost at least several million people, and lost after losing his identity as the Great Khan of the Mongol Empire. His prestige plummeted. If he can remain the Great Khan of the Mongol Empire until the rewards are settled in the first year of the national war, then Temujin may still have a chance to make a comeback. However, Temujin's loss of status as a lord meant that he could not receive the first year's reward settlement. At the current ranking of the barbarian camps, leaders such as Attila, the Whip of God, Stormy Paradise, the King of the Mayan civilization, Tolai of the Ilkhanate, and Joki of the Golden Horde are on the top. Replacing Temujin, the huge points Temujin had accumulated in the barbarian camp were destroyed in one fell swoop. This affected not only Temujin, but also the forces of Ogdi, Joki, and Tolai. They were inevitably affected. Ogdi assisted Temujin with weapons and food, and Joki assisted the Chonsun army, but they were still unable to curb the sudden decline of the Mongol Empire. Yeludashi, are we really unable to compete with the Han Empire? Wokutai looked at Yeludashi, who he regarded as his confidant. Yeludashi, like Wokutai, is an emperor-level figure. He pondered for a while and replied, "We cannot fight with him for the time being. Wait until there is civil strife, and then try to break it." Wokutai was silent after hearing this. "I understand." Joki of the Golden Horde, who was dealing with the main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, also received the system prompt. The demise of the suzerainty of the Golden Horde meant that the Golden Horde officially gained its independent identity. However, the situation in the Golden Horde did not improve at all. The Grand Duchy of Moscow is the mortal enemy of the Golden Horde. Even if Catherine takes away tens of thousands of elites, there will still be hundreds of thousands of troops attacking the Golden Horde. Bada's eldest son's army should not be completely wiped out. Joki had an uneasy premonition. He didn't know that his fifth son was killed by Polish hussars on the Mabe battlefield. The Polish hussars are a relatively unfamiliar unit to the Golden Horde, because when the Polish hussars were formally formed in history, the Golden Horde had already declined. It's unbelievable that Father Khan failed. The Ilkhanate's Tolai learned the news of the demise of the Mongol Empire almost at the same time. The Ilkhanate also gained independence and became a civilization with independent power, gradually becoming West Asian. In addition to the people in Temujin's forces, there are also the lords of other civilizations, who are even more unbelievable. How is it possible? The Empire of Temujin, the great boss of the world's barbarian camp, couldn't even survive the first year? Marshall, the Lord of the United States, was forming a federal alliance, preparing to seize the top spot in the world, but found that the Mongolian Empire, the monster house in East Asia, was bulldozed by the Han Empire. Not only the Mongol Empire in Mabe, but also the Ogdi Khanate and Chagatai Khanate were wiped out, which was equivalent to 5 countries, and 3 of them were destroyed. If it were not for the later occupation of the Seljuk Empire and the occupation of the Kingdom of Khwarezm, Temujin might have suffered even greater losses. Despite this, the 5 countries represented by Temujin lost more than half of their power, from being hegemons dominating Mabe, the Western regions, Central Asia, and even half of West Asia and Eastern Europe. They became a regional civilization occupying Central Asia and parts of West Asia and Eastern Europe. It's not easy to be sandwiched between several big forces, and the balance of several forces is also being maintained. To the east was the Han Empire. To the south was the Kushan Empire and the Mughal Empire of India. To the west was the Persian Empire. To the north was the Grand Duchy of Muscovy. And in the middle was the remnant of Temujin's power. In addition to these major forces, there are also forces such as the Japanese civilization, the Anan civilization, the Seljuk Empire Uprising Army, and the Koryo Uprising Army. They are still confused and the war continues. The pattern of the eastern continent changed because of this national war. This was something that the princes of the Han Empire did not expect at first. But the crisis between the Mongol Empire and the Han Empire was basically resolved. If the Mongol Empire wanted to attack the Han Empire again, it could basically only attack through the west. One of the Western Region Protectorate and Su Fengnian stationed at Yumen Pass or the Ili Valley will temporarily block the threat from the west for the Han Empire. Their location determines their mission. Temujin's power is located in Central Asia, which is similar to Chutian's in the Central Plains, with enemies on all sides. Halagoran was captured. Chu Tian inexplicably obtained 2 recruitment orders, one with a 3-month cooldown period and the other with a 6-month cooldown period. This is the reward for capturing Halagoran. More rewards still come from the settlement of points rankings. As for Lao Qin, he was depressed for a long time because Niu Gao robbed the stone tablet and only received a recruitment order. In terms of just attacking the city of Hala and Lin, the Guanzhong army's contribution was no less than that of the Bingzhou army, or even more, because the Bingzhou army was still fighting with Borshu's Qishua army. As for why the cooldown period of the 2 recruitment orders is different, Chu Tian can only simply think that the cooldown period of the recruitment order is 6 months. And the characters recruited are rarer? Apart from this speculation, Chu Tian had no other ideas. After Chu Tian captured Xiao Chua and Xiao Talon, he continued to chase north, according to the marks on the parchment map. Going further north would leave Mobei and enter the relatively desolate Siberia. Siberia has the famous Lake Baikal. However, Chu Tian had no leisure at this time and led his army to visit Lake Baikal. The strength of the Han army is hundreds of thousands. When such a large army arrives at Lake Baikal, they cannot eat grass like war horses. The dry food and arrows carried by the Han army were exhausted during the pursuit. When Witsubing attacked the Xiongnu in Mobei, he almost chased them to Lake Baikal and then withdrew. Retreat for now. Chu Tian learned that the overall situation in Mobei was decided. Since the 2 teleportation arrays of Hala and Lin and Mobei Dragon City were controlled by the Han Empire, there was no longer any suspense. He took Xiao Chua, Xiao Talon and 4,000 captured Liao cavalry back to Mobei Longcheng. Other soldiers and horses may suffer losses or gains. The specific situation depends on returning to Mobei Dragon City. Xiao Chua didn't know whether she was scared to cry by Chu Tian or whether she cried intentionally. Anyway, it made Chu Tian feel like she had been bullied. Xiao Talon thought that Chu Tian had done something to the general he respected, so he glared at Chu Tian all the way, leaving Chu Tian confused. He still hopes that Xiao Chua can face the reality bravely. There is no future in serving the Liao Kingdom. Only by serving him can he be granted the title of Marquis in General. At present, the Liao Kingdom's basic base is only the Horkan grassland, although it can support many cavalry. Once the cold winter comes, the grassland's ability to withstand a cold winter may not freeze to death many soldiers and horses. The Liao Kingdom has no future, and is now at most a large nomadic tribe. Lord, are you treating her right? Hua Mulan was a little skeptical. If Chu Tian hadn't done anything, how could Xiao Chua have been crying for several days? Dot! Chu Tian didn't answer. There is a cavalry approaching from the front, numbering tens of thousands. Prepare for battle. When Chu Tian and others returned to the division, they unexpectedly encountered a cavalry force of tens of thousands of people from the south. Is it the cavalry of the Liao Kingdom? Xiao Chua quickly stopped sobbing and had a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the cavalry of the Liao Kingdom could appear and rescue her from the clutches of the great devil Chu Tian. But Xiao Chua soon rejected his idea. Even if the Liao cavalry escaped, they would not stop here and would either flee to Siberia or to the Horkan grassland. Both routes could potentially escape the pursuit of the Han army. The Han army had to consider the food consumption of returning to Longcheng in Mobei. But the Liao army, which put life preservation first, did not. On the horizon, a thin line appeared. First a row of black cavalry, then groups of Polish hussars, gorgeous wing decorations fluttering, and Cossack cavalry hanging Cossack sabers. This special unit appeared in Mobei, and you could tell it was Yekaterina's cavalry at a glance. Chu Tian put down his arm, and Iron Eagle Scout put down his bow and arrow. The Polish hussars and Cossack cavalry seemed intent on showing off their equestrian skills, and they did not stop until they approached the Han cavalry. Ekaterina's horse almost hit Chu Tian's Juing, and could not hold back the reins. How did you get it? Here! Chu Tian's eyes moved toward Xiao Chua, Xiao Talon, and the 4,000 Liao cavalry. Chu Tian and Hua Mulan carried only 10,000 troops. They killed thousands of people and generals along the way, captured 4,000 prisoners, and captured a legendary general and a Liao general. Such a record was a miracle in itself. Some of the other soldiers and horses were thrown away by the captain, who was good at marching. Some were counterattacked, and some captured a group of prisoners. But the harvest was not as rich as Chu Tian. Not bad. Yekaterina's eyes swept across the Liao prisoners, and finally landed on Xiaochua. Xiaochua, who was young and had a hint of intelligence in his eyes, seemed to be a troublesome opponent. She pointed the riding crop at Xiaochua. This is yours. Harvest? Certainly. Chu Tian was very proud of capturing the legendary hero of Liao, unaware that Catherine had other intentions. Yekaterina's eyes gradually became cold, and she turned her head and ignored Chu Tian. Bathory! Khmelnytsky! Let's return to Dragon City! Catherine no longer pursued, but returned to the city with tens of thousands of cavalry. Something is wrong! Chu Tian led the cavalry to catch up. Xiaochua's eyes changed, and he seemed to have discovered the complicated relationship. Hua Mulan snorted coldly. Don't think about any tricks. With your ability, it is impossible to use any tricks in front of me. Yeah. After Xiaochua discovered that Chu Tian intended to make him loyal and would not kill him, he thought things were developing in an interesting direction. If you dare to play any tricks, I will kill you with one knife. Hua Mulan's favorability toward Xiaochua is relatively low, perhaps because she realizes that Xiaochua has an impact on her status, just like she had a verbal dispute with Ekaterina. Good sister, how dare I play any tricks? Is it my life in your hands? Xiaochua deliberately approached Hua Mulan. No matter how nice you talk, it won't help. Hua Mulan still had a straight face. Xiao Liang told her that she should beware of women like Xiaochua. It hurts, Xiaochua deliberately exclaimed in a low voice while riding a horse. You? Hua Mulan was stimulated. In order to see Xiaochua's face, Chu Tian deliberately recruited Xiaochua to surrender, which made the relationship between everyone around him more complicated. Catherine also captured thousands of cavalry, including Bata's eldest son army. Soldiers from all walks of life sent back battle reports one after another. Yuchi Gong and Cheng Yaojin killed Buli Batur, one of Tanmachi's 5 vanguards, and Tanmachi's combat power dropped significantly. Buli Batur's military strength may be over 90, but when faced with 2 powerful generals of the early Tang dynasty, he was still defeated and hated. Chu Tian credited Yuchi Gong and Cheng Yaojin for killing Buli Batur. Chu Tian was a little worried that the killing of Liao generals would cause Xiaochua and Xiao Talon to be unwilling to surrender, or to rebel at any time after surrender. However, brother Yeluxiu, Yelu Xiezhen and others had relatively good relations with Xiaochua, and the generals, who could be regarded as Xiaochua's subordinates, seemed to have escaped. 2 heads rolled, and the white-robed army of Zhao Yun, Xuerengui, and Chen Qingji returned, full of blood. Obviously, the white-robe army went through a fierce battle. Wan Inqin, Pucha Shiji. The 3 white-robed generals were calm and composed. Pucha Shiji. Chu Tian had seen this Jin Kingdom military general during the Battle of Jingkong. This man was a fierce Jurchen general. According to historical records, he could kill an adult cow with his bare hands. In the copy of the Battle of Jingkong, Pucha Shiji even reached the pseudo-holy level after being strengthened. Of course, in the main world, Pucha Shiji's military power just reached the imperial level, but he was still killed by Zhao Yun and Xuerengui. Wan Yinxin's background is even greater. This man was both civil and military, and participated in the attacks on Liao, Song, and the establishment of the Jin Kingdom. He was regarded as Wan Yenaguda's humoral minister. The Jurchen tribe originally had no writing, so Wan Yinxin was ordered to create Jurchen characters and create new characters based on Khitan characters and Chinese characters to spell the Jurchen language. Such a character, at least the 2 attributes of commander and politics are not too low. But he was still killed by the white-robe army. The white-robed army killed many generals of the Jin Kingdom at once, making Wan Yenagu's situation worse. Li Mu came back from chasing Timur and killed 10,000 households. The lame Timur ran away very fast, but he was allowed to escape. There was also Li Guang who came back. Li Guang pursued Yelu Abaoji. Later Yelu Abaoji joined Yelu Xiuga and Yelu Xiezhen, and several cavalry commanders joined forces to repel Li Guang. Li Guang returned to the army. Although he made some gains, his 2,000 cavalry were almost wiped out. Li Guang's ability is very close to that in history, because Li Guang also had a record of being besieged by the Huns, which led to the collapse of the army. Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty once dismissed Li Guang because of Li Guang's defeat. However, Li Guang was able to escape from the siege of several big figures in the Liao Kingdom, and he was worthy of the title of Flying General. After all, Li Guang only brought 2,000 people. Feng Tangi Lao. Li Guang is hard to seal. Chu Tian found that Li Guang's luck was indeed hard to describe. If Li Guang could successfully kill Yilu Abaoji during this trip to Mabe, then the title of Marquis would be a sure thing. General Li, don't be discouraged. I will make you the vanguard next time. Chu Tianji could only comfort Li Guang. Li Guang had just reached his 30s, and there would be many battles in the future. There should be no shortage of opportunities to become a marquis. Then, Chu Tian set his eyes on Xiaochua. You? What do you want to do? Xiaochua seemed to sense that Chu Tian wanted to take advantage of her, and immediately became vigilant. Can you recruit Brother Yel Xiao, Yelu Xiezhen and others to surrender? Chu Tian discovered that Xiaochua's values seemed to be more than that. Chapter 655. Cowardly Shui Jun Soldier Talisman. In Mabe Dragon City, the soldiers and horses who were pursuing them from all directions returned, and the number of captured cavalry alone was tens of thousands. Tongchua's Beifu army and Sun Jian's Jiangdong army also made gains. After the demise of the Mongol Empire, tens of thousands of households in Longcheng, Mabe, quickly surrendered to the princes of the Han Empire. Chu Tian took a look at the rankings. He and Lao Qin both got some points by capturing Hara and Lin. More points came from the battle with Temujin and the Five Emperors coalition. First place, Han Empire, Chu Tian, with 1.25 million points. Second place, Marshall, United States, with 850,000 points. Third place, Han Empire, Huan, with 800,000 points. Fourth place, Kingdom of Macedonia, Alexander, with 780,000 points. Fifth place, Han Empire, Lao Qin, with 770,000 points. Sixth place, Brahmin, Mughal Empire, India, with 770,000 points. Seventh place, Persian Empire, Ardashir, with 750,000 points. Eighth place, Roman Republic, Constantine, with 720,000 points. Ninth place, Ekaterina of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, with 700,000 points. 10th place, Han Empire, Mingwan, with 690,000 points. 11th place, Holy Roman Empire, Hohenzollern, with 610,000 points. 12th place, Vaishya, Mughal Empire, India, with 550,000 points. 13th place, Arab Empire, Umayyad, with 520,000 points. 14th place, Kingdom of France, Louis, with 450,000 points. 15th place, Japanese Shogunate, Oda Nobunaga, with 400,000 points. The points ranking list has not changed much. It is basically dominated by a group of lords at the front. The points gap between the lords in the front is very big, while the points of the lords in the rear are concentrated between 100,000 and 400,000. There are countless as many as 10 people. The two civilized lords of the United States and the Mughals in India had the tendency to catch up from behind. This time even Ekaterina failed to make it into the top 5. In the ranking list of the barbarian camp, Temujin's name has disappeared and is not considered by the system to be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. Otherwise, Temujin might really get a generous reward this year to make a comeback. Yekaterina seemed a little angry. And after Chu Tian came back, Xiao Liang, who learned that the army had captured Xiaochua, also became emotional. These three people all believed that the other party was difficult to deal with, and they divided into 3 camps. Xiaochua looked at Xiao Liang, then looked at Ekaterina, knowing that the relationship was a bit complicated, and his arrival seemed to intensify the Shura field. The Siberian city of Irkutsk? When Yekaterina was sulking, she obtained an extremely important piece of information and had to come to Chu Tian. You mean? On Lake Baikal, a lord of the Grand Duchy of Moscow originally built a city. When it was occupied by the cavalry sent by Temujin, it was still a small city? Chu Tian learned incredible news from Yekaterina. Yekaterina nodded. Exactly. Some of the lords around Lake Baikal belong to our Grand Duchy of Moscow. Their goal is to reclaim Siberia while avoiding the melee in Eastern Europe. Later, Temujin rose up and occupied Lake Baikal. Lake Baikal became one of Temujin's pastures. The city of Irkutsk was also occupied by Temujin. What is worrying now is that Temujin is preparing to upgrade the city of Irkutsk into a large city. You should know what it means, what?
Chu Tian nodded. Large cities can activate teleportation arrays. One of the Western Region Protectorate once used a similar trick to deceive Temujin and open the teleportation array of the Cheshire Kingdom so that the expeditionary force of the Han Empire could be teleported directly to the Cheshire Kingdom. If the city of Irkutsk was suddenly upgraded to a large city, then it would not be difficult to explain why the Mongolian cavalry would choose to flee to Siberia after their defeat. Because there is an unexpected teleportation array in Siberia.
Temujin must have been deeply impressed after being tricked by Huan. And he must have been making preparations this winter.
At this time, Chu Tian no longer had enough food to expedition to Irkutsk city. And Irkutsk city was too far away from Mobe Longcheng.
Temujin lost millions of people in Mobe. And his strength was damaged by at least half. The threat to the Han Empire was basically eliminated.
Although there may be a teleportation array in Irkutsk city, Chu Tian is not too worried. The threat in Mobe is lifted. And he can send a team of cavalry to occupy Irkutsk city in the future. The city of Irkutsk can support only a few 100,000 people at most. Temujin probably would not choose to use Irkutsk as his base, because there is not much room for development in Irkutsk.
What if Temujin goes to the Golden Horde?
Yekaterina pinched Chu Tian hard. She came to Mobe in order to eliminate the eldest son army of the Golden Horde. Now, Temujin may escape to the Golden Horde and lie dormant through the teleportation array. Then the Golden Horde will not be weakened, but strengthened.
It is indeed possible. If Temujin appears in the Golden Horde, I will send a support army to the Volga River to completely solve Temujin's future problems.
After Yekaterina sent a support army to help him, Chu Tian promised to send a support army to help her if necessary. This is called a courtesy exchange. It seems that traveling to Eastern Europe in person can also help you become familiar with the local terrain. Chu Tian has not been to Eastern Europe once. After hearing this, Yekaterina was in a good mood and her eyes seemed to be brighter.
Will you come in person? Only my cavalry bonus can compete with Temujin.
Chu Tian touched Ekaterina's head, trying to calm her down. After all, he has enemies all over the world in the West. He has stolen King Arthur of England and Joan of Arc from France. He is basically enemies with the United States, Rome, and Macedonia. Catherine is a rare ally.
If you come to Eastern Europe, I will definitely imprison you. I will not let you leave.
Ekaterina muttered.
Nothing.
Yekaterina waved her hands repeatedly. Her mood gradually brightened because of Xiaochua's destruction. Temujin fled to the city of Irkutsk north of Lake Baikal in a hurry.
Juan Itaguda and Yeluaboji didn't come with us. They are probably disappointed with us.
Timur limped in front of Temujin with a gray face. Timur was chased all the way to Lake Baikal by Li Mu. If Li Mu hadn't needed to ensure the food back home, Li Mu would have chased him as far as Irkutsk.
Juan Itaguda and Yeluaboji still plan to struggle in the grasslands and mountains of Monan? If they stay here, they will only become prisoners of the Han army.
After Temujin's prestige declined, he could barely control a group of subordinates. But they were not so loyal.
Please ask the Great Khan to go to the Golden Horde.
Badu was injured while being chased by Catherine. And now he is almost like Timur, almost becoming a cripple. He had already learned that the main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow was launching an offensive against the Golden Horde while the Battle of Mabe was going on. The eldest son army was leaving the Golden Horde. The Golden Horde, which lacked the eldest son army, was completely suppressed by the Grand Duchy of Moscow, known as the European Military Police. Bada thought it was necessary to ask Temujin to go to the Golden Horde to help. Although Temujin lost his identity as the Great Khan of the Mongol Empire, he was still a powerful cavalry hero.
The Golden Horde.
Temujin knew that he had only 3 places to go. To seek refuge with his 3 sons, Joki, Tolii or Ogodii.
Go to the Golden Horde.
Temujin was silent for a while, then led the remaining troops into the teleportation array in Irkutsk and headed for the Golden Horde in Eastern Europe. As Chu Tian speculated, although Irkutsk city was forcibly built into a large city by Temujin during this period as a retreat, the population and military strength near Irkutsk city were not enough to compete with the occupied desert, facing the Han army in the north. He could only choose to avoid the main force of the Han army and flee to other khanates to temporarily avoid the limelight. After the Han Empire's expeditionary force occupied Mobe, they began to conquer the tribes in Mobe and plunder the population. Chu Tian, Laoqin, and Tonke were plundering the population in the central and western parts, while Mingwan and Wang Defa were plundering the population in the east. Some tribes surrendered and became vassals of the Han Empire.
Chu Tian wanted to monopolize the two large cities of Mabe Longcheng, Hala and Lin. Our cavalry is not as good as Chu Zimu, so we have to give up Mabe. Otherwise the cost of governance will drag down Guanlong's finances. Let Chu Zimu run Mabe, which will consume his financial resources. But we have to take away part of the population. After discussing with Jia Su, Lao Qin thought that since he could not compete with Chu Tian for control of Mabe, it was better to hand over control of Mabe quickly and bring the plundered population back to Bingzhou and Liangzhou to enrich the local population. The civilization of the Mongol Empire was easily assimilated. So when these plundered populations were settled locally, they would soon assimilate. At the same time, it provides excellent cavalry sources for Bingzhou and Liangzhou. Out of various considerations, Chu Tian chose to take over Mabe. If Mabe is not under control, it will always be a huge trouble in the future. There are still many tribes in Mabe that have not yet surrendered. Old Qin only plundered hundreds of thousands of people, while Chu Tian also plundered hundreds of thousands of people. It will take at least several years to occupy Mabe. Over time, tribes with a population of several million were completely integrated into the ruling system. The cost of ruling Mabe is very high, and there are many benefits. It can only be said that people have different opinions. Chu Tian also unexpectedly got 2 military talismans. This military talisman was originally Gong Sun Zan's prop, used to recruit White Horse followers. After he died in battle, the military talisman has no effect on me. Prince Yin handed Gong Sun Zan's White Horse righteous military talisman to Chu Tian. Rather than being a lord, Prince Yin is more like a subordinate of Chu Tian. Gong Sun Zan's White Horse righteous soldier talisman can recruit 5,000 White Horse righteous followers. Chu Tian did not expect that Gong Sun Zan had such a prop. He took the weapon talisman and looked at its description. Name, White Horse righteous soldier talisman. Grade, King level treasure. Effect 1. Those who hold the weapon talisman can recruit up to 5,000 White Horse followers, 6th level light cavalry. Effect 2. If the person holding the weapon talisman already has a special unit, his unit will be overwritten. The number of special units for White Horse followers can be superimposed. Among all the generals in Chu Tian, only Zhao Yun had the same military type as Gong Sun Zan. The White Horse eats song. So Chu Tian summoned Zhao Yun and gave this soldier talisman to Zhao Yun as a special reward. Zhao Yun gained a lot this time. Thank you, my lord. After Zhao Yun obtained Gong Sun Zan's military talisman, the upper limit of the number of White Horse each song increased from 3,000 to 8,000. In addition to Qin Qingji's 7,000 white robes, the white robes also had Zhao Yun's 8,000 White Horse followers. As a light cavalry corps, the white robes' combat power was strengthened. All military generals have made meritorious service in this war. It is estimated that these military generals will be rewarded after returning to the Central Plains. In addition to the Beima Yisong soldier talisman, Yu Fei handed over a soldier talisman of Yishua Jun, which was more precious than the Beima Yisong soldier talisman. It is said that this is a trophy obtained from Borshu, one of the 4 cowards. Name, Qishua Jun soldier talisman. Grade, Imperial treasure. Effect 1. Those who hold the weapon talisman can recruit up to 2,500 cowardly Shui troops, 9th level heavy cavalry. Effect 2. If the person holding the military talisman already has a special military type, his military type will be overwritten. A general can only hold at most 1 Qishua army military talisman. Effect 3. Those who hold the soldier talisman can obtain the SS level characteristics. For Great Qishua, when commanding the Qishua army, the Qishua army's attack power plus 15%. Defense power plus 12%, and impact power plus 12%. Against the enemy, the army produces a fear effect. A hero can only have 2 cavalry type characteristics at most. After reading the description of the Qishua army soldier talisman, Chu Tian understood something. In other words, as long as you have the Qishua army soldier talisman, you can recruit 2,500 Qishua army soldiers. And you can also get additional cavalry type characteristics. Chu Tian realized that this was a good thing. And it also had special properties, which were much more advanced than the military talisman of Beima Yisong. No wonder the Beima Yisong soldier talisman is a king-level treasure, while the Qishua army soldier talisman is an emperor-level treasure. The Mongolian Empire only had 4 Qishua army talismans, forming a Qishua army of 10,000 people. The 4 major Qishua troops under Temujin's command are more powerful precisely because they possess this kind of military talisman. The 4 cowardly characteristics belong to SS-level cavalry characteristics. because Chu Tian already has the SSS level characteristics Samwang Bailu and Fing Langjutsu. And the cavalry type characteristics are already full. He can no longer obtain the 4 cowardly characteristics. Obviously, Temujin also gave the 4 Qixue army talismans to the 4 Qixue soldiers because his cavalry characteristics were full, so as to increase the power of the 4 Qixue soldiers when they lead troops alone. Temujin did not always stay with the 4 major Qixue. When fighting on multiple fronts, or when someone needed to cut off the rear, he had to divide his troops. The Qixue army soldier talisman played a role. Who should use it? Chu Tian knew that if he chose the recipient of the reward, the recipient would most likely become a general of the Shui army. Chu Tian thought for a while, and temporarily put away the Shui Jun soldier talisman. The talisman of the Qixue army will cover the original special arms, and a hero can only have 2 cavalry type characteristics at most. The candidates for the generals of the Qixue army need to be carefully considered. Chu Tian estimated that of the other 3 Qie Shui Jun soldiers, one was in the hands of Timur, Bora was killed in battle. One was in the hands of Muhuali, and the other was in the hands of Qi Laowen. If he can collect 4 Qixue army talismans, then he can have Temujin's 10,000 Qixue army. This is an extremely terrifying force, comparable to the Holy Meteor cavalry of the Persian Empire. There are also 9th level cavalry in the Han Empire, such as the Xuanjiao army, Li Shimen, and the Jianong Zidi army, Xiangyu. But they are not popular yet. No matter what, Yu Fei's gains this time can be said to have made a great contribution. Logically speaking, Chu Tian could also give this military talisman to Yu Fei. But Yu Fei already had an army of 8,000 people on his back, which was not inferior to the 2,500 people of Shui's army. To give Yu Fei the military talisman of Qie Shui's army and cover Bei Wei's army would be a waste of natural resources. Miss Sir, you have captured Xiao Chua. How do you plan to dispose of her? After Chu Tian comforted Ekaterina, it was Xiao Liang's turn to protest again. She is even more difficult to appease than Ekaterina. After all, Xiao Liang has been with Chu Tian for a long time and knows Chu Tian very well. She knew exactly what Chu Tian was thinking. As a civil servant or military advisor, or as a commander-in-chief, Chu Tian knew that Xiao Chua was a legendary hero of the tetrathlon type, so he had a foothold in both military and political affairs. Is that all? Xia Tianliang scratched Chu Tian's body with his fingers, sending a chill down Chu Tian's back. That should be it. But she's not willing to be loyal yet. Chu Tian grabbed Xiao Liang's hand. Xiao Liang wanted to retract his fingers, but it was to no avail. Maybe I could try to find her weak spot. Do you have any idea? Only women understand women. Xiao Liang volunteered to recruit Xiao Chua to surrender. In the Golden Horde, Temujin's eldest son Shuchi salutes Temujin as he arrives. Although the Golden Horde has become independent, Temujin is still his father after all. Welcome, Father Khan. No need to salute. Temujin shook his head in frustration. A group of generals from the Mongol Empire were injured or killed. Bada said to Joki, Father, Shiban was killed by that woman from St. Petersburg. When Joki heard that his 5th son, Shiban, had been killed, his face turned pale. Ekaterina is the #1 enemy of the Golden Horde. Ekaterina not only has the heroes of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, but also has the Viking civilization hero Harold and the Varangian Guards, the Polish civilization hero Batary and Polish Hussars, Ukrainian Cossack leader Khmelnytsky, etc. The Golden Horde struggled to support themselves in the face of polar bear-like forces. Even Joki's 5th son died in attacks by Polish Hussars and Cossack cavalry. Bada added, the Chengzi army also suffered heavy losses in the battle in Mobay. Father Khan, please take action and help us defeat the Grand Duchy of Muscovy. Joki asked Temujin for help. Only Temujin and the remaining generals could use the strength of the Golden Horde to defeat the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The generals of the Golden Horde were one step behind Temujin and others, and the cavalry commanded by Temujin, Subutai and others were different from Joki and Batu. It is said that the woman from the Grand Duchy of Moscow is inextricably linked to Chu Zimu, a prince of the Han Empire. He might support Yekaterina. Timur, who had been silent until now, took the initiative to speak. After Timur's General Borshu was killed in the battle, his status among Temujin and others was higher. Moreover, Timur also killed Gong Sunzan and made military exploits. Bada said, the Han Empire is so far away from Eastern Europe. Chu Zimu cannot dispatch too many troops. So don't worry. Don't forget, the Grand Duchy of Moscow has hundreds of thousands of troops. Even if Chu Zimu's main army does not arrive, as long as he and his generals arrive and only bring tens of thousands of people. We will be tired of dealing with them. When Timur mentioned Chu Tian's terror, he couldn't help but think of Xiao Chua. He wondered if that woman had escaped. What Timur didn't know was that his ideal woman fell into Chu Tian's clutches. Even so, we must defeat the Grand Duchy of Moscow. For the loss of Mabe, we must obtain compensation in Eastern Europe. One day, we will fight back to Mabe. Temujin's tone was low. The blow of losing Mabe was too big. All Temujin could do was to lose the East and gain the Mulberry. The spies of the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Golden Horde's royal city of Sarajevo discovered that Temujin and others had fled to the Golden Horde. It is not difficult to find that there is an extra cavalry in the royal city of the Golden Horde. Temujin cowardly defeated Shui's army in the Western Region War, the West Asian War, and the Mabe War, and almost the entire army was wiped out. The Golden Horde had a pseudo-Shui army built in imitation of the Mongol Empire. Although its rank was lower than that of Temujin's Shui army, it was also a powerful cavalry force. The adjutant Sophia served as the supervisor of the Grand Duchy of Moscow's army, supervising dozens of generals to attack the Golden Horde. They fought many battles with Joki, winning more than they lost. She received information from the scouts in Sarai City. How did Temujin get to the Golden Horde? This important news must be notified to the Duke as soon as possible. Order all legions to move to defense. After Sophia obtained the information, she immediately stopped the offensive against the Golden Horde, and Temujin went into exile, destroying the pattern of Eastern Europe. Yekaterina is resting in Mabe Dragon City. The Viking hero Harold regained his physical strength and led the Varangian Guards to show off their strength. The Varangian Guards became famous in the Battle of Mabe. However, Dienwei was unhappy with Harold and often competed with Harold. The two sides fought to the death in the arena, and their fists were hard to the flesh. Both men are fierce men who make friends with their fists. Temujin did arrive in the Golden Horde. I had to go back and take charge of the overall situation. Yekaterina received a notice from Sophia, confirming that Temujin took the remaining troops into exile in the Golden Horde. If you can't defeat Temujin, you can contact me at any time, and I will bring tens of thousands of people to support. Chu Tian personally sent Ekaterina away. If you think about it carefully, the situation of Catherine's orphaned and widowed mother in St. Petersburg is not optimistic compared to Xiao Chua in history. Chu Tian felt somewhat guilty. I don't need your help. If you must come to St. Petersburg, of course, I won't refuse. Ekaterina thought for a while and gave up her stubbornness. It's rare for Chu Tian to want to take a trip to Eastern Europe. When Temujin arrives in the Golden Horde, the pressure from the Golden Horde on the Grand Duchy of Moscow will be unprecedented. Harold, Bathory, Khmelnytsky and other heroes followed Catherine and watched their lord say goodbye to the Lord of the East. If the two people join forces, maybe they can push the Golden Horde to an even level. Dirty woman, don't die in the battle with the Golden Horde. Otherwise no one will talk back to me. Because Xiao Liang briefly joined forces with Ekaterina this time, the relationship between the two has eased. Especially Xiao Chua's arrival made both of them aware of the crisis. Catherine was dissatisfied. Don't curse me. I will kill Temujin. After Yekaterina finished speaking, she whispered in Xiao Liang's ear. Keep an eye on Chu Tian, and don't let him be possessed by Xiao Chua. As you wish. Xiao Liang shakes hands with Ekaterina. Both of them have sons. And after joining forces, they can really control the order of the harem. Ekaterina of the Grand Duchy of Moscow has returned to the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Jiujian Lao Qin learned that Yekaterina had returned. Lao Qin was a little wary of Yekaterina. After all, he didn't know whether Yekaterina would participate in the civil war between the princes of the Han Empire in the future. Catherine's Varangian Guards, Polish Hussars and other high-level units are unfamiliar to the Han Empire, and their abilities are also very special, such as the Varangian Guard's special violent mechanism and the Polish Hussars' wing decorations. Effect? If Catherine intervened in the civil war between the princes of the Han Empire, things would be much more complicated. For this battle achievement, we can ask the Emperor to report it and make him the king. Lao Qin seemed to have made an important decision. The official positions of various princes have reached their peak. Due to Chu Tian's contribution, he was granted the title of general. Mingguan destroyed the Goryeo and Fuyu kingdoms, stabilized Liaodong, and was granted the title of Hussar general. Lao Qin himself became a chariot and cavalry general. Lao Qin, who held the emperor hostage to order the princes, was indeed qualified for the emperor to make him king. After hearing this, Jiasu was a little shocked. The era of the kings of the Han Empire was about to come. Chapter 656, Becoming King. Be crowned king.
Chu Tian was a little surprised when he received Lao Qin's notice. Lao Qin controlled the emperor, and the current rules were basically made by Lao Qin. He suddenly wanted to make the king a king and let each prince choose his own king's title. Destroying Mobei's threat to the empire was enough to be crowned king. Chu Tian was surprised that Lao Qin, as his opponent, took the initiative to greet him and treated all the princes equally.
King Qi. King Wei. Still,
Chu Tian now fell into a dilemma of choice.
Come in.
When Chu Tian was considering the title of king, Xiao Liang brought Xiao Chua in.
Ding! Imperial civil servant Xiao Chua pledges his allegiance to you.
Unexpectedly, as soon as Xiao Chua came in, Chu Tian received a reminder of her allegiance. Chu Tian looked at Xiao Liang, but he didn't expect that she could really convince Xiao Chua to surrender. Chu Tian could finally see Xiao Chua's panel. Name, Xiao Chua. Talent, Imperial Civil Servant. Age, 17. Level, 40. Identity, Empress Dowager Xiao in history. Loyalty, 60. Commander, 88, maximum 92. Force, 80, maximum 85. Intelligence, 90, upper limit 95. Politics, 91, maximum 96. Charm, 95. Faciality, calm. Favorability, 56. Feature 1, the heroine comes to court, SS level exclusive feature. Can be effective when serving as the main wife of a monarch/lord/lord. The loyalty of powerful civil servants and generals is not easy to decline. And powerful families are not easy to betray. It has a deterrent effect on civil servants, generals, and noble families, force political, economic, and cultural development speed plus 3%, territory blessing value plus 5, army aura, when going on an expedition with her husband. The entire army's attack power plus 7%, defense power plus 7%, and morale decline rate minus 7%. Special situation, when the same characteristics exist on the battlefield. The entire army's attack power plus 11%, defense power plus 11%, and morale decline rate minus 11%. Characteristic 2, personally control the army, SS level trait. Auxiliary effect 1, aura of the whole army. On the battlefield, the morale of all legions is restored by 15%. Auxiliary effect 2, on the battlefield. The Khitan civilization generals command plus 2 and force plus 2. Auxiliary effect 3, when you go on an expedition with your husband or son. The attributes of the legion commanded by your husband or son will be increased by an additional 5%. And your combat morale will be increased by 15%, which does not conflict with the characteristics of the leader or the halo of the entire army. Characteristic 3, governance, S-level trait. When serving as a civil servant, the administrative efficiency of the department is plus 20%. When serving as a regent, the administrative efficiency of all departments is plus 5%. Characteristic 4, Chineseization, A-level characteristic. When managing nomadic tribes, Chineseization speed plus 20%. Special unit, Shanshan Army, 6th level light cavalry. Upper limit of 20,000. Chu Tian looked at Xiao Chua's panel and found that he was indeed capable of all 4 events. Even with the worst force value, he still had a certain ability to protect himself. Unless he encountered a fierce general, he would not be easily killed or captured. The most important thing is Xiao Chua's 2 auxiliary effects, which can improve the husband's legion attributes. This means that if you want to fully exert Xiao Chua's effect, you must. However, Xiao Chua's loyalty is very low, with a loyalty of 60, which is hardly loyal. She just had no choice but to surrender. Xiao Liang saw Xiao Chua's panel through Chu Tian's system.
You are indeed plotting against her.
Xiao Liang saw the conditions for Xiao Chua's characteristics to be used, and hummed. The superposition of the
female protagonist's arrival
effects between her and Xiao Chua is equivalent to gaining an enhanced halo for the whole army. Xiao Chua also realized that special conditions were required for his abilities to be fully effective. Otherwise they would not be effective.
Old Qin wants to invite the emperor to make various princes kings. I plan to ask him to make you the king of Xia. You will be the princess of Xia, and Wu will be the next heir to the king of Xia.
In order to appease Xiao Liang, Chu Tian expressed his decision.
Princess Xia?
Xiao Liang and Xiao Chua were both a little shocked. Xiao Chua took a breath and looked at Xiao Liang. With Xiao Liang's status, if she wanted to get away with it in the future, she seemed to be trying to please her. And behind Xiao Liang, there are also the support of Hua Mulan, Joan of Arc and others.
Xiao Chua will leave it to you to manage for the time being.
Chu Tian saw that Xiao Chua's loyalty was not high. So in order to prevent her from rebelling or escaping, he could only let Xiao Liang train Xiao Chua.
Xiao Chua is obviously an auxiliary legendary hero. He can also improve the abilities of Khitan generals, which is very practical. You follow Miss Xia and don't cause trouble. After you serve me sincerely, you can then command Shan's army. Because loyalty can be seen on the system panel, hidden ambition values cannot be seen. Chu Tian can probably judge Xiao Chua's level of loyalty. Before Xiao Chua's loyalty reaches 80 or above, she cannot be allowed to command Shan's army. Otherwise she may betray herself at any time. Although not very loyal, Xiao Chua expressed his loyalty, and the Khitan general Xiao Talon also pledged his loyalty to Chu Tian. Ding! King-level General Xiao Talon pledges his allegiance to you. Name, Xiao Talon. Talent, King-level General. Level 60. Identity, General of Liao Kingdom. Loyalty, 55. Commander, 78, maximum 81. Force, 90, maximum 92. Intelligence, 55, maximum 60. Politics, 45, maximum 51. Charm, 62. Character, reckless. Favorability, 56. Characteristic 1, Khitan Vanguard, S-level exclusive trait. When serving as a Vanguard. Legion attack power plus 17%. Personal attack power plus 23%. Feature 2, Suppression, A-level feature. When attacking rebels. Legion attack power plus 7%, when garrisoning. The probability of local rebellion is reduced. Chu Tian knew a little about Xiao Talon. This man was a pioneer general, who attacked the northern Song dynasty, and captured Yangyi. Unfortunately, he was later shot dead by the Song army's crossbow. If there is Xiao Chua's bonus, then Xiao Talon's force can reach up to 94, which makes him a good warrior. Like Xiao Chua, Xiao Talon has not yet served sincerely. It is just that Xiao Chua surrendered and Xiao Talon also chose to surrender. Theoretically, Xiao Chua's combination with brother Yel Xiu, Yelu Xiezhen, and Xiao Talon was the dream combination that defeated the northern Song dynasty in history. The core hero is still Xiao Chua. Basically, as long as Xiao Chua's loyalty is improved, Xiao Talon's loyalty will also be improved. Chu Zimu plans to invite the King of Xia. Is it confirmed at Mingwan? Mingwan asks for the title of King of Ming. Bronze Bird asks for the title of King of Wu. So be it. After Lao Qin determined the royal titles of various princes, he ordered them to operate in Chang'an. All orders in the Han Empire were determined by the princes of the Han Empire, and their decisions could reshape the order. In order not to become the target of public criticism, Lao Qin decided to proclaim himself king with all the princes. Otherwise, other princes might find excuses to attack him. All princes are also willing to call themselves kings. Throughout the ages, how many people have been able to claim the title of king? Even if you fail to compete in the Central Plains, as long as you have become the king and left a record, then you will have no regrets in this life. In Chang'an City, Emperor Xian of the Han Dynasty Lu Xia looked helpless. Li Si represented the princes from various places and requested to be crowned king. Zhu Jun, Wang Yun and other ministers did not dare to oppose the aggressive Li Si. The entire court was controlled by Lao Qin. Various princes moved to the western regions and Mabe, and their achievements far exceeded those of Wei Qing and Wu Xubing in the past. Except for the title of king, the emperor of the Han dynasty had no reward. Moreover, the world has changed, and it is no longer the Lu family's world. Allow! Lu Xia's voice was childish, and he didn't realize what it meant yet. There is only one step between being crowned king and proclaiming emperor. Whoever can unify the Han Empire can basically proclaim himself emperor and change dynasties. In the 9th year of the Lord calendar, after a long battle in the Eastern Han dynasty, tens of thousands of lords were eliminated, leaving only a handful of princes. Chu Tian served as the king of Xia, general, and pastor of Jizhou in the Han Empire. Lao Qin served as the king of Qin, general of chariots and cavalry, and lieutenant of Sili in the Han Empire. Mingwan served as King Ming, general of hussars, and Mu of Yuzhou in the Han Empire. Tong Ke served as king of Wu, general of Wei, and Mu of Yangzhou in the Han Empire. Yang Sherlang served as king of Song dynasty in the Han Empire, general of the Southern Conquest, and Mu of Jingzhou. Wang Defa served as king of Yu, general of Jinan, and Mu of Jiaozhou in the Han Empire. Huan served as the king of Liang, general of the Western Conquest, and protector of the western regions of the Han Empire. Because the princes of Yizhou were busy with civil war and had little contribution in dealing with Temujin, Lao Qin directly ignored the princes of Yizhou and did not grant the princes of Yizhou kings. Because of the special relationship between Nanzheng Lord Muke and Huan, he no longer asked for the title of king after Huan was granted the title of king. All princes and kings can open palaces. Prince Xiao's mansion was opened in Shutian, with Xiao Liang as Princess Xia. Hua Mulan enjoyed the same treatment as Princess Xia. As for the later Joan of Arc and Emperor Rufu, their status was relatively low. Ekaterina did not belong to the Han Empire. She was a Grand Duke herself, and she did not like the position of the Xia Palace. The Prince of Xia's mansion established a Shangshu, and the elder Fang Xianling was the Shangshu Ling. At the same time, the Xia Palace began to establish a six-department framework: the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Household Affairs, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Punishment, and the Ministry of Industry. Each had their own talent management system. The Ministry of War was only an administrative agency, and the only person with the real power to mobilize the army was the King of Xia. When King Xia was ill, Princess Xia could command the army for a short time. After King Xia recovered, she needed to return the military power to King Xia. Chu Tian has always held the general power in his own hands, and he alone can mobilize an army of millions. The Ministry of Personnel manages personnel assessment, promotion, etc., and civilian officials such as Du Ruhui are responsible for this. The Household Department manages land, household registration, taxes, and salaries, and Sang Hongnong, Li Kui, and others are responsible for it. The Ministry of Rights manages education, ceremonies, etc., and civil servants such as Zhang Xiao are responsible. The Ministry of Punishment manages punishment, etc., and civilian officials such as Chen Kun are responsible for it. The Ministry of Industry manages civil engineering projects, with Li Jia and other civil servants in charge. As for the departments related to marching and fighting, the King of Xia was in charge of each legion and established departments of counselors, logistics, armaments, training, and supervision, which were independent of the 6 administrative departments. In Chu Tian's opinion, marching and fighting must be separated from administration. Otherwise, the army will be easily controlled by civilians. Each legion is managed by each military department to improve efficiency. In addition to Chu Tian himself being called the King of Xia, all the generals under his command were also promoted. The news that various princes of the Han Empire were proclaimed kings spread, causing various civilizations around the Han Empire to panic. When princes become kings, it means that the scale of the war will be larger. The turmoil in Mabe was basically over. Old Qin commanded the army and drove the plundered people back to Yinzhou. Ahem. Once you become the king of Qin, you will have no regrets in this life. The Mongol Empire was destroyed, and there may be a civil war next. How about Mingwan? Lao Qin coughed twice, and Yang Dian followed him as a guard. Jiasu said, Mingwan and Wang Defa met Wan Yanaguda in the east, and a big battle broke out. They defeated Wan Yanaguda and returned to Yurhai. Only by uniting with Mingwan can we have a chance to fight. Lao Qin knew that his power could not compete with Chu Tian, and Mingwan was an ally. The two had established an alliance a long time ago. I wonder how CFI and others have managed to pacify the Xiqiang. Lao Qin thought of the Chong tribe in the west again. Some Chong tribes have fierce folk customs and are not so easy to deal with. In Jincheng County, the white-clad General Cai, together with Pang De and the surrendered General Li Yuanhao, led the Huangzhong Yi Songhu and Xixia Taiyozi to attack the Xiqiang. The two sides gathered 100,000 troops for a decisive battle, and the flags were flying. Pang De stood up straight, squinting his eyes, and looking at the Chong army on the opposite side. The equipment of this Chong army was obviously inferior to that of the officers and soldiers. Under the command of a Chong leader, they held a variety of weapons, and confronted the officers and soldiers. Pang De said loudly, The Han dynasty has prestige, and leads all nations. All the people under the sun and moon are ministers and concubines. Yao Yizhong, you secretly unified the various tribes of the Western Chong and attempted to rebel. Why don't you surrender? The leader of the Chong people, who had gray hair on his temples, and his son commanded the Chong army. When Pang De persuaded him to surrender, he replied, If you want to fight, then fight. Act recklessly. Pang De led the Huangzhong Yi to attack the Western Chong tribe coalition forces from Hu. Suddenly, there was a commotion in Huangzhong Yi, and he hesitated to move forward. This person has the ability to influence the Chong people. Cai conquered Yi Songhu in Huangzhong and hesitated when he saw that Yi Songhu in Huangzhong was influenced by the Chong leader Yao Yizhong. He knew that Yao Yizhong, as the leader of the Chong people, had special abilities. Yao Xiang, kill the enemy general. Yao Yizhong ordered his son Yao Xiang to lead 3,000 Chong cavalry to attack Cai tentatively. Cai rode in a carriage, wearing a white skull cap, calm and composed, and ordered the troops not to move. Xixia King Li Yuanhao frowned. The enemy is approaching. Why not abandon the carriage and fight on horseback? Otherwise, Cai remained unmoved. Is there an ambush? Chong General Yao Xiang approached Cai, but found that Cai was extremely calm and couldn't help but hesitate. This man is dressed as a scholar. I'm afraid there is an ambush. Retreat! The leader of the Chong people, Yao Yizhong, also hesitated, in order to prevent his son from being killed by an ambush. He finally chose to recall Yao Xiang. Kill! At this moment, the fierce General Su Huang led his troops to cut off the retreats of the Chong army from a small road, and fought out from behind the Chong army. It's time to attack. Seeing that Yao Xiang was retreating and Su Huang was in position, Cai took advantage of the situation and attacked. Li Yuanhao looked at the scholar in white with some surprise, and then led the Xixia Taiyozi to attack the Chong army. The Chong army hesitated and was attacked by officers and soldiers again, and was completely defeated. Pangda broke into the enemy's formation and fought with Yao Xiang. The two generals fought. Yao Xiang was 8 feet 5 inches long and his force was not low. He was not at a disadvantage for a while. There are people in Xiliang who are invincible. Yao Yizhong was defeated and became afraid of Cai. The Xiliang War was just an episode during the Mobei War. Not many people noticed this war. The Xiqiang were still resisting, but they had basically been suppressed. It's time for us to return to Summer City. Chu Tian appointed Prince Yin to manage Mobei. Fan Zhongyan assisted Prince Yin to appease the various tribes in Mobei, and Di Qing was the general to attack the disobedient tribes. In addition, Li Mu led a cavalry group, prepared cattle, sheep, and grain, and went to conquer the Lake Baikal area with the purpose of occupying the third large city. Xiaocheng. Xiaochua found that she could no longer escape. Chu Tian ordered the detachment of women to strictly guard her. Once she arrived in Xia City, she might not be able to leave. Still, we should try to please him. Xiaochua was also hesitant. The remnants of the Liao kingdom probably fled back to the Horking grassland, and were caught between the two forces of Chu Tian and Mingguan, with no future. If you try to please the king of Xia, you may be able to obtain some conditions for the Khitan tribe. The title of King Xia is equivalent to the current king of Liao, and it also meets Xiaochua's conditions. Although Xiaochua was worried, he was still taken to Xia City. Chapter 657 Joan of Arc's daughter. Xia City. The current lord's mansion has become the Xia prince's mansion, and after a long period of development, Xia City has been officially upgraded from a large city to a giant city, merging with Langia City. Chu Tian stood in front of the stone tablet in Xia City, and could see the detailed information of Xia City. After merging with Langia City, Xia City quickly became a behemoth. Territory: Xia City, Giant City. Lord, I just want to farm well. Affiliation: Langia Kingdom. Shuzhou, Eastern Han District. Population: 1315213/30000000. Popularity: 96. Security: 95. Prosperity of this city: 202112/500000. Administrative efficiency: 90/100. Agricultural efficiency: 91 out of 100. Economic efficiency: 92 out of 100. Cultural efficiency: 90 out of 100. City defense works: special grade rammed earth brick city wall. Moat: Urn City. Giant gate tower. Special grade stone arrow tower. High grade horse face. Population: 1.3 million. Chu Tian was somewhat shocked when he saw the population size after the merger of the two cities. In an era dominated by cold weapons, giant cities with a population of 1 million were not common. At this rate of development, there may be several million people in the future. Xia Cheng's various attributes have reached over 90, and it will be even more difficult to improve them. After being upgraded to a giant city, the size of Prince Xia's mansion has also become extremely large. Even if it can accommodate hundreds of people, there will be no problem. In addition to the upgrade of Xia City from a large city to a giant city, another major event occurred in the Lord's mansion: the birth of Joan of Arc's child. Everyone in Prince Xia's palace was alarmed. Xiaochua was taken to Prince Xia's mansion under house arrest. He was already basically familiar with the interpersonal relationships in Prince Xia's mansion. He followed Emperor Rufuin and out to prepare hot water, because Chu Tian already had experience. He wasn't too nervous this time. Congratulations, my lord. You are a rich man.
The maid responsible for delivering the baby came out to report. In this way, he has 2 sons and 2 daughters? Chu Tian was moved and went in to see Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc has completely forgotten about returning to France. And now all her attention is on her daughter, who is also the daughter of Prince Xia's palace. Several women also came in to watch the daughter of Joan of Arc.
How come Prince Xia's mansion has all kinds of people?
Xiao Tui discovered that not only were there strangers in Prince Xia's palace, but there was also a Rufu emperor who was said to be a princess, Joan of Arc from France. And she was considered a Khitan hero. Next to Prince Xia's palace, there was another person from the protectorate of the western regions, the eldest lady.
Wu, you have a sister again. You must protect her in the future.
Xiao Lian hugged Chu Wu, and Chu Wu reached out and touched his sister's face.
It's really good.
Hu Qing was a little envious, and Chu Tian had not expressed anything to her until now. In addition to Chu Wu, Chu Xian, Ma Yunlu and others also came in to watch. Because Xiao Wangfu had another daughter, Chu Tian granted amnesty to Xia Cheng, and the whole world celebrated. Players in France were in an uproar when they learned that the legendary hero of their civilization had a child in the east. But they couldn't help it.
My lord, the captives bought by Missy have arrived in Xia City.
When Chu Tian accompanied Joan of Arc and her youngest daughter, the French and English prisoners purchased by Catherine from the barbarian camp were sent to Xia City. At this time, you can recruit the Knights of the Round Table and the French Protectorate Army to supplement the strength of King Arthur and Joan of Arc. These prisoners were soldiers captured by the barbarians when the lords of France and England were fighting the barbarians, and they were a relatively good source of troops. Groups of dejected prisoners were sent to military camps and transferred to special forces. The lords of France and England have noticed that Chu Tian is buying their population. But Chu Tian is buying the population from their enemies. So the lords of France and England can only protest but cannot take effective measures. The equipment of the Knights of the Round Table is more sophisticated. Only members of the English Knight class are eligible to become Knights of the Round Table. In the French Protectorate, even farmers can be transferred to high-level arms. There are basically no equipment requirements, including spears or sickles, can be used as a weapon for the French Protectorate.
There are a total of 50 English knights and more than 1,000 French peasants. These are the first batch of captives bought. After all, the number of knights is too small, and the price is expensive. It seems that the war on the western continent was also very tragic. Otherwise, there would be no so many prisoners.
Chu Tian counted the prisoners and barely added a group of servants. Ekaterina didn't do a bad job. During this period, Mi Zhu, who had been active in Japan, returned. Because of his hard work, Mi Zhu was awarded the title of General Pingwo by Chu Tian. This is the miscellaneous general established by Chu Tian after he was crowned king. He mainly handles affairs in the Japanese civilized area. Mi Zhu brought back news about Dongying district.
Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu have defeated Takeda Shinjin. Takeda Shinjin's physical condition does not seem to be very good.
And there has been a large-scale rebellion among the strangers of the Takeda family. And many cities belonging to the Takeda family have been burned. Behind the burning, the Oda family and the Tokugawa family may be instigating a rebellion against the Takeda family.
Mi Zhu took the initiative to visit Chu Tian and explain to him the changes in Dongying district.
The Takeda family is Oda Nobunaga's biggest opponent. If the Takeda family is torn apart due to betrayal by strangers, then no one can stop Oda Nobunaga from unifying Japan. Not even Yasuji Kenshin.
Chu Tian heard that Takeda Shinjin was defeated and realized that Japan's unification was accelerating. Oda Nobunaga already has population and economic advantages, and he can completely exhaust his opponents by relying on his economic difference, with a gap of several times the height of a stone. Unless one of the parties lacks famous generals, it is likely to fail.
Among Oda Nobunaga's generals, there are Minamoto Yoshitsune, Minamoto Yoritomo and others. If my lord wants to conquer Japan in the future, I am afraid he will have to use hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses, as well as a naval commander.
Mi Zhu is responsible for managing trade with Japan. After all, Japan has a population of 20 to 30 million in lords, which is equivalent to a state in the Eastern Han Dynasty. This is a huge market. At the same time, Mi Zhu also knew that Chu Tian was interested in Japan and wanted to turn Japan into a vassal state.
After defeating Mingwan, you will naturally deal with Japan. You try your best to win over Ping Yisheng. His position is not firm.
Chu Tian has no intention of attacking Japan yet, and the two powerful opponents in Guangzhou and Liaodong are still eyeing it. the alien lord of Harado Castle, Tara Yoshimori, has a close relationship with Shujo and even sells matchlock guns to Shujo. So he is a potential partner.
My subordinate understands.
Miju reported the incident in Japan to Chu Tian, and then returned to his hometown in Chu County to reunite with Mi Fong and others. Mi Fong is now also a general. There are 2 miscellaneous generals in the Mi family, who are already considered to be very powerful in Chu Tian's power, and this can be regarded as Chu Tian's reward for them. In Liaodong City, Mingguan returned to this city from Yurhai and brought back a group of Jin prisoners.
I didn't expect that Wan and Agu managed to escape after beating him, and almost captured him alive.
Mingguan returned to the city and was very angry because he allowed Wan and Agu to beat this opponent and escape.
The king of Qin sent people to discuss joining forces.
Fan Wencheng, a civil servant of the Liaodong army, came to report after returning to Liaodong City from Mingguan.
He finally plans to march into the Central Plains.
Mingguan's face was solemn. Lao Qin took the initiative to ask him to join forces, so his only goal was to march into the Central Plains. No matter Lao Qin or Mingguan, they are no match for Chu Tian if they fight alone. After all, Chu Tian has a larger territory and a larger population, and is stronger.
The threat of the Mongol Empire is lifted. Then Chu Zima will become the biggest enemy. So King Qin will ask us to cooperate. But we still have some threats that we haven't eliminated yet.
Mingguan pondered for a while, and asked someone to get a map.
I don't know where Wan Yanaguda fled to. There are still remnants of the Liao Kingdom on the Horkan grassland. In order to avoid future troubles, we must eradicate the remnants of the Liao Kingdom and control the Horkan grassland.
Mingguan points to the location of Horkan grassland. This is a relatively fertile grassland. The Liaodong army and the Guanlong army began to accumulate military strength. If the Mongol Empire, Temujin's biggest enemy before the Han Empire, perished, conflicts within the Han Empire would inevitably break out. In Yangzhou, Tongke led the Beifu army and Jiangnan army back to the newly established Jianya City. Jianya City has been upgraded to a large city by Tongke, filling the gaps in history.
Civil war may break out at any time. We must march into Jingzhou as soon as possible.
Tongke drank with Sun Jian and discussed the matter of marching into Jingzhou.
Chu Tian had accumulated a large number of troops in Huainan. Before the outbreak of the civil war, it was difficult to march into the Central Plains. Therefore, after Tongke became the king of Wu and Jiandong, like Sun Quan in history, he made marching into Jingzhou his first choice.
Nanyang said that the Tang dynasty was very ambitious, so they can unite to talk about the Tang dynasty and try to plot Jingzhou.
Zhou Yu also grew up at this time, and was qualified to participate in major events. At present, Zhou Yu is a subordinate of Tongke, but he has contacts with Sun Tzu. The two have similar personalities, so it is easy to make friends.
I hope we can capture Jingzhou before the civil war breaks out. Brother, let's work together to conquer the country.
Tongke toasted to Sun Jian. Sun Jian was already the Marquis of Wuqing because of his meritorious service in the Battle of Mabe. Now Sun Jian was more powerful in Jiandong. Even Tongke had to rely on Sun Jian's strength to attack Jingzhou.
3,000 warships can defeat Jingchu.
When Sun Jian heard that Tongke planned to march into Jingzhou, he couldn't help but feel high-spirited. By capturing Jingzhou, the territory and military strength of Jiandong forces can be doubled, and they can even be ruled across the river.
With Zhou Yu and your son, Xie Xian, Lu Laoji and others, it's easy to conquer Jingzhou.
Tongke looked towards the Yangtze River, where thousands of warships were practicing. He was not the largest prince in the Han Empire, but he had the largest navy in the Han Empire. In order to capture Jingzhou, he had been preparing for a long time. He may have lost some troops in the Battle of Mabe, but the navy did not suffer any losses.
Dad, I also want to go on an expedition with you then.
At the banquet, young Sun Quan came forward.
No, you are too young.
Sun Jian opposed Sun Quan's self-recommendation. In Sun Jian's view, his son seemed to have no talent for marching and fighting. For the sake of Sun Quan's future, let him be a civil servant in the future. As for generals, having a son like Sun Tzu is enough. Sun Jian thought in his heart that he could also see the talents of Sun Tzu and Sun Quan.
Jingzhou?
After Zhou Yu officially became an official, he had already made contributions to pacifying Shanyu. He served as a captain under Tongke and became one of Tongchua's trusted confidants. And this time, the crusade against Jingzhou may be an opportunity to make military exploits and become a general. Yang Zhuang's Jingzhou Legion is also a powerful enough opponent for the Jiandong forces.
What is Gong Jin thinking? Is he worried that he won't be able to capture Jingzhou?
Sun Ce found Zhou Yu in a daze, so he took the initiative to ask. Zhou Yu came to his senses and chuckled.
It's not difficult to capture Jingzhou.
Chapter 658 Ekaterina's Request for Help. In the Don River Plain, the battlefield is littered with corpses. The Viking hero Harold and the Varangian guards actively trigger their violent characteristics and fight against the pseudo-cowardly Shui army of the Golden Horde. The Viking berserker of the Varangian guards had red eyes and cut a Shui cavalryman and his horse into 2 pieces. The blood stained the Viking berserker's Nordic helmet.
Who?
Harold slaughtered dozens of Shui cavalry by himself and entered a violent state. Although his combat power was greatly improved, his physical consumption rate also increased by 50%. The Varangian guard went deep alone and attacked indiscriminately, but it was still difficult to make up for the gap in strength between the 2 sides. Temujin's exile to the Golden Horde led to a significant increase in the Golden Horde's national strength, and put great pressure on the Grand Duchy of Moscow, its mortal enemy.
The Varangian guard's strength has been exhausted. Go and rescue them.
Ekaterina found that even the brave and capable Viking berserkers could not reverse the situation. So she sent a team of boy cavalry, noble cavalry of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, to rescue the exhausted Varangian guards. At this point, there are only less than 100 Varangian guards left. The eyes of the exhausted Viking berserker returned to clarity, and he could distinguish between friend and foe. Harold was covered in blood and panting, half kneeling in front of Catherine's horse.
I failed to defeat the devil from the east, which disappointed the Duke. Temujin's cavalry bonus is too high, and the Don River Plain is suitable for cavalry combat. It's not your fault.
Ekaterina seemed to be mentally prepared and had no intention of blaming Harold. The Varangian guards had proved their bravery with their blood.
The army of the Golden Horde is launching a massive attack.
The Varangian guards were defeated, and the Golden Horde army of Temujin and Joki began to counterattack, with cavalry galloping all over the mountains and plains. Bathory's Polish winged cavalry, as well as the cavalry and heavy infantry of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, fought with the cavalry of the Golden Horde, and both sides suffered casualties. Catherine even took the field herself and led the cavalry to attack the army of the Golden Horde. She is already equivalent to an imperial-level cavalry hero and can barely compete with Temujin. The armies of both sides fought for 3 days, resulting in numerous casualties, and the Don River Plain was dyed red. After Harold recovered his physical strength, he led the Varangian guard to fight again. In the end, less than 50 members survived.
I didn't expect the soldiers of the Grand Duchy of Moscow to be so ferocious. It's not easy to conquer this giant bear.
A war broke out between Temujin and the hundreds of thousands of troops from the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The opponent's tenacity was beyond his expectation.
Father Khan, as long as we defeat this army, we can march north and occupy the big city of Ryazan, and then their capital Moscow. At that time, Father Khan will make a comeback and join forces with the Han Empire, who occupies the Ukrainian plains. From now on, the desert the north will return to the hands of Father Khan.
Joki gained support from Temujin, Subutai and others, and was full of confidence. In the current war situation, the Grand Duchy of Moscow is at a disadvantage.
Your Majesty, the despicable Swedes have sent troops to attack the Baltic coast, with the goal of St. Petersburg.
While Catherine was still in a stalemate with the Golden Horde, the northern border was attacked by Swedish civilization. Sweden is also a strong enemy of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. In Lords, Sweden is the most powerful civilization in northern Europe, and its warriors are warlike. The Grand Duchy of Moscow does not have very good relations with its surrounding neighbors, and is surrounded by enemies on all sides.
Sweden must have seen us being delayed by Temujin, so they wanted to take advantage of it. Once the Golden Horde is destroyed, I will not let them go.
Catherine was very angry. The Kingdom of Sweden suddenly attacked the Baltic Sea area. She would have to return. Otherwise, St. Petersburg, an important city, might be lost. The main force of the Grand Duchy of Moscow is concentrated near the Volga and Don rivers, leaving St. Petersburg with an empty force. If the Kingdom of Sweden is determined to attack St. Petersburg, it may not be impossible to capture this important city, Sophia said.
Your Majesty, we can withdraw our troops overnight. This matter must not be spread. In addition, when retreating, use heavy troops to defend Ryazan city. Guard the southern gate of Moscow. Strengthen the walls and clear the country, and delay the progress of the Golden Horde army.
At night, the troops of the Grand Duchy of Moscow retreated to the north, trading space for time and extending the front of the Golden Horde. The next day,
Temujin, Joki and others discovered that the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow had retreated, and the road from the Don River Plain to Moscow had been opened. Why did they take the initiative to withdraw their troops? Find out immediately. Joki was worried that this was Yekaterina's trap, so he did not lead the cavalry in pursuit. It was not until the third day that someone betrayed the information to the Golden Horde. The Swedish kingdom in northern Europe took the opportunity to capture several of the Grand Duchy of Moscow on the northern border, a city that threatened St. Petersburg. It seems that there are many conflicts between these traditional kingdoms. If we use the grievances between them, we will get twice the result with half the effort. Yeluchukai explained the next strategy to Temujin and others at the celebration banquet of the Golden Horde. The Grand Duchy of Moscow has a large population, and its value is far higher than that of Mobe. Although my father Khan accidentally lost Mobe, if he captures the Grand Duchy of Moscow, he can still become the king and hegemony. Joki and all the generals from the Golden Horde nodded. The plains of Eastern Europe are indeed more fertile than Mobe. This is the pasture given to us by God. Temujin discovered this pasture on the Eastern European plains and regained his confidence a little. As long as he occupies the entire Eastern European plains, he will have more people and cavalry, and maybe one day he can fight back to Mobe. Envoy of the Hunnic Empire, Blida. While many generals of the Golden Horde were celebrating their victory over the Grand Duchy of Moscow, a group of uninvited guests arrived. This group of uninvited guests does not belong to the Golden Horde, nor to the Grand Duchy of Moscow, but to the Hun Empire entrenched in the Ukrainian plains. The Hun's empire is said to be the descendants of the Huns and the nomadic tribes of Central Asia. After hundreds of years of great integration, when they arrived in Europe, they were no longer the original Huns, but were separately called Huns to distinguish the concept of the Huns. A man who looked similar to an Oriental but had some differences walked in, with a group of Hunnic Empire guards behind him. The great Temujin Khan. I am Breda. My brother, His Majesty Attila, has sent me to befriend the great Khan. Blida, the hero of the Hungarian Empire, respectfully saluted Temujin and explained their purpose of coming. After the demise of the Mongol Empire, Attila, the leader of the Hunnic Empire and the Whip of God, replaced Temujin as the leader of the barbarian camp. The Huns Empire, with a 50% system bonus, is very powerful and can make up for the gap between Attila and some famous European generals, and even exceeds it by a lot. Temujin was dissatisfied with being replaced. Attila is so powerful in the West. Why did he send you to see me? Macedonia, Rome, and the Holy Roman Empire joined forces to deal with His Majesty Attila. Although His Majesty Attila was favored by God, and the warriors of the tribe were brave and good at fighting, he was unable to defeat 4 hands with just 1 fist. In the battle with Alexander and Caesar, His Majesty Attila, we suffered a small loss. Therefore, Your Majesty wants to ask the Great Khan to send reinforcements to attack Macedonia. Attila's brother, Blida, also felt oppressed in front of Temujin. Although Temujin lost his identity as the Great Khan of the Mongol Empire, he still had a suffocating sense of oppression, and Blida's momentum could not compete with it. Blida explained her intention to join forces, and Subutai, Joki, Badu, Yeluchukai and others looked at each other. Blida continued to lobby. The Great Khan is the Lord of the East, and our Majesty Attila is the Lord of the West. As long as the 2 powerful forces join forces, they can sweep the world. Even Macedonia and Rome will be razed to the ground. In return, Attila, after His Majesty has destroyed Macedonia and Rome, he will send troops to regain the Mabe land for the Great Khan and destroy the Han Empire. Having said this, Temujin and everyone else were moved. Their allies are more numerous than imagined. The Swedish civilization in northern Europe unintentionally helped them because of its enmity with the Grand Duchy of Moscow. And Attila's Hungarian Empire was a more powerful ally, and an unexpected ally before Temujin. With Attila's Hungarian Empire plus a 50% bonus, and combined with Temujin, it is enough to sweep all the enemies in front of you. When I capture Moscow, I will send troops to support Attila. If the Grand Duchy of Moscow is not destroyed, the Golden Horde will be threatened and unable to help. Temujin stared at the arriving Blida and did not easily agree to send troops to help Attila. Otherwise, Attila would easily burn the bridge across the river. He needed to establish a foothold in Eastern Europe, own a vast pasture, train cavalry and obtain tax revenue. Capture of Moscow. Blida's request for help from Temujin was blocked, so she changed her mind. Great Khan, our Hungarian Empire can divide its forces and attack Moscow from the west. This is our sincerity to the Great Khan. After the matter is completed, the Great Khan we will be rewarded.
Temujin's eyes lit up.
Bin Khan promises you. As for the land occupied, the Don River is used as the limit. To the west of the Don River is the territory of our Hunnic Empire, and to the east of the Don River is the pasture of the Great Khan.
Blida did not easily hand over all the land to Temujin, but made an agreement with Temujin to carve up the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The territory of the Grand Duchy of Moscow is concentrated east of the Don River, so Temujin can still occupy the bulk. Regarding the Hungarian Empire's request to send troops with special conditions, Temujin hesitated for a while, but finally agreed to Blida's alliance conditions. Catherine of the Grand Duchy of Moscow has many heroes, and she still has a group of fresh troops under her command, and she has not been completely hit hard. If Temujin wants to rely on the national power of the Golden Horde to annex Moscow, he will suffer heavy losses. Alliance with the Huns will make things smoother.
Macedonia and Rome can also be considered enemies. If they occupy the Eastern European plains, they will send troops with Attila to attack Macedonia and Rome.
Temujin remembered that during the Third National War, he was defeated by the Han Empire, Rome, and Macedonia. Therefore, Temujin was no stranger to Macedonia and Rome. In addition to Macedonia and Rome, the three traditional civilizations of the Holy Roman Empire, Germany, France, and England, were also obstacles for Attila to conquer the European continent. The plate-armored knights of the Holy Roman Empire were a nightmare for the Hungarian Empire in a head-on battle. Joki asked,
Father Khan, do we really want to cooperate with Attila in the future to destroy Macedonia and Rome? If Attila is allowed to occupy these places, he may become our enemy in the future. According to Har, Attila's ambition is not small. When we join forces with him, we are waiting for an opportunity. Attila wants to annex us. We can also find an opportunity to annex Attila's Hun Empire.
There was ruthlessness in Temujin's eyes. In order to avenge the princes of the Han Empire, he had to join forces with the ambitious Attila. However, just like the disputes that broke out between the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the Kingdom of Sweden, the barbarian camps were not of the same mind. The barbarian civilizations also wanted to annex each other to form a larger empire.
Your Majesty, Temujin has agreed to form an alliance with us, and what we need to do is to send troops to assist him in attacking Moscow and relieve him of future troubles.
As Attila's brother, Blida's status was second only to Attila's, and she reported to him on her mission to the Golden Horde. Attila, who is short in stature, has a broad chest, and has a sparse and gray beard, sits on the throne. Although his appearance is not very consistent with the terrifying image of the Whip of God, Attila's eyes reveal ambition, greed, and shrewdness.
Does the strength of the Golden Horde qualify us to unite with it? Temujin's cavalry are almost impeccable. They are qualified to be allies with us. He comes from the east. He is ambitious, and he is like a lost dog. He must be greedy. The Grand Duchy of Moscow may not be able to satisfy his ambition. But Your Majesty, Temujin has made the Macedonians and Romans suffer. If we join forces with him, Alexander, Caesar, Constantine, and the Teutonic Knights will all be defeated under our iron heel.
After listening to Brida's advice, Attila fell into a brief silence, and finally spoke slowly.
I already understand your intention. Brida, the Goths are fighting France, Spain, and Rome. As vassals, they are attacking me, asking for help. I must respond to their call. Then you lead 100,000 coalition troops. Attack Moscow from the west. Occupy the land along the way. Plunder gold, silver, and population. And plunge the Eastern European plains into panic and war. Yes.
After Blida left, she summoned the troops of the Hun Empire. The Hunnic Empire not only had the Huns themselves, but also affiliated tribes such as Gothic tribes, Germanic tribes, and Slavic tribes. It belonged to a multi-tribal civilization. Otherwise, the European lords would not have had a headache because of the Hunnic Empire. The Grand Duchy of Moscow also had spies in the Hungarian Empire. The Hunnic Empire, Blida's movement of gathering an army of 100,000 people attracted the attention of the spies. For a time, the Grand Duchy of Moscow fell into a precarious predicament. Chu Tian was currently in Prince Xia's mansion, dealing with internal affairs.
Chu Tian, here I am. I seem to have encountered a lot of enemies.
Suddenly, Chu Tian's player system received a letter from Ekaterina.
Temujin and the Golden Horde begin to attack Moscow?
Chu Tian put down the documents about Jeju Island's horse administration. He knew that Ekaterina might not be able to deal with the Golden Horde with Temujin joining.
and one day she would ask for help. However, Chu Tian did not expect that the Grand Duchy of Moscow would fall into crisis so quickly. There are a lot of enemies, including the Golden Horde, the Huns Empire, and the Kingdom of Sweden. They all seem to covet my territory. Chu Tian did not expect that Yekaterina would have so many enemies, which was a bit beyond his expectation. You can choose not to come. I think as long as we hold on until winter, no one can capture Moscow and St. Petersburg. No. Sitting back and watching Temujin grow will be a problem in the future. Chu Tian could not allow Temujin to develop in the West. Although it would be good to destroy some European civilizations, that would cause Temujin to grow in power and eventually become a large empire spanning Europe, West Asia, and Central Asia. Chu Tian would rather keep a divided Western continent than see it unified by a conqueror. Temujin took over the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and with a few sons who could fight, his power would soon be at its peak. When you plan to send troops, please inform me in advance. Ekaterina was also somewhat arrogant and seemed reluctant to ask for reinforcements. However, she was unable to deal with the attacks from 3 directions with her own strength, so she had no choice but to ask Chu Tian for help. It seems that Yekaterina's popularity in the Western continent is not very good. Chu Tian found that Yekaterina was in a somewhat similar situation to his own. A strong lord can easily make the surrounding lords and civilizations afraid, and then join forces. The alliance between Temujin and Attila was an unexpected result for Chu Tian. Any civilization in Europe would probably be frightened by the 2 men joining forces. To assist Yekaterina, there is basically no need to worry about food, grass and weapons. Yekaterina can provide them. Chu Tian only needs to bring tens of thousands of elites and a group of generals there to help Yekaterina defeat the enemy. The deliberations between the 2 people are almost unknown to outsiders, so sending troops can be a surprise. Chu Tian secretly mobilized his troops and gathered in Xia City to prepare for a trip to Eastern Europe. In the future civil war, Chu Tian may still need reinforcements from Yekaterina, which can be regarded as an alternative exchange of equal value. A storm was brewing within the Han Empire. The various princes were still recuperating after experiencing the Molbay War. For a while, there was no tendency for a war to break out. Chu Tian also had time to consider a trip to Eastern Europe, while various counties were actively preparing for war. The Bingzhou army, Yuzhou army, and Jizhou army established to deal with Temujin are no longer suitable for the current situation. There are 3 key areas for garrisoning troops. One is Yuzhou, which deals with Mingguan from outside the pass. Mingguan owns the territory of Western Liaoning, Eastern Liaoning, Puyu State, Goguryeo State, Koryo State, and the Heilongjiang River Basin. It is considered a powerful opponent, so it must gather a large army in Yuzhou. The second one is Yuzhou and Bingzhou, mainly dealing with Lao Qin from Guangzhou. As the Central Plains region, Yuzhou bore the brunt, followed by Bingzhou, which was one of the springboards for the attack on Guangzhou. The third is Huainan, stationing troops in Hefei and Sichuan to block the Tongke from Jiandong. Tongke was only an ally when dealing with Temujin. After Temujin was defeated, Tongke became an enemy again. The 2 sides became enemies because of the previous battle of Hefei, when the major princes were preparing for war. In the Ordos Plateau of Bingzhou, the southern Xiongnu Chanyu Yufuluo, Hachiquan and other Xiongnu nobles held a meeting. The southern Xiongnu forces were once attacked by the Mongolian general Muwali and became weaker and weaker. At this time, Yufuluo and Hachiquan chose to attach themselves to Chu Tian, who occupied Bingzhou, and monitored Tuoba Xianbei, who was grazing in the Helan Mountains on the Ordos Plateau. This was considered a task given by Chu Tian to Yufuluo and Hachiquan. I heard that the Wolf of the Grassland and Temujin of Mabe were defeated by King Xia. Fortunately, we did not resist. Otherwise, we would be like moths to the flame. Yufuluo couldn't help but be glad that when Chu Tian swept through Bingzhou, he didn't take the opportunity to cause chaos. Otherwise Chu Tian would have an excuse to pacify them. The southern Xiongnu still have certain use value, and they are the only ones willing to graze their cattle in this area and monitor Tuoba Xianbei for free. Compared with Temujin, we are far inferior. So how dare we betray King Xia? From now on, let's focus on herding. Perhaps only the legendary Mountain Shanyu is qualified to compete with Temujin. Hu Chuquan also said that the southern Xiongnu would only be good at singing and dancing in the future. Master Shanyu, someone wants to see you. When Yevluo was discussing matters with the nobles of the southern Huns, someone suddenly visited him. Could it be that Tuoba Xianbei made some noise? Humphrey's expression changed. Chu Tian ordered him to monitor Tuoba Xianbei, Every move of Tuoba Xianbei must be reported to Taiyuan County. If Tuoba Xianbei makes big moves, the southern Huns may be implicated. A nomadic tribesman cavalry waited for Humphrey outside the court of the southern Huns. Outside the Helan Mountains, the Xianbei tribes spread out. Tuoba Xianbei leader Tuoba Tao resettled the tribal population. The population we brought from Yunnan County was robbed of 100,000 by Chu Zimu, leaving only 200,000. But we can also plunder the population from the Xianbei tribe in the west. But we didn't expect Temujin to be defeated so quickly. We must speed up. Chui Hao, I can only leave the management of various ministries to you, Tuoba Tao said to Chief Counselor Chui Hao. Chui Hao was an imperial counselor. In previous battles with the Bingzhou army, he was even able to make false claims in the east and attack in the west, hiding this from Su Yu. Chui Hao said, the king of Qin and the Han Empire may give us some convenience. King Xia is his biggest enemy. We can use the relationship between the two to strengthen ourselves. Tuoba Tao nodded. It makes sense. In the Mabe grassland, Di Qing followed the orders of Prince Yin to attack the Mabe tribe, who were unwilling to obey. In addition to the Mongolian tribes, there are also remnants of the Xianbei tribe and the Xiongnu in Mabe. Some tribes actively attached themselves after Temujin's defeat, but there are still some tribes that are not very willing to submit. Di Qing took the initiative to attack these tribes and force them to surrender. However, a group of cavalry detached by Di Qing was wiped out while attacking a tribe. 3,000 cavalry were wiped out. Could it be that there are still remnants of Temujin left in Mabe? Di Qing couldn't help frowning when he received the news that a group of cavalry had been killed. It seems not that easy to completely unify the entire Mabe. Temujin spent a lot of effort to unify Mabe, but in order to deal with the princes in the pass, Chu Tian only let the combination of Prince Yin, Fan Zhongyan, and Di Qing sweep Mabe. However, there are still changes in Mabe. In August of the 9th year of the Lord calendar, the rewards for the First National War began to be settled. Chapter 659 First Year Rewards Liquidation. In August of the 9th year of the Lord calendar, the rewards for the first year of the Fourth National War began to be settled, and all the lords were counting their rewards, whether it is the alien lord or the newly arrived leader of the barbarian camp. They are all waiting for the opportunity to increase their strength. And this time, the reward covers all lords, and may even change the pattern of the main world. In the city of Rome, the teleportation array flashed with white light. A group of ragged Roman soldiers passed through several teleportation arrays from the far east and used bribes to escape back to the city. When they returned to Rome, they were quickly surrounded by the city's defenders. I am Crassus. Crassus asked someone to take out an eagle flag. This was the eagle flag of the First Roman Legion. The lost eagle flag. It's really Lord Crassus. The Roman soldiers guarding the teleportation array saw the long-lost eagle flag of the First Roman Legion reappear, and soon realized that the old man in front of them, who had fled back to Rome in embarrassment, was the once unparalleled giant Crassus, who was also the richest man in Rome. During the Third National War, the Roman Legion lost 3 eagle flags, one of which fell into the hands of the Mongol Empire, and 2 fell into the hands of the Han Empire. The eagle flag of the First Legion fell into Temujin's hands. Now, the eagle flag of the First Legion has returned, and only 2 eagle flags are still wandering outside. Crassus is back? Bring him to see me. The Roman Lord Constantine was one step ahead of Caesar, who was away at war. He learned that Crassus had fled back to Rome, and managed to bring Crassus to him. Crassus, disgraced, escaped from Halahoran, and then managed to escape from the teleportation array in the large city back to Rome. However, the current Rome was about to become an empire, which was somewhat different from the Rome Crassus knew. Constantine, accepted the eagle flag of the First Legion. Constantine forcibly demanded the eagle standard of the Roman First Legion. The First Legion, as a high-level unit, is a big boost. Constantine, this is my legion. How can you take it away? Crassus, a Roman who worked hard for Temujin, is no longer a loyal Roman. Your property has been divided up by Caesar, Pompey and me, and your power and status have been wiped out. Collect money for me and save your life. This is already the best ending. You? Put Crassus in the dungeon. He may be a traitor sent by Temujin. Constantine imprisoned Crassus. The eagle flag of the First Legion was unfurled, and Constantine stroked the dusty battle flag. Our Roman eagle flag will not work at all in Temujin's hands. It can only have the greatest effect in the hands of our Roman generals. It's time for Rome to become an empire. Behind Constantine, a group of Roman generals were recruited and strengthened. including famous Roman generals such as Scipio the Great and Scipio the Younger. Caesar is old and Octavian is still young. The emperor of the Roman Empire will be me. Constantine. Constantine already controlled 8 Roman eagles. Ding! The Fourth National War. The first year of reward settlement. You get a special recruitment order, cooling period of half a year. A Byzantine heavy cavalry, Eastern Roman heavy cavalry talisman. The miraculous building Pantheon, Pantheon Temple, a piece of construction drawing. Ding! You can use your points to redeem special items. The points can be accumulated until the second and third years. The special items that can be redeemed in the second and third years are generally of higher quality. Constantine received the system prompt. Byzantine heavy cavalry? It seems that our Roman legions will no longer be troubled by the lack of cavalry. Constantine holds in his hand a lost civilization. The military talisman of the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine heavy cavalry. Experienced in hundreds of battles. The Pantheon can only be built after the Roman Empire is established. But what effect does the Pantheon have? Constantine opened the construction drawings of the Pantheon and observed its properties. In Lords, all special buildings have special effects. Realizing miracle buildings that have only symbolic meaning in reality can bring special growth to the empire. There are also some new changes in the points redemption rules. And points can be accumulated for later use. Constantine looked through the list of items. His eyes suddenly brightened. The Fourth National War had very special props. Some props have special effects. One of them can expand the size of the Roman legions. But the points required are expensive. Not only Constantine, but also every lord of Western civilization who participated in this national war will receive settlement rewards. Louis, Lord of France, received the talisman of the Knights Templar. Recruiting the Knights Templar will make it easier to deal with the Visigoths. However, the Visigoth king will also receive rewards. The English lords received new warship blueprints. And the German lords received the two-handed sword soldier talisman. In the Eastern Han dynasty, Chu Tian received the system settlement reward notification almost at the same time. Ding! During the Fourth National War, the rewards for the first year have been settled. You will receive a special recruitment order, holy level, 1-year cooldown period, and a blueprint for the construction of the miraculous building the Great Wall. Ding! You can use your points to redeem special items. The points can be accumulated until the second and third years. The special items that can be redeemed in the second and third years are generally of higher quality. Why are there only 2 rewards? Chu Tian was quite dissatisfied because he only received 2 awards. However, Chu Tian's expression changed when he saw the introduction of the Special Recruitment Order. Name, Special Recruitment Order, Holy Level. Cooling period, 1 year. Effect, there is a high probability of recruiting Saint-level heroes from your civilization. If your civilization does not have Saint-level heroes, or Saint-level heroes have been recruited, there is a probability of recruiting Saint-level heroes from other civilizations. Description, exclusive rewards for the First Lord of the Traditional Empire camp in the first year of the Fourth National War. Holy level. Chu Tian probably understood why there were only 2 rewards for being first. The value of these 2 rewards was unimaginable. There has not yet been a Saint-level hero in the Eastern Han dynasty. It seems that the first Saint-level hero may be born in his own hands. Some holy-level generals themselves have powerful military units. So the value of this recruitment token is not only the generals themselves, but also the special units. The second reward is the Great Wall, a level 10 miracle building. Name, Great Wall. Level, 10th level military building. Origin, ancient Chinese military fortifications. A tall, strong and continuous long wall. Began in the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. Conditions for effect. The Great Wall of Han Dynasty has been in disrepair for a long time. The Han Empire needs to rebuild the Great Wall before it can be effective. Effect 1 Indestructible, defense of all arms in the Eastern Han Dynasty plus 5%. Damage to nomadic civilization plus 3%. Effect 2 Integration, the integration speed of the nomadic tribes in Monan, Mabe, and Liaodong areas increases by 30%. And their cultural identity increases by 30%. Effect 3 Tunshan, the economic, agricultural, and cultural development speed along the Great Wall increases by 20%. Effect 4 Garrison, the defense power of the legion stationed on the Great Wall plus 30%. Effect 5 Miracle, the blessing value of all cities in the pass area will be plus 1. And the public security will be permanently plus 2. The most amazing effect of the Great Wall is that it provides 5% defense for all legions in the Eastern Han Dynasty, and a 3% damage bonus to nomadic civilization. It may not seem high, But in fact, if the Han Empire had a million-strong army, then the existence of the Great Wall would be equivalent to adding tens of thousands of soldiers in vain, saving hundreds of thousands of taels of military expenses every year, or even millions of taels of military expenses. And as long as the Great Wall exists, this effect will always exist. The Great Wall is also a key building for assimilating the nomadic tribes in Monin and Mulbe, as well as a special building for developing the economy along the Great Wall. However, every emperor who builds the Great Wall seems to be criticized. After all, the initial investment cost a lot, and a sum of money is invested every year to repair the Great Wall. We can only consider rebuilding the Great Wall after unifying the Eastern Han Dynasty. Chu Tian coveted the military effectiveness of the Great Wall. The heavy armored troops coupled with the defensive bonus of the Great Wall have a considerable effect. This is a building with long-term effects. Before the unification of the Eastern Han Dynasty, there seemed to be no money or ability to build the Great Wall. Parts of the Great Wall were controlled by Lao Qin. Both rewards are already top-tier rewards. The Special Recruitment Order with a 1-year cooldown period is the highest quality Holy Level Recruitment Order in Lord. The 10th level Architectural Drawing is the highest level Architectural Drawing in Lord, and is the representative miracle building in the Eastern Han Dynasty. It has 5 effects. Chu Tian carefully put away the recruitment orders and Great Wall drawings that were the only ones that could possibly recruit Saint-level heroes. He also has a lot of points to redeem. When using points to redeem special items, Chu Tian faced the same dilemma as all lords. He needed to decide whether to spend points now to redeem special items and gain a first-mover advantage, or to keep the points and wait until the next year's reward redemption. According to the system prompts, the quality of reward items in the second and third years will be better than in the first year. In the past, each point was only valid for 1 month. If not used after the expiration date, it would disappear. However, this time, points can be accumulated into the second and third years. Does the system think that for some special items, the points earned by the Lord in the first year are not enough to redeem them? Chu Tian couldn't help but think about the logic behind it. Some special items are of very high value. For example, Chu Tian received a special recruitment order with a high probability of recruiting Saint-level heroes. Even though it cost 1 million points, Chu Tian immediately redeemed it without saying a word. The blueprints of the Great Wall may be worth more than 1 million points. But only after each lord has established a large empire will they consider redeeming such later stage props. Do you want to keep the points until the second or third year? Chu Tian couldn't help but worry that among the special items for the second year, there would be a recruitment order similar to recruiting Saint-level heroes. For a while, he didn't dare to spend all his points. Chu Tian browsed among the items that can be exchanged now. He may not need some special military symbols. There are too many subordinates now, and the special units are basically not full. Xiaochuo alone has 20,000 special units. And there are also new ones. The timid Shui Jun soldiers. There is no need for a 10th level cavalry battalion, because he has already redeemed a 10th level cavalry battalion before. In the entire Eastern Han Dynasty, it is estimated that only Chang'an City and Xiaoqing have 10th level cavalry battalions. Suddenly, Chu Tian's eyes fell on a special prop. The surrender order requires 300,000 points. It was the first time Chu Tian saw this special prop, which actually required 300,000 points. Name: Surrender Order. Effect: you can persuade generals with characteristics such as loyalty/chivalry to surrender for your own use. Restrictions: the monarch cannot be recruited, and the hidden ambition value of the recruited generals remains unchanged. Points required: 300,000. Number of times that can be redeemed this time: 1 time. Although a capitulation order requires 300,000 points, Chu Tian knows the value of this kind of prop. There are some generals who would rather die than surrender, such as Yu Fei, Gao Shun, Monk Wan Yanchen, etc. The purpose of the surrender order is to recruit these surrendered generals for the Lord. Its life-changing effect is worthy of the consumption of 300,000 points. This prop is used to recruit Monk Wan Yanchen to surrender. It should be valuable. Chu Tian waited up and used 300,000 points to recruit an Emperor-level hero, as well as 2 special units, the Zhongxi Army and the Heli Hijuan. If there was no order to persuade, it is estimated that Monk Wan Yanchen would not surrender until his death. It's a pity that the surrender order can only be exchanged once in the first year. Otherwise, Chu Tian will consider exchanging a few more, so that if he encounters a stubborn general like Monk Wan Yanchen in the future, he can directly surrender. Ding! You spent 300,000 points and obtained a capitulation order. leaving 950,000 points. A special surrender order appeared in Chu Tian's hand, which looked somewhat similar to the recruitment order. The surrender order was obtained, and so was the Jurchen hero Wang Yanchen. The value of the Zhongshu army, Heli Hejuan, and Wang Yanchen monk among the Jurchens is equivalent to that of Xiao Chua among the Khitans. Two civilized and valuable figures fell into the hands of Chu Tian. This national war has many items with special effects, but each prop consumes points in units of 10,000. And Chu Tian does not dare to consume too many points. It's better to keep the points and wait until the second or third year. Chu Tian still held back. He had a hunch that in the second and third years, there might be some props that exceeded the upper limit of 1 million points. In the first year, the Han Empire faced off against Temujin, so it was relatively easy to gain points. At present, the Mongol Empire has collapsed, and there seem to be only some remnants of other nomadic civilizations around the Han Empire. It will probably not be easy to gain more points, unless go to the western continent to collect points. Chu Tian thought of Ekaterina's request for help, and it seemed that Eastern Europe was also a good place to earn points. For the rewards in the second and third years, it seems that Eastern Europe must be visited. Otherwise, if better props appear in the second and third years, and there are not enough points to redeem, it will be embarrassing. Chu Tian closed the list of redeemable items, and saved 950,000 points. He still ensured that he was ranked first, higher than the second-placed marshal. And by the way, he disgusted the lords of the United States. Dian Wei, follow me to the dungeon. Chu Tian received the surrender order with special effects, and immediately took Dian Wei to the dungeon to recruit monk Wang Yanchen to surrender. In the dungeon of Xia City, a fierce general was imprisoned and guarded by heavy troops. During the battle between Hetao and the western regions, monk Wang Yanchen, a Jurchen general who caused a lot of trouble to the Han army, was imprisoned in a dungeon. Since monk Wang Yanchen had a high degree of force, in order to prevent him from escaping, he was locked up with iron cuffs. Now, monk Wang Yanchen has been detained for more than half a year, and his hair is disheveled. Monk Wang Yanchen, the Mongol Empire has been destroyed and Temujin was defeated. Why don't you surrender to me? Chu Tian finally persuaded monk Wang Yanchen to surrender with a 1 in 10,000 possibility. It would be best if the precious capitulation order could not be used. After all, it is 300,000 points. I, monk Wang Yanchen, have been loyal throughout my life and will never surrender to you. Monk Wang Yanchen did not even raise his head to look at Chu Tian. His loyalty made it impossible for him to surrender. When Chu Tian saw that monk Wang Yanchen was ignoring him, he was not angry, but silently took out the order to persuade him to surrender. Although there is barely any happiness, and, Lord, this principle does not apply to some special props. Ding! Monk Wang Yanchen, the imperial general, pledges his allegiance to you. After Chu Tian exhausted his order to persuade him to surrender, the stubborn monk Wang Yanchen finally recognized his master. What would have happened if this surrender order had been used by Xiao Chua? Chu Tian couldn't help but think of Xiao Chua, who was not very loyal. But after thinking about it, it was more interesting to slowly conquer Xiao Chua. After all, Xiao Chua was different from monk Wang Yanchen. She was a person who understood current affairs. In Xianying City, Lao Qin holds a special recruitment order with a cooldown period of half a year. This kind of recruitment order has a high probability of recruiting emperor-level heroes. The special items that can be redeemed in the second and third years are of better quality. I need to be patient. Maybe next year, I can change my fate against the odds. This recruitment order is enough for use. Lao Qin played with the special recruitment order in his hand. He had the same idea as Chu Tian. He would rather save the points for later than redeem them now. Lao Qin was even more extreme, and didn't waste any points because he hadn't seen anything that made him think he could make a comeback. Wait until next year before using your points. In Liaodong City, Mingwan, like Lao Qin, did not use any points, but kept them for the second year. Except for some lords who urgently need props to improve their situation. Most lords choose to remain contented so that they can fight back at the critical moment. In the Grand Duchy of Moscow, Ekaterina, as one of the top 10 lords, also received a recruitment order, but this recruitment order was not enough to change the current crisis. Her opponents, Joki of the Golden Horde, Attila of the Hunnic Empire, and the King of Sweden also had corresponding rewards in this national war. Attila is currently the #1 barbarian, and his rewards are almost the same as those of Chu Tian. Attila's reward was originally supposed to be Temujin's reward. After Temujin lost the Great Khan's reward, The first prize in the barbarian camp fell into the hands of the Hun leader Attila. In order to get the reward for the second year, Chu Tian should come to Moscow. Yekaterina is still worried about whether Chu Tian will send troops to help. Now it seems that in order to gain points in the second year, Chu Tian has a high probability of participating in the war in Eastern Europe. The war within the Eastern Han dynasty is still brewing. A large-scale civil war will not break out for a while. Chu Tian only needs to send tens of thousands of people to change the situation in Eastern Europe. Yekaterina still has a lot of troops here that can be squandered by Chu Tian. Your Excellency, the army of the Golden Horde has assembled an army of 300,000 troops and is marching towards Ryazan city. The Huns have gathered 100,000 troops and marched towards Smolensk. No one can capture Moscow. Hold on to Ryazan and Smolensk and delay until the cold winter. Then it will be our time to turn defeat into victory. Ekaterina received news that two enemies were attacking the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and she resolutely chose to hold on. Winter will be Muscovy's most advantageous weapon against its enemies. In the Hunnic Empire, Attila holds a special recruitment order, Holy Level, with a 1-year cooldown period. The reward is almost the same as Chu Tian. The two of them belong to the first place in different camps. Holy Hero. Who knows which civilization's Holy Hero will be driven by me? I can get this recruitment order thanks to Temujin. Otherwise, how could it fall into my hands? Alexander, what are you doing? Is it possible to deal with this hero? Attila weighed a special recruitment order in his hand. The Hunnic Empire has no saint-level heroes left, so its saint-level heroes will come from other civilizations. The Golden Horde. Joki's army marched towards Ryazan city south of Moscow. The cavalry of the Golden Horde stretched for dozens of miles, with war horses neighing and flags fluttering. As the nominal Khan of the Golden Horde, Joki received the rewards issued by the system. It's a pity that if my father's status as the great Khan of the Empire is still there, the reward will be more than this. Joki couldn't help but regret. Temujin should have been able to obtain a holy level recruitment order to lead the Mongol Empire to its peak. But now it seems that this holy level recruitment order belonging to the barbarian camp has most likely fallen into the hands of the Hun leader Attila. Temujin's face has never been very good looking. His points have completely disappeared, and he has not gained even a single benefit from this national war. Instead, his sons Joki and Tuolei received the reward. Attila, we may be able to seize his holy level recruitment order. Temujin lost the reward for first place and coveted the holy level recruitment order obtained by Attila. The cooldown period of the saint level recruitment order is 1 year. Before Attila uses the recruitment order, there is still a chance to take away this recruitment order. This should have been my reward. Temujin looked towards the west where Attila was, his eyes dark. Attila must be eliminated before he can use the reward. Otherwise he will become a big problem. Unite the princes of the Holy Roman Empire and the Caesar of Rome to eliminate the Ostrogoths and Huns. The Kingdom of Macedonia. Alexander the Great summoned the legions of various civilizations in the Balkan Peninsula and sent an invitation to the princes of the Holy Roman Empire and Caesar the Great to attack Attila the Hun again. Attila, who has a holy level recruitment order, will be an extremely dangerous figure. He may take away holy level heroes from other civilizations. Below Alexander the Great, his generals, Antigonus, Ptolemy, Lysimachus, Seleucus, Cassander, as well as the generals of Athens and Sparta, had experienced hundreds of battles. King Leonidas of Sparta brought a group of strong warriors to help in the battle. Their physical strength was still higher than that of Harold's Varangian guards. In addition to Sparta, there was also the heavy infantry of the Athenian hero Miltiades. Chapter 660, Surrender. Chu Tian captured 1,000 heli troops and 200 Zhongshu troops in the Western Region War. These high-level troops also chose to surrender with their generals after monk Wan Yinshin surrendered. The heli army is the reserve force of the Zhongshu army, with a maximum number of 7,000, and is a 6th order heavy cavalry. The Zhongshu army is a 9th order heavy cavalry with only 1,000 people. Monk Wan Yinshin surrendered entirely because of the special props. His loyal character is similar to Yu Fei. Chu Tian also got to see Monk Wan Yinshin's face. Name, Monk Wan Yinshin. Talent, Imperial General, Writing Type. Level, 72. Identity, Jean Guozonxiajin charged. Loyalty, 90. Commander, 89. Force, 96. Intelligence, 69. Politics, 35. Charm, 70. Character, Loyalty. Favorability, 50. Characteristic 1, General of the Zhongshu Army, SS level exclusive characteristic. When commanding the Zhongshu Army, the attack power of the Zhongshu Army is plus 30%. When the Zhongxia army launches a charge, the enemy's morale decreases at a plus 20% rate. With a chance of falling into panic, command other cavalry. The effect is halved. Characteristic 2, Counter War, S-level trait. When one's own side is at a disadvantage on the battlefield. Heavy cavalry impact plus 25%. Special arms, Zhongxia army, 9th level heavy cavalry. Upper limit of 1000. Helahe army, 6th level heavy cavalry. Special effect, when there is a vacancy in the Zhongxia army, the class can be transferred to the Zhongxia army. That is, the level remains unchanged. The rest of the conditions are similar to recruiting new recruits. The Zhongxia army can be used against Temujin. Chu Tian planned to take monk Wang Yanchen to Eastern Europe to deal with Temujin, who was originally loyal to him. The surrendered Helahe army and Zhongxia army can be put into use directly. At the same time, Chu Tian began to deploy troops to deal with the pressure from the three princes. In Yuzhou, Wei Qing is still the commander-in-chief, and Cao Cao, Zhou Yafu, and Xia Hoyuan are deputy generals to resist the pressure from Liaodong. In Bingzhou, Yu Fei was the commander-in-chief, and Yang Yi and Zhang Yan were deputy generals. They threatened Heshi and Guanzhong from the direction of Bingzhou. Yuzhou, with Lu Yi as the commander and Fengyi, Wei Wuji, and Eugene as lieutenants, threatened Guanzhong from the central plains while resisting the threat from Jingzhou. Hefei, with Zhang Liao as the commander in Chaoren, Manchong and Shindeng as deputy generals, resisted the offensive from the east of the Yangtze River. As for the most powerful Guards Corps, it can be mobilized at any time. At the same time, the Guards Corps is the most powerful offensive force. After the end of the National War, the Shan army formed by Xiao Chua and Xiao Taolin, and the Zhongxia army formed by monk Wang Yanchen joined Chu Tian's Guards Corps. The Shan army is organized into the 3rd Servant Legion to distinguish it from the Legion of Saints and the Legion of Knights. The Zhongshu army and the Heli army did not establish separate legions, but joined the Heavy Cavalry Guards Corps, making the Heavy Cavalry Guards even more terrifying. The current Heavy Cavalry Guards include the Xuanjia army, the Shilian Iron Cavalry, the Huban army, the Zhongxia army, and the Heli Hejuan. The Grand Duchy of Moscow seems unable to sustain it for too long. Attila should also have obtained a holy level recruitment order. It seems that Attila's army needs to be refreshed. Those who cooperate with Temujin in attacking the Grand Duchy of Moscow are just Attila's brother Brita. Chu Tian had already intended to trouble Attila, and he would run away after the fight to increase Attila's points. This time, Attila took the initiative to attack Yekaterina, which angered Chu Tian. The Hungarian Empire's bonus in the Western continent is even more terrifying than Temujin's, reaching 50%, second only to the 100% bonus in the Americas and African continents. Attila's brother Brita's ability should be a little worse than Attila's, but not too far behind. And it's still very tricky. As long as you help Ekaterina defeat the 100,000 Huns, Goths, Germans, and Slavs led by Breda, and then turn back to deal with Temujin, then the crisis in the Grand Duchy of Moscow can basically be resolved. As for the Kingdom of Sweden, Ekaterina should be able to wear them out with her population advantage. Chu Tian probably understood the goal of teleporting to Eastern Europe this time, which was to defeat Attila's brother Brita, who dared to take advantage of his little wife. As for Attila, King Ostrogoth and other barbarian leaders, Chu Tian was not very afraid, because many European lords were gnashing their teeth at these barbarian leaders, and the Macedonian, German princes, and Romans would contain these barbarian leaders. This time we only need to bring tens of thousands of elite troops there. It is not easy to attract attention, and the cost is low. Just like Catherine sent a team of elite cavalry to Mobay, Chu Tian only sent a team of elite cavalry to Eastern Europe, which would not affect the layout of the Central Plains and could return to the pass at any time. Even if a civil war breaks out in the Central Plains, Chu Tian will be back in just a few days. Yu Fei, Wei Qing, Lu Yi and others will not be able to hold on for a few days. The Royal Guards Heavy Cavalry, Tiger Guards, White Robes, White Horse Followers, Knights, and Iron Eagle Scouts. The number is about 40,000. Chu Tian only brought high-level troops, and they were all cavalry. The purpose of the trip to Eastern Europe is also very simple. The large cavalry regiment is suitable for the terrain of the Eastern European plains and can be fought as quickly as possible. Joan of Arc, Hua Mulan, and Xiao Chua were taken to Eastern Europe by Chu Tian. After Joan of Arc regained her strength, she was already eager to try. As for Xiao Liang and Emperor Rufu, they were left in Prince Xiao's mansion. as well as Huaqing, so that they could contact Chu Tian, who was heading to Eastern Europe at any time. This was Chu Tian's first campaign in the West. Why take me there? Xiao Chua couldn't help but feel depressed, because she was not loyal enough. Chu Tian did not recruit the Shan army for her. In theory, she did not have much effect. However, Chu Tian still forcibly took her to Eastern Europe to see if her loyalty could be enhanced. According to Chu Tian's thinking, triggering events may enhance loyalty. Xiao Talon was also brought along and used as a charging warrior. Xiao Liang went to the teleportation array area to say goodbye to everyone, and said to Chu Tian, "If you want Xiao Chua to really surrender, you probably have to get her, and her loyalty should be greatly improved by then." Chu Tian probably also guessed this. However, Mulan and Joan of Arc will monitor you, and you have to take care of their emotions. Xiao Liang reminded that after all, while Mulan and Joan of Arc have not yet accepted Xiao Chua, and even Xiao Liang himself was a little wary of Xiao Chua. If he hadn't been a stranger and knew all the hero's abilities clearly, Xiao Liang wouldn't have trusted Xiao Chua. The affairs of the Central Plains will be left to your care for the time being. Old Qin and Mingwan have passed through the Battle of Maobei. The soldiers and horses are as tired as we are, and they are temporarily unable to fight. If something happens, I will come back immediately. I only brought 4 million troops with me 10,000. The remaining troops are sufficient. The troops in Monan and Maobei can also be called upon when necessary. Prince Yan is recruiting 100,000 Mongolian cavalry in Maobei for my use. Chu Tian in turn warned Xiao Liang. Only his cavalry can completely compete with Temujin, and the 40,000 cavalry legions can exert their maximum capabilities. The Navy's warships are also being built. In the future, whether to conquer Japan or Jiangdong, the Navy will be needed. Yi Sunshin, the prisoner of Jeju Island, may be able to surrender. Chu Tian also gave instructions on the plan to build a warship. He has not forgotten Yi Sunshin, who was under house arrest on Jeju Island. Although Yi Sunshin was also a man loyal to his lord. His lord Cui Zishan was killed by Mingguan, which had nothing to do with Chu Tian, so he could find an excuse to recruit Yi Sunshin. The teleportation array fluctuated, and Chu Tian and others left Xia City and headed for Moscow City. On the Maobei Plateau, Di Qing led 20,000 cavalry to attack one of the tribes that was unwilling to surrender. Not long ago, 3,000 cavalry were annihilated because of an attack on this tribe, and their corpses were everywhere. Di Qing personally led more cavalry to attack. When the cavalry arrived, the original tribe had already migrated. What tribe dared to annihilate the cavalry that came to suppress it? Could it be the remnants of Temujin's army? Di Qing dismounted, drove away the vultures, and looked at the 3,000 dead cavalry, trying to find some clues. This group of people seems to be somewhat different from the herdsmen of the Mongolian civilization. The arrows they use are weapons left over from the Mongol Empire, but their costumes are different. They seem to be the Hun's tribe. Di Qing has been following Prince Yan in Monan, and he can still distinguish the subtle differences between Xianbei, Xiongnu and other tribes. The Mongol Empire collapsed. Temujin's ruling order collapsed, and Maobei fell into chaos. The already declining Maobei Xiongnu dared to kill 3,000 cavalry. Such courage was not possessed by ordinary Xiongnu tribes. Things seem not to be good. You are divided into 10 teams, and divided into 10 groups to track the whereabouts of this Xiongnu tribe. Di Qing divided the cavalry of 100 people into 10 teams, and pursued them. Then Di Qing returned to Hala and Lin and reported this potentially extremely important information to Prince Yin in person. The Huns are also becoming restless? Prince Yin is counting the surrendered Mongolian tribes in Hala and Lin. After the Mongolian tribes in Maobei have settled down, the remnants of the northern Huns are ready to move. He reported the news to Prince Xia's mansion, letting Prince Xia's mansion know that Maobei was not peaceful. The area of Maobei is actually very vast. In reality, it is about 1.8 million square kilometers. Even though many places are Gobi and barren mountains, the scope of activities of nomadic tribes is not small. It is difficult for Di Qing, the main general, to control such a huge territory. In particular, Maobei lacked teleportation arrays, and conquering a tribe took a lot of time. It is not difficult to imagine that it would take Temujin several years to unify Maobei. Even Temujin could not command all tribes. Han? Xiao Liang returns to Prince Xia's mansion. News about the Xiongnu tribe from Maobei has reached Prince Xia's mansion. At the end of the Han dynasty, the Xiongnu was already a tribe with a low sense of existence. It was not as high as the Xianbei and Wuhuan. Even the southern Xiongnu Chanyu chose to rely on the local government. Prince Yin was temporarily in charge of Maobei. and 3,000 cavalry were killed in an ambush by the Huns. The problem could be big or small. The Huns tribe that has the ability to destroy 3,000 cavalry will not be a small tribe. The southern Xiongnu Chanyu Yufulua was capable of destroying 3,000 cavalry. But the southern Xiongnu would not take risks easily. Otherwise they would be retaliated by the Han army. Is it possible that there are other barbarian leaders hiding in Mobei? But neither we nor Temujin have ignored their existence? Xiao Liang took the initiative to contact Chu Tian. And Chu Tian, who had already arrived in Moscow, opened the national war rankings to check the rankings of the barbarian camp. Barbarian leaders after the top 10 in the barbarian rankings cannot be viewed. Chu Tian was not the lord of the barbarian camp, and could only see the top 10 barbarian leaders. Among the top 10 leaders were Attila the Whip of God, King Maya, King Visigoth, King Viking, Tulei, Joki, etc. people. But no Hun leader could be seen. After ordering Li Mu to capture Irkutsk, he immediately returned to Mobei Dragon City and became a rival with Prince Yin. At the same time, Hu Ma, Zhao Shi, Lu Hu and others guarded Monan. Monan and Mobei need to be reinforced. Defense. Chu Tian stood on the city wall of Moscow at this time. Western cities are far different from Eastern ones. Even cities in Eastern Europe are very different from cities in Western Europe. Defeat Breda as soon as possible, and then return to the Eastern Han Dynasty. The Eastern Han Dynasty seems not as peaceful as imagined. Chu Tian probably realized something. But he had already arrived in Moscow. The teleportation array was expensive, so he had to get some benefits here. The city of Moscow was under full martial law, and no one could enter or leave freely. Chu Tian's 40,000 cavalry took about 3 days to assemble in Moscow city. It was also the first time for Chu Tian's generals to come to Eastern Europe. And they looked around curiously. Novgorod architecture, Byzantine architecture, Baroque architecture. Chu Tian discovered that the architecture of the Grand Duchy of Moscow in Lords combines the styles of several periods. The same was true for the Han Empire, whose architectural styles ranged from pre-Qin to Ming and Qing dynasties. Chu Tian, you came as promised. I hope you get used to living here. Ekaterina led a group of nobles from the Grand Duchy of Moscow to come. These nobles from the Grand Duchy of Moscow were seeking help from Chu Tian, and their attitude was quite respectful. Now is not the time to discuss whether it is appropriate to live there. I will defeat Blida of the Hun Empire as soon as possible. I hope there are no traitors among these nobles. I don't want Blida to already know the news of my arrival when I send troops. Chu Tian glanced at all the nobles of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. These nobles were both male and female. Ekaterina also knew the importance of the matter. Don't worry. No one can leave Moscow before you send troops to fight Breda. Korea. Jeju Island. Navy Commander Zheng Zhilong is training the Navy. Although Zheng Zhilong did not participate in the battle much, he could improve the proficiency of the Navy soldiers by training the Navy, and then improve the level. Yu Yuan, the minister in charge of the Navy, arrived and was ordered to recruit the Naval General Isunshin of Goryeo to surrender. Isunshin was under house arrest in Jeju Island for several years. After Choi Jae-sun was killed, he was basically able to move freely in Jeju Island, because the lord died at the hands of Mingwan's subordinates. It was impossible for Isunshin to defect to Mingwan, so Zheng Zhilong allowed him to participate in training the Fubo army. Although Isunshin is not as good as Goryeo Bangzi, he is still a good naval hero, and is loyal enough to his lord. Therefore, when Chu Tian went to Eastern Europe, he sent Yu Yuan, the governor of naval and military affairs, to Jeju Island to recruit Isunshin, so that Zheng Zhilong and Isunshin would both fall under Yu Yuan's management.